Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 381, The Blocker, 2. Morgana, give me a preliminary analysis. Yes, Master, according to my analysis, the floating city has barely reached a Tier 10 weapon. Barely. Yes. A Tier 10 individual has enough power to destroy a universe with one move. Meanwhile, the floating city would need between 2 to 5 attacks. I see. Anything I need to pay attention to? Yes. One ether core is not enough to sustain the energy required to operate. You need at least 3 of them or optimize the current core. I figure this might be an issue. I'll deal with it. Anything else? Yes, you need to test the new energy conversion system as there seem to be some problems with so much energy interacting. Edward checked the data, and she was correct. Once the floating city began to harness a tremendous amount of energy, the converter enchantment began to malfunction. This only needs more trial and error to modify, so you can deal with it. You're also in charge of installing the technology system. Just show me the final result. Yes, sir. Edward proceeded to work on the traveling system. With the recent development of void energy, he can travel instantly to anywhere as long as he knows the coordinates. However, the system still had to be fine-tuned. He called Rowena to help him and to see if she could modify and improve the process. And she did. He also took this opportunity to spend some alone time with her. Once the process ended, he tested. He activated the city and entered the void. As he looked at his environment, Edward felt something different despite not being the first time he was here. I'm truly lucky. Edward knew if it were not for that void tier he discovered in Rowena's timeline, he would not have so quickly discovered omniverse travel. The best outcome was that he would have found the astral realm and other planes. As for how he could leave the source wall and enter the void, he might have to wait until he reached Tier 12. It doesn't matter. Luck is also a part of success. He activated the city and instantly appeared outside of the Konosuba universe. He started it again and appeared in the Fullmetal Alchemist universe. Edward proceeded to revisit all the places he traveled to before returning home. Next is the Karma Empowerment System. The way he planned for the floating city to reach Tier 10 was through the use of karmic empowerment. Luckily, his research, Hermione's, and Lily's arcane spark made that possible. His design is to fuse the underworld and Elysium from Black Clover into a super arcane spark for the entire system, allowing it to use karma empowerment to boost all its systems, including the attack mode. For this system, he called for Hermione and Wiz's help. Hermione was currently interested in studying karma and was even trying to build a karma staff with karma authority. Meanwhile, Wiz was naturally gifted regarding things of the opposite nature, similar to yin and yang. So, she was a great help when Edward had to ensure Elysium's positive karma and the underworld's negative karma were perfectly balanced in the arcane spark. The final result was a black crystal the size of a 10-story building floating above an empty room. Immediately, Edward entered the void to test the effect. You've succeeded, boss. The floating city is a Tier 10 weapons. Indeed. Let's get more data. Edward then traveled to a parallel universe before entering the mirror dimension of that timeline where there was no life. Then, after waiting for the ether core to recharge, he activated the divine spark and fired. The sight he witnessed was both beautiful and scary. An entire universe, comprised of infinite planets, stars, and galaxies, vanished in seconds. All matter, particles, dimensions, energy, and spirituality vanished from the face of existence. What a scary world we live in, thought Edward before leaving. After returning to his timeline, he continued his work. He had one thing to add before dealing with the energy issue. He installed a rebirth pond in the city, which he took from Eve's Elysium. A new angel will be born by placing a pure soul in the pond. He even created another birth that gave birth to devils. With this pond, I will have a demon and angel legion. Adding to the Golem Legion, the floating city is a walking armed civilization. Next is the ether core. Boss, I've discovered something, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. Then, she showed him a video of the arcane spark. Edward saw it was absorbing a bunch of black and white lights. What's this? Positive and negative emotions. The divine spark can naturally absorb these emotions and convert them into karma. Really? That would deal with the issue of slow growth. Unlike Arcanist's personal arcane spark, the one in the city is based on Elysium and the underworld, which had the natural ability to generate positive and negative karma. However, the process is very slow, so Edward has to be careful about how much karma he uses for empowerment. But now, he no longer had to worry about this issue, especially since there were plenty of emotions during this war. An unexpected but welcome development. Test and gather more data. While the little elf did that, Edward proceeded to deal with the ether core. Because of his divine artificer title, he had unlimited stamina when forging, so he did have to take a rest. The first thing he did was create a second one. Normally, this process was tedious and required a lot of effort to gather so much mana from the ley lines. However, he could now directly absorb mana from the mana grid. So, creating a second ether core only took a few days. The next step was to optimize the original core. Edward called Aqua for help. The water goddess had an uncanny talent for purification, making her perfect for this task. Of course, Edward had to bribe her for her help. To be exact, he almost tricked her into helping for free, but Kazuma interrupted him, forcing him to pay for a service. So, after putting a curse on him that would make his life miserable for the next month, he took Aqua away. He immediately plugged her into the second ether core to elevate her purification powers. Then, he had her purify the original core while absorbing a large quantity of mana from the grid. And his method succeeded. With the mana quantity and quality drastically increased, the ether core elevated to contain tier 10 energy. Edward also took this opportunity to gather enough data on purification to ensure he would not need Aqua's help when he wanted to create a second tier 10 ether core. Truly a masterpiece, boss, said Morgana as she looked at the final result. I know, right? However, we shouldn't be too proud since this is nowhere near the pinnacle of Artificer. Alright, let's add the blocker. Edward went to add a few more enchantments to the city before activating them. Then, 9 black magic circles appeared above the city, sending an invisible energy wave throughout the galaxy that no one could detect. Only Gudnad felt something had occurred, but he could not detect the origin or the exact change until his follower came rushing into his throne room, telling him something significant had happened. The galaxy had lost connection to the universe web. And Gudnad was not the only person who received the news since everyone used the universe web for communication. Meanwhile, the perpetrator of this incident also received the news. So, it worked, said Edward. The blocker was simple as an idea. The mana grid exuded a unique frequency. As such, if he used some energy to disrupt that frequency, it could disturb the communication properties that the tier 10 gods used. And from the information he received from the future, anti-magic was the best power to use as a counter. So, Edward accessed the part of the grid that flowed throughout the Milky Way galaxy and disrupted it. That way, the grid will remain intact in the other part of the universe but rendered useless in the Milky Way. Chapter 382, The Seven-Pillar Pantheon. Outside of the Milky Way galaxy, 7 individuals floated in the void, looking at a purple shield that surrounded the entire galaxy. Multiple color lights flashed from their movies as they used devastatingly powerful attacks against the protection. They used attacks on the universal scale that would cause a major catastrophe if not for them concentrating all their power on the shield, preventing their strength from spilling. Unfortunately, their attempts were useless, at least, they appeared as such. This is pointless, said Lifer, the god of light, justice, balance, and commerce. He was a man with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in all white, and a noble aura emanating from him. He had a silver scepter with a bright blue gem on top. The Magus weapon used is probably a quasi-tier 11 artifact. Even more reason we should not give up, replied NWA, the god of darkness, curses, and cruelty. He was a man with black hair and green eyes, dressed in all black and holding a black scepter with many jewels of different colors. NWA is correct, this might be our only chance at reaching tier 11, replied Morticia, the goddess of death, who had a dark purple robe, silver hair, and holding a cliché scythe. She is also the goddess of subjugation, pain, and the goddess of elves indicated by her long ears. Don't be a hypocrite, Morticia. We all know you don't want another tier 10 death god to appear since it will reduce the power of your authority, commented Lavi, the goddess of life, fertility, druid, joy, and dark elves. She was a beautiful woman with purple color skin, long ears, and wearing a pure white dress and a crown made of flowers. A common fact of the universe is if 2 people reach tier 10 of the same authority, their power will be shared, thus weakening both. As such, the top tier 10 gods will not allow anyone to reach the same level as them. And this is also the reason they all have secondary authorities. You all know it's pointless to argue. It's also pointless to keep attacking this shield as we need a better method, added Delilah, the goddess of magic, knowledge, and communication. She had a blue magic robe with a hood and runes inscribed in different places, along with a wooden staff. Isambard, do you have another way? She asked, looking in the direction of a short man with long red hair and a beard wearing leather armor and holding a large hammer. Isambard, repeated Delilah with a slightly raised voice. Did you say something? Asked the god of forging, runes, technology, and dwarves. He did not hear anything as he was too busy admiring the work of the Magus race. Many people praised him for being this plane's greatest forger/artificer. Still, Isambard was always humbled when he came across any work belonging to the Magus, even the lower tier ones. I ask if you have another method to enter. The only weakness of this artifact is its user. The tier 9 death god does not have the power to wield such a powerful item. According to my calculations, even if we do not do anything, in about 5,000 years, the artifact will stop working. If we can continue to attack, we might reduce it to about 2,000 years. That's a very short time, commented NWA. However, the longer we spend here, the higher the chance that something goes wrong. Honestly, I'm surprised these stinky dragons have not come yet, said Morticia with a sneer. The news that the Dragon Temple was searching for the Thunder Dragon King is most likely true, commented Lifer. However, I could not fathom why Tiamat did not show up. She loved to meddle in other people's business. The dragon race was, without a doubt, the most powerful race in the plane. However, they were divided into factions, the Dragon Temple with all the Dragon Kings and the Dragon Pantheon led by Dragon God Tiamat. Because of contradictions that traced back billions of years, these two groups never got along very well unless the existence of their entire race was threatened. Forget all this nonsense, said Ganar, the god of war, blood, slaughter, and orcs. He had dark gold armor on his body with an enormous axe. NWA, when are you returning the Cruelty Authority to me? The Cruelty Authority once belonged to him but was stripped by NWA. I've won it fair and square. How could there be war without cruelty? The same can be said for darkness. Enough, Ganar. You've agreed to the rules of our alliance. Follow the rules or pay the price, said Lifer with a stern look. Meanwhile, as Ganar sensed all these people looking at him with dangerous lights deep in their eyes, he relented. Fine. I'm worried about the Guardians showing up, said Lavi. And as soon as she said these words, everyone became somber. Their alliance, called the Seven-Pillar Pantheon, is one of the most powerful factions of this plane. They controlled the Intergalactic Federation, the Universe Web, and the Cosmic Bank. Although there are many other Tier 10 gods or individuals, none have conquered as many planes as them, meaning very few factions are on par with them. In strength, they can rival the Dragon Temple or Pantheon individually. Nevertheless, they had to be afraid of the Guardians. There is no need to worry, said Delilah. They are bound by their duty, so they cannot act for their profit. Do you think they will not risk everything for a chance at reaching Tier 11? Commented Morticia with a sneer. That may be so, but they would also pay a severe price for breaking their oath, rebutted Delilah. I'm trying to say that we do not have to worry about them for now. So, let's focus on how to deal with this barrier. Isambard. Huh, he muttered, distracted by studying the shield. Right, method. The other solution is to have someone from the inside affect Guznad. As long he is weakened or even distracted long enough, we can use the opportunity to forcefully break through. From the inside. We could lure some people to do our bidding, analyzed Delilah. With the current situation, a promise of salvation is very enticing for men. Delilah stopped her words as she squinted her eyes. She rapidly closed her eyes for a few seconds before opening them with an intense look. I've lost access to the Universe Web. What do you mean? Quickly asked Lifer. Something went wrong with the mana grid that ran through the galaxy. I've completely lost access. As the goddess of magic, she was mainly responsible for the mana grid and Universe Web, while Lifer was responsible for the Cosmic Bank. Of course, the others had powers to balance each other, but they were the main leads. Does it have something to do with that arcane empire? Asked Lavi. I don't know, but it is very likely, replied Delilah. Our guess that they acquired a primary inheritance of the Magus is very likely. The Magus once ruled the plane, spreading through countless planes. According to analysis based on archaeology findings, the race had many Tier 11 powerhouses and controlled 70% of all the planes in the astral realm. Then, they suddenly disappeared. Many people wondered why, but these seven discovered some secrets. The Magus wanted to reach Tier 12 and leave the source wall. And their disappearance was the result of failure or success. And from what the group knows, the Magus race left their inheritance scattered in different planes. Individuals left most inheritances, but the entire civilization left some. These inheritances were called primary inheritances. Anyone who acquired them could build a Tai 10 civilization in a short time, if they could decipher it. Once we enter, the first thing we must do is get rid of the Arcane Empire, said Lifer. The way they operate is too similar to the Magus race. Agreed, said the others. But now, we must know how to pass this barrier. I may have an idea, added Delilah. Chapter 383, Hooky Iron Flame. Morticia, why don't you control the elves and force them to attack Guznad? As long as he is distracted long enough, this should be enough for us, said Delilah. I wish it were that simple, she replied. Even if they are not your believer, as the god of elves, you should be able to influence them at least. Regrettably, these elves are the descendants of the High Elves. As you know, during the battle back then, they severed all bloodline connections with me. So, even if their bloodline is extremely thin, I still cannot influence them. Delilah frowned as she remembered something similar had occurred back then. What about you, Isambard? I refuse. Why not? I won't do something so cruel to my race, replied the dwarven god. This is not the time to be sentimental, said Lifer. Unfortunately, humans are a particular species not bound by bloodline. This is one of the reasons that there is no human god. As such, even if he was once a human and is now a god, he could not do the same. It wouldn't work anyways. The dwarves in this galaxy are nothing but a tier 7 civilization. Guznad would wipe them out effortlessly. Isambard had a bottom line, and his race was one of them. Delilah frowned as she knew the latter was just using an excuse. What about you, Ganar? The orcs are scattered and cannot even be considered a proper racial civilization. Plus, the most powerful one is only tier 6. Delilah frowned. None of them had followers remaining since Guznad seemed to have targeted them. In that case, let's use the intelligence. You want me to control their technology and have them attack Guznad? Asked Isambard. As the god of technology, he could achieve such a feat. That's right. This could work, but as you know, they've scattered after Guznad's fall of darkness. It will take some time to regroup them. How long? A problem, a few dozen years. I could also secretly influence their technology and raise it to tier 9. Excellent. Let's use this plan. Milky Way Galaxy, Solar System, Planet Earth, Arcane Palace. Edward sat at a table, enjoying a luxurious dinner. He spent more than 30 years inside the time dilation, optimizing the floating city. Meanwhile, only a month passed outside. Here, try this, he said as he handed some new delicacy to someone. Thanks, old wizard king, replied Charmy, who closed her eyes to enjoy her food. The new food in this world is delicious, so many things I've never rested before. I know how you feel. Every day, countless new recipes are created. Who knew slimes could be a delicacy, replied Edward, enjoying himself. Midway through their dinner, Amelia walked in. Who's this? She asked. That's Charmy that I've been talking about. You mean you supposed adopted daughter? Adopted daughter? I guess you're right, but I've never thought about it that way, replied Edward before looking at Charmy. Do you want to be my daughter? Do I get to eat delicious food like this? Yes, and any time you want. Okay. You can be my wizard king papa, she replied while munching on some newly discovered chicken species. Edward caressed her head, amused by the title she gave, before continuing to eat. Amelia shook her head before taking a seat next to Charmy. Since you are now part of the royal family, you have to learn how to eat with the proper etiquette. What? That sounds boring. It is. But you still have to learn. Charmy pouted, looking at Edward, her eyes asking for help. You can eat however you want, but you have to learn first in case of an official event. Charmy pouted but still placed the piece of meat on the table, holding her fork and knife. While Amelia taught her, she also sent Edward a document. What's this? The bill for your floating city. Edward read the data while wondering why he was shown this data. Then, he almost spat out the food in his mouth. So much. Yes. You almost broke the economic system of the entire empire with all the resources you used. Where did we get so many resources? Edward scrolled down to read the entire report. He was so focused that he never realized how much he used. But now that he was dealing with the situation, he realized the empire could never provide so many resources. We acted swiftly and sent the other 2 cities to parallel dimensions to mindlessly plunder. We also sent a team equipped with world gates to the blank realm, and there were many casualties. Was there any issue? There was. Luna predicted an unknown danger and warned the team. However, one of the floating cities was attacked by an unknown entity, and it was destroyed in the process. Is everyone all right? Don't worry. No one was injured. That's a relief. The point of me telling you this is you should be more mindful of this kind of thing in the future. Plus, be aware that we do not have enough resources to build another tier 10 weapon. I see. I guess we should also temporarily stop traversing the multiverse. That would be wise. How is the war situation? Guznad seemed to be more occupied than usual. His forces have reduced their attack frequency. Anything I need to do? Yes, but before that, when are you announcing your return and beginning the new update to the library? Once the announcement begins, the Empire will enter a new era, an era where every citizen can use magic. We have to wait. The universe web has just been blocked, and if I suddenly announced my return, some people might be suspicious. It's always good to be cautious, said Amelia. Although we have supposedly cut off contact of the outside gods with this galaxy, we cannot rule out they have other means of communication. That's what I'm worried about. You said I had something to do. Yes. Luna made a divination. You have to go somewhere to meet an old friend of yours. That friend will be the catalyst for the dwarves to surrender to the Empire. An old friend. And a dwarf, said Edward before remembering something. Hooky Iron Flame. Many years ago, he went to a famous mercenary bar in the Milky Way with Fleur, where he encountered a dwarf and an elf. The elf lied to him by his name and was very arrogant after Edward told him that elven enchantments were not that amazing. Luna did not give me specifics. She only said if you go to Planet Sop 2 days later, you will meet someone special. Then, events might unfold that lead to the integration of the dwarves. All right. I'll go. Edward tried to spend more time with his wife for the next 2 days, but everyone was busy and had no time for him. So, he had no choice but to spend time with his mother, father, and newly adopted daughter, Charmy. His family loved her, but his mother started asking him when he would give her grandchildren. So, Edward had to run away from her after his explanation did not appease her. He hopped on a spaceship at the scheduled time and headed to Planet Sop. Once he arrived, he quickly noticed this was a planet ravaged by a second commander from the Undead Legion. Edward used a spell to skin the entire planet and located Hooky in the process. The latter was in the midst of protecting someone with a group of mercenaries. And Edward also recognized the person they were protecting. A screen appeared before him as he observed Hooky's team. He realized the undead's target was the client these mercenaries were protecting and that they would not last long. So, this is what Luna meant. Without saying anything, he teleported above the group. His arrival alerted the group, making them think another enemy had arrived. "Hooky, is that you?" asked Edward. The short, red-haired dwarf squinted his eyes, trying to remember this newcomer's face. Edward Bones. As soon as he said these words, everyone became shocked as they observed Edward closely. And the face belonged to the one they had seen before. Chapter 384, The Dwarves. The Empire has a public relations department tasked with keeping a positive image of the Empire to outsiders. They also took control of Edward's Universe Web's social network page, posting some information and update. So, as soon as Hooky said Edward's name, the other mercenaries recognized the Arcane Emperor, the man labeled as one of the most mysterious people in the Milky Way. During the years of the war, the man rarely showed up, yet, his empire prospered. Furthermore, his love for the people has not been affected despite his absence. On the contrary, his disappearance and mystery seem to increase his rating amongst his citizen. "Your Majesty," said Hooky Iron Flame. "There is no need for formality. You can be considered an acquaintance." Hooky hesitated only for a moment before nodding. Then, he said with a wry smile, "I never thought you were such an important person. Back then, it was not necessary to reveal my identity. Plus, you wouldn't know who I was even if I did." "True," replied Hooky. "The wonderful thing about the Arcane Empire is their existence only became known to the galaxy in the past decades. And the moment they showed in the world stage, they became a Tier 8 civilization. And not long afterward, it was revealed they were secretly a Tier 9 civilization." "So, what brings you here?" asked Hooky. Before Edward could respond, the barrier protecting the barricade these mercenaries hid in began to tremble. "We won't hold on for long," screamed one of the Tier 6 mage managing the barrier. Another Tier 6 archer used a spell called Anima Vision, allowing it to display what was happening outside their camp through the eyes of a trained hawk in the sky. The group could see a large group of undead, led by a Tier 7 mummy. They immediately concluded that they could not survive this attack, so some people began to ponder whether they should run away and abandon protecting the target. However, considering the latter's identity, they might end up being hunted afterward. And with the galaxy completely blocked, there was nowhere they could run to. "Let me help you before we can talk," said Edward, instantly giving everybody hope as they finally remembered someone important was in their presence. Some astute mercenaries like Hooky and the client could already tell Edward was powerful when he appeared in this room, completely ignoring the barrier. Edward calmly raised his hand to manifest a golden light. The light then spread from his body to envelop the entire planet, and everywhere it passed, it instantly purified the undead legions. The second commander, the mummy, tried to resist, but it was futile. "That's the power of Tier 8, thought Hooky. I guess he was hiding his power when I met him." The dwarf would never believe someone to go from Tier 5 to Tier 8 in about 20 years since he met Edward. So, he concluded the latter hid his strength when they met. "This planet contains large veins of mithril. It's a great resource for the Empire," muttered Edward, and everyone could hear him. These mercenaries instantly became envious, thinking about how precious this planet was. However, they did not dare have any other thoughts about who was before them. Just the fact the latter was Tier 8 was a deterrence enough, not to mention an entire empire behind the men. "Where were we?" said Edward as he looked at the group. "I asked why were you here," replied Hooky as his intuition told him this acquaintance's presence was not usual. "One of my advisors divined that I could have a fateful meeting on this planet. I thought it was you, but now I know who it was referring to, King Thasmin Stronghelm. Thasmin Stronghelm, king of the Stronghelm Kingdom, a Tier 7 civilization of the dwarf race. He was a short man, about 1.3 meters, with long brown hair and a beard. He did not have a crown since he had to hide his identity for this mission." Thasmin had a severe look on his face as he looked at Edward. Although the dwarves were known for being straightforward and honest, the same did not apply to him as a ruler. He needed to be intelligent, cunning, and observant to deal with foreign relations. And the moment he saw Edward, many things came to mind. He first pondered whether the arcane emperor came to kidnap him to serve as a form of political bargaining. Although the empire had a positive image, Thasmin had to be wary and think for the worse. Secondly, when he learned that Edward was Tier 8, he understood how terrifying the arcane empire was. During this entire war, the highest level any individual of the empire had displayed, including the royal family, was Tier 7. And yet, through magical technology, the empire was the least affected by this war. However, he also learned the empire never used its full power since the emperor never participated in any battles, and he appeared to be the most powerful individual. It's an honor to finally meet you, Emperor Edward Bones. The pleasure is all mine. But why are you in this faraway place without any protection from your kingdom? Thasmin did not answer, and Edward smiled in return. There is no need for them to be on guard. You should understand the empire's purpose by now, as we have not tried to hide it. You should also understand if we wanted to be the aggressor, no one could stop us. Thasmin knew of the arcane empire's ambitions to conquer the galaxy by using the current chaos to force different races and factions to surrender to them. He had already analyzed the situation with his advisors and knew their race had no choice but to surrender eventually. The Stronghelm Kingdom survived the fall of darkness for a few reasons. Guznad placed little emphasis on them since they were only a Tier 7 civilization. Second, the Elf Kingdom and the Starkins race went out of their way to protect them. These two factions knew the importance of weapons in a war, and the dwarves could manufacture a large quantity of them. Although the dwarves did not have an enchantment system, they were the best blacksmiths in the galaxy. Furthermore, these races only needed to outsource the forging part to the dwarves, and they would do the rest. And the dwarves were very important since the elves and starskins did not have the best enchantment to purify undead, but they had materials with purification powers. And through their blacksmithing methods, the dwarves could forge purification magical weapons. Thasmin took the opportunity of the chaos to unite all the dwarves not part of the kingdom under the promise of protection. Unfortunately, as the war proceeded, the elves and starskins could not even protect themselves, let alone others. So, the dwarves allied with scattered races or civilizations affected by the war. They would supply weapons to these people, and they would fight and protect themselves and the Stronghelm Kingdom. But even then, Thasmin had to ask the Arcane Empire for help a few times to survive a few calamities. "I'm sorry for my rudeness," said Thasmin. "I'm ashamed, especially considering the dwarves owe you a great debt." "It's fine." Thasmin sighed. "I came here because I heard the news that a star mana core might be on this planet. But as you can see, the news was false, and I believe I was betrayed and lured here. I'm sorry for that. Luckily, you've arrived." Edward nodded. Star mana core. That's a precious thing. As the name implied, this was a core formed at the center of a star or planet by condensing all the mana of the star into one object. The core is the ultimate form of energy, similar to an ether core, and can be used for various purposes. Edward did not care about the star mana core since the ether core was better. Furthermore, with the mana grid, he could not artificially manufacture one if he wanted. Let me guess, you wanted to elevate Chaos View to a higher tier. Chapter 385, New Force. The dwarves' magic system only allows them to each tier 6, and the Stronghelm Kingdom is a tier 7 civilization because of a powerful weapon. A sword, to be precise, called Chaos View. Edward guessed Thasmin wanted the star mana core to elevate Chaos View to tier 8 or higher. You are correct, replied Thasmin. Then, he suddenly remembered something. You're an artificer, right? Yes, and one of the best in the universe. Thasmin was shocked by this act of boasting and did not know how to answer. Then, he remembered the video on the universe web that he saw of the floating city. From the information the Arcane Empire revealed, the Arcane Emperor created that piece of artificer wonder. Although Thasmin did not know whether this news was pure propaganda, if it were real, the latter would have every right to brag about being one of the best in the universe. Any decent artificer can create a tier 9 magical weapon once they are in the same tier. However, to make something as complex as a floating city with multi-purpose facilities or systems, only the truly gifted can do. And Thasmin took into account the Arcane Emperor is only tier 8, then this achievement can be only accomplished by these divine artificers that he heard of from the universe's central region. If you don't mind, I would like you to give me your opinion of Chaos View, said Thasmin. Are you sure? Asked Edward. If I'm not mistaken, that sword is your kingdom's natural treasure. It's fine. I'm asking from one artificer to another. Most dwarves consider themselves blacksmiths instead of artificers. However, once their skills reach a certain level, they will acquire that title even without enchanting capabilities. Plus, I'm sure a tier 7 magical artifact is nothing to you. Thasmin could detect Edward's robe was a tier 8 artifact, and all the rings in his 10 fingers were between tier 7 and 8. For such a person, a tier 7 sword was indeed nothing significant. Edward did not outwardly acknowledge Thasman's words since he knew when to be cocky and when to apply modesty. He agreed with the latter's invitation before taking some time to talk with Hooky Ironflame. He knew the importance of connection even if there was a prominent class and status difference. As such, Edward communicated with Hooky and the other mercenaries. He even gifted them with a few magical artifacts and magic scrolls to help them survive the war. Afterward, he took his spaceship with Thasman, heading to Mountain Flame Star System, Longbeard Planet, the home of the dwarves. During the entire voyage, Thasman admired the craftsmanship of the spaceship, and they discussed techniques. After notifying his court, the spaceship successfully landed on planet Longbeard. As soon as Thasman descended the ship, they saw two dwarves, one man and a woman, running towards them. "Your Majesty, did you succeed?" yelled the female dwarf. However, when they saw Edward next to their king, they immediately took out their weapons and became weary. Not even a second later, another group came from behind these two with the same excitement. However, they pulled out their weapons when they laid eyes on Edward, ready to attack at a moment's notice. "At ease," commanded Thasman. "This is our guest, the Arcane Empire's emperor." Yet, his words did not appease these people. "Your Majesty, you know the rule," commented the female dwarf. "I know. Do what you have to do." She motioned to her companion, and the dwarf took a necklace and slowly walked before Thasman, waving it before him. No sign of mind control or possession. "But, we cannot be completely sure. Don't waste our time. Bring Chaos View, it can detect if I am me or not," said Thasman, and the dwarves agreed. A few minutes later, someone brought a beautiful silver sword in a brown wooden box. The sword was simple, with no design. Yet, its simplicity elevated its beauty. "Who says the dwarves have no aesthetic bones in their bodies?" thought Edward, waiting for the dwarves to deal with their security check. Thasman did not waste time picking up the sword, and all the dwarves sighed in relief. They knew that even if Guznad himself possessed Thasman, he would never pick up the sword unless he used swords. Only the Stronghelm royal family can only pick up Chaos View. "Hurry up, we have a guest to receive." Soon, the dwarves set up a banquet with alcohol and meat, primarily boars. Edward shared his divine wine with them. The god of wine from the Konosuba world made it for him with many precious materials. At the central table, Thasman, Edward, and the Stronghelm Kingdom's most influential ministers sat at the main table while a few other guests came to attend. "So, what do you think of the sword?" asked Thasman, taking a big gulp of wine. Edward drank elegantly as he looked at the sword in the middle of the table. "It's a great sword. Orichalcum is a very hard, heavy, dense metal and extremely difficult to melt and mold. The creator of this sword used the heat from the core of a star to melt it. To remove the impurity, the forger used a spell alternating between extreme cold and heat. To shape the sword, a total of 435, 290 strikes equivalent to a tier 6 attack were used." Edward looked at the sword even closer. Ignoring the shocked look of everyone nearby, he continued, "Originally, this sword was only tier 6. But it was recently reforged to tier 7, and I'm guessing that was your work, Thasman." Although Edward said recently, he could tell the sword was reforged more than 200,000 years ago. "That's right," replied Thasman. Edward nodded before continuing to analyze it. Orichalcum is a heavy metal, so the sword's inherited its property. It can increase its weight to the point of crushing a star. Of course, the wielder will not be affected by the weight. This sword can be considered perfect amongst tier 7 magical artifacts. No offense, but with the skills I've observed, you cannot refine such a perfect tier 7 weapon. It is so powerful because it contains a ray of divinity. After the citizen of the Stronghelm Kingdom have worshipped the sword for many generations, you have generated faith that it has absorbed, granting it some divine aura and a spirit. This is the reason that only the royal family could lift the sword. So, that's the reason. I've always felt the sword was unique, but I could never pinpoint why. Thasman never told anyone that the sword would communicate with him through warnings of danger. One of the reasons the kingdom survived Guznad's fall of darkness is because the sword warned him of impending danger, allowing him to be prepared. This sword is quite unique. It only needs a few enchantments to reach tier 8. And if it has enough faith, it can evolve into a true spirit and gain sentience. By then, it could evolve on its own and maybe become a false god. Are you serious? There is no need to lie. Thasman gulped as he did not expect the sword to have so much potential. Anything related to Gudhad was considered extraordinary. Furthermore, he could not help what an achievement it would be to forge a god sword. Reply honestly, is it true that all races in the Empire are treated equally? That they have access to free magical education, asked Thasman, an act that made all the ministers stop drinking and pay attention. It's true. My philosophy has always been that all races and civilizations' magic is unique, or they can bring a different perspective to how we understand it. And if they can work together and share their understanding, magic civilization can prosper. So, my goal in creating the Empire has always been for that goal. Thasman pondered. He did not know whether the arcane emperor was spewing flowery words. However, based on his intuition and what he has observed so far, these words seem to be true. All right. I've decided. Chapter 386, First Meeting. Thasmin stood up from his seat, took his long beard, and wrapped it around his wrist in the shape of a bracelet. Then, he placed that same hand on his left shoulder before bowing. Thasmin Stronghelm, 10,345th King of the Stronghelm Kingdom, offers its surrender to the mighty Arcane Emperor. May you protect our people and lead us to a better life. Edward knew of Dwarven's etiquette, so he knew what to do next and took things seriously. He also stood up from his and walked before Thasmin. He unwrapped the beard from the latter's wrist and wrapped it around his. Edward Bones, founder of the Arcane Empire, accept your act of surrender. I promise to treat your people as my people, leading them to prosperity. The ceremony of surrender was quick and efficient. The other ministers did not object as they respected their king's decision. Furthermore, the idea of surrendering has been discussed for many years as a possibility of surviving the current catastrophe. Your Majesty, is there anything we need to prepare? Asked Thasmin. No. But you said you had a traitor in your midst. Yes. Someone leaked the information about me going to find the Mana core. No, the core itself was used to lure me out. Then, let's deal with the issue first. Edward contacted Luna for her to come here. A few minutes later, her spaceship landed on Longbeard Planet. Let me introduce you, this is my wife, Luna Lovegood. Lovegood. I thought it was human's costume for the wife to take the husband's surname, asked Thasmin as he shook hands with Luna. It used to be as such. But now, it's not as common and is only a matter of preference, she replied. I see. Anyway, I'm grateful for your help. Luna nodded before getting into action. An orb floated before her, and she began her divination. A few minutes later, she waved her hand to create a light prison around one of Thasmin's ministers. Yadmouth, it was you. My kind, don't believe them. I'm loyal. Did you really betray me? I swear on the Emberguard's family name, I did not betray you. My king, will you believe me, who has been following you for countless millennia over these people you've only met? My family has proven their loyalty over countless generations. Thasmin hesitated. Since its creation, the Emberguard family has been a noble clan of the Stronghelm Kingdom. Regarding loyalty, no one can compare to them. Thasmin then looked at Edward, who nodded. Reveal your soul, commanded Edward with a calm voice. Then, an imaginary version of Yadmouth came out of his body, revealing his soul. However, Thasmin's face changed after he saw two tiny wings floating above Yadmouth's head. You're a believer. King, I know this looks bad, but it's not what it looks like. I'm a believer of Lord Isambard, not Guznad. Isambard, the god of dwarves. A few of his people worshipped him, so Thasmin wanted to give his old friend the benefit of the doubt. However, the fact he lied or hid his faith was not a good look. It is easy to clear yourself of any suspicions. Say Guznad's name in vain, commented Luna. Pardon me. Guznad has killed trillions of people in his madness for power. So, it should not be a problem if you profane his name unless you're a believer, she continued. Yadmouth stared at her, not saying anything. It shouldn't be a problem, right, Yadmouth? Asked Thasmin, with hope remaining in his heart. Unfortunately, a deafening silence was / his answer. Usually, Yadmouth would have no problem blaspheming his lord if it helped him remain undercover. However, with his soul exposed and on the line, if he did so, that would be an act of blasphemy and could lead to him losing his spot in his lord's divine kingdom. Lord Guznad is the ruler of death, roared Yadmouth. He will free all races of the fragility of life, he will free our souls and offers us immortality. As soon as he screamed these words, a black light descended from the sky, trying to take his soul away. Edward calmly activated his arcane spark to use a Tier 9 spell. Then, countless runes appeared in the sky, blocking the black light. After a few minutes of confrontation, the black light stopped, and two pairs of enormous eyes manifested above Longbeard Planet. Arcane Emperor, said a booming voice that echoed throughout the entire planet. So, you have finally stopped hiding like a coward. You must be Guznad. Edward replied calmly. I cannot wait to have you on my dissecting table as a specimen. Ha ha ha, I finally understand why all these arcanists are so arrogant and have no respect for any authority of the divine, they got it from you. And why would we respect a parasitical civilization with a superiority complex? Parasitical. Isn't it correct? Without faith, what are you, gods? Guznad became quiet as he agreed with this statement, hence why he wanted the ancient god's divine spark to walk the same path. He did not want to be too dependent on faith. Of course, he would not admit this before his enemy. Why are you acting so smug? Everyone knows your empire developed quickly because of the Magus race's inheritance. There is no need to project your insecurities into me. I've built the arcane empire from scratch with many like-minded individuals. We did not know about the Magus race until your arrival and had never relied on their knowledge. The only thing we inherited from them is their spirit of pursuing knowledge and the truth. Whatever helps soothe your ego, declared Guznad before disappearing. He wanted to test whether he could receive some information from the Arcane Emperor about the Magus race, but he failed. He suspected the Arcane Empire had an inheritance that would explain their rapid development. However, he could not find definite proof. He observed the Arcanists and analyzed their technology based on the wreckage, and it was a unique system utterly different from the Magus race. So far, the only connection he discovered the Empire has with the Magus race was the faint bloodline some of them had, and as the Emperor stated, their love and spirit for knowledge and the truth. You just scared Guznad away, said Thasman. Not really. He knows this is not the time for an all-out battle. What's wrong? Asked Edward as he looked at Luna. However, she did not answer. Instead, she was dazed. Her eyes suddenly turned white as she muttered, danger, dwarves, blood. What does that mean? Does the dwarves' blood have some sort of danger? I don't know. But, when Yadmouth said the name, Isambard, I sensed something. Edward frowned as he began to think deeply. He connected to Morgana's calculating power to accelerate his thoughts. Many higher species can control their races through their bloodline. Isambard is the most potent god related to dwarves, and it's not unheard of for him to be able to control the dwarves through the bloodline. If that's the case, the dwarves might become a source of danger instead of help. Are you implying our surrender is a ploy to harm your empire? Commented one of the ministers, already sad and angered by Yadmouth's betrayal and fate. After all, he has been their companion for so many years. No. I'm saying you could be controlled against your will to harm the empire. This is nothing but your theory. Not even that, it's just your conjecture. It doesn't matter if there is no basis for my worry. As a ruler, I have the duty to consider my citizens' safety and prevent possible danger. So, what does this mean? What is going to happen to us? Asked Thasman, who was still processing the information that their races might not have any free will. For now, your people need to be isolated from the rest of the citizens. As for a solution, I might have one. I've brought a few dwarves from another dimension, and their bloodline should have no connection with Isambard. After comparing their life code with yours, we should be able to find ways to sever your bloodline connection with the dwarf god. Will that work? Or will there be consequences? You don't have to worry. I will gather the Empire's best bloodline scholar for this project. One of the Empress is also a master of this field and will supervise this project. In that case, I feel relieved. Edward negotiated with the dwarves for a while before departing. He used a spell to shrink the entire star systems where the Stronghelm Kingdom was once located before bringing it back to a location closer to the Empire's borders. Their star system was integrated into the Grand Arcane Shield protecting system while simultaneously isolated to prevent possible danger. Then, Edward mobilized a bunch of scholars to study the bloodline of the dwarves from Konosuba and Black Clover and compare them with the HP Universe dwarves. He also had Fleur participate in this project. A few months later, it was the final time, and all the Empire citizens received a notification that a grand update happened to the Arcane Library. And when people saw the changes, the world went insane. Next chapter will be Chris Tiu's POV. Be prepared, it's a long one. Chapter 387, Chris Tiu's Rise, I. Disclaimer, Chris's POV is 10 chapters long. If you are one of those people who only want to watch Edward's POV, it's better if you go to Pad or Asterisk on to read or stack chapters for the next week and a half. Do not complain about the story focusing on him. For those who do not remember who Chris was, he is a citizen trying to save money to become an Arcanist. He showed up in chapters 265 to 270, titled Citizen's POV. I'm sorry, Chris, but we also need the money. We live in exciting times, and my wife and I want to take this opportunity. I understand, replied Chris Tiu as he walked toward his apartment. I just wanted to try. He said a few more words before closing the hologram. This was the 20th friend he had asked to borrow arcane merit, but no one is stupid, and he could tell something was going to happen after it was announced that most rare resources would now have a discount. And, to be clear, this is 15 years before Edward's return, before he left for the Konosuba world. Chris wanted to use this opportunity to gather the necessary merit to exchange for a level 3 dragon potion. Then, he would use the upcoming changes to rise as an Arcanist. Unfortunately, no one is willing to lend him their merit, although they had no problem lending him coins. Chris opened his apartment door and his robot maid, Angela, welcomed him. Angela, can you get dinner ready? Yes, master. Anything in particular? I'm in the mood for India food. You know my favorites. Chris took a bath and disinfected his body with the approved government soap. The Empire's border is expanding every day, thus introducing all types of new germs and bacteria. Although he had a higher immune system because of the aura inside his body, as a tier 0 or a master, he still needed protection. Not to mention, some magical bacteria could kill even the most powerful arcanist present in the Empire. After cleansing himself, Chris enjoyed his meal. Angela, anything I need to be reminded of? Yes. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., you have to test for the improved Arcane Sorcerer class. At 8:45, there is the test for the new Druid class. 3 days from now, on May 25th, at 10 a.m., you have a meeting with the Central Arcane Bank for your loan. Those damn tests again, muttered Chris. He had taken all of them, and by now, he had no hope of having any magical talent. Did you notify my job of my tardiness? Already done. All right. Chris ate his food before going to his routine workout. After hours of training and learning about gate alchemy, he went to bed in the virtual network cabin, allowing him to have a deep sleep in just 2 hours. By 7 o'clock, he woke up and prepared for the test. Since it was a government-mandated event, accommodations such as transportation were paid by the government or, to be precise, the people's tax. Chris used the warp portal without having to pay. After showing his ID, he teleported to the designated area. He looked at his watch, realizing he was 10 minutes earlier, so he waited. At 8 a.m. sharp, a young man dressed in a suit led him to a room with a young woman dressed in a magical robe. Chris looked around to see all the instruments but did not know their purpose. My name is Marjorie Evans, introduced the woman. Mrs. Evans. Ms. will be fine. Now, Mr. Tu, any questions before we begin? Yes. Could you please explain what this test is about? No problem. Gate alchemy allows arcane sorcerers to use various energy, including tectonic, life force, water energy from the ocean, etc. However, using these energies for transmutation or even spells do not bring out their full potential. For example, life force is excellent for healing, while oceanic energy is good for water-based spells. Are you following along? I am. Excellent. Recently, new research has discovered new forms of energy in our surroundings. Earth energy from the ground, fire energy from the sun, wood energy from the forest, and even metal energy from technology or the buildings around. All of which can be used to cast spells. The research also discovered that some people have a natural affinity for one particular energy, many of whose talents were considered subpar. This test is to determine whether you are of these individuals. I see. But I'm probably not, commented Chris with a wry smile. You won't know until after the test, replied Marjorie with a smile. She proceeded to help Chris through all the machines, testing his affinity. She tested him on all the energy she mentioned before and more, including redoing the mana test. She also added things like cosmic energy and even the newly discovered negative energy that was about to create a new subclass of necromancer. How is the result? He asked. I'm sorry, but you have a low affinity for all of them. Sure enough. Chris had lowered his expectations to prevent disappointment. Nevertheless, he was still heartbroken since a small part hoped he would be one of the lucky few with unique and hidden talents. I'm sorry, said Marjorie. But don't be discouraged. New classes are invented every year. Maybe, you will find one that you're talented at. Maybe, said Chris politely before saying a few words of thanks and leaving the facility. His druid test was in the same building, only on a different side. With low expectations, he headed to his 8:45 appointment. The previous one ended 10 minutes earlier, giving him enough time to walk to his next destination. The tester was a middle-aged man with a sloppy appearance. He resembled someone who had not slept for a decade. Despite his appearance, he was very kind and respectful. You can call me Mr. Federici, and I will explain the test. If some individuals have a deep enough for nature and the environment, and if their soul is unique enough, they can communicate with the planet will and grant them a blessing. This is the path of druids. Then this test is pointless for me. Although I am all for protecting nature, I am not exactly passionate about it. The part of passion can be slowly nurtured, explained Federici. The significant part is a soul that can become in tune with the planet's will. Chris immediately removed all expectations since he could already expect druids to be a very niche arcane subclass with stringent requirements. And as expected, he did not have the talent. Chris walked out of the building, sighing to himself. All right, there is no point in being depressed. I have a plan, and all I need to do is follow it, and I will be successful. He always knew he was ordinary and not one of the chosen's few. So, he only had to rely on hard work and dedication to succeed. According to his plan, Chris only had to wait 62 years to gather enough merit for that potion. Furthermore, that number would decrease over time. After motivating himself, Chris headed to work. After getting on the train, he suddenly received a call. Cruz? I haven't heard from you in a long time. I've been busy trying to adapt to this changing world. Cruz was one of his friends, and they grew up during the old era before the age of magic. However, a few years ago, Chris lost contact with him. I feel you. The world has changed so much that I sometimes feel too old. So, why am I hearing from you now? I heard you are looking for some money. I think I may have a way to help. Chapter 388, Chris Tu's Rise, 2. Chris wore a blue shirt, gray pants, black suit, and black robe that reached near his foot. In the current era, robes have become a fashion trend, often combined with the prominent fashion of the old era, like suits. After looking at a perfect holographic projection of himself, he checked his comb hair before walking out of his apartment. Knowing this was an important meeting, Chris went to the warp portal to arrive at his destination. In an instant, he arrived at the Central Arcane Bank. And at 10 a.m. sharp, someone called him for his meeting. Mr. Tu, said a man from the Somalia region. After shaking hands with Chris, he continued. You can call me Hassan. Mr. Hassan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hassan indicated for Chris to sit down before doing the same. You're an old-fashioned gentleman, aren't you? What do you mean? Most people born in the new era prefer to do almost everything online. But people born before the age of magic are more traditional. I try to adapt to the new era. But sometimes, I just slip into old habits, replied Chris. At least you are trying. One of the most difficult things is dealing with the older generations that only complain about how the world is not what it used to be, added Hassan as a holographic computer appeared before him. After partaking in a small chat with Chris, he went into business mode. Mr. Chris, you are applying for arcane merit. According to our policy, we have thoroughly investigated your background, including criminal records, education, family, achievements, etc. Then, we had an artificial intelligence take into account all the information gathered to determine the amount of merit the bank is willing to loan. And here is the number we came up with. Only 150 merit, commented Chris as he looked at the screen. This amount was nothing compared to the amount needed for even a level 1 dragon potion. This is a significant amount. Yes, but not enough. You should have expected. With your portfolio, the bank would be willing to loan you any amount of arcane coin. However, merit is entirely different. I thought the situation would be different with the recent war preparation announcement. Hassan shook his head. The merit system was created for two purposes, to motivate people to develop and contribute to the empire and to lure powerful arcanists from hoarding their research results and share it for valuable and rare resources strictly controlled by the government. However, at its core, the system is flawed. It mostly benefits scholar arcanists, scientists, and engineers. When it comes to fields like lawyers, politicians, historians, writers, or people who do not contribute to the development of civilization, its flaws began to show. Hassan placed these words in air quotes because this was an argument often used by certain people to argue for the flaw in the system. We live in a society that worships knowledge and innovation. So, it makes sense, nodded Chris. Yes. But knowledge and innovations are not enough to support the growth of a civilization. And the government knows this, hence why they passed laws like the Good Citizen Act that granted everyone merits for having good attendance and performance at their normal job. Or the recent Artist Appreciation Clause. Chris had read about the Artist Appreciation Clause that the council passed about 3 years ago. Before that, writers, filmmakers, video game designers, and others of that category could receive certain merits if someone turned an idea from their creations into reality. It could be a spell used by a character in a book or even an entirely new concept invented from the mind of a fantasy author. But now, the Artist Appreciation Clause has raised the amount they get paid for their ideas, encouraging people to create and innovate. Moreover, as long as the idea is new, these creators will receive some merit even before their concept is turned into an invention. From what I hear, new laws will be passed in a few months that will make it easier for non-research related people to acquire merit. Oh, could you elaborate? I don't know much. But the bills will be targeted at people like you. For example, if a legislator creates a bill that positively impacts the empire, they will receive arcane merit. They will receive merit if they solve a problem or find a flaw in the empire's laws or the place they have jurisdiction over. This is great for the empire in the long run. As long as the merit system does not fall to corruption, this kind of law will have a lasting effect, commented Chris. Indeed. As for the corruption of the system, only time can tell. Chris did not continue on the subject and talked for a few minutes with Hassan before leaving. He took the train to work, but everyone could tell he was not in the best mood. After work, he finally could not control his emotions, allowing the disappointment of today to overcome him. The 150 arcane merit only reduced the time he needed to save from 63 years to 58. If Chris counted the recent announcement that the potion's price was reduced, he would only need to save for 46 years. However, he cannot count that the discount will remain for long since the news has made it obvious it is only because of the possible upcoming chaos of the galaxy that could lead to large-scale war. After taking a shower, Chris did not immediately go to exercise and practice. Instead, he took out the bulk Coke soju he bought and drank. It was a special alcohol made by a family in the South Korea region targeting Aura Master. It had unique ingredients that would use the aura inside a person's body as fuel to generate a chemical that would make people drunk. The item was popular because it had no rank to drink. As long as someone had aura in their bodies, it would work. Chris thought of his future while drinking. For some reason, he felt his future was bleak, with no prospect in sight. He wanted to improve his life, but he did not know how. "Master, your vitals have indicated you are intoxicated," said Angela. "I know. I recommend detoxing before working out. If not, please go to sleep. It is not recommended to do high-intensity activities in your current state." Chris did not answer, and Angela did not pester him. She went to do other tasks while monitoring his vitals to ensure he was not in danger. Meanwhile, Chris suddenly remembered the call from a few days ago and called the person again. "All right, I'll meet you at the diner." The next day, he took the train to the Japanese region, and it only took him 30 minutes to arrive. After entering the diner, Chris immediately observed many things. This place seems to be in the style of the old era. There was no technology, robots, or magic. It was a simple cafe you would see in the old age. He took a seat, and a young Japanese lady came to ask him for his order. Chris noticed she spoke to him in Japanese instead of the arcane tongue. Luckily, it was one of the languages he knew, and he did not have to use a translator. "I'm waiting for someone," he told her, and she promised to return and take their orders. Half an hour later, another middle-aged man entered the cafe and sat before Chris. "Cruz, how have you been?" Same old, same old. What happened to you?" "After the Empire was established, you lost contact. I thought something had happened to you. The two used to be closed when they were young. However, after the Dementor invasion and the establishment of the Arcane Empire, Cruz disappeared, and Chris only heard about him many years later. But by then, their relationship was no longer the same. They never had a long conversation besides the ones a few days ago. Many things happened. I was trying to find myself in this changing world, trying to adapt and survive. Enough about me. Have you thought about my proposition?" Chris frowned but no longer focused on the detail. "Tell me about this race." Chapter 389, Chris Tiu's Rise, 3. The race takes place in one of the newly discovered star systems, on planet Rockback. Participants will use old-style vehicles to go through artificially created obstacle courses, explained Cruz. "It's a sport that relies purely on driving skill. I remember when we were young, you were quite the driver. After a few months of training, you have a chance of winning." When he was young, Chris was into street racing in the Philippines and was quite good, garnering a decent reputation. However, after an accident where he almost killed somebody, he quit that lifestyle and decided to improve his life. That was a long time ago. I know you have the talent. All you need is the proper training to win this race. Is it dangerous? For ordinary people, yes. But as long as you have the minimal amount of aura, it's fine. Chris pondered, deciding what choice to make. Is this thing even legal? You don't have to worry about that. You said you needed merit, right? The winner will receive 1,000 merit. Don't change the subject and answer me directly. Cruz looked around, checking to see if anyone was near. The event is legal and illegal. What does that mean? The government is aware of this black market sport. However, some powerful arcanist is behind the entire thing. So, as long as things proceed smoothly and do not cause trouble, the Empire will close one eye. Chris analyzed these kinds of black market businesses involve some level of corruption in the government. After all, there is nothing perfect in this world. Furthermore, other forms of politics are also involved. The Empire cannot put too many restrictions on some powerful arcanists, forcing them to revolt or fester negative feelings. So, closing one eye on certain things is one way to give them more freedom and placate them. 1,000 merit is a lot. With it, I can buy the potion in only 30 years with the discounts and 48 years without it. Chris mulled the situation over, thinking about what to choose. He did not want to get involved with illegal activities. Although Cruz made it sound like things were not that bad, he was smart and had enough wisdom to understand that illegal was illegal, no matter how beautifully it was painted. At the same time, he could not resist the temptation of the 1,000 merit. Why don't you come to watch one show before you decide, convinced Cruz, and after pondering for a second, he agreed. The next game was this Saturday, so they decided on a meeting spot before leaving, not even ordering coffee or tea. The waitress secretly cursed them for that. During the remaining week, Chris was on edge, constantly feeling guilty about breaking the law. He often wanted to call and cancel, but his greed for the 1,000 merit always stopped him. When Saturday arrived, he was not in the best shape. After all, he could not sleep a wink even with the virtual gaming cabin. He headed to the location agreed with Cruz, where he saw the ladder waiting for him. The two then headed to an alleyway where a man was wearing a hooded for them. Chris immediately became suspicious, but it was too late at this point. Relax, said Cruz before talking to the hooded figure. He is my referral. The hooded man looked up and down at Chris before taking out an instrument. Without hesitation, Cruz placed his hand on it. Your turn. What is it? What does it do? Asking too many questions, aren't we? Rebutted the hooded figure. Is there a problem with that? Refuted Chris. Don't worry. The thing only temporarily blocked the tracking method of your ID watch. Most citizens do not like the idea of planting chips inside their bodies. So, the ID watch served as an alternative. The watch is a computer, a phone, and even serves as identification for almost everything. Each of them is unique to its owner, and it takes a lot of time and effort to replace them. After hearing the watch's purpose, Chris became hesitant. Don't waste my time, said the hooded figure. Big Brother Arcane has so many ways to surveil you that this watch is the least of your problem. In the end, Chris could not resist. He felt he was already in too deep. He placed his hand in the device, and after a few seconds, the hooded figure asked him to remove it. He felt nothing else during the process. Cruz then led him to a room hidden by mirage magic. More than a dozen people were waiting inside, and they had to wait for others. In total, more than 30 people came. Finally, the hooded figure also entered with a staff in his hand. He activated a spell, and everyone disappeared, teleporting to an unknown location. Chris found himself in an ample space with nothing in sight besides a spaceship. Is this our transportation? Yes, replied Cruz. I thought we would teleport there. The Empire's space is strictly controlled and surveilled. Anyone who has a private warp portal has to be monitored. And owning an unauthorized one is grounds for imprisonment. The world has changed without you knowing. Have you noticed that things like flu network, port keys, and vanishing cabinets which were common in the early days, are now extremely regulated? Now that you mention it, that's true. The two had to wait online for almost an hour for everyone to board the ship. Subsequently, the ship entered a concealed state before flying to its destination, planet Rockback. The voyage took longer than he anticipated, as he only arrived more than 2 hours later. The moment he exited the spaceships, he heard loud cheering coming from the distance. He gazed in its direction, seeing a massive stadium with people entering. He could hear the cacophony of cheers even though he was more than 30 meters away. Let's go. I have some decent seats. Cruz led them to their seats, and Chris immediately knew why the crowd was cheering loudly. In the middle of the stadium was an enormous floating screen displaying highlights of the previous races. And things were exciting, to say the less. For the next 10 minutes, he gathered a basic understanding of this illegal race, including the danger and excitement. The person who organized this race must be wealthy. The truly rich one is the Empire, replied Cruz. Oh, what makes you say that? According to law, no individual or corporation can own their own planet. However, they can pay to borrow it. Borrow. I guess that makes sense if they want to own property or do shady business like this one. No, the main use of this method is to mine rare resources. Doing it like this is cheaper than directly buying them from the government. However, the amount of money saved is not even that much after paying taxes. It seems the Empire has a tight leash on private enterprises or corporations. Indeed, which is a shame. Not really, argued Chris. Unregulated capitalism is a recipe for disaster. And so is authoritarianism. True. But it has proven to be much better than the previous system. Chris decided to no longer focus on this conversation. He could tell his friend had changed from what he remembered. Not to mention, he seems to know many things that civilians should not be privy to. Luckily, the latter appeared not to want to continue this topic, and the host of the next race appeared in the stadium. Chapter 390, Chris Tu's Rise, 4. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, said a man with a purple tuxedo and blue bow tie, holding a microphone. It is I, your beloved host, Kramer. The crowd cheered for his presence. Calm down, calm down. I know you're not really here to see my pretty face. The crowd laughed, causing a storm of laughter. We will begin the race immediately, commented Kramer. But beforehand, I have some good news. A crowd favorite is here, and it is an old face. He paused for dramatic suspense. Let's welcome the old champion, Nam Talito. After only 3 years of retirement, he is back in the game. A black and yellow car came from an opening underneath the stadium. Most of the spectators were fans of old-era sports cars, so they quickly identified it was Valeside Mazda RX-7 Fortune. And after the fans saw the no-hair driver with a sleeveless shirt, they screamed even louder. You may not know this, continued Kramer after calming the crowd. But this match has some fascinating history behind it. Our next competitor was once married to Nam's sister. He was a part of his family. But he betrayed them and became champion in this track last year. So, welcome, Leanne O'Connor. Suddenly, the crowd became divided, half cheered for O'Connor while the rest booed him. O'Connor drove a Dodge Ice Charger and parked it next to Nam. Did our family mean nothing to you? Did all the time we spent together mean nothing? Asked Nam. No, it did not. I only became close to your family to learn all your drive skills and become a champion. Now, all that remains is to show the world I'm better than you, replied O'Connor. What about my sister? Lien paused for a moment, his mind momentarily distracted as he remembered her beautiful smile. She also meant nothing to me. Is that so? Do you know she's carrying your child? Lien's hand trembled slightly on the steering wheel. However, he quickly regained control of himself. You're lying to affect my mind. I won't believe a word out of your mouth. Nam looked out at his old friend, his old brother, and shook his head. He could tell he was no longer the man he knew. The person before him was a man driven by the desire for success, and he would do anything to achieve it. Now, let me introduce the remaining 10 contestants, announced Craven. However, he and the fans were not as enthusiastic about the others. Meanwhile, Chris observed everything through the large screen showing above the stadium. These champions are very popular. Indeed. There is one every year, and they have to win several matches before taking the spot, explained Cruz. What about this match? Is this some kind of special event? Basically, replied Cruz. Why don't they participate in official sports? From the highlights I saw, many of them have the talent for it, Chris asked, something he's been wondering for some time. There are many reasons. They do not like the strict rules of official sports. And more importantly, they are delusioned by the state of sports in this age. Chris understood. With aura and magic, sports in the Empire had to evolve and adapt. Firstly, they had to be classified based on Arcanist tiers. After all, a Tier 2 Aura Master was faster, stronger, and had overall better stats than Tier 1, let alone an average human. The existence of Aura Master has made sports more interesting for many people. After all, it is normal to watch a sport like American football, where the quarterback throws a ball at Mach 5 before the receiver catches it. Furthermore, there are leagues where magic is integrated into sports like basketball, baseball, and cricket. The rules were changed to accommodate magic. However, although many enjoy these sports, many people also feel they are no longer the sports from the old era despite the name. They complained about it and refused to watch or acknowledge the existence of these new era sports, as they called them. Kramer finished introducing the other participants before proceeding to the race itself. A countdown appeared on the screen as a beautiful woman holding 2 black and white flags with checked patterns. On the count of 0, she waved the flags down, signaling the start of the race. All the participants rushed forward, their engines making beautiful and powerful starts. Immediately from the start, Nam rapidly drove his car and took the first position. Meanwhile, O'Connor appeared as if he was in a hurry. He approached another car and remained a certain distance in front of it. The first obstacle was the loop track, where the cars had to drive upward before going down, traversing in a circular motion by defying gravity. The entire thing looked like one of the tracks for the Hot Wheels. Nam rushed into the loop track. An enchantment on the floor would boost the car's speed at the entrance. However, this did not mean he could pass the track. He had to maintain the car's speed at about 830 km per hour. Below that, he will not make it to the next enchantment and fall down the track. And if he goes higher than that, a driver needs superb skills to even achieve 830 km per hour, let alone surpass it and maintain the car's balance. No one could reach this speed if it were not for these people's aura. While Nam was rushing from one acceleration enchantment to the other, O'Connor took a different approach. His method was more ruthless, targeting the other competitors. He drove before another car. After the first acceleration, his vehicle reached 830 km per hour speed. Then, he began to interfere with the car behind him, preventing the latter from reaching the speed requirement. With his superb skills, O'Connor maintained his vehicle's speed by allowing the cars behind him to bump into him and give him a slight boost. He calculated the exact increase to be about 3 km per hour, so he drove his car to precisely 827 km per hour. Meanwhile, the participant began to slow down because of the constant bump. Without achieving the required speed, he did not reach the second enchantment, resulting in the car falling hundreds of meters from the sky. Bang! The car fell, and the crowd cheered with excitement. A few seconds later, the slightly injured driver punched a hole out of his vehicle. The race continued until the drivers reached halfway up the track, where they could form a perfect vertical line with the ground. Many people failed to maintain their composure while driving upside down. The fear affected their skills and prevented them from reaching the next enchantment. The result is that they fell from the sky, resulting in more severe injuries than the guy O'Connor played with. However, with these people's aura, these injuries could not kill them. Not to mention, the organization prepared medical aid for this event. A total of 4 contestants failed in the first obstacle, the loop track. Then, the participants drove to the next obstacle, the drifting mountain. The spectators cheered as they watched from the enormous screens, showing their fever for this adrenaline fuel sport. And despite its danger, Chris felt excited and a sense of excitement that his original dull never had. Maybe, this was a chance for a change. Chris had pursued the dream of being an arcanist for so many years. And so far, there has been little to no suspect. However, he could see his life as a driving champion, adored by countless fans. Maybe, the path of arcane was not for him. Chapter 391, Chris Tu's Rise, v. Chris walked out of the spaceship, his thoughts full of the race he had just experienced. He thought about the death-defying obstacles, the cheers of the crowd that bordered on worship, and the glory and sense of achievement of the winner, O'Connor. The latter's driving skill was ruthless and reckless, full of determination to do whatever it took to be the winner, similar to Chris' style in his youth. And after watching that race, he felt his passion for the sport reignited. "If you decide to return to the track, you can contact me," said Cruz. "I know an excellent trainer I can introduce you to." Chris distractingly nodded his head before returning home. The entire time, all he could think about was whether he should change his goal in life from becoming an arcanist to a driving champion. Instead of waiting decades to gather the money needed for the potion, it might be in his best interest to follow this path. By becoming a champion, he would get access to wealth and glory. And later on, he could use his earnings from the race to finally buy the potion and become an arcanist. This path was perfect for him. After making a decision, Chris felt relieved, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulder. He took a step toward the bathroom to wash before suddenly stopping. No. My dream has always been to wield magic. Why would I give up now? Chris remembered when wizards revealed themselves to the world. The entire planet changed overnight on that day. It became brighter, less mundane, and more magical. Chris can still remember the envy he felt towards these wizards. And not long afterward, the first mage tech technology appeared. It was a flying broom that anyone could use. He waited in line for more than 8 hours before getting his hand on. When that broom flew into the sky, his pure joy was unlike anything he had sensed in his entire life. Time passed, and he witnessed wizards rapidly being integrated into society. They were everywhere in the news. And because the news by then was mostly negative and about true history, most people would only watch the few channels that displayed the positive image of wizards. Then, Chris witnessed the Dementor invasion. During this time, he finally learned of magic's dark side and cruelty. Nevertheless, his desire for it only increases. And mage tech could no longer satisfy his appetite. Time continued to flow like a river, and the Empire was established after humanity understood the terror of the universe and magic. News of Project Magician was secretly released to the public, giving hope to many people with the same goal as Chris. After waiting for more than 30 years, the project was completed. But he did not have any magical talent and failed his test, crushing his hope and dream. After that test, Chris almost went into a dark corner of his mind, but he persevered with his willpower. He believed the Empire would one day have a way for him to achieve his dream. So, he waited. When the Gate of Truth appeared and he was given hope at wielding extraordinary power, he took the chance. It was revealed he had a low affinity with energy control, so he could not use the gate to become an arcane sorcerer. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with only being able to use basic transmutation, as this was another form of magic. The greatest day of his life was when the Empire announced the existence of the dragon potion. He knew that his chance had finally arrived, and he only had to wait. Bind his time, do his job, and save as much as possible. Then, he would accomplish his goal, and his future would be bright. For this goal, he did not marry or have any relationship despite being in his 80s. He was dedicated to being successful before even starting a family. Chris felt all his life flashing in his eyes. He did not think he would give up so quickly after a moment of excitement. "Maybe my mental health is declining," he muttered before looking at his golem, Angela. He pondered whether he should use the psychoanalysis module to help with his mental issue. All citizen golems essentially had a therapy mode to help them watch out for their mental health. Better yet, let's talk to someone, thought Chris, commanding Angela to contact the National Mental Service and asking for a meeting with a licensed therapist. And immediately, he received an online appointment for an hour later. Chris went to shower before logging into the virtual web for his meeting. He found himself in a room with a couch and a young woman with dark skin and curly hair sitting opposite him with a pen and paper. "You look familiar," commented Chris. "You probably saw me on TV," she replied. "You're Dr. Shennis King, considered the best spiritual arcanist of the Empire and a great advocate for mental health issues." Chris has seen this woman on television and read about her. Not only was she a Tier 6 arcanist, a tower master, but she was also famous in the early rise of the Empire. She was always on some network advocating for better mental health laws or policies. She argued that mental health needed to be an essential part of the Empire's growth because of the rapid development of technology, magic, and society in general. She argued it was necessary to help the citizens better adapt. Dr. King is responsible for the psychoanalysis mode used in Chris Golem, along with the one used by many tower masters through their tower spirit. "One of the best," replied Dr. King with a gentle smile. I thought someone like you would be doing research or speaking at some conference. I've always believed in personally treating patients. And one of the advantages of being a therapist with godly powers is that I can divide my mind into millions to help as many people as possible. That must be nice. Dr. King noticed the slight envy in his tone. So, Chris, what brings you to see me today? Chris hesitated for a moment before telling everything that occurred, including his illegal activities. He also talked to her about the possible life crisis he just had, how he suddenly changed his mind and abandoned his decade-long dream. Dr. King immediately felt something was wrong, so she used her authority to look out for the government's official data gathered on Chris, including an analysis of his personality. Determined, driving, hardworking, patient or forbearing, and ambitious. Such a person would never have such a sudden change. If you don't mind, could you use a soul connection to link to the virtual network? Is something wrong? Hurriedly asked Chris. Maybe. Chris hesitated before logging out and logging back on using Soul Link instead of a neural link. Immediately, Dr. King began to use her expertise to analyze his soul. As expected. What is it? Someone or something placed a compelling spiritual hint into your soul. Spiritual hint? Why? I don't know exactly. But its purpose seems to influence your choice of career. They did this to make me become a driver. But that doesn't make sense. Indeed, especially since the spell on was par with a Tier 5 Arcanist. What's more surprising is that you broke through the spell on your own, she analyzed with great surprise. How did you do it? I don't know. Is there something special about you, or did something happen to the caster? She did a quick scan of his soul but could not detect anything. Definitely the former. Maybe, she replied. I will report your situation. Am I going to get in trouble? No. The people behind that race will have to shut down since they broke the rules. But nothing will happen to you. That's a relief. All right. Let's continue our research. In some demi-plane, two shadow figures communicated. One was kneeling on a knee, bowing to the other. Master, the plan against Chris Tu failed. Tell me something I don't know, you waste, replied the standing figure. Chapter 392, Chris Tu's Rise, 6. Tartarus was notified when the spell failed. However, what angered him was not long afterward, he received a visit from the government to revoke his permit to operate Planet Rockbach because of harming the citizens. At the same time, he had to pay a hefty penalty fee. Tartarus did not care about all of this. What he cared about the most was the fact he failed the mission from the secret organization called Underworld. He dismissed the messenger while thinking to himself. Their organization received the help of a powerful diviner with a bit of seer bloodline. That person divined the existence of linchpins of the Empire. However, they could not pinpoint the exact person, they could only forecast many people who were possibly the linchpin. Amongst these 5 individuals, Chris Tu was one of them. After pondering for a moment, he counted his leader, Hades. What is it? Asked Hades, also showing up as a shadowy figure. The mission failed, stated Tartarus in a low voice. Do you know what you're saying? Tartarus knew the severity of his failure. Their group could only detect the Empire's linchpin before Empress Luna because she was only Tier 6 and had not wholly mastered her powers. Meanwhile, they received the foreign of a high-tier diviner. Their task was to change the fate of these linchpins before they were detected, preventing them from growing into the individuals that would fundamentally change the Empire. Upon success, they would receive unimaginable rewards. What exactly went wrong? Asked Hades. I don't know exactly. I had a Tier 5 Arcanist cast the spell to prevent it from being traced back to us. However, not long after Chris returned home, I sensed the spell being broken. A few minutes afterward, the government came knocking on my door. Has your identity been discovered? No. I've covered my track. They probably think I was using Planet Rockbach to do illegal business. How did Chris break the spell? Asked Hades, which was the question he most would like to know. I don't know. But I suspect the government has already detected his linchpin status and has people watching him. Tartarus had no proof for this statement, but it was the only one that made sense logically. Furthermore, he would say anything to absolve himself of this failure. Fine. Lay low for a while, ordered Hades before cutting the communication. He did not believe Tartarus' explanation since there were too many holes. For example, if the government had already detected Chris' existence as a linchpin, Tartarus would never survive. The moment they detected something wrong with Chris, they would arrest him, keep him in the rumored secret quantum prison, and torture him for information. The Empire would not stop until they investigated him thoroughly. Hades left him off because he needed the wealth and influence of Tartarus. If Underworld were to succeed in its mission to destabilize the Arcane Empire, it would need all the help needed. Planet Earth. Chris finished his session with Dr. King, feeling better and refreshed. He had a few more sessions, but he was once again feeling like himself. Dr. King is truly wonderful, talented, caring, and beautiful. His face blushed a little before remembering he was an 80-yearsman despite looking like he was in his 40s. He sat down to think about his future. I need to go back to school. Chris understood that education was the most direct way to elevate his status in the current era and the best way to decrease the time needed to save up for that potion. He surfed the web searching for information about spirit software engineer. As the name implies, it is the magical version of being a software engineer. This field appeared even before the establishment of the Empire when wizards found a way to fuse a soul with a computer. They discovered that any regular soul has a large amount of computing power if dealt with properly. Further studies showed that spiritual powers or soul strength could be transmitted to large distances with little effort. Interstellar communication was easily established by building one server on Mars and one on Earth. Spirit web was also more secure than the normal web as hacking involved dealing with a massive conscious spiritual power. As a spirit software engineering, Chris would develop software for the web, which is not too far from his job since he was a regular software engineer. Chris first looked at schools that specified this subject and hesitated whether to apply. He was not worried about the process of attending school since it was free. Besides, high-level knowledge used by powerful arcanists, universities, and other forms of education are free. However, Chris was worried about whether these schools would accept him since they had different requirements. He felt he was not in the mood for a lengthy application process, nor would he like to deal with rejection. So, he decided to sign up for the Arcane Online University. The Emperor really likes the name Arcane, joked Chris in his mind. The word arcane has become a joke amongst the populace due to how much it is used when naming government-related things. Any one citizen could apply to Arcane Online University to learn any subjects or get their degree. Any job or company accepts the certificate from this online university since the government guarantees it. Most graduates will, in fact, receive direct invitations for government positions. Without wasting time, Chris signed up and had his first class 3 days later. This class was more on the syllabus for the first year of the course, which involved learning many coding languages. Chris knew he had to learn various languages like the Soul language code, derived from the Soul language that some devils spoke. There was the ancient rune language, arcane rune language, and many others. After the first class, Chris felt a sense of excitement he has not felt for a long time. So, he decided to invest in his education by buying a young brain potion. It is easier for children's brains to absorb information and knowledge, which is why it's easier for them to learn multiple languages at a young age. This potion reverts the brain to that stage while keeping the focus and determination of an adult. It is cheaper than things like the eidetic memory potion, so Chris did not hesitate to buy it. For the next few weeks, he would go to work out at home, and go to school through the virtual network. Then, he had his first test on the program. Unfortunately, he failed miserably. The written portion of the exact was fine, but Chris performed terribly in the practice portion. After the test, he received a summon from a guidance counselor at the university. The advisor told him that this course relied heavily on spiritual strength, and as a Tier 0 or a Master, he had very little of it. If he wanted to pass the course and graduate, he would need to be at least Tier 1, but he advised it would be best to reach Tier 3 as soon as possible. This news devastated Chris because he was about to dip in his savings. He realized he could forcefully raise himself to Tier 3 or a Master by piling resources, but all his savings would be gone, meaning he would have to save for more than 140 years before buying the potion. Of course, that estimate did not consider his earning potential after graduating and getting his certificate. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and purchased the things he needed. He placed faith in himself and the future. 5 years passed, and Edward had secretly left. Chris was in the last year of the 6 years program. One day, he was walking home, thinking about last night's class. Suddenly, the world around him began to shake uncontrollably. Chris felt the sun suddenly disappear, even though it was the middle of the day. He raised his head with difficulty to look above, and his face changed, full of undisguised horror. Chapter 393, Chris Tu's Rise, 7. Chris' legs trembled as fear rushed through his very spine. He had never felt this kind of dread even during the Dementor invasion when he thought the world would end. Since he used abundant resources to become a Tier 3 or a Master, Chris has felt confident, happy, and hopeful for the future. However, when he saw that enormous bony hand that appeared bigger than the entire planet, no, the whole solar system, he felt his mind overwhelmed by the fear of death. All concepts of joy, health, stability, and goodness were gone, replaced only by the fear of approaching death. Bang. Everything shook, forcing Chris to wake up from his immobilized state and balance himself. Luckily for him and all the people in the solar system, a pure white appeared in space, protecting everyone from the bony palm. Chris heard an alarm from his watch saying something along the line that the Grand Arcane Shield was activated. However, he was too distracted by the constant earthquakes to pay attention. He looked at his surroundings and saw magic circles appearing on the buildings, the roads, and above the sky. Bang. The magic circles in one of the floating buildings in the area suddenly stopped, and the entire building dropped from the sky. And unfortunately, it fell on poor Chris, who was trying to keep himself afloat amidst the earthquakes. Punch. He tore his way out of the debris as a white energy aura surrounded his body. His clothes were dirty, and his left shoulder was bleeding. Chris also felt his breathing was difficult due to breaking a few ribs. A look of relief appeared on his face after surviving this ordeal. If he did not use all that money on his aura master training, he would be a corpse by now. Chris focused his senses on listening to the people yelling for help. Despite his injury, he rushed to the nearest person. He controlled him, aura, to strengthen his body and dug out a woman. Ignoring her constant thanks, he prepared to help another person. However, before he could move, countless arcanists suddenly apparat and began to take action. Some were in charge of preventing more buildings and cars from falling. Others were responsible for digging out people, healing, and managing the earthquakes. Small spaceships appeared in the sky, beaming people out from the rubble. Legions of golems appeared out of nowhere and began the repair measures with the Reparo charm. Someone came to heal Chris. The process took only a few minutes since his injuries were considered minor. He asked if he could help, but the Arcanist told him he had done enough and the government would take it from now. So, Chris asked if they knew what was happening, but he received a negative answer. After healing, Chris headed home as instructed. On his way, he could see the golems repairing most of the damages, including the falling architecture. If it were not for the constant earthquakes, the smell of blood in the air, the sound of crying, and the bodies properly kept by these Arcanists, he would have thought none of the recent events had occurred. After reaching his apartment complex, the wailing sounds became more vivid. He guessed many people must have lost someone. But he could only sigh. He opened his apartment room and saw a worried Angela waiting for him. Usually, it would creep him out when Angela displayed such a level of human emotions. But he felt relieved this time around. "Master, I'm glad you are okay." "Me too. Did we suffer any destruction?" "Yes. The expansion enchantment stopped working. We lost the other rooms." Chris finally realized his apartment was smaller than usual. His bathroom, workout room, and study were now gone since the space was no longer expanded by magic. "You should check your watch," suggested Angela, and Chris did so since he thought it was appropriate at this moment. He had 3 messages. The first one was about the activation of the Grand Arcane Shield, which he knew very little about until the message briefly explained it was the Empire's last defensive method in case it faced a catastrophe. The second message was to ask all citizens to remain calm in this difficult time. In general, it reassured everyone that things were not as bad as they appeared. The third message stated the Empire would reimburse all damages suffered during this catastrophe. "I guess I don't have to worry about the extension enchantment," muttered Chris, satisfied with the government's swift response. Then, he turned the TV on, waiting for any news. Most channels were not functional, including Arcane News, which directly reported all news from the government. After an hour of waiting, the earthquake reduced to a manageable proportion, and some channels began to operate. However, there was no news about the situation. The other news channels were very discreet in their report, not wanting to disseminate false information. Or they would pay dearly. For the next 24 hours, no official news to explain the situation came forward. Chris spent the entire night before the TV, waiting. He felt relieved when he saw the beautiful face of the anchor, Akana Mikasa. "Breaking news," said Akana with a somber tone. "A Tier 9 death god named Guznad has attacked all the powerful civilizations of the Milky Way galaxy. The Intergalactic Federation and the Intelligence have fallen. The Elven Kingdom and the Starskins have suffered terrible damage. And many have been lost in our empire, a total of 2.7 billion people." The news proceeded to show a video of Empress Olivier, Bellatrix, Grindelwald, who was hiding his identity, the Flammel couple, and Dumbledore, who had to turn into Edward's appearance, fighting a shadowy black figure. The video was not of good quality and was very short. Nevertheless, it conveyed the seriousness of the situation to the populace. After the Arcane News relayed some basic information, the screen cut to a national address by the Emperor. The address began with a moment of silence for the fallen. Then, the speech talked about the danger and horror of the universe. The Emperor told its people not to despair, that the Empire was ready to face any foreign threats and to prepare for the upcoming war that would envelop the entire galaxy. Finally, the Emperor promised to use the highest prohibited magic of the Empire to revive the fallen. However, he also warned that not all individuals could be revived due to the nature of Guznad's death. Chris had to stay home since many things were still shut down. 2 days later, he received the news that a quarter of the people could be revived, about 675 million. This news stirred some controversy as the family of the people who experienced true death complained about how unfair it was their loved ones could not be saved. Chris did not know how to feel about this. Some of him understood their pains, but the others did not agree with their selfishness. Nevertheless, he was soon distracted by 2 things. The first one was another nationwide message. The ID watch that all citizens have been updated. Teleportation enchantment and technology will be incorporated to allow them to teleport the citizens to another dimension in case of a disaster like the previous one. The message warned that teleportation might be affected and not possible during these tragedies. So, the government will build special bunkers as the last resort in case the watch fails. These bunkers are designed to survive the planet's explosion, and in the future, they will be upgraded to survive star system, and even galaxy-level annihilation events. The second distraction was a call from Dr. King to see him and check on his mental health. Chris stopped seeing her after a few sessions since he felt his mental health was on the right track. But once in a while, he would check with her, so he was not surprised by the call. Chapter 394, Chris Tu's Rise, 8. Chris observed Dr. Shennis King and noticed she was different today. Her usually well-buttoned shirt was slightly open. Her hair was not as well done as usual, and he swore he could see heavy bags under her eyelids. "You look tired," he commented. "I am," she responded, showing some vulnerability. She had to divide her mind into more than 100 million sections to help as many people as possible. This was an incredible feat but also placed quite a burden on her. Is the situation so bad? Suicide attempts have risen by 700% in the past few days since the incident. So high. I cannot imagine how many people died. Only a few succeeded, reassured Dr. King. It is not so easy to commit suicide in this day and age. The ID watch on all citizens can monitor an individual's vitals and call for the authority once they reach a dangerous level. If that does not work, the maid golem available in most citizens' households has a similar function. Furthermore, the government cast a planetary-wide life detection spell to detect the vitals of all citizens in the Empire's territory. If someone tried to take their life, it would be detected, and someone will come to aid them. "So, the situation is under control?" asked Chris, somewhat relieved. "You would think so. But it has reached the point that memory wiping is being considered as a solution. Too many people cannot get rid of the horror of that gigantic bony palm. Until these days, the Empire citizen knew of the universe's danger but only experienced it a few days ago. Many people realized some powerful entity could come at any moment and erase their entire civilization from the face of the universe. As a result, a lot of people cannot deal with this fact, resulting in a spike in mental health decline. The National Bureau of Mental Health has been working non-stop to tackle the situation. They gathered all the trained psychologists and many wizards whose main field involved spirit or the mind to tackle the problem. Then they officially granted Shennis King the position of department chief since she was mainly a foreign advisor. And one of the solutions to this problem is to remove the experience from these people's minds. The idea is that even if they watched videos of it online or heard people talk about it, they can look at the entire thing from an outsider's point of view, instead of someone who directly experienced it. "Will that work?" asked Chris. "I don't. Look at how unprofessional I am. I should not talk about these things with you." Dr. King caressed her temple, feeling more tired. She should not have these kinds of conversations with her patient. "I'm too relaxed around him," she thought before reining in her thoughts. "How are you doing?" "I think I'm okay. Shocked at first, but all right." "And how did you feel?" Chris spent the next hours in a session. And Dr. King told him everything appeared to be all right so far, but she still recommended a few more sessions. Chris resumed work but requested to stay home instead of going into the office. One day, while at home, another major news appeared on his TV. It was about a large case of corruption in the government and terrorist activities. According to the news, all houses in the Empire must include anti-destruction enchantments to combat earthquakes and other forms of destruction. However, many government agents pocketed the money for the enchantment while using cheap materials and creating flawed methods. And some people neglected these enchantments and did not check and repair them regularly. Additionally, there are suspected terrorist groups believed to have secretly tampered with countless enchantments all over the Empire's territories. Chris watched in shock as many politicians and government workers were arrested. They all had their faces blurred to hide their identities, most likely to prevent the populace from enacting vengeance on their families. Chris gritted his teeth in anger. He could only imagine how many people could have been saved if not for these people's greed. He wanted to punch something even if it was the air. Luckily, a notification from his watch distracted him. And after reading it, he was again shocked, this time for a positive reason. He received a notification from the government that he would receive the Honor Citizen title because of the woman he rescued. This title came with a large sum of arcane points and 1,000 merit. Additionally, it will grant him many other benefits like higher access to the Arcane Grand Library, discounts on certain products, more job opportunities, and priority for certain resources. 1,000 merit. That's all the savings I used on my aura training. Chris did not expect his act of kindness to reward him to such an extent. The next day, he flew to a ceremony with a few others who received the same title. The event was broadcast to the nation, and Empress Olivier attended the ceremony and even shook hands with everyone. This was a day Chris would never forget. Scene break. A year passed, and today was Chris' graduation. The ceremony took place in Academy City, making Chris very excited to visit the site known as the Cradle of Civilization, since ordinary citizens are now allowed to a place like this. And when he landed, he began to look around. He gazed at the hundreds of towers looming over the entire city. His gaze twinkled as he daydreamed of owning one of these towers one day. I will have my own tower, he muttered to himself. He only had a short time for sightseeing, so he did not waste the opportunity. He visited the place he had the authority to. Chris suddenly noticed an increase in the number of undead in this place. It was not the first time he had made these observations since he had recently noticed them becoming more popular. There are more media, like movies, games, books, etc., about them. And most portrayed them on a positive note. Chris felt something was fishy. Undead like vampires and ghosts were normal in the Empire. Only creatures like Dementors and Inferi were not as socially accepted. However, recently, there has been a lot of research on the possibility of integrating these creatures into society. Chris shook his head to continue his tour. The Empire was in a state of mobilization, with an all-out war on the horizon. He did not want to think about these topics. For today, he only wanted to relax. After the tour, Chris proceeded to the graduation and received his diploma. Nothing exciting occurred. Afterward, he met with one of his friends, his only friend, Jared. They had a meal at a restaurant. Typically, Chris was not the type of person to easily make friends. However, Dr. King warned him about acting asocial like most arcanists. Chris, you never told me if you received any offers, asked Jared. I did. I'm going to work for the military, replied Chris. He found a job programming for the spaceships of the space fleet. It's a hard job involving a lot of secrecy, but it's a high pay and room for promotion. Chris's salary had increased by at least 7 times compared to his previous job. However, what pleased him the most was the probability increase of acquiring more merit. According to his calculation, he only needed 37 years to save enough to buy his potion, and that's only by doing his job and with no other opportunities. You're top 30 in the class. I should expect you to get such a good job, Jared commented with slight envy. What about you? I've got an offer from a small virtual reality game design company, and I will take it. That's not bad considering your grade. Jared was the kind of man who liked to enjoy himself. As such, he missed a lot of classes even though they were online. Luckily, he bonded with Chris over cars while trying to borrow notes. Have you heard of the universe web? Asked Jared. No. What's that? It's basically the internet used by the entire universe. It's a prevalent form of communication outside of the Empire. Recently, it has begun to gain traction. Is it safe? That, I don't know. What I do know is that it is a method that the Empire cannot monitor, unlike Skynet. So, many people are now using it for this reason. Chris frowned. He knew the power of the web with data gathering. And when magic and spiritual power get involved, things become even more complex. So, he is weary of this kind of foreign thing. Yes, the Skynet is heavily monitored. However, Chris can argue that it's being used in the people's best interest. Even if that was not true, so far, there has been no evidence to suggest otherwise. However, when it came to this universe web, he did not know who was in control of it and what purpose they were using it. He knew for sure it was not in the interest of the Empire's citizens. What's the government's stand on this thing? Nothing. They haven't stopped or condoned it. They just let it be. I'll research it before deciding whether to get one. Jared nodded and did not push the subject anymore. He knew his friend was somewhat of a royalist and quite patriotic. Luckily, he was not one of these patriotic people who refused to accept any criticism of the Empire. After chatting for a while, Chris returned home, preparing for his employment. He had to pack since the job was on another planet. A week later, he hopped on a military spaceship to his destination. Time passed, 10 years to be exact. Edward had returned home, but it was not announced to the public yet. Anne, I know I said Chris' story would end in this chapter. But the chapter was longer than expected. It will end in the next. I promise. Chapter 395, Christ's Rise, 9. I'm telling you, it's the truth, said Jared. The Empire is totally responsible for the downfall of the universe web. So, we are down another rabbit hole of one of your conspiracies, commented Chris. I think the last time was about the fall of the Martians. Are you telling me the Martians mysteriously die right after the Atlanteans surrender? He argued. It's obvious the government is cleaning the house before the war. Anyways, that's not what we are talking about. It's been a few months, and this conspiracy has been retired by most people. Why are you so insistent? I have this gut feeling that it's true. The technology behind the universe was unlike anything anyone had ever seen, including the Empire. Who would have the capability of taking it down? Countered Chris. The Arcane Emperor can, Jared rebutted. After seeing that floating city, I believe he can do anything. Chris did not know how to argue this time. Many citizens were in awe after seeing the power of the floating city. And every citizen has once dreamt of owning a floating city, traveling throughout the universe, and exploring countless dimensions. They will fight gods, discover new species and civilizations, and unravel new magic and the mystery of life. And Chris swore to himself he would one day own a floating city. The dragon potion he wants to buy is only level 3, meaning his magical talent will be mediocre. However, he is ready to save for thousands of years to buy a level 5. Then, he will save for a few million years if necessary to save enough money to purchase a floating city. Many people are debating whether the floating city will become common among arcanists. But he firmly believes that it will. Let's not talk about this, Chris stated. How are things doing on your part? Did you save as I told you to? Of course not, he replied. We live in a dangerous time of war. Who knows when the Empire will suddenly begin to draft ordinary citizens? I have to live my life to the fullest before I die on some foreign planet fighting a bunch of moving skeletons. All citizens of the Empire are Aura Masters and only need little training to become proper soldiers. So, it's not far-fetched that there would be a draft, commented Chris. However, I still don't think there will be one. Why? Do you know something? Since his friend worked for the military, he might be privy to some unknown information. No. It's just my analysis. I see. So, why do you think so? One word, clones, he explained. Clone mass production technology has rapidly developed in the past years. So, they will be used first in large quantity before it's the citizens' turn. That's true, responded Jared before sneering. Cloning and its use in experiments and warfare have been one of the Empire's most controversial opinions, resulting in many groups and protesters advocating for their rights. However, after the events of the Fall of Darkness, as the brutality of magical space warfare is revealed to the public, many of them began to change their mind, especially when the possibility of drafting loomed over their heads. Of course, many people of conviction still continued their ideals. However, this scandal did significant damage to their cause. All right. I have to go back to work, added Chris. He then ended the communication to finish his work. Only 17 years of saving. I'm so close, he muttered as motivation. He logged into his coding software. It was an all-white space with nothing else in sight. Then, Chris used his spiritual power to write the codes. After writing for a few hours, he suddenly received a notification. He knew it was not time to end his work, so it must be important. He exited the program and checked his email. Immediately his eyes squinted. A new update to the library. A new era where everyone has magical abilities. Scene break. Chris walked to the testing site. With his honor citizen title, he was one of the first to have this opportunity. Although it has only been a few days since the update, he did not know he felt. After saving for so long, the thing he had dreamed about for decades was not available to everyone in the Empire. Before meeting the woman in charge of the test, he went through the proper identification process. And he was somewhat dazed for the entire process. Excuse me. Is it true that I will become an arcanist? Yes, you don't have to worry. What about talent? Will this not be an issue? Yes and no, explained the lady. In the first awakening procedure, the amount of mana you contain in your body will be determined by your talent. However, a second procedure will give you a unique bloodline guarantee to reach Tier 3. However, the time it takes to reach there, how strong you are, and your mana regeneration and control will be based on talent and knowledge. Also, your effort. I see. Let's begin the test first. The woman had Chris place his hand on a crystal orb. Huh, muttered the tester. Is something wrong? Chris was worried that he was some sort of anomaly and that the new method would not work for him. No. You have a natural willpower of 2. Is that bad? On the contrary, it's really high, explained the tester. Is the maximum level 3? No, 10. And 2 is a high number. Correct. From the information she received, most Tier 10 gods will only have this level of willpower. Chris did not know what to say. So, what does this mean? You will receive some grant from the government. Really? Don't get excited. Willpower will only become beneficial after Tier 6 and above. That won't stop me, argued Chris. He finally found something about him that was not ordinary. So, of course, he would be excited. That's the spirit, encouraged the tester before bringing him to a room with a magical circle on the ground. A flash of light appeared, and Chris disappeared before reappearing in another room full of books. He did not look around for long before sensing a mysterious power acting on his body. After a few minutes, he felt something inside him. Is this mana? He muttered with excitement. Then, he tested it out. Lumos, he chanted. A spark of light flashed in his hand before disappearing. However, Chris was excited beyond words. He had read about the first-year curriculum of magic schools like Hogwarts and remembered the spells and the theories. He focused more before chanting again, Lumos. After 4 attempts, he finally created a ball of light in his palms. Then, Chris laughed like a maniac. Tears fell down his eyes as he looked at this tiny piece of the floating ball. I'm an arcanist. Blop. He fell to the ground, feeling a wave of weakness overcoming him. As expected, a small mana pool, he muttered. However, the happiness on his face did not stop. While resting on the floor, a book flew over and landed on his hand. Is this my grimoire? The tester explained many things to him. Chris opened the book. Velocity magic. Isn't that vector transformation from that one paper I read? Chris was excited since his natural magic was quite powerful. Nevertheless, he reined in his emotions since he knew he had a long way to go. Chris stays on the floor for too long to recuperate. So, the tester summoned him back before giving him a mana regenerating potion. He drank it with embarrassment. He proceeded to the next step, where he was placed in a machine and underwent some sort of surgery. They asked him what bloodline he wanted, and he chose the Archwizard class without hesitation. He had no desire to become a priest, archer, or crusader. After the surgery, he did not feel much different. The tester then handed him a magical artifact in the form of a watch. The watch would teleport them to a dimension where he has to kill a bunch of magical creatures. This will then result in skill points that he can use to increase his stats, including mana. This sounds like an RPG virtual reality game in real life, commented Chris. It is. Chris was shocked as he realized how far the Empire had reached in such a short time. Here is a booklet explaining everything you need to know about this dimension, continued the tester. Take care of the watch. You only have it because of your title. Other citizens must go to the designated area for their training. Chris nodded as he felt lucky for this treatment. He also guessed it was not only because of his honor citizen title but also because of his willpower. He rushed home to read the booklet and prepare. His magical path was right before him. As such, he did not want to waste time. Chapter 396, Chris Tiyu's Rise, Finale. 2 chapters today. Consider it a late Christmas gift. Chris read everything he needed about the Konosuba dimension to prepare for his journey. He wanted to be ready. Afterward, he planned his next step. He first debated whether to take magical classes and learned a few spells, or directly go hunting. After weighing the pros and cons, he realized this mana pool was too small to be of use. He was almost a squib. However, he had another advantage. He was a tier 3 or a master. He used his military connection to buy a decent magical sword without wasting time. Most citizens must learn basic hand-to-hand combat, gun shooting, and the basics of one melee weapon. This law caused the Aura department much trouble in the early days. After getting some decent gear, Chris activated his watch. A golem received him and even helped him acquire a skill card. And as expected, Aura was one of the skills already registered, including his spiritual software engineer. The golem gave him a map that displayed the allocation of monsters in different areas. The areas were labeled based on their tier 0 to 3. And there was no other living creature inside besides the new people. Before the worldwide upgrade and revelation of his return, Edward moved all the citizens of Konosuba, including the Spark Gods. They were now slowly being integrated into the Empire. As for the entire world, it was turned into a training place for the citizen to use the power of karma to reach tier 3. Fleur combined the Crimson Magic family bloodline with the unique bloodline that the adventure cards will grant individuals when they change classes. Hermione even upgraded the karma system of the world. Which area should I go to? Pondered Chris. Tier 3 area would give him the fastest rise, but it was also the most dangerous. From what he knows, someone will come to save him if he is in danger. But there is also the possibility of not arriving on time. Let's go to the tier 2 area. If there is danger, he can still run away. So, he headed to an area with a creature called boxing kangaroos. Based on the live map, he found an isolated one and attacked. He rushed forward and slashed his sword horizontally. And to his embarrassment, the magical creature dodged, making Chris smile in shame as he realized his lack of combat abilities. Ignoring his opponent's mocking look, he activated his aura and used the overwhelming physical stat difference to kill the animal. He felt a mysterious power rush inside his body and hurriedly checked his skill card. As expected, he leveled up. Technically speaking, he was level 0, while the kangaroo was level 34. Levels 0 to 9 are tier 0, 10 to 20 is tier 1, 21 to 340 is tier 2, and 41 to 60 is tier 3. Chris immediately added all his points to increase his mana. As he sensed the increase, an uncontrollable joy appeared in his mind. He headed to the next target. And this time, he did not rush in for the attack. As the Emperor said, fighting head-on is barbaric. True mages fight long distances and spam their enemy with magic. Chris remembered the chaos when the Arcane Emperor said these words in an interview. All hand-to-hand arcane subclasses rioted. Then, the pure mages came to defend the Emperor, saying he was correct. Finally, the Emperor had to come out to explain it was a poor joke and sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, many people knew the Emperor was not fond of direct fighting. Chris summoned his grimoire to activate his unique magic. He increased the velocity of his sword, drastically increasing its speed. It pierced the kangaroo's head before the creature even realized what had occurred. Chris controlled the vector of the sword to change direction, achieving a power similar to telekinesis. Like a child, he continued to control the sword, making it fly upward, downward, side to side, etc. He had a smile plastered on his face like a child who received a new toy for Christmas. A few minutes later, he suddenly felt lighthearted as his men ran out. Embarrassed again that he had lost control, he used his aura to walk to a safe area to recuperate his mana before continuing hunting. He killed a few more boxing kangaroos before becoming bolder and deciding to fight more than one at once. He was successful, but Chris realized he needed a defensive spell. He tried creating a field around him that redirected all vectors directed at him. He thought the process would be difficult, but after trying for a few hours, a new spell appeared in his grimoire. Is this the benefit of high willpower? He remembered the information explained this grimoire system favored people with determination or high willpower. With a way to protect himself, Chris continued his hunting. A month later. Fireball, he chanted before creating a ball of fire 5 times that of a basketball, sundering more than 100 magical beasts. Bottomless swamp, he waved his staff to create a swamp and trap a ground of long-legged chickens, a tier 3 animal that was very fast. Lightning strike. Lightning descended from the sky to destroy the long-legged chickens. Is this the power of a tier 3 arcanist? How fascinating, he muttered. After a month of non-stop hunting, he was now level 60. He had learned all the skills, and his grimoire had a few more spells. Can I say my dream is accomplished? He continued. No, this is just the beginning. He controlled his grimoire to manipulate the wind around him to create 2 high-powered tornadoes in his back and fly away. After resting, he returned home. After reaching tier 3, Chris felt he had reached a plateau, making it difficult to improve further. From what he knew, there were other dimensions where one could hunt to get higher levels. Edward took a few more worlds under the Spark Gods. They were one of the many random iSky novels that came out every year. These worlds could reach tier 6 through hunting and gathering karma. However, things in talent will begin to take place from now. Someone like Chris has to go to extreme lengths to reach tier 4. Furthermore, there was no safety net in these dimensions. If you die, you die. No one will come to save a citizen in danger, that's the rule of that dimension. Let's wait after the potion. Afterward, he enrolled in school and learned the method of condensing a magic core. Things proceeded smoothly since he was used to controlling mana and had a vast amount. Now, Chris had to worry about his future. He had to worry about learning the expansion charm to ensure he could advance to tier 4. Then there is the process of liquefying mana. Even with a dragon potion, this would be difficult, not to mention the current me, he muttered with a smile. If only there were another, he continued with a sigh. Another way, he squinted his eyes as he felt a flash of inspiration. In terms of talent, intelligence, and spiritual power, there is little chance I can understand and enchant my core with the expansion charm. But what if there was another way? A way that used my only advantage over others, willpower. Chris hurriedly went on the web to search for scholarly journals. He searched, the relationship between willpower, mana, and so, controlling mana with willpower, and willpower manifestation. There were articles, but he could not understand them after reading them. After all, his magical knowledge foundation was subpar. So, he used artificial intelligence to summarize things into easier-to-digest language. My plan is feasible, he said with excitement. Then, he hurried submitted to the idea suggestion box and waited to see how much this idea was worth. To his surprise, the conclusion took more than 10 minutes, worrying Chris to death that his idea was terrible or someone already had. However, when he received a response, he was shocked. The message he received read: Your idea has possible ramifications that will affect the entire arcane civilizations. As such, the royal family has requested your presence for further discussion. Chris' mouth remained open for a good 5 minutes. He could not fathom his idea was so important. Staring next chapter, it's Edward's POV, and the two will finally meet. Chapter 397, Chris' Contribution. Edward sat on his throne with a few screens floating before him. Since the new update of the library and the Empire entering the Age of Magic, he has been busy in the past month. He had to fuse the 2 continents from Black Clover with the Pangean continent. He had to settle all the people previously living in that continent, especially the ones from the Eastern continent. Luckily, his clone helped immensely with the process. He also had to settle all the people he plundered from his voyage, which involved sending many people to different planets and even star systems. He had to set up the Magic Knights from the western continents. They were a group of extremely talented individuals, and they were loyal to him. However, they had little loyalty or sense of belonging to the Empire. This is why he fused their continents with Earth, since the Magic Knights were duty-bound individuals who swore to protect their homes. After a few months of adapting, they will be the Empire's most elite legion. He had to place the new races, like dwarves and elves. Luckily, the Empire was now a hot pot of different races, cultures, and ethnicities. He only had an issue placing two races, the demons and gods from Konosuba. The demons feed on human desires and are uncontrollable wild cards. They cannot live with the citizens. They would most likely stay in their own dimension. As for the gods, they cannot be called as such to prevent social and political issues. So, the official name of their race is the Spark race. With the help of Chronai, Edward fused the Black Clover and Konosuba world. The Black Clover world became a unique dimension that can grant people magical power after entering. Each individual can receive as much mana as a noble or as little as Chris. Luckily, it did not matter. With the bloodline research and karma system of the Konosuba world, every citizen is guaranteed to become a Tier 3 Arcanist with enough effort. However, to go beyond that will require them to risk their lives. One of the problems he has to deal with is the sudden increase of people with magical power. When aura training became mandatory for everyone, there was a long period of chaos with people abusing their power. Fortunately, the Empire learned from its mistakes. Before the announcement, the aura force drastically increased as many people were chosen to use the two dimensions before the public. Their existence was to deal with the possible upcoming chaos. Of course, new systems were implemented to prevent aura department from having too much power and becoming corrupt. Another department that was drastically increased was the medicine department. The government wanted to prepare for the increase in magical-related injuries. While reviewing the documents, someone walked inside the room. "How did it go?" he asked without raising his head. "We've routed all the underworld members," reported Grindelwald, the commander of the Ghost Squad. In recent years, Guznad has corrupted many members of the Empire, resulting in the creation of the terrorist organization named Underworld. Through divination, the Empire has routed many of them. But they would sprout out again. It was until recently that Luna, with the help of Ichika, Yami's sister and also known as the Divine Maiden, divine all the members. They used the Tier 10 floating city to boost their abilities to get everyone. Then, the Ghost Squad cleaned up every member, from lowly businessmen to politicians and even 2 tower masters. "Do you think they will sprout again?" asked Edward. "Definitely. Guznad won't give up so easily. We just have to be more proactive on the cleanup process." He had faith in his divination department, especially with the addition of Ichika, someone as talented as a seer. "Is there something else?" asked Edward. "Yes. I think it's time for the Ghost Squad to be decentralized. We need a separate branch focus on spying and assassination." Edward moved his eyes from the screen before him, looking at Grindelwald oddly. It was the first time he met someone asking to reduce the power they controlled. "Don't look at me like this," replied the former first-generation Dark Lord. "I'm only looking out for the Empire." His dream has always been the prosperity of wizards. And now that his dream had been accomplished, he did not want anything to come to ruin it. As such, the Empire must be as mighty as possible. You may be correct. Divination was not always the answer. And having a group under him focused directly on assassination would make things easier. He could use many shadow tactics. The Ghost Squad can then concentrate on pure military power. I will take that into mind. Grindelwald nodded before sending him the report and leaving. Edward supervised everything. "Master, I think we find why Chris is a linchpin." "Oh, let me see." Edward read the idea Chris submitted, and his eyes lit up. "Go invite him to dinner." Edward waited for his guest in front of a table. He did not use the usual big table for family dinners or the long table to receive foreign visitors. It was a small one so that they could be face-to-face in a conversation. "Welcome," said Edward as Chris walked into the room. "Your Majesty." Chris wanted to bow properly, but Edward stopped him. "You can be at ease," reassured Edward before they sat down, ate, and chatted. "You seem confused and even hesitant," said Edward. "I am. What's on your mind? Ask anything, and I'll answer." "My idea." "I don't think it warrants all of this," said Chris looking at all the luxury surrounding him. The current him could sense the magic emanating from every brick of this palace. "Your idea is more valuable than you think," commented Edward. "There has been an issue between Battle and Scholar Arcanist for quite some time. Without research, experiments, and innovation, it is 100 times more difficult for Battle Arcanists to improve their soul strength and reach a higher tier. It is harder for them to expand their magic core to contain more mana and more difficult for them to condense their mana into liquid and solid. On average, Battle Arcanists have a higher willpower than Scholars. Your research can allow them to use their willpower to compensate for the gap. From now on, the playing field will be leveled. Chris did not think so far about his research. But his original intention was to make up for his lack of talent, to use his willpower to do the things his soul could not do. And I can tell you this is not the only benefit your research can bring, added Edward. I've recently discovered willpower is critical to the arcane path. It is the thing that will make us both equals to the gods and even surpass them. Chris trembled as he realized the scope of what he had gotten involved with. However, he tried really hard to control himself. There is currently no universal way to train willpower. I'm hoping that you will create such a method. Chris remembered his test and how the tester was shocked by his willpower of 2. He took a deep breath to calm down. I think you're overestimating my capabilities. You're underestimating your value, countered Edward before explaining to him the existence of linchpins and all the others. Chris was once again shocked as he never thought there was anything special about him. Wait, is that why Cruz contacted me 15 years ago? Yes. A terrorist organization was suspicious of your linchpin identity and wanted to steer you to another destiny. Edward did not tell him they had tried to kill him a few times in the past months, but the Ghost Squad secretly protected him. So, what happens now? Asked Chris after processing all this information. I will give you all the resources you need for your research. Including a dragon potion, he asked rather swiftly. Yes, a level 5 potion is a must. I can even grant you the level 6 one if you succeed. There is a 6th level. It's an open secret, but there is a 6th level brewed from a Dragon King heart. Chris sat in a daze without knowing what to do. Then, tears began to fall from his eyes, making him embarrassed. Are you all right? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Chris said, wiping the tears. I've spent decades saving for a level 3 potion, hoping to change my fate and pursue my dream. But now, an even better one is granted to me. My life has changed so much in the past month that I feel overwhelmed. Edward sighed before patting his shoulder. One of the flaws of a meritocracy system is that it values the gifted to the point of harming ordinary people. I've tried to make things fair and give everyone an opportunity. But even I cannot create a perfect system. I was not blaming you, no, I would never. Chris understood this truth. In the Empire, if you are talented, many opportunities await you. However, if you are ordinary, the only way to change your fate is through hard work and long years of unrelenting efforts. Because he understood this truth, he saved money for so many years for the potion. The two chatted for a few hours before Chris left. He had much to do, mostly attending school, as his magical knowledge was probably on par with a fourth-year student at Hogwarts. He had a long way to go. Chapter 398, Dangerous Reinforcements. After he chatted with Chris, Edward focused on his work. Only a month has passed since the Black Clover dimension became available, and only a fraction of the population has acquired their magical talents. Many people were still left just in the solar system, not to mention the other star systems. Furthermore, he still needed to make the spirit world from the eastern continent available to the public. Many Tier 7 arcanists have to exchange their research for more merit to exchange the potion for the Kairos poison. Additionally, they have to buy the method of condensing the arcane spark and storing mana into soul dimension to decrease the speed they can reach Tier 8. Unfortunately, even if they buy these things, they can only reach higher tiers once the issue of soul limit is dealt with. While he dealt with these issues, another screen popped before him with Olivier's face. How did things go with Chris? Can we trust him? Fine. From the information we have, there is nothing suspicious. And it helps that he is a monarchist. You should still keep a watch on him. Of course. This has been the policy for all the linchpins. Many of the research personnel the government gave them for their research are undercover agents to keep watch on them. This has been the same for all the linchpins. Why are you calling me? Is there something urgent? Yes. We've made contact with the Starskin Queen. I think they are ready to surrender. It made sense. After the dwarves surrendered, they lost access to their weapon supply. The Queen requested to talk to you, added Olivier. I will go receive her. How are the preparations for the expedition? Hermione has already finished and headed there. With Hermione's summoning talent, the Empire discovered a new plane. According to the probe sent inside, there is a maximum level of power of Tier 9. So, Edward decided to use it for the first interplanar expedition. They needed to gather on how to conduct planar warfare and discover the situation of the astral realm. She should be all right with the floating city. True. How is Wiz? With her coronation as a new empress, it has become easier to integrate the undead into the Empire. She has been toying with the idea of studying life magic to create a life staff and revert these people to their original selves. It's a good idea. Most of the undead had no choice and were forcefully turned. I'm sure they would choose to revert if given a choice. If Wiz can create a life staff with life authority, she can use Bellatrix's help with the death staff to help them. All right. I'll go prepare for the meeting. He hopped on a ship 2 days later, heading to Sirius star system. Ika star system, Guznad's lair. Guznad held a book in his hand while sitting on his throne. He sensed the arrival of his lich servant but did not say anything for a few minutes. What is it? My god, the situation has gotten worse, replied the lich as it knelt. All our eyes in the Arcane Empire have been removed. They have suddenly increased their military power out of nowhere, and we are losing terribly. Guznad remained calm as he flipped the page of his book. He knew the Empire had never used its full military strength. During all the confrontations, their fleets based purely on technology have never been used in battle. And this sudden increase in military power must have something to do with the appearance of the Arcane Emperor. Anything else? Yes. Our spies from the Starskin race have notified us that the Queen is meeting with the Arcane Emperor. They are most likely going to surrender. Bang. Guznad closed his book. The Lich's heart skipped a beat despite not having a heart. Guznad knew the Empire treated his invasion as an opportunity to expand their territories and conquer the galaxy. And recently, the dwarves surrendered, and soon the Starskin. And with how things are proceeding, the elves won't last long. And during this whole time, he is stuck in this place, having little room to breathe. We need more manpower, correct? Why yes. I will lend you one of my clones. Conquer a layer of the abyss. Chose a marquis as the target. If the lich had skin and muscles, his face would have changed. The abyss plane is the largest plane in the astral realm, with an almost infinite layer. However, they are also the most dangerous. The reason for all the layers is that abyss demons would invade other planes and sink them into the abyss, in other words, have the abyss plane swallow them. There are rumors that the abyss plane has the only remaining tier 11 entities in the astral universe. Is this really a good idea? Asked the lich in a low voice. If the other gods know you have summoned abyss demons on this planet, they will band together to hunt you down. A lord occupies each layer of the abyss. Anyone who defeats the lords can take control of the layer. And they are classified into titles: Baron, Earl, Marquis, Duke, and Prince. They represent tier 6 to tier 10. And one thing the abyss does not lack is legions or cannon fodders. Abyss demons are born for slaughter. The moment they are born from the creation pool as babies, insects, or larvae, they must swallow each other and evolve before they get to the shore. As such, only the strong can survive. And with how many layers it has, there are so many demons that it is mind-numbing. The Arcane Empire has not used its clone legion to overwhelm us with numbers. Once they do, we can only rely on the abyss demons to retaliate. Abyss lords can control the demons living in their lair. They can control and summon them to other planes to fight their battles. The lich opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But he just nodded and left. The cosmic god plane is lusted after by every high-level plane in the astral realm, including the abyss. The tier 10 entities want to invade or enter the world to access the multiverse and become tier 11. And their actions increase the chances of some abyss princes using this opportunity to enter this plane. The lich cared little for what happened to this plane. What he cares about are the consequences. Once the faith god discovers someone allows foreign entities to enter this plane, they will be treated as traitors and hunted down by all factions. Even if his god tries to hide in his divine kingdom in the outer realm, he will not be able to escape. In fact, these faith gods will even hunt him down if he tries to flee to other planes. Despite how he felt, the lich went to execute his order. A marquis is only tier 8 by the standard of this plane. However, for many reasons, even with a tier 9 clone of his god, it will not be easy to conquer the layer. Firstly, if the marquis detects their intention, they can command the abyss demons to use guerrilla tactics to deal with them. With the sheer number of demons in a layer, if they all turned into human bombs and used suicide methods, it would be a problem. Secondly, any demons who can rise to the lord's position is not simple. They have to be cunning, cruel, and powerful. They are all battle experts since all demons spent all their lives fighting and evolving. Finally, the abyss will bless all the lords. In their layers, their powers are boosted beyond normal, similar to a faith god in its divine kingdom. As such, even with the tier 9 clone, he might fail in his mission. While Guznad was planning his risky military expansion, Edward finally met with the Starskin Queen. Chapter 399, Guidelines. Edward walked on a red carpet with 2 ambassadors behind him. At the end of this walkthrough stood a woman with beautiful dark skin and eyes that reflected the cosmos itself. He was momentarily dazed as he laid eyes on her. There are rumors that Queen Keturah is one of the most beautiful women in the galaxy. It seems these rumors have not done your majesty any justice. And it appears the rumors about your highness being a womanizer is true, the queen replied with a smile. Unfortunately, countered Edward, not embarrassed in the least. He motioned to the ambassador, who opened the box he carried, revealing vials of potions. My greeting gift. The queen walked down from the slightly elevated podium where 2 thrones rested. Usually, she would have one of her ministers take the gift. However, Queen Keturah understood it was not time to play political games since she was before an empire that was even more powerful than hers. She looked at the potions, and a slight surprise flashed across her eyes. With quick divination, she could tell this potion was to heal her previous injuries. What's more surprising, this potion was perfectly tailored to her race's physique. Star magic is fascinating, commented Edward. According to the Empire's study, stars can emit two other unique types of energy besides mana or solar energy, cosmic energy and star energy. Solar energy is used mainly for fire spell, or what the Eastern arcanist called Puryang spells. Cosmic energy has more versatility, but it remains somewhat of a great mystery. The Empire has machines that can wield cosmic energy, but it is harder for any individuals to wield, let alone form an arcanist subsystem. As for star energy, it is the main energy the Starskin races use. It can be used for various spells like controlling the weight of the stars, teleportation, light magic, or use astrology for divination and other magic-related activities. By studying the Starskin race's ability to convert star energy into mana, the Empire has benefited greatly in the field of star magic. And when Edward brought back Zuriel and Yuno's star magic, the process was accelerated. Queen Keturah paused for a moment before opening the potion and drinking it, ignoring the apparent horror of her minister. As soon as she finished, a powerful aura emanated out of her body. Then, her long braided hair reverted to the glistening black from a dying white. Her sick complexion returned to a normal level, making her skin shine more brilliantly like the stars at night. The root of my injuries has been healed, she muttered. Queen Keturah could feel she was not completely healed, but her biggest injury problem was dealt with. In her current state, she could use that forbidden item once again without killing herself. Thank you, Your Majesty. No need for formality since it is simply a gift. The two then proceeded with this meeting. And as expected, the Starskin wanted to negotiate their terms of surrender. Mostly, there was no trouble in the negotiation, except for the issue of kinghood. The Empire does not grant royalty position. However, Edward agreed to give the Queen a title with some benefits. However, the title will not have any actual power. If she wants to represent her race in the Arcane Empire's council, she has to be elected appropriately. The title will also not be hereditary. However, there will be many other benefits regarding resource allocations, security access, and certain privileges. Since the Starskin race was a group with many diviners, not all of them were but a good portion, he was willing to make some concessions. The issue of royal title could not be agreed upon in one day, so the delegations agreed to continue the next day. However, Queen Keturah invited Edward for a personal meeting since she wanted to tell him something. Queen Keturah served a beverage unique to their race, and the only way Edward could describe it was it tasted like stars. Stars are nothing but massive pieces of celestial bodies, yet, he could taste them. Before everything is settled, there are a few things I would like to tell you about our race, said the Queen. Do you know the existence of the astral realm and other planes? She had to ask since she knew the Empire was less than 100 years old despite its advancement. We do. We've even begun our first exploration, replied Edward. Well, our Starskin is from another plane, the luminary plane, she said, observing his response. You don't seem surprised. After discovering the astral realm, one of our think tanks theorized this possibility. After all, your race is truly special, replied Edward before sipping his drink. What I want to know is how did you enter this plane? From what he knows, this place has been closed off for billions of years to prevent foreign invasions. I see, nodded Queen Keturah. We were a peaceful civilization, living lives to ourselves. Then, another Tier 9 plane, the Moon Demons, invaded our world and waged a terrible war. In the end, we lost, and our ancestors were forced to use a plane gate left by the Magus race to come to this place, abandoning our home. Edward let out a soft sigh. Is there a problem? My apology. I was just thinking how everything recently seems to involve the Magus race in one way or the other. This statement is more true than you can imagine. Edward sighed before changing the subject. I'm guessing you want help taking back your plane. Since it is a Tier 9 plane, it should not be a problem. Have the Arcane Empire developed reincarnation magic? What does this have to do with anything? Asked Edward, confused by this out-of-nowhere question. Then, Queen Keturah looked at him strangely. Don't tell me you have not heard of the planar warfare guidelines. No, I have not. Queen Keturah did not waste time and used a spell to summon a book from her library and handed it to Edward, who used another spell to absorb all the information in the book in a short period. Planar warfare or invasions are serious matters because of the existence of planar will. The planar will attack anyone who enters a plane, and the invader has to resist. Now, the issue of tiers will come into play. If a Tier 8 mage invaded a Tier 7 plane, they could take some time to fight the plane will or use brute force to destroy the plane. But if they attacked a Tier 8 plane, they would most likely be suppressed because the plane will can borrow the strength of every individual it contained, not to mention the other Tier 8 entities. The suppression from any plane is the most disgusting thing any individual has to deal with. It is a mechanism that makes large planar invasion extremely difficult. So, there are a few ways to deal with the issue besides using a higher tier to a lower tier plane. The first one is consciousness hiding technology. As the name suggests, it is a method where the invader coat themselves and their legion with an aura that hide their identity as invaders, allowing them to do as they please in any planes they attack. Unfortunately, throughout history, only two civilizations have developed this technology, the Magus race and the Abyss plane. A few Abyss lords still have this technology in the modern age. Edward theorized a few faith god might have got it from a Magus race inheritance. The second and most common method used to deal with plane wills is sacrifice. By sacrificing a large population of the invaded plane, the invaders can coat themselves with the aura of the plane, passing for its citizen and evading the plane will. However, this method has an issue. All invaders are immediately suppressed the moment they land, so where would they have the time or opportunity to sacrifice a large portion of the population? According to this guideline, other tactics are required. The first tactic is to possess an inhabitant of the invaded plane. However, this method has too many flaws since the plane will could still easily detect invaders who tried this. The second tactic is to have a native summon the invader and form a contract. Then, the invader can use loopholes in the contract and the situation to have the contractor conduct the sacrifice ceremony. This tactic is often used by cunning creatures or civilizations proficient in soul and contract magic. The final tactic is to use reincarnation magic and become a citizen of the invaded plane and take it down from the inside. Edward took a moment to analyze all the information he had received. He needed to pay attention to two planes because of their uniqueness, the cosmic faith plane, which was his home, and the Abyss plane. For example, the Abyss plane did not suppress any visitors. On the contrary, it encourages more people to visit. The cosmic faith plane used to be the same. However, things changed after the disappearance of the Magus race. Edward then used his watch to contact his wives and have them check on Hermione's expedition. Chapter 400, Universe Era. How long since your race arrived on this plane? Asked Edward. It was a long time ago, replied Queen Keturah. Our records say it was during the High Elves' rebellion. This was a new term for Edward. He had of the High Elves, an ancient race that is considered a higher bloodline than regular elves. Even the concept of high magic that the gods are not immune to, is named after them. He knew they used to be on par with the dragons at one time but had declined for some reason. I've never heard of the High Elves' rebellion, admitted Edward. I'll show you our records. Queen Keturah was generous and allowed Edward access to their race's ancient records, which goes back billions of years. Unfortunately, not everything was preserved since the Starskin race had to migrate from another galaxy. However, many modern scholars of their race have used historical techniques to theorize the missing parts of their race's history. As such, Edward had a pretty decent understanding of certain major events that occurred in the cosmic faith plane. After the sudden disappearance of the Magus race, two groups rose to become the ruler of the universe, the dragons and the High Elves. After many years of fighting, the High Elves proved their dominance, and the dragon race had to enter a state of seclusion to prevent their race from possible extermination. The High Elves ruled the universe. As one of the few races who can reach Tier 10 without faith, it was rather easy for them to do so. During their reign, the concept of faith god was not even prominent. Yet, it also became the reason for their downfall. Most creatures in the universe could not reach higher tiers because of their bloodline limitation and soul limit. However, they soon learned that this was no longer a problem as long as they became gods and absorbed faith. And as more creatures became gods and reached higher tiers, the High Elves felt their status threatened, and they began a war to exterminate all gods and ban the practice of faith. Unfortunately, they were extremely racist and xenophobic, even discriminating against their own kind, the lowly elves. As such, myriad races and creatures banded together to defeat them in a war called the High Elves' Rebellion. In the end, the High Elves also had to hide to survive. Then, the faith gods reigned supreme on this plane. They changed the plane name from the one the elves previously used, Galad. Magus plane, Galad plane, and Cosmic God plane, thought Edward before analyzing the information he had just absorbed. He created an outline of the universe's history. Genesis era birth of the universe. It could be the result of the Big Bang or a magical phenomenon. No living creatures lived there. Supposedly. The Elder God era. The Elder Gods are the first creatures born in this universe. They were a powerful race born with the power to control authority. Edward theorized that their existence was because Chronai, the planar will, needed a way to stabilize the universe. So, she shared her control over authority to lessen the burden on her herself. The Magus era. Edward does not know whether other races appeared in this era or near the end of the previous era. Anyway, this race of pure mana named Magus became mad scientists. They destroyed the Elder Gods, conquered the universe, and spread throughout other planes. Edward believes that the Magus race conquered the entire astral realm. And the reason for their disappearance is that they achieved Tier 12 as a civilization and entered the void, traveling the omniverse. The proof for this theory is the gap he discovered in Rowena's timeline that allowed him to master omniversal travel. High Elves Age. Edward called this period an age instead of an era because of its shortness and lack of impact. That period is what he just learned about the dragons, High Elves, and the rebellion. The Faith God era. The current era. It is ruled by a parasitic species that must rely on faith to retain its powers. Well, the last part is a little bias, but it's alright, commented Edward as he looked at the things he wrote. I have a lot of work to do if I want to enter the arcane era and become a Tier 12 civilization one day. He placed everything away before finally noticing someone next to him. He looked at the Queen, who had her mouth wide open. Did you hear what I said? He knew she could not read his writing since it was in an unknown language on which he liked to write notes. But she must have heard him. Well, pretend they are the rumbling of a madly ambitious man. Edward stretched his body before walking out. Meanwhile, Queen Keturah did not know how to react. The men said these words in such a casual manner that somehow made his words more convincing. Tier 12 civilization. The Magus race was the most powerful civilization, and they were only Tier 11. A look of horror suddenly appeared on the Queen's face. Magus. Disappearance. Tier 12. Could it be? She looked in the direction of Edward's departure and wanted to rush and ask. However, she knew these kinds of secrets could not be so easily revealed. Creating a new era with my own hands. Establishing a civilization on par with the Magus. A brilliant light flashed in Keturah's eyes as ambitions filled her heart. She was not satisfied with their race taking back their plane. After all, they were only a Tier 9 civilization. Did he do it on purpose to secretly tell me his ambitions and get him on his side? Queen Keturah gave Edward too much credit. He became too comfortable with her because of her warm temperament, so he was careless and revealed these words. Well, it appeared things went in his favor. In the following days, the negotiations finally ended. The two sides chose a day to announce the merger. Edward then handed the Queen access to the Empire's library and online schooling so she could transfer to the arcane rune system. Then, he rushed home to see Hermione since she had returned from her expedition after the group contacted her. How did it go? Asked Edward. Everyone looked at her. Terrible, Hermione replied. The moment I landed, countless chains that contained the power of authority suppressed the floating city. No matter what I tried, I could not take a single step outside. Even the void cannon did little damage before the attack was exiled to an unknown place. The golem's legions were annihilated. It was a disaster. The suppression was so bad, asked Olivier. It was, to the point it became an anomaly. Why is the universe will of that plane so powerful? Although we expected this, I did not think it would be this bad, commented Fleur. Expected. The group then showed her the guideline. That explains a lot, said Hermione before sighing. So, we need to confront the planar will and buy time. Meanwhile, use reincarnation magic and have someone infiltrate the world before establishing a sacrificing ceremony. Until we develop the technology to ignore planar will, this is the best strategy, added Olivier. Bessie using brute force, commented Bellatrix. Besides that, with the Tier 10 floating city, they have this option with Tier 9 planes and below. Invasion guidelines and sacrifice ceremony. Why is the culture of this universe so dark and brutal? Sighed Hermione. She was not a kind-hearted person, at least not anymore. After all, she has done human experiments, killed, and conquered. However, sometimes, she felt this universe was too dark. She only went on that expedition to find a new plane to exchange ideas and cultures, not to invade. Using force was the last resort. Then, let's use a different approach, said Edward, and everyone looked at him. Let's negotiate. You want to peacefully negotiate a cultural exchange with the planar will? Asked Rowena. We have the technology to communicate with planar will. We can try a peaceful method first. Chapter 401, Negotiation. It's worth a try, said Hermione. If this method succeeds, a lot of bloodsheds could be avoided. Do you want me to go with you? Asked Edward. That would be. Everyone sensed something and looked at Luna. Her eyes had turned all white, and she began to chant in an incomprehensible and gibberish manner. The murmurs, muttered Edward with a frown. When Luna first awakened her seer powers, she would listen to some strange murmurs. Sometimes they were enticing words, but more often than not, they were nonsense. However, they usually affected her by placing severe strain on her soul. The group found ways to control these episodes as she has gotten more powerful. But sometimes, they can come suddenly and with immense strength. Morgana, teleport her to the floating city and link her soul to the ether core. Yes, boss. I'll go check on her. Do you want someone to come with you? Asked Wiz. It's fine. Focus on the war. I have a feeling that Guznad will make some drastic measures after the Starskin race's announcement. He then teleported away. Is she going to be all right? Asked Fleur. Nothing will happen with Edward's present, reassured Rowena. We need to focus on our tasks. Hermione, do you need help on your expeditions? Hermione pondered for a moment. Her expedition requires someone with diplomatic capabilities. She wanted to accept Edward's help because his titles from the Akashic record did increase his charisma and were helpful for negotiations. However, amongst the empresses, Wiz is surprisingly the best in diplomacy according to her talent test. In second place is Fleur with her charm, and Hermione is third. I'll try first. If I fail, Wiz can help me. That's fine. Call us if you need something. The group dispersed as they were all busy people, especially Olivier, who had an entire war to look after. Meanwhile, Hermione hopped on the Tier 9 floating city, but she left with a little something from Edward's floating city. She traveled to plane 189 as it was labeled based on its coordinates. The plane looked similar to how other universes resembled in the void, a well-protected egg. The only difference was the world barrier, or the source wall, did not look like a crystal, it resembled clouds. Hermione did not barge in as she previously did, she wanted to show respect. Instead, she sent a probe to float near the plane before activating the planar communication spell and closing her eyes. A few minutes later, she found herself in an all-white space with a man dressed in silver armor looking directly at her. The man had cold and emotionless eyes. Hello, respected planar Will. It's an honor to meet you, said Hermione in the soul language. As long as a creature has a soul, it can understand this language. And the planar Will, who can give birth to souls, should also understand. Invader, please leave. I apologize for my previous actions, replied Hermione with a slight embarrassment. I'm not ashamed to admit that it was our Empire's first expedition in the astral realm, and I was a little rash. The planar Will's eyes flashed for a split second before returning to normal. But Hermione caught on to that. First step in establishing that I have support, achieve, she thought. Do you have a name I may address you? Chevalier. Lord Chevalier, my name is Hermione Granger, she responded with a smile. Invader, what is your purpose? In that case, I'll be direct, she still had a smile. I came here not to invade but for an exchange. Chevalier remained silent, and his cold eyes continued staring at her. I want our civilization to exchange resources, knowledge, and technology, in general, establish a cooperative alliance. Do you think I will believe your word? This thing might be more inflexible than I predicted. I know we need to establish some mutual trust. I'm willing to sign the necessary contract to ensure restraint on both sides. You can establish an outpost where I can directly communicate with the native of this plane. You can monitor my every move during the process. Invader, I do not believe a word you are saying. The astral realm is too much of a cruel place for anyone to believe such nonsense. Sigh. I guess I have to use a more firm tactic, thought Hermione. Sir Chevalier, I will be honest with you, your plane has been discovered, and there is nothing you can do to prevent the Arcane Empire from conquering it. Finally showing your true color, said Chevalier, who would sneer if he could. The Ikes plane will fight to its last breath. We will never allow anyone to invade our world. It's pointless, retorted Hermione. With your permission, can I show you something? Please note this is not an act of aggression but a demonstration. Yes. Very well. Can you sense the energy level you feel directly outside? Chevalier raised his head to look at the sky. Tier 10 energy level. Correct. For this trip, I borrowed a powerful weapon from the Empire. Although it can only shoot a few times, I only need one attack to annihilate this plane or directly annihilate you to proceed with an invasion. She paused and gave the latter time to process this information. But I did not do it. Instead, I would like a more peaceful approach where both sides benefit. Chevalier frowned for a moment as he seemed to be calculating something. What is your plan? Hermione secretly sighed in relief even though she somewhat calculated this answer. Planar Wills had no emotions and did everything based on logic and what was beneficial to their planes. So, there is a high chance that Chevalier would accept after calculating its eventual destruction. Of course, Hermione also understood that the Empire knew too little about planar wills, and this tactic might not work on another Tier 9 plane or even lower ones. Regardless, her mission has not succeeded yet. If she wants a peaceful negotiation, it might depend on the native of the Ikes plane. Based on their civilization, custom, history, racial traits, and other factors, they might refuse cooperation with foreigners, even in the face of destruction. I would like you to contact the most powerful individuals on your plane and tell them of my proposal. Fine. You wait. The Ikes plane is a gigantic continent, even bigger than many galaxies. At the center of this continent lay three great powers. The Holy Light State is a papal state where the Pope, considered the embodiment of light, is worshipped and has all the power even above the king. Inside a white and golden castle adorned with magnificent jewels, in a hidden throne, a knight in white gold armor suddenly opened his eyes, shocked in his eyes. He took a moment to get up from his throne and walked out. By the time he arrived, someone was kneeling and waiting for him. If anyone in the state were present, they would be shocked because it was the Pope, the so-called most honorable man in the world. "My lord," said the Pope with his head kneeling on the ground. "Prepare for mobilization. A planar invasion might be coming." After saying these words, the golden knight turned into a golden light and flew into the distance. North of the Holy Light State lay the Air Empire. A woman with long blonde hair walked out of the castle with silver armor and a black bow on her back. "Silver Guardian," said a group of 5 men, all clad in armor. "Prepare for battle. Go notify the king." She then flew into the distance. Warbeast Federation, located east of the Holy Light State and southeast of the Air Empire, a humanoid creature with 2 animal ears and a wolf tail. He did not have armor on and wore clothes that could be described as martial-like. How is this going to affect our warbeast race? With a severe look, he flew in a direction. Chapter 402, The Ikes Plain. Hermione stood outside a magnificent temple. Chevalier created this place for her to wait and even permitted her to walk a few meters outside the temple. She had a few magic objects floating in the surrounding, measuring data. There is mana in the environment, which is a few times higher than the entire Milky Way galaxy. So, is this a magic-based civilization? She continued observing. The environment's gravity, temperature, atmospheric pressure, humidity, and air quality varies from Earth but still enough for normal humans to live. The artifacts have detected water and other factors that indicated humans or similar species can survive in this place. Hermione gathered a basic understanding of this plane. Now, let's see their power system and society. She did not wait long before 3 lights flew from the distance and landed a dozen meters away. The 3 natives kept their distance as they observed her. A few minutes ago, they received troubling news from the planar world that required their attention. But after seeing Hermione, they frowned, each with different reactions. The energy inside her body is odd, but it's only on the level of a Grand Knight, not even a Mystic Knight. So, how could she threaten the plane? Thought the Golden Knight and the Silver Guardian had similar thoughts. A human, thought the Warbeast Lord. I can guess your thoughts about my power. But our civilization is more focused on artificer, said Hermione in their language before revealing the Tier 10 energy cannon of the floating city, making these people's faces change with terror. Luckily, they were people with high willpower and took a moment to regain their bearing. In terms of willpower, that beast-like race seemed the best. My name is Hermione Granger, Queen of the Arcane Empire, Tier 7 Arcanist, she saluted. The name is Marcus de la Croix, Paladin of the Holy State, a legendary knight, said the Golden Knight in a refined manner. Elaine Silverbow, Guardian and Protector of the Air Empire, also a legendary knight. The Warbeast hesitated for a moment before introducing himself. Fury, leader of the Warbeast Federation, a legendary warrior. The tier system is a universal method used by most planes when interacting with foreigners, but they appeared to not know of it, meaning they have little to no experience with foreign planes. Their civilization has not developed proper planar dimensional travel, analyzed Hermione. These legends should be able to leave the plane since they reach the ceiling of power and explore the astral realm. However, this is the worst to travel since it could take millions of years before finding another plane. All advanced civilizations will have ways to send problems to find planes or have methods of calculating coordinates. The Warbeast race's relationship with humans seemed to be tense. I don't know if there are other races, continued Hermione. Their power system is not mana, it resembles aura but is different. Can I know your purpose in coming to our plane? Asked Elaine. With such power, it was easy to conquer this plane, and no one could resist. Our empire does not believe in senseless violence. We are a civilization that pursues knowledge and the truth, believing in the fundamental truth of equivalent exchange. So, instead of invading this plane and causing destruction, I would like to take a more peaceful approach, exchange. Exchange what, exactly? Asked Marcus. Anything. For example, I can see that despite being Tier 9 powerhouse, all 3 of you have less than 500 years of lifespan remaining. I can exchange elixirs or potions of immortality. I can exchange process lifespan, that would be cheaper. I can exchange a power system that grants a higher lifespan. Or, maybe, a body exchange surgery that transfers your soul into another body to have another life and have more lifespan. The heart of the 3 trembled. However, they did not know if she was telling the truth. But if she was, this was too tempting. Your Highness, is your exchange also applicable to our race? The other immediately gave Fury a subtle look. You don't have to worry about being left out. The Empire is multiracial. We currently have 156 different races and counting, including some that look like you. Does the Warbeast race exist in your plane? They are collectively called the Fur race, but we do. Fury felt relieved as he no longer worried about the human race benefiting from this exchange, leading to the destruction of their race. Your Highness, I have no problem with the request, said Elaine. But but I want to see the strength of a higher civilization. It seems you guys have a very military culture. Fine, replied Hermione before taking a magical artifact that looked like a cube. Before then, we'll use this. And this is. We will enter the mirror dimension to fight. Hermione then saw the confusion on their faces. Think about it as a world that mirrors the real one. You can fight with all your strength and destroy the world. But the real world will not be affected. Such a thing exists, muttered Marcus. One of the reasons that the world remained in a three-way standoff is because they knew a battle between them would be catastrophic for the entire plane and all creatures living in it. Please, do not resist. Hermione activated the artifact, and the group entered the mirror dimension. Immediately, Hermione linked to the floating city, accessing its core and the tower spirit's processing power. Are you ready? She asked, looking at the readied group. Then, let's begin. I promise to go easy on you. The three were not affected by her words. Golden light suddenly appeared on Marcus' body, and his stats seemed to be drastically boosted. Then, he rushed toward Hermione with his sword. Fury's body suddenly grew to 3 meters, and his eyes turned red before also rushing forward. Elaine pulled her bow, and an energy arrow appeared before firing it. Hermione calmly held her magic staff. Marcus was the first to arrive, and before he could slash her body, a terrifying jet of flame that resembled a light beam pushed him backward. He reacted in time and condensed a golden energy shield to protect himself. Unfortunately, this was a combined spell. Hermione placed a bunch of curses inside the fire spell. So, when he dealt with it, curses hit and instantly weakened his previous boost. Marcus tried his best to use his light power to combat the effect, and he was frustrated. He had never met a curse he could not deal with. He was known for being the nemesis of anyone who used curse, poison, or dark attribute battle chi. Hermione uses 2 spells simultaneously to deal with Elaine's arrow and Fury's attack. An ice spear came from the war beast's back, traveling at an undetectable speed to pierce him. Oddly, he avoided the attack with little movement. A sixth sense, thought Hermione as she could see how he moved as if he could predict things from his back. Immediately, she also noticed another anomaly. Her repulsion spell did not push the arrow away. Instead, it suddenly appeared right before her face. The power of space. Perfect for an archer. When the arrow was about to pierce her neck, a small black hole appeared and swallowed it. At the same time, thousands more spheres tried to turn Fury into a shish kebab with no success. Hermione moved her hand to cast more spells. A terrifying gravity suddenly appeared in her surroundings, rendering Fury immobile. Additionally, thousands of elemental arrows surrounded Elaine. At the same time, Marcus had dealt with the curses and appeared behind Hermione at a speed faster than light. Good tactic, she thought. The weakness of her low tier is a drastically slower thinking speed and reactions. At least, that's how it should have been without the tower spirit. Marcus swung his sword and cut Hermione into 2. However, he soon saw the 2 halves vanish before him. Illusion. Since when? And where is the main body? Meanwhile, Fury mobilized all his battle chi to surround his body to protect against the surrounding gravity. Although he sensed danger, his senses indicated it would come from such a vast area that he did not have time to evade it. Bam. With the protection, he could continue fighting, with his speed drastically reduced. So, he rushed forward, leaving the environment devastated. Meanwhile, Elaine waited until the spells reached him before using the void steps, using some level of spatial movement to evade. Not bad. But let's end this fight, declared Hermione. Chapter 403, Night System. End this fight. This foreigner is a little too arrogant. That's the thought that flashed in these 3 knights' heads. The battle had just begun. Hermione smiled as she saw their reaction. You will know the nightmare of fighting a well-prepared arcanist. Arcane rune spell, golem summoning. A magic circle appeared on the ground. Then, a slim and tall golem manifested. It was made of metal with 2 knives for hand. A legendary golem, said Marcus. Exactly. This is Golem Model AS-987, designed by a talented arcanist named Cedric Diggory. It's one of a kind. Hermione admired the golem with a gleeful smile. And just so you know, I could have summoned 2 more, 1 for each of you. But I don't want to bully you too much. The Empire only had 10 Tier 9 golems, and she came with 3. Deal with the annoying archer. The golem disappeared, and Elaine's face changed. Suddenly appeared behind her as if he was a shadow and went for her throat. Elaine vanished in the distance, and when she appeared, she showered her location with hundreds of arrows capable of annihilating stars. Unfortunately, there was nothing in that location. As then appeared next to her and attacked again, forcing them into a confrontation of disappearance and reappearance, testing the limit of their speed. Meanwhile, Hermione focused on the remaining 2. Marcus went on the offensive as he swung his sword, creating a massive golden sword energy construct. The attack passed through Hermione's body and headed to a location a dozen meters away. She teleported to another location to avoid the attack. You saw through my illusion. She expected as much for the war beast but not Marcus. Don't underestimate us. Hermione did not say anything else and used a spell to distract him. Then, she looked at Fury, who was evading all the attacks she threw at him. Whether it was the ground-turning earthpikes or other elemental spells that descended from the sky, he was never hit. A magic circle appeared behind her and sent a white light toward the Warbeast Lord, who had a severe look on his face. Fury evaded the attack, but it followed him. So, he flew to the sky, and the white light continued its chase. It's pointless. The spell is connected to you through karma, it will follow you to the end of the earth. Thunder appeared on Fury's body as his speed increased. However, he tried to change direction mid-fly to avoid another danger he sensed. But his senses warned of all-around danger, so he stopped. Then, he saw he was surrounded by spells all around him that looked like a space gate, forming a sphere with an entrance. And from that entrance, the other white spell flew toward him. Fury made a split decision to destroy the space gate, believing he could survive the explosion. He gathered a massive amount of thunder and punched one of them. But to his surprise, the white light came from the gate he punched and hit him. Fury spasmed and fell from the ground. One down. Hermione then focused on Marcus, who was fighting with her mirror clone. You're next. Marcus looked at his opponent while breathing heavily. I guess I have no choice but to use my ultimate skill. He raised his sword above his head, and light began to gather on him with immense intensity. Is this your most powerful attack? All right, test my explosion. Ultimate skill, Light of God. Arcane rune spell, explosion. A massive ball of light confronted an immense explosion, creating unimaginable destruction. The confrontation lasted for a moment before the explosion overwhelmed the light. Boom. Hermione calmly watched everything settle. This was quite the powerful attack. If this knight could usually destroy 3 to 6 galaxies with his power, this attack allowed him at least 10 times the destructive power. She appeared next to him and looked at the knocked-out Marcus. Interesting. Although I control my strength, he still should have taken greater damage. It seems these people have high magic resistance. However, he seemed to have aged by a significant amount. She then focused on the last remaining one, Elaine. She was breathing hard with slashing marks on her body. Elaine glanced at Hermione, eyes full of determination. Then, she smirked. Elaine suddenly appeared next to Hermione with energy daggers and stabbed her neck. Boom. She was sent flying backward, blood spilling. How could your body be so strong? Asked Elaine, shocked. She thought her strategy had worked. She waited until the enemy had used most of her energy and was distracted before using one of her unique techniques, arrow teleportation, which allowed her to teleport to any place her arrows were. I was careless, not even noticing they were space markers on these arrows, said Hermione, who wiped out the blood on her hand. To answer your question, all arcanists must be an all-rounder. Do you want to continue? I forfeit. Elaine sighed as she knew even her ultimate skill would not work. Moreover, that punch shook her internal organs and did some severe damage. That's good. Hermione worked up the others and exited the mirror dimension. Then, she immediately began to negotiate with these 3, not caring about their terrible state. We will begin with your power system. You can give me a basic or ordinary method to evaluate, as long as it can reach the legendary knight level. Your Highness, there is no need for this. I trust you, so you can have the Air Empire's best night-breathing method, said Elaine. How magnanimous, said Hermione before gently placing her above her. A brilliant light flashed on her, and Elaine suddenly healed, returning to her peak state except for her battle chi. Thank you. Elaine did not waste time and flew back to get the breathing method. Meanwhile, the others understood they were falling behind and needed to do something. Marcus did not want to do the same as Elaine, but Fury was still wary of humans. After all, his race has been persecuted throughout history. Hermione did not say anything. A few minutes later, Elaine returned with the booklet, and Hermione read it with great focus. So, Battle Chi is a more violent version of Aura. Aura? Asked Elaine, and Hermione showed her. That's the energy you use to increase your physical stats. Correct. Based on my analysis, Battle Chi is a more battle-oriented version of Aura. It drastically increases a person's battle capabilities. But in return, it will burn lifespan when overused, and it has terrible healing capabilities compared to Aura. She now has a basic understanding of this plane's power system. The first step is to train the body to reach the standard of condensing what is called the life energy seed in the heart. This seed is a way to condense and use life force for battle. These people are called knight cadets. After condensing the life energy seed, a person will become a beginner knight or warrior in the case of the warbeast race. They must then absorb mana to expand the seed while training their bodies. The native of this world do not have meditation methods and rely on magical herbs and breathing methods to passively absorb mana from the environment. After expanding the life energy seed to a certain level, they will reach intermediate night, tier 2, and once they reach the limit, they will become advanced night, tier 3. The next stage is extraordinary night, tier 4 and 5, where they condense their battle chi and expand it. Tier 6 is master night. In that stage, a knight can fly in the air. Tier 7 is called grandmaster night, and a person will awaken an element in this stage, granting extraordinary destructing powers. Tier 8 is sun night, and the knight will awaken something called the mind eye, an imitation of Warbeast's natural sixth sense. Tier 9 is the legendary knight, and all knights in this stage will have an ultimate skill, a boosted technique. This knight power system is excellent despite the lifespan drawback. However, it could bring some trouble if it's revealed too early. Currently, magical arcanists have hit a barrier of tier 7 because of the soul limit. And if a power system very compatible with Aura Master suddenly appeared, and people could reach tier 9, most Aura Master would change, and the power dynamic of the Empire would change. Or better yet, use it as a reference to evolving the Aura Master system to tier 9 or higher. So, for now, this power system cannot see the light. The best way to use this system in the current situation is to develop a way to transform Aura into battle chi. After making a brief plan, Hermione looked at the three. You have two choices for your plane's fate. Chapter 404, Message. You become the Arcane Empire's business partner, or you can become our subordinate plane, explained Hermione. The first choice is obvious. Our exchange is purely a business. You pay for something, and we provide the product and vice versa. However, compared to being our territory, there are some things we will not sell you. And if you are invaded by another plane, you have to pay us to protect you, and we have the right to refuse. But we will defend against any civilization if you are our territory. I'm surprised we have a choice. Marcus, said Elaine with a raised voice. Your Majesty. It's fine. Our empire is trying something new regarding planar warfare by the suggestion of the Emperor, hence the reason for the choice. Emperor. Yes, my husband. He's the creator of the Arcane Empire. He raised our home from a tier 5 civilization to tier 10 in less than 100 years. Impossible, said Marcus, who could not believe this. And he was not the only one. The three knew some ancient history of their world. This plane used to be only tier 7. But ancient knights had a brilliant civilization and even invented planar travel. Through planar warfare, they plunder the world source of other plane to raise the ceiling of the Ikez plane and update the knight power system to tier 9. However, they knew how long that era was and how long it took. Less than 100 years to skip 5 levels as a civilization. Impossible. Our plane is a natural tier 10 plane with many different civilizations and races. So, we did not have to evolve the plane tier. Even then, less than 100 years. That's my husband, he's a remarkable man. Technically speaking, Edward spent over 600 years if you consider the time in other worlds and time acceleration room. But that's still impressive. But the Arcane Empire is not yet 100 years old, so she's not lying. You said you would not sell certain things. Can you give an example? Asked Marcus. An example would be our planar navigation technology. We would never sell these things. Well, I should not say never, but I doubt this plane has something that valuable. Your Majesty, I have to admit I still have some reservations, said Fury. Are you worried about your race's treatment? Yes, our relationship with humans has not been the best. Hermione nodded before taking 10 massive, thick books that looked like 5 dictionaries stacked on each other. These are the Empire's anti-xenophobia laws to protect different races and species. Read them. Fury took one book and activated his senses to the limit. Then, with godly speed, he read through the entire thing in a few minutes. So, he picked another one and repeated the same thing until he read everything. He closed his eyes as he analyzed what he read. The thing was comprehensive, considering a race's customs, history, culture, and traditions and trying to accommodate them. One of the reasons for racism and discrimination is ignorance, said Hermione. So, every time a new race joins the Empire, every citizen must take an online course on the race's customs and traditions. The species itself will design the course in cooperation with the Empire to ensure accuracy and appropriate accommodations. With virtual reality technology, any race can spend time as another as a way to understand each other. Virtual reality. Hermione explained the concept to him in a simple manner. How fascinating, commented Elaine. What is your stance on God and religion? Asked Marcus. That's a tricky question, replied Hermione. Religion is not banned, but it has become less popular. Gods run our plane, and since we are currently in a war with a powerful death god, they are not very popular in the Empire. So, gods do exist, commented Marcus. The Holy Papal State believes in the Supreme Light, worshipping it as a god. When he was young, he was also a believer until he reached the pinnacle of the world and realized God was not real, almost driving him mad. Ever since then, he's been obsessed with godhood. To quote my husband, gods are nothing but a parasitic species that rely on faith for their power and immortality, said Hermione. They are powerful but nothing to awe or admire. Marcus smiled wryly and did not comment. You can take some time to ponder and give me an answer. Meanwhile, I will be surveying this plane and learning more about it. Scene break. Cosmic Faith Plane, Planet Earth, Arcane Palace. Edward watched Luna floating in the air while sitting cross-legged. He had many screens before him monitoring her vitals. He hid the worry deep in his eyes as he focused on the task at hand. The murmurs stopped a few days ago, which is a good sign. But why isn't she waking up? He scrolled down on the holographic screen, but his hand trembled. Calm down, Edward, it's not time to be panicking yet. He continued scrolling, but he could not find anything wrong. Her soul, body, and mana appeared completely fine. Someone better not be responsible for this. Otherwise, they'll know what I can do once I'm mad. For a moment, the universe trembled as Chronai sensed a disturbance. She perceived a brief catastrophe that could destroy the entire plane but could not pinpoint its origin. A powerful fluctuation emanated from Luna's body before she opened her eyes. Are you all right? Asked Edward as he held her. I'm fine, she replied with her ethereal smile. I know what these murmurs were. Oh, what are they? It's from the Oracle Tower. Oracle Tower? Isn't that the place in the central region known for their divination? Edward remembered that place was one of the news he acquired from the central region. The master of that tower called herself the Oracle Master and is the only Tier 10 seer in the universe. All the gods or Tier 10 entities in the universe would ask her for help once they had a problem, granting the Oracle Tower a semi-detached status in this plane. So, what's the connection with you? It's a message from the Oracle Tower asking for help. Help? Yes. The message was brief, but it said something along the line that the current Oracle Master is a fake and the real one is being imprisoned for some reason. Edward grunted as he felt this news was nothing but trouble. Why is she communicating with you? Apparently, only people with high enough seer bloodline can hear her message. However, I was too weak and could not previously properly hear it. Okay, don't worry about these things. We'll save her when we're strong enough if she is not lying or scheming. Luna agreed with that sentence. There is something else. What is it? She told us the seven-pillar Pathian will be the first calamity of the Arcane Empire. Calamity. Calamity, obstacle, etc. Oh. Then. She advised us to disintegrate them from the inside. Apparently, they are not as united as they appeared. The exact advice was the goddess of magic and the god of dwarves is their biggest weakness. That's good to know, but I'm more concerned that an imprisoned seer from so far away can clearly know our situation. Yes, she seems good, replied Luna. Did she suggest taking you as a student? Luna nodded. Are you tempted? I am. Until now, I had to develop my powers alone, and it became more difficult after reaching Tier 5. To become Tier 5, Luna absorbed a perfect ether core like Edward and the rest, resulting in a talent like Hermione's summon. However, her talent was a boost to her divination ability, which should have been a good thing. Unfortunately, it also made things more challenging to train and discover the limit of her powers. You should understand the danger, explained Edward. I do. How about this, travel to other universes with divination and learn their system. Then, decide whether you want to become her student. Edward knew a few animes and television with talented seers, they could greatly help Luna. That's not a bad idea. Luna never had the opportunity to travel the Omniverse. But after the war, once everything is stable, it's a good idea to open her horizon. The couple then decided to take this rare opportunity of alone time to spend it together. They left a few days later when they received news that Hermione had returned. Chapter 405, Short Voyage. Edward walked to the dining room, where everybody waited. Where is my daughter? Charmy went to hang out with the Black Bull members. She abandoned me. How sad, he said, pouting before sitting down. Then, he looked at Hermione. How was your voyage? Now you remember me. Don't be jealous of a kid. You mean don't eat the vinegar of a kid, said Susan while giggling. I should have said that, responded Edward with regret. You too, stop playing around, chimed Amelia before looking at Luna. How are you feeling? Is everything all right? Yes, don't worry. I'll tell you what happens later. Let's focus on Hermione's trip. Tell us what happened. Hermione then explained everything that had occurred since her arrival. She told them how the group voted to become the Empire's subordinate, so she built a planar gate connecting to the Ikes plane. She explained the night power systems and the resources available on the plane. The night system must be hidden due to the possible political ramification, said Olivier. Until we can remove the soul limit and create ways for magical arcanists to reach Tier 9, this thing must never see the light of day. I had the same idea, commented Hermione. However, someone should study this system and update the Aura Master profession, creating a perfect system from Tier 1 to 9. This research is perfect for me, but I'm busy. So, it has to wait, added Olivier. She has long decided to focus more on Aura Master as a primary class, while magic would be a subclass since she has a natural talent for it. However, before, Aura Master was not a perfect or complete class. Do you think a plane actively controls the resources it evolves? Asked Wiz. What do you mean? I glance at the resources in this new plane and realize most serve to help train the body and the night system in general. So, is it possible the planar would evolve the resources of a plane based on its power system? That's an interesting conjecture. It would not make sense for a plane only to have magical resources when its main power system is psychic energy based. So, you're probably correct, commented Rowena. You should study this subject, suggested Fleur. I will, but I'm also busy. Wiz had to ensure the successful integration of undead into the Empire. The mere fact that one of the Empress is also an undead did help the situation, but many citizens are having a hard time accepting living with skeletons, ghouls, zombies, and a bunch of other dark creatures. Nevertheless, things are heading in a positive way since most of the undead were turned against their will, and they contributed significantly to the current war. Ollie, do you want to hire some knights to participate in the war? Asked Hermione. No need. It's best to hide the existence of planes from the public until after the war. And we don't need the military aid. How about other planar exposition? Do we need to prepare for another one? We have the coordinate of the Abyss and Dream plane. However, these are Tier 10 planes, so we are not touching them, commented Rowena. The only other choice is the Starkin Races plane. To conquer a Tier 9 plane would require Edward's floating city, but it cannot leave for now, stated Olivier. Speaking of which, why are you so quiet? Asked Susan, who always finds these family dinners fascinating since she always learned the oddest secrets. He's only this quiet once his mind concocts some crazy idea, said his mother. You're right, as always, mother, he replied before feeding her some of his food, and she accepted joyfully. Do you guys remember the Otsutsuki's divine tree? From the Naruto world you told us about? Yes. I've been thinking if it's possible to modify the tree to condense mana fruit instead of chakra fruit. You want to plant this tree into other planes to condense mana fruit to gather mana rapidly, said Rowena. Exactly. And it does not only need to be mana. We could modify the tree to contain time power, and they can gather the knowledge of a plane and condense it in the shape of a fruit. A fruit of knowledge that grants its owner all the knowledge of the past of that plane, summarized Fleur, making everyone's eyes light up. There are many other possibilities with this fruit, added Olivier. We could feed it blood and energy to condense a fruit of lifespan. Or better yet, feed the tree souls for a soul fruit and effectively deal with the soul limitation issue. However, creating a natural way to remove the limitation would be best. These plans are good and all. But planting the god tree on a planet and planting it on an entire plane is not the same thing, said the quiet Bellatrix. It won't be as easy as you guys said. That's not an issue. Vengeance from the Golden Dawn used world tree magic with space attribute and is perfectly suitable to take root in a place's source. I can fuse them to achieve my purpose. The biggest issue is how to make the tree condense knowledge fruit. Edward was confident in modifying the tree to condense mana, blood, soul, or other types of fruits. However, he was not optimistic about quickly overcoming the technical difficulty of condensing the knowledge fruit. He has to be precise and have the tree scan the planes past, gather all the knowledge ever written, and condense it into a fruit. Are you already planning on traveling again? Asked his mother, Joanna. Yes. I was thinking of a short voyage. I go in and get what I want before quickly returning. Is it wise to leave in a situation like this? Asked Olivier. I won't take long, replied Edward. Plus, I would leave my floating city with you. You must attend the Starskin Race's surrender ceremony before you leave, said Amelia. They delayed the announcement because of Luna's situation. But she was okay now. Plus, you have to be quick, added Olivier. Guznad will not stay still and watch us become more powerful. We are now in the war's endgame, and we need you to act as a hero before we can unite the Milky Way. Fine, replied Edward. Does anyone want to go with me? Unfortunately, no one wanted to go with him since they were all busy with their own things. Even Susan was working on this secret project, making the family happy that the little girl finally decided to place her talent to use. Although there is nothing wrong with being a painter, many people felt she was wasting her talent. Whatever, I'll go alone. The next few days, Edward focused on dealing with the things he needed to do. And as expected, the news of the Starskin race did cause turbulence in the galaxy, bringing pressure to the surviving factions, especially the elves. We need to begin naming these floating cities, muttered Edward before using one of the two created during his absence. He had Morgana get everything prepared before entering the void. Activating void traveling, said the little elf. Edward saw he entered a world of gray, feeling as if he was traveling at an incalculable distance. Suddenly, everything began to shake. What's going on? An anomaly has been detected, said Morgana with a worried face. Her eyes seemed to glow with wisdom. Master, we have to use the emergency procedure. What? No time to explain. A gray shield suddenly manifested around Edward. Then, he felt an explosion before everything went dark. Despite not seeing anything, he felt he was traveling a long distance, and there were many disturbances in the process. Unfortunately, his consciousness was coming in and out, so he could not observe what had occurred. Where am I? Edward asked softly as he looked at his surrounding. He saw two people, making him on guard. However, his vision was still blurred. You really survived such injuries? Asked a voice with great surprise. Are you even human? Edward took a moment to clear his mind, blurry vision, and the ringing sound in his ear. He first dealt with his auditory issue and recognized the person who spoke was a woman. Give me a moment, he said in a rasping voice. You can even speak. I thought your vocal cord was destroyed, replied the voice. Edward grunted as he closed his eyes to recuperate. When he opened his eyes, he finally saw his surrounding. What a beautiful woman, he declared. And well endowed too. Brat, what did you say? Said the woman. Sorry, I'm a little groggy, making me lose my filter, Edward said with difficulty. But Lady Tsunade, don't call me a brat. I'll call you brat since you're a brat. With my age, I can be your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, if not more. Tsunade wanted to sneer at these words, but she remembered this person's inhumane healing ability, indicating he might not be normal or even human. Wait, how do you know my name? Are you a spy from another village? And, the Naruto arc will not be long. Edward is only here to get a few things. Chapter 406, Naruto World. You're one of the Sannin, so it's not odd for me to know who you are, replied Edward, who began to analyze his injury. No, the way you said my name was as if you knew me clearly, continued Tsunade. Is this some ploy by another village to get to me? Pretend to be injured to get close. You have quite the imagination. I guess it does not matter. I'll take you down first. I can get the extracted information later. Chakra enhanced strength. She rushed toward him before punching him. Boom. The force generated by her attack made Shizen's clothes flap, destroyed the surrounding pieces of furniture, and left cracks in the walls. How is that possible? Said Tsunade as he saw her attack was useless. The man, who was missing 2 arms and 1 leg and appeared defenseless, just took one of her attack point blanks with no reaction. Boom. 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 She continued punching to no avail. Have you had enough? Asked Edward. Even in my sorry state, I can still annihilate this little planet with a wink. And if I did not control my power, it would have automatically counterattacked and instantly killed you. He was not lying. When he is unconscious and in a vulnerable situation, his aura and mana will act on their own and protect him. Who are you? No, better yet, what are you? Asked Tsunade with a severe look. You can think of me as an alien from another planet. Alien life forms exist. You don't know about alien. That can only mean this is the time period before the 4th Great Shinobi War and the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. He also realized the current Tsunade was not the one who gave up her Hokage position after the war and traveled the world. It is the one who has not become the 5th Hokage. 4th Great Shinobi War? What nonsense are you talking about? There is no such thing. Not yet. You can see in the future. Of course, replied Edward while looking at his body. He lost 3 limbs, but he did not care about that. The issue with his body was void of energy and some weird power that prevented his healing. He needed to remove these powers before he could regenerate his body. As for his strength, it was not affected. However, every time he used it, these 2 powers embedded themselves deep into his body and prolonged his recovery. Edward closed his eyes for a moment. Morgana seemed fine despite the injury. He still did not know what happened, but he could guess. He probably encountered some scary life form in the void, and Morgana acted swiftly and used the emergency protocol to send him to safety. I cannot survive the in the void, so I need to send news back home so someone can come to pick me up. He did not think of creating a floating city in this universe since it would take too long. I need to heal, but also a way to gather the thing I want in this world. If I wait until I'm healed, I might waste too much time. Plus, I might have to wait until I return home before I heal completely. So, I need another body. He raised his eyes to look at Tsunade, making her somewhere uneasy. Do you mind giving me some information about chakra and jutsus? Why? To learn, of course. I am sorry, but I can't. Why? Asked Edward. I cannot indulge the secret of the hidden leaf. So, even if I die, I won't say a word. She had a look of determination to die, but facing this person that may be more powerful than her grandfather, she had no hesitation. I forgot you ninjas were people trained as child soldiers and brainwashed to be loyal to your village, commented Edward before frowning. Then, he became dazed while thinking. I could effortlessly read her mind to get the information I want, he said. However, her brain has a seal, and without knowing anything about the chakra system, there is a chance of killing her. And that would be a waste. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, but she remained determined. Meanwhile, Edward closed his eyes again and cast a spell to detect the surrounding 100 kilometers. Then, he found what he wanted, a rogue ninja without any seals in his brain. A portal appeared before him, and the rogue ninja appeared in the room. Before the latter could understand what was happening, she passed out, and Edward read her memory. Interesting power system, he commented. Spacetime ninjutsu, said Shizun in shock. There was no seal, added Tsunade. No, I didn't even sense any chakra. Edward looked at the two. Do you mind helping me with something? In exchange, I can grant you any wish. If I help you, will it affect the Hidden Leaf Village? Considering I will be stealing all the jutsus of this planet, study the blood of all the clans with Kekkei Genkai, probably. But I can promise not to do too much damage to the Hidden Leaf. In that case, I refuse. Are you sure? My powers are godlike, meaning I can give you many unimaginable things. For example, I can help you awaken your grandfather's with style. I can grant you immortality, or better yet, I can revive your brother. Tsunade frowned but did not say anything, showing her attitude. When I say revive, I don't mean Edo Tensei. I mean a perfect revival. Or if you want, I can summon your brother from the past, from the moment before he dies, and you can use your current medical skill to save him, to have a chance to redeem your younger self's failure. Tsunade's heart beat faster, and she clenched her hand. If you are so powerful, why do you need my help? I won't lie, but the more I use my power, the longer it will take me to heal. So, what do you need me to do? I need you to create a clone for me to use. Cloning. That's beyond my capabilities. I know this, but I will give you the knowledge. And with your medical expertise, you can master this knowledge rapidly. Edward could have used the mirror clone spell he learned from Gauche, the sisterkin from the Black Bull squad. However, the spell requires mana to maintain the clone, and he could not use his mana in this way. It doesn't matter since I refuse your offer. A woman with a strong will, my type, commented Edward with a smile. You're weird, retorted Tsunade. It's the price for being so powerful and living for so long, shrugged Edward. How about I try another tactic? If you don't help, I'll have to ask Orochimaru for help. You can imagine the consequences of him acquiring my knowledge and power. Lady Tsunade, said Shizun, who knew the terrible consequences of that happening. Do you have to do this? Yes, nodded Edward. Plus, it's not like the Hidden Leaf will truly be affected. How is it stealing all our S-rank jutsus not affect us? Well, all the other village will lose their jutsus. And it's not like I will spread them or something. Tsunade took a moment to analyze the situation. She could not stop this person based on the power he had previously displayed. And if this man allied with Orochimaru, it would be a recipe for disaster. You said you would grant me any wish. Correct. In that case, I accept your offer. However, there are two issues. The first is money. We would need a lot of money to establish a lab for cloning. Secondly, I have hemophobia. No problem, replied Edward. He used a spell to access his interdimensional space and took out a potion and stacks of gold. Gold. So much gold, muttered Shizun. This potion is for your hemophobia. Before coming to the Naruto world, Edward prepared a way to deal with Tsunade's issue. In the Empire, many anxiety disorders like hemophobia can be cured with potions, psychologists, or the help of spiritual arcanists. There is more than enough gold. You can use some of it for your gambling addiction. It's not an addiction, countered Tsunade. Plus, how do you know so much about me? I know everything. Tsunade ignored him as she looked at the potion. She took a moment before grabbing it. There was no turning back. Without hesitation, she chugged it down and closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes and created a chakra blade with the tip of her finger. Then, she gently cut her wrist before watching the blood slowly trickle down on the floor. Lady Tsunade. I'm fine. No, I'm better than before. She always blamed herself for not being able to save Dan. But now, she understood and accepted that it was not her fault, that she had done her best. You guys can go set up everything. Edward gave them an interdimensional bag, making his complexion a little paler after using so many spells. After the group left, he looked in one direction. Old geezer, don't you know it's impolite to stare? Chapter 407, Clone. Edward looked at the Sage of Six Paths that floated before him. What do you want? You know who I am. I know everything. Almost everything. Hagoromo frowned as he felt the same arrogance his mother had because of her clan from this person, and he did not like this. Are you from the Osatsuki clan? No. Any relationship with them? Sir Hagoromo, what is with all these questions? Your presence has disrupted the fate of this planet, so I need to know whether you're an enemy or not. I'm sure it has, replied Edward. All I can say is if you stay out of my way, nothing will happen to this planet. I will leave after getting the things I want. And if I don't stay out of your way. And what do you think you can do in your current state? Pass on your meager power to your reincarnated son. They are nothing but children, but even if they were, I could still crush them like bugs. Why don't you worry about your mother leaving her seal? It's a much better way to spend your time. Is something wrong with the seal? He hurriedly asked. The only reason Hagoromo has not moved on to the afterlife is his worry about his mother's eventual return. Who knows? However, you should know she won't give up so easily. Hagoromo frowned for a while before disappearing. He had many questions and worries about this alien life form. However, his biggest concerns have always been his mother and the Otsutsuki clan. Edward watched his departure and did not say much. Usually, he would be more gentle and diplomatic when doing things. But he was not in the mood after his sudden injury. Plus, he was only here for a short period of probably a few months before returning home. He closed his eyes to focus on his injury. With Rowena's research, it should not take long to remove the void energy in my body. His mana and aura worked together to suppress the energy and prevent it from wiping him out of existence. The issue is that weird power from whatever attacked me. He felt most of the void energy was the thing that contained that mysterious power. The first step is sending an SOS back home so someone can pick me up. He began focusing on healing his mind space so he could contact Morgana's central server back and home and ask for help. A few days later, Tsunade returned. Everything is prepared, she said. So soon. Shizun suggested using one of Orochimaru's abandoned labs and renovating it. So, I took this into account. Edward's mouth twitched as he guessed this woman probably wanted to save as much of the gold as possible so she could use the rest to gamble. Well done, Lady Shizun. It's not a problem, she responded with a blush. Don't hit on my Shizun. I was just saying my thanks. Anyway, let's head to the lab. I need someone to carry me. And why would we do that? Asked Tsunade. I only have one arm left. Use your godly powers. Edward was speechless. He could use psychic energy to levitate or do anything since it uses less power than spells. However, he did not want to use his power for useless things unless essential, that's why he asked them for help. Please get me a wheelchair. Shizun got him a wheelchair and transported him to the newly built lab. Excellent, commented Edward. Let's begin. I've mastered some basic chakra knowledge in the past few days, but it's not enough. I will write an outline for the clone I need, and you need to complete the rest. Edward wanted a clone perfectly suited for the chakra system so he could study this system. He took a bunch of scrolls and began to write. Molecular biology, cell culture, embryo development, genetic manipulation, and somatic cell nuclear transfer, commented Tsunade with eyes twinkling. With this knowledge, medical ninjutsu can advance by leaps and bounds. So many ninjas can now be saved, Lady Tsunade. Focus, please. You don't seem to care about saving lives, said Tsunade. I do care, but your ninja system is fundamentally flawed. So, it does not matter how many people you save, war and conflict will never stop. Not mentioning foreign threats from the stars, but Edward did not say this. What do you mean by flawed? You instilled the idea to all ninjas that they were tools or weapons for their village. And what's the purpose of a weapon? To kill. Then, there is the fact you indoctrinate these ideas in young children and even send them to war. I understand your civilization does not know any better. But there is no world where children as young as 6-year-olds should be on the battlefield and killing. I cannot fathom the irreparable damage you've done to these people. Edward could not imagine how many ninjas were now suffering from one or multiple forms of mental disorder because of the things they experienced. Things like PTSD, depression, and many more. Tsunade did not know how to respond. She wanted to argue back but thought of Dan and her dead brother. If this world had a different ideology, THRY would have survived. Does your world has no war? Of course not, replied Edward. True peace does not exist, at least, not yet. However, the minimum age requirement to join the army is 30 years old. If we ever reach the point we need to draft younger individuals, it would be 25 years old, 21 years, and 18 at the youngest. Alright, let's not talk about this. Fine. I have a theory on creating the chakra pathways, but you must complete it. You really do not use chakra. So, how can you be so powerful? Different power system. Focus. During the next month, Tsunade finished his theory and created the clone Edward wanted. And as he looked at the body in the tank with green liquid, he nodded, You are more talented than I gave you credit for. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Take it as you wish. He separated a piece of his soul to enter the clone's body. As the latter opened its eyes, he immediately broke the glass to leave the nutrient tank. Not bad, commented Edward as he looked at the clone. Put some clothes on, don't you have any shame? You're a 50-year-old grandma, there is nothing you have not seen before. Bam. She punched him in the wheelchair, but as always, nothing happened. Say that again, 1,000-year-old monster. I'm young at heart, and that's all that matters. You. Calm down, Lady Tsunade, Shizun hurriedly said. She witnessed how easily this man could rile up Lady Tsunade in the past month. However, she did mind since she had never seen her so alive, it was like the pause in her life was finally playing. Edward smirked before focusing on his clone. The latter sat down and began refining chakra. Typically, training cannot increase chakra and mostly rely on genetics. However, he did not have this limit, or so he thought. So much chakra, commented Shizun. It reminded me of my grandfather. No, it's even more. Half an hour later, the clone opened his eyes with some confusion. I've perfectly combined my spiritual energy with my physical energy. So, why do I have a chakra limit? The Otsutsuki have to absorb large quantity of mana and the genetic information of a planet to evolve. So, genes might be the answer, theorized the main body. We need more information, concluded the clone. Let's go test this new system. Inside a training room, the clone did a few hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsus. Water style. Earth style. Wind style. The hand signs are a way to control chakra and give them properties similar to chanting and runes for mana, commented the clone. Then, he continued to practice other jutsus he stole from that rogue ninja and the basic ones he created. You mastered all these jutsus in 1 month, asked Tsunade. Why are you surprised? No matter how powerful you are, this is simply ridiculous. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. I've reached a high level in my power system. So, when I meet others, I simply have to compare them to learn quickly. Even then, that would require a vast amount of knowledge. Furthermore, the ease at which you did this would suggest this is not the first time you've done something similar. Have you finally realized how wonderful I am? Handsome, intelligent, powerful, and knowledgeable, he said with a smile. Narcissistic and missing limbs. That's very ableist of you. I'm just stating my observation. Whatever. You should prepare to leave. Why, replied Tsunade, upset for some reason. Your sensei is about to die. Chapter 408, Master Thief. Did something happen to the third Hokage? Asked Tsunade as she held Edward firmly, squeezing him with all her strength. Please, calm down. This is not the time to be playing around. I'm aware of this, but do you think being in a panic state is any way to do anything? You are right, replied Tsunade, taking a moment to breathe deeply. So, what happened? Orochimaru allied with the Sand Village to destroy the leaf during the Chunin exam. So, he's going this far, uttered Tsunade softly before sighing. How much time do I have? A few minutes. It's about to start. What? So little. She suddenly frowned. Wait, why are you telling me now? What's on it for you? I'm going to take this opportunity to steal all your jutsus and get blood samples from all the Hidden Leafs clans. You. Edward shrugged his shoulder as he called the clone. The 5 rings in his remaining hand floated to the clone, and he took it. These rings were powerful magical artifacts to help the clone in case of a dangerous situation. I think it's best if you kept some, given your sorry state, stated the clone, and Edward agreed after thinking for a moment, so he left only one with the clone. Edward then opened a portal for the 2. Scene break. Bang. A massive creature appeared in the middle of the village, emanating immense power. It seems we are on time, commented the clone. Is that the first tail, Shikaku, said Tsunade in shock. This is for you, said Edward as he condensed a ball of light from the magical ring. What is it? You'll know when the time is right, he replied before placing it inside her body. Tsunade did not say anything and rushed into the village. After seeing the damage, she first tried to save as many lives as possible. She summoned Lady Katsuyu and divided her into many parts. In the past month, her medical ninjutsu drastically increased after digesting Edward's knowledge. Additionally, she learned his chakra refining method and increased her chakra by a small amount to reach the limit of her genes. Edward looked at her from a distance before going to do his thing. His first went to the Hokage office, where all the A rank and above jutsus were kept. This process required reading the mind of a few people, but he soon found his target. As expected, there are people still protecting this area. Swish. He used a body flicker jutsu to appear behind these Umbu members and knock them out. He got the information he wanted from their mind and found the storage room. Edward flipped through all of them, nodding in satisfaction. He picked a scroll containing the Uzumaki sealing jutsu and skimmed through it. This world might be more valuable than I thought. He only came here for the god tree, and everything else was secondary. However, after reading this technique, he had many thoughts. The sealing jutsus in this world allowed individuals to seal powerful creatures inside their bodies. And back in the Empire, there were too many powerful creatures. The citizen could seal spirits inside their bodies to increase their bond and draw more powers from them. They could seal the devils from the Konosuba world or devils summoned from other planes or dimensions. Better yet, they can seal gods. One of his most significant discoveries from the mummy world was Nick, a person with a unique physique that could seal the power of gods and steal it. Until now, Edward has been studying Nick's ability and how to replicate it. But now, with this sealing technique, he should succeed. The Arcane Empire will really be the nemesis of the gods. He shook his head before copying all these scrolls and leaving. He had a limited time window and did not want to waste time. He went to every notable clan in the Leaf and copied their jutsus. Then, he would secretly take away blood from them. Finally, Edward went to Root's base. "Who are you?" asked Danzo. "It does not matter who I am. What matters is why I'm here, your arm." Danzo calmly surveyed his surroundings. "Your men are taking a nap, so you don't have to worry about them. Youngster, I don't know who you are, but you're very, very capable if you could infiltrate this place without being detected." Edward's mouth almost twitched, wondering why these people called him youngster when he was dozen times their age. "I wanted to fight you to test the fighting capability of the chakra system. However, I cannot guarantee that you would not destroy the arm or use your left eye. So, my apology, I have to cheat." Danzo's danger senses activated, and he wanted to do something, but it was too late. He felt something coming from behind him and entered his mind. He tried to resist, but the power was overwhelming, so he fell on the floor, passing out. Psychic energy is the best. As long as he has a soul, he can convert his spiritual energy into psychic energy, turning into a powerful telepath or telekinesis. And even without a soul, he can modify his brain composition to acquire this power, making this power system quite universal. Edward proceeded to raid Root's base, acquiring much information on other nations along with a few unknown jutsus and research results from Orochimaru and the second Hokage. Then, he spent a few hours studying sealing jutsus and other things. Later that night, Hokage's office. Tsunade sensed something and looked in the window, where she saw Edward. "Oh, it's you. Huh, what's with the tone?" "Nothing, just tired." "No, that's not it. I'm very sensitive, and I can tell you're upset about something, and it seems to be because of me," said Edward as he entered. "You're overthinking. Remember, communication is key to solving any problem," added Edward standing opposite her desk. "Do you really want to know why I'm upset?" "I do. I don't like how cruel and indifferent you were. You knew people were going to die, so what happened, and had the power to stop it, but you ignored everything for your benefit. I don't like what you did." "I see," uttered Edward looking directly into her eyes. "This is who I am. Besides the people I care for, I usually act when things are in my best interest, ignoring everything else. And the person you met this past month is only the surface. The horrors and atrocities I've accomplished would make someone like Orochimaru look like a petty criminal." Tsunade lay her back on her chair and sighed deeply before saying, "I had a feeling it was the case. By the way, I also have 7 wives." Tsunade clenched her hands tightly. "Why would I care?" "Indeed, this has nothing to do with you," said Edward as he looked around the office. "Where is Shizune?" "I forced her to rest." "I see. I'm guessing the 3rd Hokage survived." "Yes. Thanks to what you gave me, I could enter Orochimaru's seal and assist him in the battle," replied Tsunade. "I guessed I should thank you since that thing also saved my life." "No problem. Is Orochimaru dead?" "No, he ran away with severe injuries." "You don't have anything to do with him." "I want to get my hands on his research." Tsunade frowned but did not say anything. "Are you going to be the next Hokage now?" "The old man asked me, but I don't know." She was a little confused. "What about you? What have you been doing?" "Like I said, stealing jutsus and such. I've also kidnapped Danzo." "What? You promised me not to hurt anyone from the Leaf Village. Go to the Root base and see the shady things this man has been doing." "Even so," replied Tsunade with raised eyebrows. "Do you know he implanted your grandfather's cell into his body?" "What?" she yelled while also punching the desk into 2. Luckily, Edward placed a psychic barrier around the room to not alert Umbu. His bandage hand is an arm made from Hashirama's cell that he had Orochimaru create for him. He even implanted a bunch of Sharingans he gathered from the Uchiha clan. "I have controlled him to release the seal he placed in the Root members, so you should be able to get them to talk." Tsunade grunted, thinking of the implications behind these accusations. "Fine, I'll send someone. All right, I have research to go. I will come to see you in a few days. She watched him disappear in the night, thinking deeply to herself. She sighed before continuing her work. Many people suggested in the comment that the Naruto world should not be too short since it has so much potential for the Empire. The idea they gave was brilliant, and I'm beginning to wane on my previous decision. So, tell me what you think. Chapter 409, Chakra Analysis. Edward's main body looked at the clone using all 5 elements jutsus, and he realized after a basic analysis of the chakra system that it had more value than expected. As such, he would like to study this world more and reap the benefit. However, he also knew of the situation back home. He closed his eyes to log into the Akashic record system. Name, Edward Bones, Christian Stewart. Origin, Primordial Earth. Gift, Eidetic Memory, Extreme Magic Affinity, Limited Cosmic Awareness. Willpower, 7. Mentor, Sir Merlin. Current residence, Universe number 127490374, HP Universe. Age, 932. Rank, Tier 8 Solar System. Titles, Arcane Emperor, Civilization Creator, Sage of Wisdom, Divine Artificer, Pathfinder, Dark Explorer, Voyager, and Wizard King. Edward looked at his status before searching for what he wanted. Many of his titles, like Divine Artificer and Pathfinder, increased in strength after he built the Tier 10 floating city and created the method to quickly reach Tier 8. Nevertheless, he did not depend too much on the record and still hoped to find a way to travel the Omniverse without relying on their coordinates. Edward then searched for a universal time dilation to spend as much time as possible in the Naruto world without much time passing back home. Unfortunately, this thing involved Omniverse knowledge and the operation of void energy, so it was too expensive for him to buy even if he sold the entire empire. So, he asked to speak to a representative, and an AI or spirit showed up. My name is Alicia. How can I help you, Sir Edward? I wanted to buy some knowledge from you, but it's too expensive. Is there a way to exchange a final product? Unfortunately, your level of authority, your sponsor has intervened for you. So, it is possible to buy the final product. It seems old man Merlin has not abandoned me, muttered Edward before using his knowledge point to exchange something that looked like a metal ball. He tried to see the technology behind it, but every time he looked away for a moment, he forgot his observation of this strange thing. Some sort of anti-reverse engineering technology. That's correct, responded Alicia. Is there anything else? Yes, I would love some products to heal my injuries. Let me check, she responded. Your sponsor sent you a message, deal with your own bad luck and treat it as a learning opportunity. Of course, he would say that. All right, that's all. In that case, have a wonderful day. After Alicia disappeared, he looked at this thing one last time before putting away. I'm just happy I did not have to resort to Plan B. His Plan B was to use the Akashic records to connect to some powerhouses or creatures in the void that exchanged resources with other universes, in other words, omniversal merchants. However, he did not know if such a thing existed, and even if it did, finding some trustworthy one would be a daunting task. Not to mention the other possible problems this method could have. He then focused on the clone's training. How is it going? I've mastered all the jutsus and their nature transformation. Oh, what's the data? Nature transformation is nothing but an advanced form of chakra controls that grants the chakra an elemental property. It is similar to how Arcanist can transform mana into fire elemental energy to cast certain spells. Based on the user's affinity, certain transformations are easier. I see, replied the main body. Anything else? The real discovery of our study is the chakra system relies heavily on genetics. Let me show you. The clone used wind and water transformation to create ice. However, a water tornado appeared instead. As you can see, without the Yuki clan's bloodline limit, it's impossible to combine these two nature transformations into ice release. Biological limitations. Exactly. The chakra fruit that the Otsutsuki clan swallows do not only increase chakra, explained the clone. They absorbed biological/genetic information from the people of the planet and absorbed it through the fruit. With this method, they can evolve their genes, allowing their bodies to mold more chakra. This would explain why they have so many different dojutsus. With such a diverse gene pool, mutations are common and allow them to develop different powers, added Edward. Yes, and as you know, genes can carry wills. With each Otsutsuki having so much biological information, it could explain why so many of them are cruel, indifferent, and have different mental problems. Edward pondered for a moment. We need to use the situation to our advantage. Let's study these clans' bloodline limits and see if we can reproduce a magical version of these bloodlines. Indeed, if we could convert these bloodlines to boost the power of Arcanists, this would be a great discovery. Someone with a magical equivalent of the Yuki clan's bloodline limit can use more powerful ice spells than usual or find it easier to learn any knowledge related to ice magic. The Uzumaki clan focused on high stamina and high chakra amount so that the magical equivalents would grant an arcanist higher mana on average than their peers, they would have higher generation, and it would make it easier to reach higher tiers. There is a chance that a mutation occurred in the Nara clan's bloodline, commented Edward. Yes. Shikamaru's father and son all had very high IQs. If we can replicate their bloodline, the entire empire would benefit. Edward knew many fans of Naruto thought that all Nara clan were genius, but that's not true. However, it is a small anomaly for all 3 generations of Shikamaru to have IQs above 200. If we could have a magical Rinnegan, it would be beneficial, stated the clone. Besides its ability to revive people with small consequences, it's not very useful to me. However, it could be useful for the Empire, commented Edward. I'm more interested in the Truth-Seeking Ball and Izanagi. The Truth-Seeking Ball's concept is similar to the Destruction Ball spell you created in the previous world. However, unlike your spell, which is a forced and not true fusion, it perfectly fits all 5 elements release along with yin-yang release. So, if you could recreate a magical version, you would acquire the power of destruction, capable of erasing people from reality, similar to Dragon Ball's Hakai. As for Izanagi, which has the power to turn fiction into reality, there are too many possibilities. We should also get our hands on Hagoromo's creation of all things technique. Izanagi is a practical application of the creation of all things. The power of limited creations. That's intriguing, muttered Edward. The infinite Tsukimi might have some values, added the clone, and Edward agreed. All right, build me some Neuralink prosthetic so I can help. Although Edward could not regenerate his limbs, he could still use some other methods to have limbs. The clone built him some wooden prosthetics based on Chakra Puppet's knowledge and asked him to build a better one while it focused on its research, making Edward speechless. The clone created clones 2 and 3 and had one use the mana from the ring to become an arcanist while the other had chakra. Then, he began his experiment. He implemented a 3-tomo Sharingan on the clone's eyes and had them try copying mana spells. The result of this experiment is that the mana clone could copy wandcraft spells, which were the original Harry Potter spells like Wingardium Leviosa. And the reason for that is these spells relied on wizards' magic veins, which were the magical equivalent of chakra network. So, after the mana inside his body adapted to the Sharingan, it could copy the spells. However, it fails for things like Dragon Tongue, arcane runes, and other forms of magic. Nevertheless, the result also showed the Sharingan was excellent for remembering runes even if they were not applicable in spell casting. It can reduce the time arcanists need to study magic. The clones conducted further experiments before discovering the Byakugan was an excellent aid for Aura Master and would increase their fighting prowess. If you add the Sixth Sense method of the Night System, their class was about to have a booming period in the Empire. Finally, the clones focused on reproducing the Kekkei Genkai or bloodline they took from the Leaf Village clan. We need more samples, said the main body, who also helped in the research after building himself state-of-the-art prosthetics. Yes. We need blood samples from other villages. We can also accelerate the study of the Manjikyu Sharingan and Rinnegan if we have a sample. Plus, we have not even begun studying nature energy yet, agreed Clone 1. Alright, I'll go out. Chapter 410, The Forest. I went to the Hokage office but did not see you, said Edward as he looked at the hospital and patients. Have you resumed your previous job? Where have you been all this time? It's been a month since I last saw you, said Tsunade. It's only a month. Don't you know how long a month is? That's more than 30 days. I forget I'm now a longevity species, and how I experience time differs from mortals. I should take note of this for the future. Are you saying it's normal for you to spend years without seeing your family and wives? Yes, we're essentially immortal, so time is something we have more than enough. What a weird family dynamic. Maybe. But why do you care? Asked Edward with a smug smile. You seem too invested in me and my family situation. You take yourself too seriously, replied Tsunade after coughing a little in embarrassment. You are a dangerous individual, and it is in the Leaf's best interest to know your whereabouts at all times and to gather as much information as possible. Is that so? Tsunade hated that smirk look he had on his face. I must say, I like this Tsundere side of yours. Tsundere? What's that? She instantly felt it was something that would anger her. I can't say. I don't want you to destroy this hospital and ruin your heroic image in this village. Tsunade finally took notice of the surroundings as she noticed many people looking at her and gossiping. She could hear them wondering who is this young and handsome lad that Lady Tsunade seemed to be flirting with. Here, follow me to my office. She rapidly walked to her office with great stride. You know, your actions might intensify the rumors, said Edward as he closed the door to her office. I can see the headlines. Lady Tsunade invites an unknown handsome man into her office for a private chat. What are they discussing? Marriage. Out of wedlock pregnancy. Read to find out. Tsunade looked at him, not knowing how to respond to the absurdity that just came out of his mouth. Sometimes I wonder whether you're a fraud. How could a 1,000-year-old person say something so ridiculous? When you live as long as I have, you must keep a youthful mind. Otherwise, life would not be as fun, shrugged Edward. Plus, you've never seen a modern world publication. These outlines are more absurd to entice readers to buy. I'm not going to unpack all that, replied Tsunade. I see you are all healed. Not at all, this is just a prosthetic, Edward showed her as his skin suddenly turned metal. Synthetic skin to make it indistinguishable from the rest. He wiggled his robotic fingers, and Tsunade could not remove her gaze from them. Interesting technology. If I had it, I could provide a normal life for many ninjas who lost limbs in war or mission. This technology is too advanced for your current world. However, I can give you the lesser version that uses puppets and chakra strings. I'll even add ways for you to reattach limbs as long as they are preserved. What do you want? Asked Tsunade, on guard. I resent this accusation. I would have asked anyway, even if I didn't give you this gift. Plus, I'm only asking you for convenience and to prevent you from using my powers. Otherwise, I could scan the entire planet and know almost everything. Fine, I believe you. Tsunade handed him a few empty scrolls, and Edward gave her the information. I also have another gift for you. What is it? It's a potion to activate your Senju blood limit. With it, you should develop wood style if you desire. Tsunade looked at the vial with green liquid. Why are you being so nice? What can I say? Gift-giving is my love language. Love language? What a strange expression, commented Tsunade. She looked at the potion with countless thoughts in her mind. So, are you not going to be the 5th Hokage? Edward asked. Not yet. I'll wait for a while since the old man can keep going. He's not a very good Kage. He let the elders have too much power. Of course, now that Danzo is gone, maybe, he can finally be effective. Tsunade did not comment on this issue even if she agreed. Did Sasuke betrays the village? How do you know about this? Did you see the future? I remember you mentioned something about the 4th Great Ninja War and something about an alien clan. You don't have to worry about it. Now that I'm here, this world's destiny has shifted in a completely different direction. I still want to know. So, Edward showed her what happened in the Naruto series. Madara, Obito, Infinite Tsukiyomi, Otsutsuki clan, so much to digest, muttered Tsunade as she caressed her temple. Don't worry about anything. One of my objectives is to get Madara's body and Rinnegan, so none of these things will happen. So, why were you here in the first place? I came here to ask you to introduce me to the Shikatsu forest. I'm interested in their sage art. Edward had information about the other sage modes, except for the Shikatsu forest. The only information is the inference that Hashirama mastered slug sage mode from the forest, but even that was not properly stated or explained. You're not going after the slug sage, aren't you? Once again, questioning my integrity. How hurtful. I'm serious, she glared. I promise, I only want to learn sage mode. And if they don't want to teach me, I'll just quietly take the knowledge from their minds. Don't you understand that's a violation of people's privacy? Hence the reason I ask you to introduce me, to prevent all these unpleasant rise, explained Edward. Plus, I recognize your hypocrisy. If you had my power, you would use it to steal countless intelligence for the Hidden Leaf Village. That's different. No, it's not. I'm the emperor of a mighty empire, so I will use any means to acquire knowledge for my people. Emperor? Is that like the daimyo? More like if there was one daimyo that ruled all the lands and villages. So, you rule over the planet. That's impressive, I guess. Planet? No, I rule over thousands of them. Is that even possible? Tsunade could not fathom such a thing, so it took her a while to process. The universe is more vast and complex than you can imagine, said Edward as he looked through the window. Back to the topic. Can you take me? Tsunade took a moment to regain her composure. Fine. I cannot reverse summon you, so we'll have to travel there. Edward nodded. If he wanted to, he could have reverse summoned to the forest with the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and use it to teleport there. Furthermore, his clones build mana, psychic, and chakra-containing artifacts to use. So, any of these methods could get him there. Or he could even turn his prosthetics into jet boosters as he designed them to do so, allowing for faster travel. However, he would not ruin his chance to travel with a beautiful lady. I need 3 days to prepare. Then we can leave. Sure. I can find something to do in the meanwhile. Don't cause trouble. I can't promise that, replied Edward before disappearing. Tsunade sighed before going to report to the 3rd Hokage. Despite Edward's warnings, she did not want to leave everything in his hands. So, she wanted the leaf to keep a tighter watch on the Akatsuki and watch them for when they began gathering the tail beasts. Edward's main body went to summon the fourth Hokage to get the other half of Kurama from him. Meanwhile, Clone 1 was forced to leave the lab to gather some needed resources once he found his main body was flirting. He knew it was revenge for the prosthetic, so he could not complain. Chapter 411, Hunting. Edward's clone looked at the two people below him as he stood above the tree nearby a river. He glanced at the shark-looking man for a moment before ignoring him. His real target was the red-eye Uchiha. Although I know this is not going to work, let's try for the sake of efficiency. Please hand over your eyes and do not resist. Itachi, do you know this person? No. So, you won't mind if I killed him? Do as you wish. He. Kisame removed his weapon, ready to attack. Meanwhile, Edward sighed. He was not in the best mood since he was forced to come and waste his time with these people. Nevertheless, I can use this opportunity to gather more data on the chakra system. He calmly looked at Kisame, who rushed at him with great speed, and he used Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength to enhance his physical attribute and punched the shark in his ugly face. He was so swift that Itachi raised an eyebrow when he saw the attack with his Sharingan. Bam! Kisame flew a dozen meters, crashing into the river. Less than 3 seconds later, he stood up from the river, his face a little red from the punch. Water style, 5 shark shower. 5 water sharks flew from his mouth, heading toward Edward, who countered with his own jutsu. Fire style, flaming bird jutsu. 5 firebirds flew from his mouth and extinguished the sharks. But they did not stop and headed for Kisame. The men shark had to counter with another jutsus that used the nearby river to stop the attack. Water style, 1,000 feeding sharks. This attack created a tsunami made entirely out of sharks and was truly a powerful jutsus. However, it did not matter to the clone. Wood style, life-growing jutsus. With Hashirama cells, it was no trouble for him to alter his genetics to use this blood limit. With this jutsus, a small plant appeared on the tsunami's path. Then, the plant madly absorbed the water from the jutsus as nutrients to grow a forest. The tree branches from this forest then entangled Kisame before capturing him. He resisted a little but could not fight so many. And since the tree possessed the ability to drain chakra, he was quickly drained. A crow tried to reach Kisame but could evade all the trees. In the end, Itachi turned back to his original body and abandoned saving his companion for now. I did not know the hidden leaf had someone who would release, said Itachi with his usual calm and composed voice. Trying to get information from me? You're quite the devoted little spy, aren't you? Itachi calmly looked at him. Genjutsu is useless. He realized he might have to go all out in this battle despite his poor physical condition. Amaterasu. A black flame appeared on Edward's position. But he did not evade. No, a tree branch moved in front of him, taking the attack instead of him. Eternal flame, huh? He muttered, looking at the black flame. Of course, he knew these flames were not truly eternal. However, if he only used his current chakra method, he could not extinguish them. He controlled other branches to attack Itachi, forcing him on the move and not giving a good eye view of himself to use Amaterasu. Suddenly, one of the branches moved faster than Itachi could predict, heading straight for his eyes. At the last minute, an orange skeleton protected him. You forced me to use this. His eyes were now bleeding, but he still remained calm. Without hesitation, he fully activated his Susanoo. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Itachi slashed the enormous dragon with his Tatsuka blade. However, the dragon would regrow on the cut-off place before continuing to entangle him. Furthermore, the more his blade came into contact with the dragon, the more chakra it drew. While Itachi focused on dealing with the wood dragon, a shadow suddenly came from behind him and attached to his own shadow, rendering him immobile. He tried to resist but to no avail. Then, the wood dragon drained his chakra until he could not maintain the Susanoo. Edward walked before him, looking directly at him. Quite the talented individual. Unfortunately, the crooked and backward system of the ninja world ruined you. And what does that mean? Asked Itachi, still calm. What you did to the Uchiha clan. Is there something wrong with wanting to test my power? From a patriotic standpoint, as a ruler myself, I respect your decision. As a man with a family and loved ones, I can understand your choice. However, on an intellectual level, you made the stupidest choice. For someone of your intelligence. Edward shook his head. How do you know all this? I'm the one who killed Danzo. I see. There was nothing wrong with my choice, the Uchiha needed to be eradicated. Do you feel that way despite all the innocent children and women killed? Or maybe, you don't care because Madara was the one who killed them. Without their deaths in your hand, it should be easier to justify your action. Itachi did not answer. You and Shisui could have killed Danzo or used your power to negotiate with the Hidden Leaf. You could have taken over the Uchiha clan and dealt with the rebellious members while protecting the more peaceful and innocent ones. However, as traumatized children with godly powers and forced to see the cruelty of the world when your brains were not properly developed, you chose the worst possible options. Itachi did not know how to respond. Furthermore, there is no point in contemplating these things now. And Edward stopped talking. He removed Itachi's eyes and placed them in a jar he summoned. He also took Shirsue's eyes. Then, he used medical ninjutsu or yang release to grow another pair of regular eyes. He then left him with a gift. I've cured your disease, so you have a long life to live, and maybe, watch your brother grow. Also, use this opportunity to think over your actions and choices. Maybe, you'll gain some perspective. After saying that, he took some blood from Kisame before disappearing and teleporting away. His next target was Nagato to take away the Rinnegan. He was not sneaky and used the most direct and brute force method. He fought all of them single-handedly, defeated everyone, and only used the chakra system. He told Nagato he was trying to remove the burden from him, but the latter did not appreciate his actions. And the situation became worse when he tried to flirt with Konan, and she simply despised him. In the process, he also sealed Black Zetsu and Haiden and took them away. Following this, he traveled all over the continent to steal all the jutsus from different villages and blood samples from the blood limit clans. He also went after the nine-tailed beast. He did not capture them. Edward did not want to draw the ire of all 5 villages and have them band together to fight him like the 4th Ninja War. Although he would easily, it was not worth the trouble. He scanned these beasts before taking a large sample of their chakra by dividing them into a yin and yang half like the 9-tail to analyze and activate the 10-tail and study the god tree. He proceeded to visit Orochimaru and take all his research. The mad scientist tried to resist to no avail. The final step in his hunting was taking Kaguya from her seal. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother tried to stop him, but the clone was prepared to deal with these two and sent them away. Finally, he returned to his laboratory to study. Of course, his exploits were known throughout the world. But he did not care. Chapter 412, Sage Art. Anne, all of you need to calm down. There have been too many comments about how the Naruto world deserves better, and I agree. This will be a normal arc with a minimum of 30 chapters. I have some ideas I think are cool to make this arc more interesting, but you also have to understand with Edward's current power level, there is probably nothing that can threaten. So, some things must be fast and straightforward. I don't read or watch Boruto, and I don't know much. But, in the setting of this fanfiction, their supposedly god is only tier 8. I won't debate whether the scaling is correct or not since it's my story, and I said so. Tier 8 is nothing to Edward, especially with the arcane spark. Finally, it's been a long time since I read Naruto, and I don't remember a lot of things especially from the movies or filler episodes. I will try my best to integrate some of these things, but please don't have too much hope since I might even be too lazy to do the research. Thank you. Edward followed Tsunade through a long voyage toward the Shikatsu forest. During the entire journey, he took this opportunity to get closer to her throughout the journey. Why have you never asked me to fulfill my promise? Do you not want to revive your brother? He asked. I don't know, replied Tsunade while continuing walking. Over the years, I've missed my brother and Dan more than I can imagine. However, I've also grieved and accepted their death. Is that why you never tried to revive or see them with Edo-tensei? I understand the pain of losing a loved one. But I do not understand the concept of grieving and moving on. Sounds like a story. When I was young, I lost my parents to a nonsensical war, said Edward with some reminiscing. It was a difficult period in my life, given how much they loved and cared for me in that lonely world. However, I refused to accept their death and sought to conquer death. And you succeeded? Yes. And from that moment onward, I vowed never to lose anyone close to me. And if I do, I would go to extreme lengths to get them back. Sounds ominous. Oh, you have no idea. Tsunade shivered when she saw that man's eyes. Through these eyes, she could experience the horror that would unleash in any world if something happened to this man's family. Anyone or anything which stood in his way would bear the brunt of his wrath. It did not matter whether it was almighty gods, cruel devils, or merciful Buddhas. Let's not talk about this. All right. If you ever decide, you can ask me. I will. After a few days of travel, they finally reached their destination. With Tsunade's presence, they could enter the forest with no problem. However, Edward had to stay outside while she talked to the slug sage. A few minutes later, Tsunade came outside. The sage wants to see you. Be on your best behavior. Of course, replied Edward before following her. He showed no surprise upon meeting this massive slug. He bowed politely and thanked her for receiving him as a guest. So, you want to learn our sage mode? Yes, great slug sage. Tsuna has vouched for you, but I still need to test you. Any problem with that? Not at all. A bright light shone on the slug's eyes as she gazed up and down at Edward, such brightness, such purity. I've never met such a good-hearted individual. Tsunade looked at the sage, wondering whether she was senile. Although she did not say anything bad about Edward, she was not too positive. She only told the sage enough to accept him to prevent him from acting out. Meanwhile, Edward was not surprised by this outcome. Ever since he discovered karma, he wanted to create a way to hide his sins with his merit to make it easier to interact with justice-type people who hated sins with their souls. People who will only interact with people of certain alignments. So, he asked Hermione to develop this method since she was studying karma, and she succeeded. Technically speaking, the sage was not lying since he committed many great deeds like solving cancer, ending world hunger, and many other things. I'm flattered, replied Edward. You must be tired from your journey. Katsuyu will teach you. I hope you continue to do good in your life. I will, and thank you for your hospitality. I will lead him to the resting rooms, volunteered Tsunade, making the other slugs give her strange looks, but she did not care, she wanted to satisfy her curiosity. So, once they were alone, she whispered, how did you do it? Do what? Don't play around. How did you trick the great sage? Did you use your mysterious power? No, and I did not really trick her. In my world, I ended world hunger and poverty, created peace, cured 99% of known diseases, provided free education and health care to everyone, and so much more. I am a protector and guardian to my people. It's just that I used many shady and cruel tactics to achieve these wonderful things. Edward suddenly paused. What kind of person you thought I was? In my mind, you were a godlike entity who sought knowledge and power by all costs, even invading other planets. I thought the only touch of humanity you had was your family and loved ones. Harsh, I guess I should appreciate your honesty. But I'm not that terrible. Maybe. The next day, Edward woke up early for his training. Are you sure he can learn Sage Mode? I cannot sense any chakra from him, commented Katsuyu. Tsunade looked at him, and Edward converted his mana into chakra and showed it to her. One of the reasons he loved mana is its versatility and compatibility with other energy. You have enough chakra, so let's begin the training, said Katsuyu. The first step is to sense the natural energy in nature and absorb it into the body. This process is challenging, but the Shikatsu forest has a unique slime that can aid the process. No need, said Edward as he controlled the natural energy around to enter his body before controlling them to leave. As an arcanist, energy control is basically his job, and he is one of the best at it. He only needed to know the specific ratio of natural energy, chakra, and physical energy of the forest, Sage Mode. Tsunade and Katsuyu looked at him with open mouths. The slug knew how difficult this process was since even Tsunade failed. Over the years, only one person mastered the slug Sage Mode, and it was the first Hokage. I guess we are moving to the second step, the ratio of the three energies. Katsuyu proceeded to explain the ratio to Edward, who listened attentively. He did not immediately ask but asked detailed questions. Unfortunately, Katsuyu's way of teaching is more about practicing and relying on individual talent, so she could only answer a few of his questions. Edward then closed his eyes and drew the natural energy into his body. Controlling his spiritual energy was even easier since that's what he used to control his mana, but it's called soul strength in his world. As for physical energy, he also has experience controlling it because of his aura. Without surprise, he succeeded in his first attempt and entered Sage Mode, similar to Hashirama, with a circle on his forehead and markings around his eyes. Why you succeeded? Asked Katsuyu. Meanwhile, Tsunade was numb by now. This man seemed capable of anything. Edward did not answer her as he focused on analyzing the Snake Sage Mode method he got from Orochimaru and the Toad Snake Mode he had one of his clones steal from Jiraiya's mind. The Toad method focused more on speed, the snake for attacks, while the slug focuses on stamina and healing. He took a moment to discover the subtle differences. Next, let's see if natural energy will work with mana. He separated a small part of his mana and tried to fuse it with natural energy. He tried different ratios, but they could never fit. With Edward's energy control, he spent the next few hours without success. I'm missing something, he spoke out loud. Are you all right? Asked Tsunade. Why wouldn't I be? You've been petrified repeatedly, we thought you would die. Don't worry about it, said Edward looking at her face. Then, he was drawn to the mark on her forehead. He looked at her eyes and her forehead. Triangle, 3 energies, I see. He closed his eyes again and tried, but this time, he fused his aura, mana, and natural energy. And as expected, after a few trial and error, he found a basic ratio that worked. The marking on his face appeared again, but they were purple now. Edward entered the Mana Sage Mode. Please read the above author's note. And leave your ideas on what you wish this mode were capable of. I might use some of your suggestions. Chapter 4:13, Mana Sage Mode. How fascinating, muttered Edward as he felt the changes inside his body. He punched in the air with a small amount of force. Boom. His small movement created a sonic boom in the air. "Lumos," he muttered, and a light ball as bright as the sun appeared in his hand. Such power with such little mana. The Mana Sage mode boosted his physical prowess and the effects of his spells, and these seemed only the preliminary effects. Edward then focused on his senses. With a thought, he could sense every living being on the planet. He could feel every single particle of natural energy on this planet. "My control of energy seems to have drastically increased," he uttered before focusing on his body. He sensed the remaining void energy that his vast mana was essentially sealing along with that mysterious power. "I can control void energy," he said in shock. Before now, he could never use his spiritual energy or soul strength to directly control void energy. He always required an object or technology as an aid. Although it is a very rudimentary level, it's still my first time controlling it. Edward was elated. Traveling to this world became worth it just because of this. He then used his enhanced senses to analyze that weird power. "It's some sort of will remaining from the creatures that attacked me." Edward frowned as he pondered. An idea came to mind. "Why don't I use my willpower to confront this thing? Maybe I can benefit from it." Pew. He vomited a mouthful of blood. "Are you all right?" asked Tsunade as she held his right arm. "I'm fine," he replied. His attempt succeeded as he discovered he could temper his willpower with this method. Edward has hope he can reach the level 8 willpower requirement by confronting this will. However, he has to ensure his body is in the correct state before proceeding. "I don't think vomiting blood is a good indication of good health." "You saw me in worse shape," replied Edward, who rapidly healed from this minor injury because of his Mana Sage mode. Tsunade gave him a tissue, and he wiped the blood from his mouth. "I will need a lot more natural energy, a star system worth. Plus, I must study how it is created to recreate this energy." He did not mind sharing the Mana Sage mode with the Empire. Arcanists will have battle strength above their tier with it and the arcane spark. Some talented arcanists could probably fight 2 or more tiers above their ranks in the lower tiers, 0 to 6. They would only need a vessel to store natural energy or store it in their bodies through seals. Edward looked at Tsunade, who was supporting him. "Do you want to learn Sage mode?" "I've already tried. I could not even sense natural energy." "That's understandable. You probably won't have any issue with combining the 3 energies. On this planet, your chakra control talent is only second to your disciple, Sakura." "Sakura is not my disciple." "Is that so? It seems the future has changed. You should take her under your wings. In less than 3 years, she surpassed you and became the best medical ninja on this planet. And she mastered strength of 100 seal and creation rebirth. In only 3 years. That's quite the talent." Tsunade remembered Sakura was not from a famous clan, meaning she was only a civilian ninja. She was indeed talented if she could achieve all these without any bloodline. "Answer my question, do you want to learn? Can you really teach me?" "Of course." "Then, I want to learn." "All right. Get a piece of stick for me from that tree over there." "Why can't you get it yourself?" "I'm an injured person." "Here," said Tsunade begrudgingly. Edward took the stick and began drawing a circle. Then, he drew a bunch of complicated symbols and geometric shapes inside. The final product looked like a piece of art. "I'm going to need some of your chakra and spiritual energy. Don't resist." He pointed the stick at Tsunade and drew 2 strings from her body, one blue and one white, and placed them on the circle. Electric lights flashed on the circle as it lighted up. Then, something that looked like a gaming virtual reality headset appeared in the middle. "What is this? What did you do?" "Matter manipulation. I used the atoms in the air and surrounding to create things. I could have waved my hand to do so, but that would require using my powers. So, similar to the rumored Sage of 6 Paths creation of all things. His technique allows him to turn fantasy into reality, so it can create things out of nowhere. And his is better since he can create life." "Wow, you're admitting you're not as good as someone else." "I don't know where you got the idea that I was a prideful person," replied Edward. "I traveled to different planets and worlds to meet different races and civilizations and learn from them. A beggar can be my teacher as long as they have knowledge I don't have. I guess I underestimate your pursuit of knowledge. I apologize." "It's fine. Anyway, let's get started," stated Edward. "This thing is divided into 10 levels, with each level helping you sense natural energy. Once you reach level 1, you won't need assistance and can sense it independently. So, the lower the level, the less aid I will receive." "Correct." "All right, I'll try." Tsunade placed the headset on her head and sat down to meditate. A few minutes later, natural energy began to gather inside her body, scaring the quiet Katsuyu, who was watching these 2 lovers' interaction with delight. Whack. Edward smacked the sticks on Tsunade's back to remove the natural energy and prevent her from petrifying. "Ow, do you have to hit me so hard?" "Yes. Focus and quickly remove the natural energy inside your body. Tsunade focused and continued her training to level 9. Half an hour later, she could sense the natural energy and absorb it. However, she was careful and did not let a certain someone hit her. 5 days later. Damn it, why is level 2 so hard, she complained as she removed the headset. 5 days to reach level 2 is decent, replied Edward, who spent this time optimizing his mana sage mode by combining the 3 methods and translating it to his mana. In the past few days, he also discovered another ability of this mode, high resistance. And it was not just resistance to mana, but all energy. Although he did not reach complete immunity to most spells like the gods, it was better than nothing. Decent, huh? Don't listen to him, Tsuna, said Katsuyu. You have made such immense progress in just 5 days. She had never met someone who could sense energy so quickly, especially after being deemed impossible to master sage mode. Do you have a way to accelerate the process? Asked Tsunade. You're similar to my wife, Olivier. You have high control for energy but abysmal energy sensing. Why are you saying this to me? Asked Tsunade with an attitude. Where is the potion I gave you to wake your bloodline limit? Why does it have to do with anything? Awakening your bloodline will increase your talent. Tsunade became somber for a moment. Is it the right choice for the Senju clan to revive? The Senju clan dispersed and became regular citizens because of their clan's overwhelming power in the village because of the first and second Hokage. And Tsunade knew the political ramifications of awakening the wood style. The Otsutsuki clan will have their eyes on this planet in 20 years or more. And you guys will only have Naruto and Sasuke to protect you. So, if you don't want to be useless and powerless, you better increase your strength as soon as possible. Aren't you here? I won't be forever. Once I heal and get what I want, I'm leaving. That's true, muttered Tsunade, who became dazed for a moment. She activated the interdimensional ring Edward gave her and took out the potion. Without hesitation, she chugged it down. Tsunade felt a powerful life force coursing through her veins. She did the hand signs for a jutsu, and wood fists grew from the ground. All right, get back to training. The next day, Tsunade succeeded in sensing natural energy on her own. 2 days later, under Edward's strict guidance, she fused her spiritual, physical, and natural energy and entered sage mode. However, before she could rejoice, Tsunade received an emergency summons from the third Hokage. Chapter 4:14, Fear and Conquest. Can you send me back? Asked Tsunade. What happened? I don't know, but the old man said it was an emergency. All right. Anyway, our task here is finished. I'll also return to my lab, said Edward before thanking Katsuyu and the slug sage for their hospitality. After promising the sage he would come to visit her, he teleported Tsunade back to the village using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He left a kunai with coordination in different parts of the world to ensure his fast travel. Tsunade headed directly to the Hokage's office, and she was surprised when she entered. Jiraiya, you're here too. Yes, the old man called me back, saying it was important. Tsunade then focused on the third Hokage. What is this about? It's about your new friend. Edward. The third Hokage handed her a scroll containing some information, and Tsunade's face changed after reading it. His actions of attacking the 9-tailed beasts have alerted the other Kages, explained the old man. Damn it, I told him to be discreet. So you knew about it? Tsunade did not answer. I knew he was dangerous when you told me he killed Danzo. Danzo is dead. Tsunade ignored him. Old man, do you plan to accept the 5 Kage summon? Yes. Why are you doing something so stupid? I've told you how powerful he is. Your actions could destroy the hidden leaf. The more reason to ally with the other villages. Such uncontrolled power with no loyalty to anyone cannot remain unchecked. You will doom us all. Tsunade, calm down, said Jiraiya. Sigh. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing or saying as they realized they could not identify where this loud sound came from. Then, they finally noticed someone else in the room. Jiraiya and the third Hokage became stiff as they did not even realize someone was next to them. As ninjas, this was a grave mistake that would cause them to die on the battlefield. Edward, give me time to convince them. How much effect do you think you'll have? You can't even convince your sensei. It's better than not trying. You don't have to worry, I won't kill them, he said before looking at the other two, who were on guard. With just one look, these two became immobile and incapable of moving even one finger. What are you going to do? I will use the most direct method to deal with the issue. Edward waved his hand to create 4 portals, from which people suddenly appeared from. Killer Bee, the 4th Raikage, Gaara, and Lady Chiyo, Anoki, and the 5th Mizukage, Mei. Where am I? Asked Mei. The 3rd Hokage. Is this the plot of the Hidden Leaf? Asked Anoki. Edward did not give them the time to process the situation and immobilized them as well with just a glance. Finally, they recognized them and they planned to hold the 5 Kage meeting for. I did not want trouble since that would bother and stop my research, explained Edward. Unfortunately, I was too careless and underestimated Ninja's ability to gather information. He blamed his clone's carelessness for the current situation. Now, I have to take things into my hands. So, let's begin with the first step, fear. A bubble or shield surrounded everyone present before they disappeared. The group soon found themselves floating in empty spaces, but they could breathe without any trouble. You see that floating orb over there? That's your planet, the Shinobi world. Everyone looked at the huge floating rock and did not know what to say, nor could they do so if they wished. Now, look to that planet in the distance. After everyone looked at the planet, Edward teleported them outside of the planet's space. Pay attention. He gathered a mass of energy in his palm before firing it at the planet, exploding it into millions of pieces with one attack. This is what I can do while seriously injured, added Edward before looking at the group. You can use whatever means you wish to detect whether this was a genjutsu. A few people took him on his offer. And, of course, they could not determine anything. It's a waste to destroy a planet like this, uttered Edward before waving his hand to manifest a green magic circle. And before everyone, time reverted back, and the planet returned to its intact shape. Time ninjutsu appeared in these people's minds. Edward waved his hand to gather all the natural energy on that planet before putting it away. Finally, under his control, the planet began to shrink until it was the size of a large marble floating on his palm. He then made a necklace out of it and gave it to May. For the beautiful lady. Thank you. You're welcome. I have enchanted the necklace so only you can move it as if it were light. However, it still retains the mass of a planet. You guys can try to move it. The fourth Raikage took the offer, entered his thunder mode, and tried to move the necklace. B turned into the 8 tails to help his brother, but it was useless. Anoki used his earth jutsu to make things lighter as his attempt, but he could not bear the mass of a planet no matter how many times lighter he made it. I'm done flexing my power. Now, let's move to the next step. Edward teleported them back to the Shinobi world, to an open field in the land of fire. He opened his interdimensional ring to summon 10,000 metal golems more than 10 meters tall. All these golems were between tier 5 and 6. These golems are more than enough to conquer this planet. However, I understand you ninjas are people with strong willpower and will not accept surrender so easily. So, I will give you time to gather your troops and ally yourself. A month should be enough. Then the war can begin. Edward, must you do this? Yes. The shinobis are excellent talents for assassination and would be a great asset to my empire. What about all the people who will die? No one will die. I've programmed the golems to use non-lethal means to defeat you. This is still wrong. Think about the positive. After the conquest, all the people will no longer be divided by the village or land they are from, they will all be members of the Arcane Empire. There will no longer be wars over resources. Children will no longer be forced to become soldiers, they will have free education and access to health. Knowledge of ninjutsu and even the Empire's magic will be open to everyone to encourage development. All citizens of the Empire have a minimum lifespan of 200 years old, and through magic, a person can live forever. The Empire has conquered death, and as long as citizens have enough merit, they can ask someone to resurrect their loved ones. Are you telling the truth? Asked Lady Chiyo. I am. If you want to have your children revived, it is possible, stated Edward before looking at Gaara. The same for your mother. Everything sounds too good, commented me. Indeed, added the Raikage. I don't believe such a perfect place exists. Of course, it's not perfect. The rapid development of technology makes it difficult for many people to adopt. Although everybody is equal under the law, there is a class disparity between the people with godlike powers and weak average citizens. The Empire values talent to the detriment of many other things. More importantly, we live in a world with some beings that even I fear and must be wary of. And at any moment, these entities could become our enemies and try to destroy us. The Kages remained quiet, all with their own thoughts on how to deal with the current situation. All right, you can return and prepare for your final fate. Edward waved his hand and teleported them back to where they came from. Chapter 4:15, New Research Team. 2 days later, Edward went to see Tsunade again. What do you want? Are you still mad at me? He asked with a smile. Are you really asking? I know you're still mad, but why? You're about to conquer my home. Technically, they attacked me first. Are you actually using such logic as an argument? Why not? You're basically bullying a bunch of children. That's a great way to describe the situation, replied Edward. I'm serious. Tsuna, said Edward before walking before her, holding her hand and gently caressing them. Don't call me Tsuna. Tsuna, I could be hypocritical and convince you of all the benefits this invasion will have on this planet. And there are too many benefits to count, explained Edward. However, ultimately, invasion is an invasion. Just like your grandfather used his overwhelming strength as the god of shinobi and his diplomatic means to conquer countless clans, establish the Hidden Leaf Village and bring temporary peace to the ninja world, I'm also a conqueror. I'm only doing what he did, but even better. My grandfather was a good man, he did what he did for the sake of peace of the shinobi world. Yes, and I'm a selfish man with a god complex. I'm doing this for selfish reasons. However, the result of my action will be the same as your grandfather's: peace, prosperity, and the betterment of the world. Once the ninja integrates into the empire and becomes part of my assassination squad, my political and military power will drastically increase. Then, I can use that power to better protect my citizen from the numerous threats from the cosmos. He entangled his fingers with hers before looking directly into her eyes. I started the empire only to gather more knowledge and make me more powerful. However, as the years passed, I developed a sense of responsibility. A mission, you can say. No matter what, I will protect my people. I take my status as emperor quite seriously. Edward sighed before removing his hands from her and looking through the window. In my journey of pushing the boundaries of magic, two things keep me from going on the deep end: my family and my citizen. I have often pondered whether it's alright to have such an obvious weakness. Whether I should not be as attached. What is your answer? Edward paused for a moment. I feel an indescribable joy when the empire reaches certain milestones. It could be in magic, technology, archaeology, or even literature. Whenever I see the seed I slowly cultivated long ago bear fruit, I know the answer to that question. Tsunade sighed. I still cannot easily accept such a change. I know, but everything changes with time. Tsunade sat on her seat, thinking to herself. A few minutes later, she looked at him. Why are you still here? Do you need something else? Yes, I came to get you to return to the lab. Why? I need you to work on an important project for the sake of this planet. What is it? First, you need to learn about the Empire, explained Edward before taking out another headset with 2 potions. Beware, it will be excruciating. But the upside is your spiritual energy will exponentially improve. Tsunade frowned before taking these headsets and the potion. Wait, said Edward before she drank the first potion. You should probably find a place to lie down and someone to protect you. Although I have known you for a short period, I can trust you to that level. Tsunade drank the potion while Edward smiled. 3 days later, she woke up with the most intense headaches she had ever experienced. Edward quickly helped her drink the potion. That was terrible. Well, you just learned 10 years of information in 3 days. That's expected. Tsunade took a moment to recognize her thoughts. It's quite brilliant what you have created. The knowledge she learned about the arcane empire shocked her. I know, but don't compliment me too much, it's easy for my ego to be inflated, replied Edward with a smile. Come. Let's go meet the others. There are others. He did not answer but teleported her to the lab, where a few people were already working. You know many of them, Orochimaru, your former senpai. You snake, snarled Tsunade. There is no need for name-calling. After all, we are now working for the same person, replied the snake-tongued man. Can I punch him? After he's done with his research, replied Edward before introducing her to the next person. That's Kabuto, Orochimaru's previous assistant. Although talented, he's been living in Orochimaru's shadow, thus extinguishing his potential. However, in terms of potential, he's above the latter. Kabuto politely saluted, but Tsunade was not happy he was related to Orochimaru. That's Katasuke Tono, a good researcher, but his skills won't manifest until 3 years from now, after the 4th Ninja War. If I did not give you the prosthetic technology, that would have been his creation. And, I do not watch Boruto, so I'm limited on the people I can use or the things they've accomplished. I only use him because he popped up during my research. What 4th Ninja War? Asked Katasuke. You don't need to know. Thank you for your service, stated Tsunade, who felt there was finally a good person in this group. Don't look at his innocent look. 20 years from now, he will be influenced by a genjutsu and do some shady stuff. Tsunade and Katasuke were speechless. At least, he did it because of the genjutsus, right? That's true. I guess he's a good guy. Let me introduce you to the last person. Second grandfather. Tsuna. You're here too. Yes, but how come you're here? This fiend used Edo Tensei to force me to work for him. Tsunade looked at Edward, who shrugged. I tried to lure him with his brother's revival, to threaten him with the village's destruction and a bunch of other methods, but he refused to cooperate. So, I had to use this method. Fiend, you just wait. I will escape. Even if this is your technique, I've evolved it beyond your comprehension, replied Edward. Anyway, it's your fault for being one of the best researchers on this planet. Do you know that many of his research and forbidden jutsus have fundamentally affected the shinobi world decades after his death? Edo Tensei almost caused the allied shinobi to lose the Fourth Ninja War. Such a talent, it would be a waste not to use. You keep talking about the Fourth Ninja War when 3 have occurred. Edward was tired of people asking, so he snapped his finger to instill what happened in Naruto and Shippuden into these people's minds. Immediately afterward, everyone looked at Kabuto and Tobirama. I can't believe my plan failed, commented Orochimaru. It's always the Uchiha, added Tobirama. We're not going to talk about how you're basically responsible for what happened to them. What do you mean by that? Okay, I don't have time to have a history lesson, added Edward. Let's get to what I called you here for. All of you are now aware of information about magic, the Empire, and tier. I need you to create a chakra system from tier 0 to tier 6. Edward created holograms with some data. Chakra is a system based on genetics. Based on the Empire's genetic modification technology, you need to create a way for people to break the limitation of their genes to carry more chakra inside their bodies. You have the body of Kaguya, the chakra ancestor, as a sample for your research. She should be between tier 5 and 6. The Otsutsuki clan should have a god that's tier 8. Once your research is finished, I'll hunt them so you can continue. I have a question. What is it, Orochimaru? Can I become an arcanist? I would like to switch to mana. You can live a long time with chakra. I know, but I would prefer to wield mana. As long as you succeed in this research, you can do whatever you want. Excellent, replied Orochimaru before licking his lips. Stop that, it's creepy. At least don't do it when I'm here. As you wish. Chapter 416, Heal. Edward went to heal his injuries. His first task was to gather enough natural energy from the surrounding planets and solar systems. Once he finished, he spent the next few days creating the perfect method to enter the Mana Sage mode. Upon success, he finally began his recovery journey. In the Sage mode state, his energy sensing and controlling ability reached an ethereal level, so it did not take long for him to remove the void energy from his body. He exhaled deeply as he removed his prosthetic and regenerated his limbs. He clenched his hands and moved his toe. I have never felt better. The void energy inside his body was constantly destroying his inside despite his mana suppressing most of its power. As such, he was in a state of constant regeneration, which was extremely painful. If not for his strong willpower, he could not bear the pain. Edward checked the strange will inside his body before placing more seals around it. With access to a larger mana pool and his new understanding of sealing from the sealing jutsus of this world, the effect was marvelous. The next step. While still in the Sage mode, he began using his soul to nourish and heal Morgana. This state drastically increased his stamina and regenerative properties, including the rate his soul power regenerated. After another week of constant effort, the little elf finally woke up. Master, why are you always in these terrible situations? Who knows? But I'm beginning to suspect my luck is running out, he shrugged. Despite his demeanor, he was not lying. Before every voyage, he took the Felix Felicis, but he's beginning to suspect this thing is no longer working. Don't mention these things. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I think. Good. Can you sense the floating city? I can, replied the little elf after closing her eyes for a moment. It's not destroyed. No, but it's in terrible shape. Can it function? He could activate the auto drive and have the city come pick him up. No, the destructions are too much. Even with the self-repair system, it would take a long time to fix. Can you calculate how long? By our plane standard, 5,689 years, 6 months, and 24 days. Edward groaned. This means the material dimension was destroyed. He left some resources in the city in case of an accident to accelerate the self-repair, so it should not take this long. There is also the issue of void energy, added Morgana. Indeed. The way time passes in the void can be a headache. Edward had to install time regulators in the city to ensure it did not instantly age into oblivion after entering the void, or worse, regress. When he first created the World Gate, he had to rely on Merlin's enchantment for these systems until he learned them himself. We will have to contact home to pick us up, added Edward. There should be no problem, right? There is a small issue. What is it? We can only send a weak signal. So, I don't know how long it will take to reach home. That's fine. We have time. All right. I never ask, but do you know exactly what happened? We encountered a terrifying creature, said Morgana, with fear in her eyes. The creature seemed curious about the city and held with its fingers. No, not even its fingers, its nails. Is that why the city was destroyed? Yes. A creature that destroyed a tier 9 weapon with its nail. Edward could not fathom how big it was or how strong. The void is truly a dangerous place. What after next? It looked at the floating city before throwing it away. It seems he was only momentarily interested before becoming disappointed. I guess we were lucky, he said with a wry smile. When did you send me away? The moment it held us, I sent you away. However, I am 99% sure it detected you but did not care. I'm nothing to such a creature, not even a decent meal. Edward shook his head. He always knew he was not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Although he had potential, it was simply that potential, not strength. Only by turning the potential into power will he one day reach the top of the omniverse. Master, you should not underestimate yourself. That creature is probably not as strong as you think it is. I am not, he replied with a smile. Plus, there is no need to undervalue its strength. If I'm not mistaken, the remaining will in my body is simply because the creature looks at me. As a superior life form, the creature could harm him simply because he gazed at Edward. It's similar to how Tsunade could not harm him even if he were weak and injured. Their life level is on an entirely different level. And one day, once Edward is more powerful, his gaze will also be harmful to certain weak creatures of lower life levels. Master, you're injured. It's no big deal, replied Edward. Anyways, this might be an opportunity. After Morgana sent the signal back home, the two began working on completely healing Edward. He built a machine that would protect Edward's body while accelerating healing. After he finished, Edward went to check on the new research group he had created. But he did not see anyone working when he entered their working room. Instead, they all stood before a screen, watching something. What are you guys doing? Watching children fights, replied Orochimaru with a sense of schadenfreude. Watch your tongue, said Tobirama and Tsunade simultaneously. Edward walked to the screen and saw the war between his golems and the Ninja Alliance. Has the war already started? You mean the one-sided massacre? Since when did you become so? He did not know the exact word to describe the current Orochimaru. Since all my dreams and ambitions became possible. Edward shook his head before continuing to watch the battle. And as Orochimaru put it, it was a one-sided massacre. The golems were resistant to most ninjutsu. They had better ways to gather information and assess the situation. As such, the alliance under Jiraiya's command could not last long. Luckily, these golems were ordered to use non-lethal means, so there was no casualty in this battle. Why didn't Hiruzen surrender, said Tobirama with gritted teeth. I tried to convince him, but he didn't want to listen. You, let me join the battle, asked Tobirama. And what are you going to do, asked Edward. I can use the newly perfected Edo Tensei to resurrect my brother. He should be useful. Your brother is only tier 4 and can reach tier 5 strength after using Sage Mode. So, the best he could do is take down a few golems before being captured. Tobirama was quiet for a moment since that was the truth. At least, it will give the ninjas some pride. He could see the devastating blow this war had on most people. Their eyes lost a certain fire as they watched their civilization being utterly destroyed. That is the point, responded Edward. Break their will and pride before rebuilding it under the banner of the Arcane Empire. That is cruel. War is cruel. Your brother distributing the Tails beasts had a similar effect. How do you think the other villages felt when they realized this man was powerful enough to capture all these creatures and even confident enough to distribute it to others? And, take this part with a grain of salt. The first shinobi war involved Hashirama and Madara, and the tail beast was probably distributed during this time. Unfortunately, I could not find much information, and things are complicated with the mystery of Hashirama's death not being known. Plus, I did not research for that long. Tobirama could not refuse. When his brother was alive, no village dared confront the Hidden Leaf nor even started wars with each other. But not long after his death, war broke out, and he died soon afterward as well. And, think of it as an alternative timeline where the first Great Shinobi War occurred after Hashirama's death. Chapter 417, Archmage. Edward watched the war for a few minutes before giving up. It was pointless and not his current primary concern. How is the research going? He asked the team. We have successfully created a Tier 4 chakra method. To be exact, 2 methods, said Tsunade before handing him the data for Edward to analyze. And he was surprised since they surpassed his expectations. The chakra method involved undergoing genetic engineering to increase chakra quantity. This method relied purely on the advanced technology of the Empire, only adding the factor of chakra. However, the group created a second method, using superb chakra control and medical ninjutsu to rearrange the genes and break free from the limitations. In other words, a ninja can rely on themselves to break from their genes' restrictions. Of course, to achieve such a feat, 2 things are required: extensive knowledge of medical ninjutsu and exceptional chakra control. The second method is a great idea. It requires fewer resources and time. The only downside is finding people with the talent to reach such a level, commented Edward. However, once the citizen of this planet acquires their gate of truth, the energy control of many people will drastically increase. There should be more people to reach the requirement. Edward was thrilled with this result. This research is why he likes acquiring talents, no matter how much of terrible people they are. As long as he can control them, the sparks of brilliance they can create always exceed his expectations. Adding to his unlimited funding and allowing them to explore some ludicrous ideas, he is always in for surprises. Of course, in the process, he also wasted a lot of resources when these talents went too far, when their ego got the best of them. In these scenarios, he has to step in and give them a wake-up call. Suna, was this your idea? Yes. I thought about all of Sakura's achievements using only her amazing chakra control talent, explained Tsunade. I asked myself how far she could go if she had as much chakra as Naruto. Then, this idea came to me. Well, you did a great job. With this level of ingenuity, you will thrive in the Empire, commented Edward before looking at the others. If you have any ideas you want to research, tell me, and I'll review them. I have an idea, said Orochimaru before showing him a hologram, and Edward quickly reviewed it. It seems great minds think alike, commented Edward. Oh. I have the same idea, and my clone is working on it. Orochimaru's idea involved the idea of the ultimate magic body, modifying the body to have the highest talent possible for magic. To achieve this, he planned to study Kagaya's body, which can be said to have the ultimate body or talent for chakra. Then, translate their bloodline into a magical one. Edward's idea is the same, except he will start with lower-level bloodlines. For example, convert the Uzumaki bloodline into its magical version before doing the same for the Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Yuki, Senju, etc. Then, based on Kagaya and other Otsutsuki members, fuse this bloodline into the ultimate magic body. Edward's talent for magic has already reached the extreme, but it's more regarding his ability to understand, wield, and innovate. However, when it comes to his body, he's not the best. From tier 0 to 3, the mana quantity of a person is similar. However, from tier 4 and up, talent began to play a role. A talented tier 4 arcanist could have a mana capacity 10 times of another ordinary arcanist. Although this would make it harder to reach tier 5, it's still an advantage. And this advantage is the same for the soul and the quantity of spiritual energy. Edward's ultimate goal for this project is to have the best body talent for magic. Adding to his already powerful capability to absorb and understand magic, he will have a brighter future. In that case, can I work with your clone? Asked Orochimaru. No, replied Edward. Why not? I don't need your help. Plus, this kind of knowledge must stay in the hands of the royal family to ensure our powers. I thought you were all about innovation and progress, countered the tongue man. I am, but I am also a ruler who must control a bunch of powerful and power-hungry arcanists, he calmly replied. Of course, I won't stop you if you can succeed on this project yourself. By then, I will only warn you not to spread it everywhere. I understand. Orochimaru could see this man was the perfect combination of all the Hokages. He had the accepting mind and overwhelming strength of the first Hokage, the second's research capabilities, the third's political mindset, and the cruelty and cunningness of someone like Danzo. Edward nodded before asking the others if they had some projects. However, he could see they were more reserved and would take more time to adapt. Then, he went to do his own research after checking on the clones. Morgana, you have 2 tasks, monitor my vital and help Clone 5 analyze the rules of this world. If everything proceeds smoothly, the power of authority will be at our fingertips. Aye, Captain. Edward changed his clothes before entering the machine. Immediately afterward, a large quantity of natural energy entered his body as he entered Sage mode. He concentrated on gathering his willpower and directly confronted the strange will inside his body. Bang. The left side of his body exploded due to the will counterattack. However, he quickly healed, and his body became stronger in the process and, in turn, his aura. Edward felt a tremendous pain deep in his soul as he tried to confront it. Furthermore, he could sense a strange power that was trying to forcefully modify his life code and turn him into another creature, to be precise, a life form similar to the creature that destroyed his floating city. Of course, he resisted with all his strength. Although he was of these people prideful of the human bloodline, he also did not want to turn into some weird-looking creature. As he resisted this invasion and fought off this creature, Edward's willpower drastically increased. After what felt like an eternity, he broke through a certain threshold. Success, thought Edward before concentrating and continuing tempering himself. After a while, his cosmic awareness activated, and he sensed the threat of death. Without hesitation, he removed the will from his body. However, that was not enough. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze from very far away, a gaze that ignored the void and the concept of distance to look at him directly. It was that creature. From that will, it detected Edward's presence. However, he was prepared this time. The machine activated and released a strange aura. And the moment that creature felt it, it trembled with fear before quickly disappearing. Old man Merlin, I should thank you. Edward once asked the old man to store his aura in something so he could scare some people while traveling in the void. Although Merlin warned him not everyone would give him face, he still accepted his plan. And today, he finally put it to use. "Let's try this power," muttered Edward before asking Morgana to transfer her analysis of the rules to him. Then, Edward closes his eyes as he accesses this universe's fundamental laws, also called authority, of this universe. Another will came to resist him, but he overcame it with his willpower. This universe is weaker than mine. It seems only a 6 willpower is required. After accessing the rules, Edward discovered he could directly control a few, space-time and death. There were a few he needed a little more push to control, which included element rules like fire, thunder, etc. Finally, 2 were very vague and needed a lot of work before he could access them, karma and knowledge. As for all the others, he could barely sense them, let alone control them. Edward prepared to experiment with his new power when he suddenly received a notification from the Akashic record he had received a new title, Archmage. Archmage, also known as Legendary Arcanist, Great Wizard, Ultimate Sorcerer. A being who wields conceptual magic, freely capable of bending certain rules of reality to their whim. Reward, increase of security level, middle level immunity to instant death spell. I'm not too fond of the name Great Wizard. Any suggestions? Plus, a title for warlocks since they are also casters. Chapter 418, Conceptual Magic. Edward looked at the title description and reward and felt it was underwhelming. He thought they should have given something better, given how grand the description sounded. He muttered as he looked at the description of bending certain rules of reality to their whim, thinking of something. So, conceptual magic is a lesser form of reality warping. Then, why not try to become a reality warper? Edward was sure there was some world out there that made it easier to become one of the devastating reality warpers like Max Faraday. He's a comic character Edward once read about. He was nothing but an ordinary person but accidentally downloaded something on his computer called the creation equation. After reading it, he gained the power to alter reality to his whim. In front of someone like Max, Edward guessed even tier 11 entities like Truth would be nothing but a joke. Reality warpers are broken. I should look into them. Edward accessed the record and searched for information about reality warpers and if there was a connection with conceptual magic. So, that's how it is, he muttered with some understanding. 99% of reality warpers are limited by the universe they are from. As such, if they travel to another universe, they lose their omnipotent power. However, conceptual magic can be used in most universes as long as a mage's willpower reaches 8 and can be used in every universe once it reaches 10. Furthermore, Archmage can use their conceptual magic to fight reality warpers and acquire some level of immunity. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. Some of the reality warpers are as omnipotent in any universe. And the ones who used chaos or eldritch magic, like Wanda Maximoff, can also bend reality anywhere. Furthermore, tier 12 powerhouses are immune to most reality warping. That makes sense. Otherwise, conceptual magic is not as important as I believed it to be, commented Edward before preparing to see what benefit his increased authority level granted him. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly heard a burst of familiar laughter and closed the screen before him. He saw an old man looking at him with a brilliant smile. You've achieved conceptual magic so soon. I thought it would take longer, said Oldman Merlin with a smile. And you only did in tier 8. Not bad, not bad. You seem too happy. I was tired of the other old guys always talking about how great their disciples were. Now, I can finally brag my disciple is as good as them, if not better. Merlin seemed to think about something and laughed again. Besides that guy Toussaint, no one can laugh at me again. Tu ain't. Toussaint Louverture. The Haitian general that led their rebellion in the 1700s, he asked after searching his memories of Earth's history. Yes, him. After his death, he was chosen to reincarnate from primordial Earth into a world of magic. He rose from the bottom to my level. And his disciple is another monster, acquiring conceptual magic at only tier 7. Toussaint, Salomon, and the old man, that's the 3 big shots I know, thought Edward, not caring about someone being better than him. He was never arrogant to believe he was the best, especially when he knew how vast the omniverse was. Is it hard to acquire conceptual magic? Willpower is a unique attribute in this universe, hence the reason that even tier 10 entities will only have a scale of 2. Most people will only develop conceptual magic after tier 12 and even higher. However, some genius can get it in tier 10, and only the golden generation will acquire it in tier 9 and 8. Edward pondered for a while and felt when Merlin talked about the universe, he was referring to the omniverse, not just one universe. Furthermore, there might be some bigger secret behind the willpower attribute. What's the golden generation? Basically, they are a few of my peers' talented disciples that underwent extreme and cruel training. Am I a part of the golden generation? No, but if you want, I can put you in the program. No, thanks. Good, I didn't want to send you anyway. Edward ignored this old man's eccentricities as he was used to them. Why? They are too extreme, so I don't like them. Extreme. Yes, even compared to you, they are too extreme. Edward did not know what to say. Although he always considered himself neutral evil, he knew many of his actions were simply villainous and irreprehensible. But Merlin described these people as extreme compared to him, so he could not imagine how bad they were. More importantly, why were these horrifying bosses training their disciples to be like this? Don't think too much, said Merlin. However, be prepared. After you reach tier 12, I will give you some missions, and you might have to interact with them. And as you reach higher tiers, I will send you to the battlefield. Edward nodded before asking another question, is conceptual magic so important? To reach my level, control of the rules is required. So, the earlier you contact them, the more advantage you will have in the future. I understand. Edward read a few Chinese light novels in his youth and could understand the concept. Okay, I have to leave, said Merlin. Kid, I'm proud of what you've done. But you must begin challenging yourself, travel to higher worlds, and face perilous situations. I will. You must also do the same for your family, he added. Since you don't want to be powerless in the upcoming chaos, they must train them appropriately. And you also need to train your mind for the possibility of losing them. Edward's pupils dilated as he squinted. That's all I have to say. Merlin disappeared as if he was never here. For the next half hour, Edward did not speak as he was lost in his thoughts. Morgana. Boss. Design an illusion for me where I lose my family. The parameters are no matter what I do, I cannot save nor revive them. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, but when you say family, do you mean one person or all of them? All of them, one by one. Master, are you really sure this is a good idea? He knew his boss's feelings about his family since they were his anchor. If he lost them, he would lose his mind. Even if it's an illusion, it could negatively affect his mind and soul. Do it. All right. Morgan agreed, but she will also take time to place some safety measures in case something goes wrong. Edward returned to what he was doing, checking the Akashic record. Name, Edward Bones, Christian Stewart. Origin, Primordial Earth. Gift, Eidetic Memory, Extreme Magic Affinity, Limited Cosmic Awareness. Willpower, 8. Mentor, Sir Merlin. Current residence, Universe number 127490374, HP Universe. Authority level, 2. Age, 932. Rank, Tier 8 Solar System, Legendary Arcanist. Titles, Arcane Emperor, Civilization Creator, Sage of Wisdom, Divine Artificer, Pathfinder, Dark Explorer, Voyager, Wizard King, and Archmage. After checking, Edward learned the price of knowledge would decrease by 5% with his authority level. Furthermore, he had access to certain knowledge that he previously did not. Moreover, the Akashic record has a mission list for its members to increase their mission points. Now, the number of missions had drastically increased, allowing him to analyze and deduce more information about the record. Edward immediately did not care about these rewards after seeing the last one, he can recommend 2 people to the records. And after passing a trial, they can also join. Now, I don't have to search for the tokens or do these missions. The only other way he knew to join the record was to find one of the tokens they leave in certain worlds for people with a destiny connection to the record. The other is to accomplish numerous missions to raise the level. The issue is who gets these 2 spots. He wanted his wives to take advantage of the title system to better themselves. He decided to let them decide. Edward then used the search function and typed something. Lord God. Chapter 419, Lord God. Lord God, also called God Space, Reincarnation Hall, or Samsara Temple. There are 2 forms of Lord God, a species or an object. The species is born in the void and have the innate ability to travel to the omniverse. By disturbing a world's plot or set destiny, they can draw a bit of the world source to increase their power. As such, Lord Gods usually capture ordinary people and send them to different universes with missions and rewards. Because of primordial Earth, there are many projections of Earth across the omniverse. The Lord God usually picked people from these projected Earths because some have high potential because of the connection to primordial Earth and their knowledge of the plot. When it comes to the object of Lord God, they also like to choose people from Earth as their owner, albeit this rule is not absolute. Edward read the information, and much of the information was things he had already theorized and could finally have concrete proof. For example, he learned all God Space had the ability to steal a timeline and hide from the universe's will. However, there is a difference between powerful and weak ones. Powerful Lord Gods will reset the timeline after stealing from the world source and repeat the process. They're like leeches who will not give up after taking a bite. Meanwhile, weaker Lord Gods cannot reset the timeline, so they have to steal another timeline once they mess up the plot of one. Edward squinted his eyes as he remembered a story he had read during his light novel phase. It was about a young man who discovered a God Space artifact and used it to become a supreme being. Because of his weak strength, that young man could not completely use the artifact's power, so he had to participate in missions like everybody else to reach the top. Of course, he had many advantages that others had since he was essentially the boss. Furthermore, the other reincarnators he chose to help were gathering world source for him without them knowing. And as that person gets more powerful, he gains more and more control of the artifact. Edward sent Rowena and Luna on a mission across the multiverse to search for a weak Lord God, and the watch they discovered is another sign of a weak Lord God. Powerful Lord God will eliminate anyone who spies on their reincarnator and will not leave any proof connecting to them. Edward plans to send a clone into the God space and become a reincarnator. Then, from the inside, plan a way to steal the artifact and become its master. With it, omniversal travel will become easier. He won't have to rely on the Akashic record, he can acquire world source and study the artifact to recreate it on his own. World source, he muttered. As the name implies, it is the source of energy of the universe. It's why life exists, why planets and other celestial bodies can be formed, or even the rules can exist. The amount of world source determined the universe's size, its space's stability, and the highest tier any creature can reach. It's also one of the factors determining the willpower level required for an archmage to wield the power of rules. There should be Lord God in one of the parallel timelines of this universe. If I plan correctly, I might be able to pick at their secrets and even get my hands on some world source. He interacted with World Source 2 times in his journey. The first was when he took the rules of spacetime and death from the Full Metal Alchemist world. By then, he caught a small part of World Source, which was fused with the time and death staff. Regrettably, he knew nothing about it back then, so most of it dissipated and returned to the world. The second was when he stole an entire timeline from the Black Clover world and took a small portion of World Source. Since then, he has been studying this strange and all-encompassing power. Based on preliminary data, this power can do everything: increase mana, aura, and all forms of energy he knew. It could heal the hidden damage of Rowena's void experiments and increase talent. Edward suspects its power can break the limit of the soul, but he has not done enough research yet to determine the validity of this conjecture. However, if it is true, he has a way of dealing with the soul limitation. His plan is for Arcanists to help the universe in some simple form, and Chronai will grant them some world source to break their limit. Although this method has a high chance of success, it's only applicable as long as we have a good relationship with Chronai. Once things become sour, the entire arcane civilization will suffer. So, let's label it as Solution B for now. He still needed to find a way to break the soul limit, and hopefully, something in this world will help. Otherwise, he can only deal with the problem after going to the next world, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Edward has no plan to go to the Marvel Comic Universe until he is Tier 12. And even then, he will be extremely cautious. Let's prepare to find the stolen timelines. Rowena and Luna have data on doing such a thing, but the problem is finding the correct timeline with a weak Lord God. This will require some time and effort. Before then, let's test my new power. He disappeared and instantly teleported to another galaxy hundreds of thousand light years away. This is not my limit, he thought as he teleported again, traveling more than 5 galaxies away. Edward controlled the rules of time and continued to teleport further and further. I have always wanted to see the end of time but was very restrained in my universe. Let's try in this place. Edward pushed the boundary of his powers and traveled to the end of the universe where there was no time, no space, no matter, only him. What a beautiful yet horrifying sight, he muttered as he watched it happen. His understanding of the universe increased, including its rules and machination, space-time, death, and even destruction and rebirth. The experience was both a spiritual awakening and a learning experience. His soul sublimated, and his spiritual energy drastically increased, reaching close to the limit of Tier 8. On instinct, Edward went to the time of this universe's birth, completing this spiritual awakening. His spiritual energy finally reached its limit. Edward sighed before returning to the lab. Because of the wonder he experienced and the sudden increase, his spiritual energy leaked, alerting the others to rush to his lab, thinking something had gone wrong. What happens? Are you all right? Asked Tsunade. Sorry, I was mesmerized, so I lost control. Mesmerize? Which women can make you lose control? I would love to see her. What woman? I just experienced the birth and death of the universe. Birth and death? Are you saying you travel forward and backward in time to see how our universe was born and died? Asked Tobirama. Time is not linear, but you can understand it as such. Tobirama was speechless. Every time he thinks he has grasped this man's power, something shows him all his overestimation still underestimates this man. So, how did our universe end? Asked Orochimaru. Is it natural or man-made? Both. The Otsutsuki god tried to swallow the universe to achieve ultimate power and transcendence. However, he failed and died due to the backlash. However, his actions also destroyed most of the universe, accelerating its natural death. Less than 1,000,000 years after his action, the universe died. While traveling the river of time, he saw many things. Wait, doesn't that mean the universe will end soon? Asked Tsunade. She had heard of this so-called god from Edward and knew he was alive. Not for another 3.7 billion years. By then, the Otsutsuki's plans would be complete, and they will try. Why do I feel that's not a long time? In the grand scheme of things, it's not, replied Edward. All right, I need some space to calm down. Chapter 420, Orochimaru's Ambitions. Edward began to record and write out theories. After seeing the birth and destruction of the universe, he now had a deeper understanding of many things: space-time, matter, soul, creation, destruction, quantum physics, mathematics, and many others. He even glimpsed some truths about the void. With Morgana's help, his brain was on overdrive, operating faster than a quantum computer. As such, he spent the next 3 months ignoring everything, focusing on his theories, and testing them out. He recorded all his thoughts while also writing many theorems, both magical and non-magical. Thousands of holographic screens float before him, full of mathematical formulas and runes designs. And these were not all of them, only the most important ones. What a wonderful experience, commented Morgana, talking about their accomplishment these past 3 months and watching the universe's birth and death. Indeed, nodded Edward, who felt today's experience would benefit him until tier 12, maybe even 12. He waved his hand to show 2 screens before him. Both were papers he had written with 2 titles. Primordial runes and their relationship with ancient runes. The possibility of origin runes existing. These 2 theories could lead to an upgrade of his arcane rune system. And once that happens, everything else in the Empire will upgrade, especially artificers. Is a title above divine artificers? I will find out soon. Edward felt it was the best decision to come to this world. Who would have thought mages could have epiphanies like in the cultivation novels, commented Edward with a sigh. People have epiphanies all the time, master. Hence the reason the word exists. Newton discovered gravity after watching an apple fall. This is an example of epiphany. Although Morgana knew this story was not true, throughout history, many scientists have made groundbreaking discoveries after observing nature or because of an accident. You know what I meant. I know, but I feel you are sometimes too influenced by these novels. Edward shrugged his shoulder. Anyway, how are your injuries? Almost heal. I should be able to contact home after a while. All right, let's go check on the other people. Edward called a meeting with everyone on the team, but some people were absent, mainly Tsunade and Tobirama. A while ago, the war ended, and the golems began re-establishing order in the world. They needed to build schools and spread knowledge and propaganda about the Empire to make it easier for the ninjas to integrate. Tobirama and Tsunade wanted to help the Leaf with the transition and negotiate some benefits for their village. As for their research, it ended months ago and could not continue since Edward did not have access to Otsutsuki with tier 7 to 8. After walking into the room, he immediately noticed Orochimaru and Kabuto had mana inside their bodies instead of chakra, and the amount was close to tier 4. He guessed they succeeded in transferring their chakra into mana. I see you guys have transferred, he said to those 2. How is it, being an arcanist? Excellent, thank you, your highness, for this opportunity, said Kabuto. Edward's eye squinted slightly. He could tell this shady-looking man had escaped the fate of being Orochimaru's shadow. And by the way, he casually called him your highness. He's accepted his role pretty quickly. Good. With your mindset, you'll quickly adapt and thrive in the Empire, said Edward with a smile. What about you, Snake Tongue? Too much to learn, replied Orochimaru, not minding the named calling. He spent the past few months with the clones and knew of the latter's carefree personality. Too much to learn, asked Edward baffled, before thinking of something. You always wanted to learn all jutsus. Don't tell me you also want to learn all spells or magical knowledge. Orochimaru remained quiet, making Edward speechless. I thought I was arrogant, but you're on another level. That's simply an impossible task. I've been trying to persuade Lord Orochimaru, but he would not listen, said Kabuto. One of the clones told them to choose specific fields to focus on, even if they wanted to be a master of all trades. So, he chose the soul, body, and bloodline modification. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had an insatiable thirst for knowledge and wanted to know everything. Your goal is simply impossible from a practical standpoint, said Edward. Your soul is limited and cannot bear such vast knowledge. Furthermore, arcanists value knowledge more than their life. So, I often have to entice them to share their research. And even then, I probably hold about 70% of the Empire's knowledge in my hands. As for you, you are allowed unlimited access to my library because you're a special recruit to the Empire. Once we return, you also have to start paying for high-level access. So, your ambitions are nothing but dreams. I have fully figured out these things in the past month, said Orochimaru. But I still want to try. Edward pondered for a moment, all-knowing, the path of omniscient. It's not like you don't have a chance. Orochimaru's eyes brightened. Please enlighten me. If you want to have a chance, you need to become a legendary arcanist and control conceptual magic, knowledge authority, to be precise. Legendary arcanist. Conceptual magic. Orochimaru had never heard these terms in the database he had access to. How would I accomplish that? That's classified information of the highest level, so I can't tell you, said Edward. However, I can tell you difficult this path is. In all the Empire, I'm the only legendary arcanist, and I only succeeded through a lucky opportunity after coming to this place. In my universe, I am probably the only magic wielder with this achievement. And if there are others, the number won't be more than 5. Edward did not know about other planes, but his conjecture about the cosmic god plane was probably accurate. Orochimaru's heart trembled. He has read the Empire's history and this man's legendary exploits and accomplishments. Although he knew much of it was embellished to make him look better, he could still notice Edward's overwhelming talent and ability. Even amongst all the geniuses competing in the Empire, this man is like a bright star that outshines everyone else. If his talent is the requirement to become a legendary arcanist, Orochimaru did not want to think about it. Of course, you have an advantage, he continued. I will one day make the requirement to become a legendary arcanist public. I have even begun creating methods for arcanists to have a clear and widespread method. So, it's only a matter of time before legendary arcanists are more common. The snake-tongued man breathed in relief. There was hope for him. Or, you could use an alternative path. Oh. Become a god and wield the knowledge authority. Although you would have to kill the current tier 10 god that wields such authority, this might be a better path than waiting until you become a legendary arcanist. Orochimaru had a look of helplessness. He did not know how long it would take or even whether he would ever be capable of killing a tier 10. It could be possible one day once he has a floating city. However, the path of godhood was not appealing to him, at least, not after seeing the arcane path. He has read some basic information about gods and how the Empire described them as parasitic life form that depends on faith for their powers and immortality. With his intelligence, he detected the bias and aversion the information had against gods. Regardless, he also felt it was inappropriate to become a god, given all the restraints and limitations. Perhaps the former him would jump at such a chance, but not his current self. Okay, don't talk about these things since you're only a little tier 3 arcanist. Even with your talent and chakra foundation, you have a long way ahead of you, said Edward before looking at his clones. How are the research results? Chapter 421, Preliminary Research Result, I. The preliminary results are excellent so far, said Clone 1. Let's begin with me. The ultimate magic body is 50% completed. I've transferred the Naruto clan's bloodline into magical before doing the same for Kaguya. Then, using her life code as a blueprint, I created most of the ultimate magic bloodline. However, she is not the source of the Otsutsuki bloodline, so the research has now entered turtle speed. The clone showed the data while explaining. Achieving something like the ultimate magic body would typically be extremely challenging, but using the Otsutsuki's bloodline as a blueprint made the entire process easier. The ultimate magic body is essentially the source of all magical bloodlines, the pinnacle of magical talent granted through blood. And the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline is the same as chakra in this universe. According to my calculations, even if we get our hands on the Otsutsuki god, our research will only reach 70% completion, maybe even lower. Edward frowned as he understood why. Mana was a more powerful energy than chakra. Any ideas on how to achieve the remaining 30%? Yes, the slight Magus bloodline in our life code, said Clone 1. All wizards are descended from the Magus race. However, this bloodline did not give them much except for a highly versatile mana that could easily change frequency, allowing them to use different forms of magic. It makes sense, said Edward. The Magus race is the pinnacle of bloodline in our universe and could be considered the source of magic in the cosmic god plane. However, we can do better. You want to acquire the bloodline sample of the creature with the highest talent in the entire omniverse and use it as the blueprint for the ultimate magic body, said Clone 1 with bright eyes. Exactly. No matter how incredible the Magus race is, I doubt they would compare to the pinnacle races in the omniverse. He theorized the Magus race reached tier 12 as a civilization and achieved omniversal travel. However, Edward did not know how they were doing afterward. It's a good idea. Check the Akashic record. However, if we want to get a sample, it would probably be expensive. We probably won't be able to afford it. In those situations, it's why we have the old man, said Edward. However, knowing him, he's probably gonna make us owe him. He shook his head before accessing the Akashic record and searching for the creature with the most outstanding magical talent in the omniverse. Then, his pupil shrunk. What is it? Asked Clone 1 after seeing his reaction. See for yourself, he waved the screen before the clone. It's the Magus race, he said in shock. With their current security level, he could only have a brief description. But the information said the Magus race, the same from their universe, reached the pinnacle of the Omniverse and took the title of the race with the highest magical talent. They have probably constantly evolved their bloodline and life code to reach such a level, commented Clone 1. That's not the main point, said Clone 2, who took a peek. You're right. Having a connection to such a race through bloodline is not necessarily a good thing with our current weak self. Bloodline can carry wills. As such, it's possible for someone with the source of the bloodline, or even a higher bloodline concentration, to influence someone weaker. We can use the Magus race's bloodline as a blueprint, but we must ensure that our bloodline is unique and free from connection to them, even if it has to be weaker in general, said Edward. Plus, when we do the modification, we will strip the small percentage of their bloodlines from our bodies. At the beginning of the Empire, when Hermione was creating the mage path, she ensured the mana frequency was the same as the wizard's bloodline. As such, it served no other purpose besides maybe claiming the Empire is the rightful ruler of the universe since they inherited the Magus race's bloodline. However, these gods and other powerful races would hunt them down instead of accepting the bullshit bloodline right to rule. In that case, we would need to become the source of this bloodline and cannot reach the pinnacle of the Omniverse in one attempt, said Clone 1. We can slowly improve things as we get more powerful, added Edward, and the Clone 1 agreed with him. Then, he went to continue his research. Before then, he has to catch on with Fleur's study on Dragon's bloodline source. It's my turn, said Clone 2 before taking out a magical staff and casting a spell. A pure black sphere appeared before him and lasted 10 seconds before stopping. As you can see, the destruction ball I've created based on the truth-seeking ball is more potent than the one we created in Black Clover. I've even touched the destruction authority after the research. It's unstable. Yes, and it's mainly because of yin-yang release, explained Clone 2. Magic has too many elements that chakra does not have, like darkness and light. Spacetime is argued by elementalist arcanists as elements, even including things like sounds or shadow. To some extreme elementalist, sound or vibration is nothing but a sub-element of thunder. However, chakra is different. Besides the basic 5 elements, the others can only be achieved through a combination of nature transformation. As for things like shadow and spacetime, they are categorized into yin-yang release or a category of their own. When it comes to yin-yang, the best thing we have is positive and negative energy. However, they are not truly the same. Eastern arcanists have studied the concept or idea of yin and yang and its relationship to the newly discovered negative energy necromancers used. Although there are many similarities based on Eastern literature and ideologies, they are not the same despite many similarities. Edward pondered for a moment and said, use the relationship between authority and spells. Clone 2's eyes lit up. Since they are the same, he understood what the main body meant. Spells could be argued to be a low manifestation of the rules or authority of a universe. However, this description is not entirely correct. In a place with no rules and chaos, like the void, spells appropriately functioned. Of course, there is also the probability that the void contained rules or laws that govern the entire omniverse. Unfortunately, that's not something Edward's level can touch. Some spells resonate with authority at a high level, showing some level of connection. Furthermore, Edward recently discovered that directly manipulating the rules of a universe is not as good or powerful as doing so through well-crafted spells. Our purpose is to achieve destruction, muttered Clone 2. So, I can directly study the destruction rules to create the spell before using that same spell to understand destruction rules, forming a cycle. Clone 2 can already see the path of his research. He will study the fluctuation destruction rules, allowing him to integrate all the elements into a destruction ball. Once that succeeds, he can have a better understanding of this authority and will not need to fuse different elements to achieve destruction. He would be able to do it directly, much faster and with more power. I'll get to it, he said before leaving. It's my turn, said Clone 3 before showing his date with a holographic display. Chapter 422, Preliminary Research Result, 2. I've studied the dojutsu of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans and have some results, said Clone 3. I've turned the Sharingan into a spell that temporarily modifies the eyes and grants it the same abilities. Furthermore, I've made it so the magical version of the Sharingan can copy tier 0 to 3 arcane rune spells. You can guess the benefit of this application. Edward nodded his head. Previously, the Sharingan could only copy wandcraft spells, but now, they can copy low-tier spells, meaning the Empire's citizens will use it to rapidly acquire battle prowess from tier 0 to 3. Of course, being able to copy and use a spell is not the same as understanding its underlying principles. Nevertheless, it is still helpful to be able to train low-level arcanists rapidly. When the Empire trains the Clone Legion, it will become easier since they are no longer required to go through the procedure of instilling the knowledge and principles of using spells into the clones' minds. More importantly, the Sharingan will make the process way cheaper, saving them trillions of arcane coins. Excellent work. Anything else? Yes. I've recreated all the Manjikyu Sharingan's abilities like Susanoo, Amaterasu, etc. Most have become decent but unique spells, but not very useful except for Itachi's Tsukiyomi. Its applications of illusion will significantly benefit our illusion department. What about the Rinnegan? Most of its abilities are also useless, said Clone 3. Most of the capabilities of the Rinnegan are already achievable by different spells. Even with unique abilities like Limbo, Arcanists have too many ways to detect things that are invisible. It did help somewhat with our research with resurrection magic. In the Konosuba world, the Empire learned of priests' magic which included resurrection spells. So, the Rinnegan only provided a different perspective of reviving people, thus furthering the research. Unfortunately, it did not bring anything new or revolutionary. Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan also provided some benefits. The infinite Tsukiyomi is a great illusion, and I'm still working to turn it into a spell and maybe improve it. Then there is her use of spacetime ninjutsus. I've gathered all the data on how she used her Rinne Sharingan to control spacetime. It should have some help in your study of spacetime rules. Edward calmly received the data and stored it to use later. Finally, it's the Byakugan. I've turned into a spell and aura technique, mainly used for aura masters. I did the same for the Sharingan so pure aura master can use these dojutsu abilities. Currently, the Empire had ways to grant every citizen magical powers. However, a large group of people prefers the pure aura master path. Finally, this is the greatest value for the Byakugan, said Clone 3 before showing Edward a blueprint. I've updated the Sorcerer Eye by fusing it with the ability of the Byakugan. The Sorcerer Eye is one of the monitoring systems of the Empire. It's basically a satellite that covers the entire Empire's territory, looking for uninvited guests, sudden large energy quantity, and many more. How much is the increase? Asked Edward. 35%. This number was a significant increase considering the last update of the Sorcerer's Eyes was less than 3 months since Edward left. What about the Tensigan? Nothing useful, but Clone 4 did create something from its chakra mode. Clone 4 took the forefront stage while Clone went to continue his research. I would like to introduce you to High Aura, said Clone 4 before showing his research result. After studying the Tensigan's chakra mode, I had an interesting idea and went to a parallel timeline to capture Naruto with a 9-tail chakra mode. Then, I created High Aura mode, a special state that anyone with aura can use. You should already guess what its main purpose is. Killing God, commented Edward. The arcane rune magic is a form of high magic capable of injuring and killing gods. However, aura does not have these capabilities, putting the aura master profession in a complicated position. Gods not only have high magic immunity but also force immunity. In some ways, they are truly the perfect creature or power systems. Exactly. I've done preliminary research using the divine energy we have and the remains of Herpo. However, we also need a real god as test subjects. Clone 4 sighed. If the floating city was here, I could cultivate a tier 6 false god. He shook his head. Edward established a research group to create false gods, and there have been some preliminary results. The core of this research is to cultivate a tier 6 clone before creating billions of mortal-level clones brainwashed to worship the tier 6 clones. Then, create a false god through the power of faith gathered. And the only reason it's not a true god is the lack of a divine kingdom. Wait for a while, and we might find a god and maybe a few, said Edward, thinking about his following action. Clone 5, what about you? I'm in charge of studying Izanagi, and things are not going well for me, said Clone 5. I've imitated the effect of turning illusion into reality. However, the price paid when using mana is not an eye but a piece of the soul. He groaned with some frustration. From tier 0 to 3, it is best to transform mana into chakra and use it. By then, you'll only lose an eye. However, from tier 4 to 5, chakra no longer works. Meanwhile, using magic has limited effects. For example, you can deal with heavy injuries but not fatal ones. In tier 6, only skin injuries can be healed. Above tier 7, it's impossible to play with the concept of truth and falsehood like that. Do you have hope for the path forward? Yes. Izanagi is essentially a form of reality manipulation. With the word soul magic you acquired from Black Clover, we have some information, but the research will take some time. That's good enough, nodded Edward. Clone 8. Clone 8 did not say anything but showed him a small beast that looked like a puppy. Edward gazed at it for a moment before his eyes lit up. A mana creature? Exactly. The tail beasts are pure chakra creatures, and I've learned from my experiments with them. Edward's plan to become tier 10 at a faster rate is to become half flesh and half energy creatures such as dragon or phoenix. So, he has been studying the idea of a dragon heart to store mana and elementalization to create a mana creature to prepare for his transition. Before, he had some success creating spells that could turn him into certain elements, but the transformation was not complete and temporary. Excellent work, he praised as he looked at the small creature. My work is only in the preliminary stages, said Clone 8. But, from my prediction, it may even help with the ultimate magic body. Edward nodded. The Magus race were creatures made of mana, similar to the Anodite in the show Ben 10. However, they could turn their bodies into flesh and blood and pass on their bloodline. Maybe the Anodite is a branch of the Magus race, thought Edward. After knowing the achievements of the Magus race, he would not be surprised. Can this be weaponized? Asked Edward. I'm already working on it. A creature wholly made of mana would be extremely powerful and could be used as another weapon of the Empire, similar to how tail beasts are in the ninja world. Clone 9 stepped up and showed his result. My research is on natural energy. I've discovered so far that only planets can emit this energy, and it's a form of unique life force. Mana cannot be transformed into nature energy. No, they work well together but cannot be interchanged. To be exact, nature energy works for all: divine energy, solar energy, cosmic energy, and even negative energy. It's fine. As long we can produce nature energy of our own. Clone 9 nodded since he already used a planet store in the interdimensional rings to test it and did not need to rely on the Natura world to create nature energy. Chapter 423, Stages. The report was not finished. Clone 10 was working on why he came to this world, turning the Otsutsuki's god tree into a way to absorb and condense a mana or knowledge fruit. The result of this research was relatively fast, mainly because of Neville's study of the mana tree. Before the ley line nodes were activated, Neville Longbottom created a unique tree that would absorb mana from the nodes and release it in the environment through photosynthesis. It was a groundbreaking invention. Subsequently, after discovering the mana grid, Edward tasked Neville with creating a tree that directly drew mana from the grid. He wanted to prepare in case something happened to the ley line nodes one day, and the Empire would not have any problems accessing more mana. Furthermore, there are many planets in the Milky Way galaxy with no ley line nodes or access to mana. The Empire will install energy converters on these planets to convert heat from the sun, life energy from the planet, or water energy from the ocean into mana. However, if Neville can succeed in his research, the Empire only needs to plant the new mana trees on these planets and grant them mana directly from the mana grid. And one day, Edward wants to create the mana grid himself. According to his theory, the Magus race probably created the grid. With this research, Clone 10 successfully modified the god tree to condense mana fruit. He even established a purification system in the tree to purify the mana during the process of condensation. Furthermore, he modified the tree to condense soul fruits and fruits of other forms of energy. Despite this success, Edward's objectives have not been entirely achieved. Firstly, the god tree has not been tested on whether it can absorb the mana or energy of an entire plane. Secondly, Clone 10 has not found a way to condense a knowledge fruit. Finally, there were clones 11 and 12. Clone 11 studied the karma seal of the Otsutsuki clan, which is another form of reincarnation magic. By choosing a vessel and planting a seal on them, a person can revive themselves after death by taking over the vessel's body. The karma seal has excellent potential for plane invasion since arcanists might not have to take the danger of reincarnating. Instead, they can choose a vessel and assume the identity of the chosen person, thus achieving the purpose of infiltrating a plane without the detection of the universe's will. Did you find the Kara group? Asked Edward. No, they don't exist in this timeline, so I search on others, replied Clone 11, and Edward nodded. As for Clone 12, his research was on Haydn, the Akatsuki's member. Edward was interested in his immortality. The result was not surprising that he was similar to a Horcrux. He was connected to an entity called Jashin, and as long as that entity was alive, he was immortal. Clone 12 was preparing a legion to attack that entity and capture it for study. After listening to these reports, Edward dismissed the clones before doing his own thing. After seeing the title of Legendary Arcanist from the Akashic Record, he thought about giving names to Arcanists of different tiers. He did not like the entire concept of Tier 6 planetary or Tier 7 star level. Tier 0 will obviously be called Arcane Apprentice. Now, what about from Tier 1 to 3? Should I use Bronze, Silver, and Gold? If he followed that logic, Tier 4 would be Platinum, Tier 5 Diamond. No, I already used a similar system on the different types of Tier 5 Arcanists. Edward did not like this classification. Should I use the Morning Star system? Tier 6 would be Morning Star Arcanist, Tier 7 would be Radiant Moon Arcanist, and Tier 8 would be Breaking Dawn. Too much plagiarism. Plus, what about Tier 9 and 10? He pondered even longer, trying to come up with a name that pleased him. He thought about using 1 star to 10 stars, but that's the same as the Tier 1 to 10 systems. Tier 0 is Apprentice, Tier 1 to 3 is Beginner Arcanist, Tier 4 is Intermediate, Tier 5 is Advanced Arcanist, Tier 6 is Master Arcanist, Tier 7 is Grand Arcanist, and Tier 8 is Supreme Arcanist. What about Tier 9 and 10? I feel Tier 11 should be Transcendent Arcanist. I want to use the word Legendary, but that's already occupied by Arcanists who wield conceptual magic. He could not think of a name for a while, so he asked Morgana. How about enlightened arcanist for tier 9 and arcane sage for tier 10, suggested the little elf. Arcane sage sounds okay, but I feel it's missing something, muttered Edward. What about enlightened arcanist? I don't like it. His words made her puff in anger, so she instantly created an algorithm to suggest millions of names for him. His lips twitched before saying, I'll look at it later. Then, he disappeared. He wanted to check on the progress of conquering this planet. Nothing much changed on the surface beside the lasting peace between nations. The golems did not force the Empire's customs like fashion and other stuff on the ninja world. The approach is much more subtle, using education, marketing, and propaganda to slowly influence them and integrate them into the Empire. Although this process is slow, it's a sure way to lessen the impact and prevent things like rebellion or protest. After checking the surroundings, Edward searched for Tsunade back in the Hidden Leaf Village, but she was not there. So, he scanned the entire planet. His lips twitched after finding her location. He teleported to the Land of the Sand, to be specific, to a casino. One of the plans to develop the Land of the Sand economy is to turn it into a center of entertainment, thus boosting its economy. And as expected, Edward found her playing roulette. A bunch of people were next to her, and they would choose the opposite whenever she picked a color. And they would win every time. I can't believe your luck is so bad even with the luck potion. Oh my god, you startled me, said Tsunade, jumping slightly as she held her heart. Well, Edward was momentarily dazed. I will have you know, I won thrice today, and my eyes are up here, said Tsunade with excitement. She loved gambling, but she had never won in her life. But today, she was not once, not twice, but 3 times. With the potion, you should have won every time, said Edward. I've even ordered people not to activate the luck-suppressing enchantment to allow you to cheat, but you still could not win. Tsunade was embarrassed as she did not expect to have so many advantages but was still losing terribly. Whatever. Instead of saying these things, why don't you give me a few more potions? Edward pondered for a moment before agreeing. Normally, it would have an adverse effect if someone took more than one Felix Felici's potion. However, Twanda's luck seemed abnormal whenever it came to her gambling. So, he wanted to know what would happen. Anyway, no harm will happen to her with him around. Nevertheless, he told her about the possible side effects and to decide whether she wanted to drink more than one. Are you here? Said Tsunade before drinking another 2 vials. The potion quickly took effect, and for the next 10 minutes, her luck became extraordinary, and she won everything she tried. However, afterward, it returns to its original abysmal state. Give more. Edward gave her 5 more vials, and her luck lasted 20 minutes. Fascinating. You have no side effect, but the time limit of your increase of luck is truly odd. 1 potion would increase a person's luck for a minimum of 1 hour. However, 5 vials could only last Tsunade 20 minutes. One day, you should study the anomaly of your luck. Don't mention these things now. Give me a few more potions. She had never felt the adrenaline rush of constantly winning and making money. The feeling was intoxicating. I don't have any more. Don't be cheap. You're literally a ruler with incalculable wealth. After saying that, Tsunade realized she could access all that money if she shook her head to not think about it. It was too tempting. I do not need to brew so many luck potions. Right, you know the recipe, so brew some for me. No, but you can learn and do it yourself. That's a good idea. Then, she immediately left with the determination to learn how to brew luck potion. Edward shook his head before teleporting away to see someone. It's you, said Itachi Uchiha after seeing Edward appearing before him. And, any ideas for the name for tier 9 and 10? I'm open to suggestions. Or, maybe you prefer the tier 6 planetary system better. Leave a comment. Chapter 424, Deputy Commander. And, sorry, this chapter is not edited. Yes, it's me, said Edward with a smile. Are you going to invite me in? Itachi hesitated for a while before saying, Come in, Your Majesty. Edward walked in and observed the house. Besides a new chakra television, the house looked similar to the Uchiha's compound in the anime, except a lot smaller. He looked at the young Uchiha prodigy and asked. Now that you have been exposed to a brand new world and civilization, have you thought about your actions? Itachi sighed deeply, I have. And I was wrong. No, the entire shinobi world is wrong. In the past few weeks, Itachi had to attend schools like every people on this planet, and he learned a great deal about history, sociology, modern culture, mental health, and many more. And the conclusion he derived was his actions were wrong, and this conclusion was not just because his actions were idiotic, as the Emperor said during their first meeting, but also because the shinobi war is twisted. The cycle of hatred passed down from one generation after the other makes it impossible for peace to exist. And the system of treating ninjas as tools is also a fundamental reason the entire system is broken. Then there is the use of child soldiers. Children, no matter how gifted they are, should not be exposed to the cruelty of war. They should never have the burden of other people's lives on their shoulders. So, you've figured it out. I thought you would be stubborn and insisted you made the right choice. I have never been a prideful person and can admit my faults, replied Itachi calmly. A good quality to have, nodded Edward. Have you explained everything to your brother? Itachi paused. Wouldn't it be better for him to believe I was dead? At this point, he has no need to have his brother kill him. Firstly, the Empire has safer ways for Sasuke to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. Secondly, he is not dying and can watch his brother's growth from the shadow. Edward waved his hand, and a holographic screen appeared before him. He motioned his hand, and the screen floated before Itachi. What is it? He asked, puzzled. However, his pupils squinted after seeing the title, and he quickly read through it. His hand trembled as he read. In front of him was a psychological evaluation of his brother, Sasuke. And the result was that his brother had many mental problems, including possible suicidal tendencies. Itachi once took an online class on the Empire's server about the psychological effects of war on the young mind. This class greatly helped him figure out many things about his past and how his childhood affected the current him. As such, he had some knowledge of mental health issues. So, as he scrolled through the lists of the things wrong with his brother, his mind was in chaos. And that's because he knew he had caused 99% of these problems, some he even did accidentally. What have I done? He muttered. Maybe his shinobi mindset believed he was a good big brother, paving the way for his brother to live in such a cruel world. However, his arcane empire mindset made him aware of the lasting damage he did to his brother. Damage that would affect him for the rest of his life. There is still hope for you two brothers, said Edward. Although it would take years of family therapy and maybe the need for a powerful spiritual arcanist, you can still heal. Yes, there is still hope, he uttered with a slightly hoarse voice. Plus, it might help if your family was reunited, added Edward, making Itachi's eyes brighten as he remembered the Empire had ways to revive the dead. And it was not the inhumane method of Edo Tensei. Is it really all right for them to come back? Could they accept me after the terrible sins I've committed? I don't know for sure, replied Edward. What I do know is the love of a parent is boundless. They would take on the burden of your sins if it meant you can be at peace. From the way Fugaku and Mikoto accepted their deaths at Itachi's hand, it could be seen they understood their son's burden and accepted his choice. So, if they were revived, he would still be their beloved son. Itachi's body trembled after hearing this. He remembered the pain he felt as he killed his parents and the despair he felt as he watched their bodies tumbled on the floor, blood staining the floor. He remembered the peaceful visage of his mother and father before their death. He remembered watching the life slowly dissipate from their eyes. Itachi took a deep breath to control his emotions. He cannot run away all his life, so some things must be faced. And whatever the consequence, he would accept it. Your Majesty, why did you come to see? He asked after gaining his calm and stoic face. He did not think the Emperor came to see him to talk about his ideologies or his family's affairs. I came to give you an invitation, said Edward. To what? The greatest military power of the Empire is not the Imperial Navy, the Royal Army, the Earth Defense Force, or the Auror, it's the Ghost Squad. Itachi was confused, but he did not interrupt and listened. He also formulated some ideas on the Emperor's purpose. The Ghost Squad is my right hand, my shadow. They have access to all the resources of the Empire, including knowledge and secrets not revealed to the public. Itachi understood what such a force meant. After analyzing the situation of the Empire, Itachi understood that the people of this world were in a honeymoon period where the Empire granted them access to many resources and knowledge to make their transition smoother. However, once that period ends, everybody will be on their own, working to earn resources. They have to compete with the hundreds of billions of other citizens of the Empire. And if he and his brother want to have a place in the Empire, it will be challenging, especially since the Sharingan no longer grants them any advantage. If Itachi wanted to revive his parents and his clan members, he could not fathom how much work that would require. Recently, I decided to create another special unit from the members of the Ghost Squad focused on intelligence gathering, infiltration, spying, and assassination. I want you to be the deputy commander of the Shadow Squad. Itachi smiled wryly. You led me to leave the darkness, and now, you want me to return. Darkness cannot be eliminated even in my world. Since the Ghost Squad has so much power, there must be a catch. Yes, I control their soul, replied Edward calmly. As expected. You don't need to worry too much. Some people have signed temporary contracts to hand their souls for a specific amount of time. Afterward, I let them leave. Really? You let them leave? Don't think of me in such a negative light, said Edward. Besides having certain memories wiped, I do let them leave. Should I be thankful you still have some humanity, he muttered softly before shaking his head. Why did you choose me? I know you have the power to control life and death. You could have asked people like Madara or the first or second Hokage. Chapter 425, Itachi's Choice. Madara is a very talented man but also very ambitious. The kind of ambitious man who will not yield to anyone, commented Edward. He has plenty of experience controlling ambitious people, but some would rather die than kneel. Another person who would be perfect for this job would be Danzo, but Edward knew he would have to make a lot of effort to control someone like that, and it was not worth the trouble. As for Hashirama, he's too kind and unsuitable to live in the darkness, added Edward. But you're different. You're as talented as them, have seen the darkness of the world, have experience in the Umbu, and, more importantly, you did not let the darkness corrupt you. Itachi smiled wryly as he understood the subtle meaning behind these words. He had a weakness, Sasuke. And this weakness means it's easier to be controlled in case something occurs. Furthermore, if he wants his brother to flourish in the Empire, being the Emperor's shadow is one of the best ways, he will have access to countless resources and knowledge. So, Itachi paused for a moment, pondering his decision. Then, he knelt in one knee before saying, Your Majesty. Edward smiled, Get up. I promise you won't regret this decision. Hope so, muttered Itachi before asking, Can I ask 2 questions? Please. Who is the commander of this shadow squad? Edward understood Itachi was asking who his superior was and why he was not chosen to be the commander. I have chosen someone, but I don't know if they'll agree. So, for the time being, you'll be in charge. The head of the shadow squad must be someone like Grindelwald, who completely surrenders their souls to him, or a member of the royal family, in other words his wife. So, Edward has someone in mind, hoping to convince her after traveling to the next world. Whether it is the Ghost Squad or this new Assassin Squad, they are the capital for his royal family to survive and maintain power in the likelihood someone actually defeated him and took over the empire. With these 2 powers in his hands, the royal family can easily survive a regime change. And Edward knew the chances of this happening were not as low as some people might imagine. The most talented individual of the empire was someone from the Jamaican region called Abasai Sane. At 14, he awakened a special soul because of the changes in the environment. And in just 2 years, he reached Tier 6. Many people were shocked and worried at the same time. Rumors spread that this kid would not live long since he threatened the royal family's status. However, these people underestimated Edward's courage. He was a pathfinder, creating a perfect system for humans and other low-level species to allow them to rule the plane one day. So, he was not jealous of Abasai and encouraged the appearance of more genius like him. Furthermore, he was confident as he was born in an era where the arcane system existed, his speed would not be any less than Abasai's. What's your second question? Doesn't the Empire has an intelligence-gathering agency? There is, composed of many talented people with metamorphogus bloodline, replied Edward before shaking his head. Domestically, they are perfect at their job. However, regarding foreign affairs, they are too young and inexperienced. The Empire has to rely heavily on divination to gather information. The purpose of the Shadow Guard is to train elites and send them throughout the universe. Of course, to have a power completely under your control, thought Itachi with an unchanged face. After all, he did not dare say it out loud. Edward gave him a look, guessing what he was thinking. He knew Itachi was extremely intelligent and could understand the subtle meaning behind his words and actions. Do you want a temporary or permanent contract? Temporary. He had already thought about it and decided this was the best option. Itachi did not want to spend the rest of his life in darkness. There are 4 options: 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, and 10,000 years. I'll take 2,000 years, he replied after a brief ponder. This was a long enough time to ensure the rise of his brother in the Uchiha clan. All right, stated Edward before giving the contract. Itachi wrote his name with his blood after reading every margin of the contract. Then, he immediately felt a connection between himself and Edward. Be prepared. After returning, you'll have to undergo intense training. Most of the ninjas' jutsus are not useful for assassination because of how flashy they are. So, they need to be trained. Before leaving, Edward ordered Grindelwald to create a perfect training method using invisible, shadow, darkness, and space magic. Edward nodded to Itachi before disappearing. Itachi sighed as he felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. Facing the Emperor was more challenging than he made it appear. No matter what, this man had the power to dictate the fate of the entire planet. So, how could ordinary people easily face him? He jumped on top of his house, looking in the distance. He could see his brother training his taijutsu. However, he had a look of frustration. Itachi could understand the reason. Previously, Sasuke could be considered a genius simply because of his Sharingan or noble lineage. But now, he could only be considered slightly extraordinary. Then there is the fact that many of his former classmates from civilian backgrounds, like Sakura, have been discovered with exceptional talents and placed on a list to be cultivated by the Empire. These people he once could not even care to look at or remember their names were now way ahead of him and treated as true geniuses. I think I made the right choice, muttered Itachi before jumping over to Sasuke's side. It was time for them to reunite and have a one-on-one conversation. Edward teleported to the lab to prepare for his next step. Is everything prepared? He asked another clone. We are ready. That's good, he said after nodding. Where is Tsuna? She's using the virtual network to learn potion, replied the clone with an evil class. I made sure she took Snape's class. Old Snape. Old Snape. The two laughed as they reminisced. Although Snape is probably the most talented potion master of the Empire, his teaching abilities are subpar, especially the old him. When Edward began to show his talent back in Hogwarts, Snape was always after him since he thought he was too arrogant. However, after realizing he could not embarrass Edward, he simply ignored him. He walked to the next room and saw Tsunade removing her headset in anger before yelling. Damn it, isn't it normal for a student to not know something? Isn't the teacher's job to teach? She looked at Edward with frustration. Are all the teachers in your empire like that? Snape was my teacher and is the greatest potion master of the Empire. As for his teaching abilities, just know he's no longer a teacher. Tsunade understood this womanizer played a joke on her. Please give me a normal teacher, she said after taking a deep breath to calm down. After reading the first-year potion book, she immediately realized potion was a great field to save lives. So, she wanted to learn. I will. Thanks. Anyway, why are you here? Do you want to experience interstellar battle? You're about to attack the Otsutsuki clan, asked Tsunade as she rapidly figured out his purpose. Exactly. I thought you would go alone and defeat them yourself. No, I plan to broadcast to further show the might of the Empire to the ninjas and to show them the horror of the universe. I see, she said with a sigh. All right, I want to watch. Chapter 426, War with the Otsutsuki, I. Edward walked into another room of the underground lab, followed by Tsunade behind. He smiled as he watched the shock in her eyes. He could tell she was trying to control her emotion. In front of them were 5 spaceships that could only be described as humongous steel beasts. What do you think? He asked. I've read descriptions of them, but it's something else to see the real thing in person, commented Tsunade. The biggest object in the ninja world is probably the Ten-Tails, but even it looks small compared to these 5 ships. These are the Desert Mark III and can only consider middle-class battleships. You mean there are bigger ones? Yes, and even those are nothing to my floating city. Tsunade read about the floating city, but the information was brief with little detail. The article she read described the floating city as the pinnacle of magical technology, the crown jewel of artificer achievements, and the most potent weapon of the Empire. Furthermore, this marvel of technological and magical achievement was designed by the Emperor himself, pushing the technological tree of the Empire by at least 100,000 years. I would love to see the floating city. Edward sighed with sadness. It's probably in shambles now. It's destroyed, she asked with surprise before thinking about something. Isn't it expensive to make? You really know how to waste money to destroy something like that. She could not fathom how much money it would take to make such a thing. Edward's mouth twitched. You don't have to remind me, I know how much money I've wasted, and it hurts. He would rather lose thousands of Imperial fleet and hundreds of star system than the floating city. Luckily, it was the Tier 9 city, not the new Tier 10 he had just built. And why are you making it sound like it was my fault it was destroyed? I've almost died encountering a weird creature. This is why I was in such a sorry state when we met. Oh, then I apologize for my remark, said Tsunade with sincerity. She thought he was doing some dangerous experiment that resulted in his near-death situation and the destruction of the floating city. Don't worry about it, let's go. The two board the ship as many golems supervise different aspects of this expedition. Are we the only living creatures? Asked Tsunade. Depends on your definition of living. These golems have souls. Well, some do. You know what I mean. Yes, we are the only carbon-based life form, replied Edward while looking at a screen. Why? I have a limited number of clones, so we must use golems. Don't you have a normal crew with you? Or are they dead? I have too many secrets, so there is no normal crew, he replied. That fits with your personality, commented Tsunade. Is that an insult? Maybe, maybe not. Edward shook his head. I am a man burdened by knowledge, to quote a purple mad titan. The Empire appeared to be thriving and prosperous even amid a great war. However, only a few people know the grim future waiting for us. And my consciousness is one of the reasons we can have today's peace and tranquility. He suddenly paused and frowned. What's wrong? Asked Tsunade, who felt his sudden change was abnormal. I suddenly felt it might not be the best idea to bring you into all this trouble. How sweet, she replied with a smile. I'm serious, replied Edward. Once you get involved, your future can only be described as a constant struggle. Maybe, living a normal life and dying peacefully is not such a bad thing. Whether I join or not is my choice, replied Tsunade. Plus, after meeting you and opening myself to a broader world, I also have new goals and ambitions. I hope you don't regret your choice. That's for the future to decide. All right, we're ready, said Edward before ordering one of the golems to begin the broadcast. Across the shinobi world, all the new citizens of the Empire started to watch these 5 battleships in action. What is the plan of action? Asked Tsunade. The first step is to go directly to their headquarters. The Otsutsuki's headquarters was located 400,000 light-years from the shinobi planet. Tsunade nodded. She found it odd that the first step is for a direct attack. But she knew nothing about interstellar battles, so she did not comment. Under Edward's control, the ships activated the void engine and instantaneously traveled hundreds of thousands of light-years away. Soon, the ship arrived at a star system with 4 planets, a massive one as big as any star and 4 regular-sized planets surrounding it at the center. We've arrived at the Otsutsuki's headquarters, said Edward, his voice traveling to everyone watching the broadcast. They are a race that evolves through absorbing life energy and genetic information. Unfortunately, all the genetic information affects their mind, making them ruthless, arrogant, and inhumanly cruel. There is a perfect example before us, continued Edward with a calm and reassuring tone. Their civilization has long developed spatial technology. Yet, they did place any means to prevent other people from attacking them. The reason? Their arrogance, of course. They are the Otsutsuki, they attack and use other civilizations as nourishment for their growth. Who dares attack them? Edward sighed. To all my viewers, if there is a lesson you must learn today, it's this: prudence is a character trait necessary for the survival and growth of any individual or civilization. Arrogance is the bane of the mighty. No matter how powerful one of you becomes one day, remember to guard against arrogance. The path of magic is long, arduous, and has no end. Even someone like me is a mere student. I may never finish my pursuit of the truth and endless knowledge in my life. Edward's objective is to instill the core idea of the Arcanist in these new citizens and also ensure they understand one of the main reasons the Empire has achieved so much in such a short time, always being cautious and not letting arrogance drive them. Otherwise, with how much the Empire has accomplished in less 100 years, the people would be 100 times more arrogant than the Otsutsuki. Bang. While Edward was calmly talking, the Otsutsuki clan noticed him, and someone attacked this small fleet. An enormous hand that looked like the arm of a Susanoo attacked them. The scary part was that hand was larger than a planet. Unfortunately, this attack level was nothing to the ship's energy shield system. Now, asking all parents and guardians to activate the child protection safety, he calmly added. Many children will be watching this battle, so he cannot show them all the blood and violence. So, a more censored version will be displayed to them. Shinobi children are more mature and used to blood and violence. However, they are still children and will be protected from now on. The only exception that is made to the ninja world because of their culture is children are only considered 15 and below. From 16 years old and above, they are considered adults and can watch the uncensored. The door to the command room opened, and a red golem entered. Compared to the others, he was slimmer, looking more like Ultron than a Hulkbuster of the other golems. What's the result? Asked Edward. The planet at the center is for royal family, where their god is Shirbai and his descendants. The noble clan numbers reside in the green, red, and blue planets. There should be a few tier 7. Finally, the yellow planet is where the Brock members lived. Their existence serves only as servants, cannon fodder, and sacrifices to the god tree so the other families can become stronger. That's all the information I could gather. Edward nodded. This golem was a rare seer model with divination. Only a few people in the Empire can create one since an Arcanist needs to have knowledge of golem's creation, soul, and divination. So, he technically cannot make one himself. The royal, noble, and branch. Kaguya was probably a member of the branch. From what he remembered from Boruto, she came to become a Shiki's sacrifice to the god tree planted in the ninja world. One person suddenly asked Tsunade as she saw an Otsutsuki appearing before the fleet, seemingly wanting to challenge it alone. Chapter 427, War with the Otsutsuki, 2. That's not surprising, given the Otsutsuki is an individualistic civilization, commented Edward as he looked at the person facing their small fleet. Individualistic civilization, that's a new term, added Tsunade. What does it mean? How do I explain it, muttered Edward. It means they focused on training the individuals, ensuring each of their members is extremely powerful. Isn't that the same for the Empire? No, the Empire is a technological civilization, minoring in individualism, he explained. As we grow more powerful, we are becoming more individualistic. However, I won't let us abandon the technological aspect. I still don't understand the nuanced differences between the two. A better way to explain it is individualistic civilizations focusing all their resources on one person to ensure they are as powerful as possible. In the case of the Otsutsuki clan, it's their god, Shirbai. And in the case of the Empire, it's me. The broadcast heard Edward's words, but he did not shine away from these types of information since they fall under the category of history and anthropology. However, the Empire's main focus is still on magical technology. And the benefit of technological civilization is the ability to reach high tiers despite having weak individuals. Before the wizards showed their existence, the Muggles created a Tier 5 civilization with the power of technology and nuclear bombs. And the wizard could only be considered a Tier 3 individualistic civilization. I understand now, nodded Tsunade. Fire the Tier 7 thunder cannon, ordered Edward, and the golem followed his orders. A massive thunderlight fired from the main ship, scaring the Otsutsuki members. The latter reacted swiftly as he activated his eyes. The attack enveloped the Otsutsuki. It appeared as if the attack had wiped him from existence. However, once the light faded, the latter stood in the same spot in the void without a single scratch on them. The attack failed, said Golem AD, who was controlling the primary system of the ship. Determining the cause of failure, the enemy is immune to energy-based attacks, finding solution. Solution 1, use a higher concentration of energy attack, Tier 8. Solution 2, use a higher form of energy that can negate this technique, divine, cosmic, or void energy is recommended. Solution 3, use the concussion cannon on the enemy. Commander, do you want any more recommendations? In less than a second, the golem analyzed the situation and created ways to deal with the situation. A weird dojutsu that made people immune to energy attacks. How interesting, commented Edward. Use Solution 3. The concussion cannon was designed to deal with people who could only be handled with only physical attacks. The design is based on the idea of a Tier 7 or 8 or a master punching an enemy with all their strengths. Tier 7 or 8, asked Golem AD. Use Tier 8 to kill him. We need the enemy to take this invasion seriously, ordered Edward, and the golem followed his orders. A new cannon emerged from the ships, attacking the Otsutsuki's divine general. The latter sensed its death, so it tried evading the attack. Unfortunately, the cannon has a locked function based on a person's karma and cannot be avoided. Hermione and Edward's latest research on karma have been implemented in the Imperial Navy, increasing the Empire's military prowess. Maybe this Otsutsuki could have evaded if it was the first attack. Sadly, the ship already recorded his karma and can use it to lock into him. As such, no matter how far he ran, he could not evade the attack. A tremendous amount of force hit the Otsutsuki's divine general. The force was powerful enough to eradicate the entire star system. So, before he could even scream, he exploded into a blood mist, his body and soul annihilated from this universe. Edward nodded in satisfaction with this result. The Desert Mark III are only medium-class ship in the Imperial Navy. However, besides the lack of resources, he had his reason for choosing them for this battle. They were versatile and able to adapt to any environment and situation. Mission success, said Golem AD. Commander, any more orders? We wait. Otsutsuki Clan's Royal Clan Planet. Using a jutsu similar to the Akatsuki, all the upper echelon members from the different planets held a meeting in an imaginary space where they transmitted their consciousness. The meeting was divided in a way that showed the status of everyone present. There was an empty throne at the very top. Right below, at the foot of the throne, were 2 chairs reserved for the left and right protector. These 2 were the pinnacle of Tier 7, the second most influential individuals of the Otsutsuki clan and members of the royal clan or Shirbai's lineage. Below them were the 27 divine generals, who were also Tier 7. However, the left and right protectors were so powerful that they could single-handed kill more than 10 divine generals. Most of the divine general originated from the royal clan, while the rest were members of the noble clans. Below the divine generals were the divine envoy, and there were 123 of them, all Tier 6. Most were from the noble clan, with only 5 from the branch clan. Who dares to attack our clan? Asked one of the divine generals with blue horns. Is it the Sage clan? Or the immortal gods? I didn't discover any natural energy, so it's not the Sage clan, commented another divine general. The immortal gods would not dare come to our headquarters, even with their immortality. I heard that a god named Jashin has been acting crazy recently. So, he might be crazy enough to do such a thing. Are you guys stupid? Asked another divine general with bull-like horns and a Rinnegan on his forehead. The enemy is obviously the automaton race. They're the only one who uses big and clunky machines like the ones who attack our clan. Who are you calling stupid? Do you want to fight? I dare you to attack first. I would have swallowed you long ago if not for the clan's rules. So, please give the perfect excuse to do so, replied the bullhorn Otsutsuki while licking his lips. Enough. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room quieted down. And that's because of the person who spoke, the left divine protector. She was a beautiful woman with a pale complexion, small curve horns, and dressed in a white robe. She had 2 Byakugan and a Rinnegan on her forehead. The enemy easily annihilated Divine General Nishiki, so you should understand what this means, continued the left protector. The situation is more severe than you imagined, said the right protector, a man with blue robes and pointy horns. I've measured the energy level of the previous attacks, and it reached the same level as the Lord. Right protector, your words are blasphemy, yelled one of the divine generals. That's right. No one is as powerful as Lord Shirbai. Yes, you cannot speak these words easily. Most of the divine generals backed up these claims. Lord Shirbai was their almighty god, so how could there exist any person as powerful as him? Even amongst the other factions of this universe, like the Sage clan, the immortal gods, the automatons, and even the traitorous Chakra race, no one is on par with Lord Shirbai. Shut up, yelled the left protector, releasing a mighty aura that suppressed everyone in the group. This is not the time for pride or arrogance. Our clan might be facing an enemy capable of wiping us out. So, control yourselves. Everyone decided to keep their mouth shut until the situation was clarified. Meanwhile, the right protector looked at a quiet divine general with weird eyes. Ryusuke, what do you think? The right protector was solemn and a little respectful. It was odd, given the strict hierarchical structure of the Otsutsuki clan. And that's because this divine general's eyes were unique and contained the power of clairvoyance. Their clan survived many catastrophes during the rise of Lord Shirbai and only survived because of these eyes. It's the end, said Ryusuke with a trembling voice. Our clan is coming to an end. What nonsense are you talking about? Yelled another divine general, but Ryusuke did not even look at the person. He seemed lost in his own world. Are you sure? With Lord Shirbai's presence, there should be no problem, right? Asked the left protector. Normally, I cannot see the fate of the Lord. But it's different this time, continued Ryusuke. The fog of fate has dispersed, and all I see is the death or capture of the Lord. The room immediately quieted, with people looking at him like he was crazy. Chapter 428, War with the Otsutsuki, 3. This chapter is not edited. The meeting room remained quiet for a few seconds. Then, the left protector said, we are entering a state of emergency. Call our members scattered on different planets and dimensions. We will also summon the civilizations we have conquered. All clan members, no matter whether they are royal, noble, or commoners, will meet the enemy. Right protector, said the left protector, looking at her companion. Don't worry, I will try to wake up Lord Shirbai. That's good, she replied. I will supervise the battle. The left protector then looked at Ryusuke, try to divine a way for our clan's survival. Do whatever is necessary to succeed. Ryusuke was shocked for a moment before realizing the meaning behind these words. There are many clan members with clairvoyant or divination type of dojutsu. However, none were as powerful as him. So, in the current situation, the best option is to increase his power by any means, including breaking the clan's rules and swallowing these people. A ruthless light flashed in Ryusuke's eyes as he nodded. However, as soon as he agreed, 5 people in the room suddenly tried to open a tear in space to escape. Regrettably, the left protector acted swiftly and waved her hand to seal them. So, 2 divine generals and 3 divine envoys were captured and handed to Ryusuke to absorb and increase his power. Let's go, said the left protector calmly and coldly. In the endless space, Edward watched as numerous Otsutsuki members flew from the 5 planets. The majority came from the yellow planets, which is where the branch members lived. We have detected a massive wave of spatial temporal energy, said Golem AD. It is estimated the enemy is calling reinforcement. Commander, do you want to block the surrounding space? No, replied Edward. We want them all in one place. Otherwise, we will have to spend more manpower searching for them all over the universe. As you wish. Then, what is the next command? Send in the Golem Legion to intercept the enemy. The Golem executed its order and sent a legion of 100,000 golems, 10 of which were peak tier 7, 2,000 were regular tier 7, and the rest were tier 6. The Golem Legion slaughtered and captured countless Otsutsuki. The battle was one-sided due to one reason, information. Edward knew about chakra and even equipped the golems with anti-energy enchantments, focusing on dealing with chakra. So, his legion not only had more high tiers of individuals but also countered the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, that was at the beginning of the battle. Interesting, commented Edward as he watched the sudden change in the battle. They suddenly became more powerful, said Tsunade. What's going on? They are using nature energy, explained Edward. I did not expect the Otsutsukis to be capable of learning from other civilizations. These guys was too arrogant to ever learn sage art. Then, what are you going to do? She asked. Their increase in strength will only delay their inevitable defeat, commented Edward. Deploy the fighter pilot legion to take out the weaker branch members. Golem AD executed the order. Numerous small ships suddenly flew out of the 5 spaceships. These ships were small enough for 2 or 3 people but extremely fast. These fighter jets did not have any pilots and were remotely controlled by artificial intelligence under the supervision of Golem AD. They precisely targeted the Otsutsuki branch members whose strengths were lower than tier 6. Additionally, the Otsutsuki summoned a bunch of other civilizations they conquered and used them as cannon fodders. The fighter jets targeted these people. Edward calmly watched as the enemy's strength drastically reduced. The fighter jets have no problem using suicidal tactics to destroy a large number of Otsutsuki members. After all, no one died, and the jet's destruction wasted only resources. Commander, I've detected a very potent divination attempt toward the Empire, suddenly said the divination golem. Oh, how powerful. Seer level. Seer level, mused Edward. There must be an Otsutsuki member with a powerful divination-based dojutsu. His eyes lit up. I will send you on a mission, he said. Take a few of the shadow golems and find the source of that divination, capture it alive and bring it back. Edward felt such a powerful I would be perfect for Luna. And if he can copy it, he will no longer be troubled by his lack of divination talent. At the very least, he won't be as embarrassed. As you command, said the golem before leaving. With the chaos of the current war, it is much easier to infiltrate these 5 planets. Commander, there is a warning of the highest level, said Golem AD. Oh, what's the situation? I have detected a chakra energy level of Tier 8 gathering on the royal planet. Oh, is Shirbai finally showing up? Most likely not. The energy frequency is similar to a weapon, explained Golem AD. When a Tier 8 mage uses a powerful attack, their energy frequency differs from a Tier 8 weapon. The weapon lacks a certain vitality or life unique to flesh and blood lifeforms or any living creature. The Otsutsuki clan also has many powerful chakra tools, so it should be one of them, commented Edward. Raise our highest level of shield. I don't want to lose any of these 5 ships. Losing any of these ships was too expensive and not worth losing to a mere Otsutsuki clan. That's the issue, explained Golem AD. According to my calculations, our shield cannot withstand an attack of this magnitude. Edward pondered for a moment. Tier 8 means the ability to destroy a star system. However, someone who can destroy 1 star system and one who can destroy 100 star systems are still Tier 8, but one is overwhelmingly more powerful than the other. Don't worry, I will protect the ship. And that's exactly what Edward did. A powerful energy light suddenly came from the royal planet with the intention of annihilating the 5 ships. So, he waved his hand to create a powerful shield to protect his investments. Fail, said the left protector as she watched the aftermath of her attempt. So, there is really someone as powerful as Lord Shirbai leading this war. Who is it? No matter how she thought, she could not figure out who it was. Lord Shirbai had already killed anyone on the same level as him in this universe. And the clan would eliminate anyone with enough potential to reach such a level, resulting in them having too many enemies. So, Left Protector could not discover who was behind this attack since there were too many possibilities. Is this the power of Shinjutsus? Muttered Edward. Why does it feel weird and familiar? From what he knew from Boruto, Lord Shirbai used Shinjutsus, which is the highest form of jutsus in the universe. The ninjutsus the ninja used is most likely an imitation of Shinjutsu. Things are getting interesting, he thought. Commander, I have detected the enemy stopped emanating spatial energy, said Golem AD. So, they've called back all their members, concluded Edward. Excellent. Execute the bloodline tactic. As you command. All the Golem legions suddenly received orders to execute the bloodline tactic. So, they began to attack the Otsutsuki clan with a strange red fog. And everywhere the fog touched, an Otsutsuki member would suddenly pass out. It did not matter whether they were divine generals, divine envoys, or regular branch members, they suffered the same fate. And the only reason the left and right protectors did not suffer was that they were not part of the battlefield. What's going on? Asked Tsunade, confused like all the citizens watching this battle back in the ninja planet. This is how advanced technological civilizations fight, explained Edward. We find the weakness of the enemy and develop ways to deal with them. The Otsutsuki clan evolves by absorbing numerous genetic information and breaking the limit of their bloodline. However, the information is too much and chaotic, affecting their mind. The fog was created to affect the chaos in their genes, thus overloading their mind and soul. Edward sighed. Once the weakness of a civilization is discovered, it's easy to be targeted by a much more powerful civilization. For example, one of the main weaknesses of the arcane civilization is the heart that holds their mana. If someone could target it, then all arcanists would lose power. Luckily, he fixed that weakness with the arcane heart learned from Devil Heart and the ability to hold mana in the soul dimension. This is also why Edward insisted the Empire use and develop different types of energy. He did not want some higher civilization to find a way to render mana useless, thus crumbling the arcane civilization. Or the reason he wanted arcanists to have strong bodies, he did not want any easily exploited weakness. That's it, asked Tsunade as she watched the mighty Otsutsuki clan fall like children fighting an adult. The enemy is defeated. No, there is still one last battle, replied Edward, who sensed a powerful being waking up. Chapter 429, The Secret of Ninjutsu. Shirbai, said Edward as he saw the men who appeared before the small fleet, white skin, 2 upward hordes, a pair of Byakugan, and a Rinnegan on his forehead. He had a peaceful look on his face while his body exuded a noble or divine aura. "Are you the one behind the attack on my clan?" asked Shirbai, his voice hoarse as if he had not spoken in a long time. Meanwhile, his vision ignored the protective enchantments of the spaceship and directly gazed at Edward sitting on the command chair. "Danger detected," said Golem AD. "Be at ease," reassured Edward. "Your task will be to protect the small fleet while recording my battle with the enemy." "As you wish." Edward nodded before disappearing from the ship and appearing in front of Shirbai. "I am indeed responsible," replied Edward. "Why?" "I don't think the clan has ever offended you." "No, I don't think we've ever interacted before." "Why did the Otsutsuki clan destroy countless worlds and civilizations by planting the divine tree?" "So, it's for power," nodded Shirbai, still calm and peaceful. "In that case, it makes sense. He has long learned the universe was a chaotic place where the strong control the fate of the weak. The Otsutsuki clan was the most powerful civilization in the universe. So, now that there was a civilization on par, if not more powerful than them, it was normal for them to eradicate their competitors. In that case, let's not waste time, the strongest person will determine the fate of the weakest, declared Shirbai. Fine by me. However, let's fight far away from this place. Edward did not want their battle to destroy the Otsutsuki clan's star system, ruining all his efforts of subduing and capturing them. Shirbai did not say anything else, a black tear in the void appeared before him, and he entered it. Meanwhile, a portal appeared before Edward, and he also stepped into it. "Interesting dimension," commented Edward as he looked at his surroundings. The sky contained a sea of fire for some unknown reason. He could see floating planets, stars, and even entire galaxies floating in emptiness. More importantly, he could feel the surrounding dimension was highly stable, so it was no problem for them to use all their strength and not worry about too much destruction. Shirbai did not wait for his opponent to admire or analyze the environment. He waved his hand to create an intense blue flame. Edward placed a protective shield before him, easily blocking the attack. Is this the power of Shinjutsu? The chakra has a unique frequency that made it more powerful and easier to manipulate. Ninjutsus required hand signs to perform, and only people with extreme talent or chakra control could use it without hand signs. And that's only for most ninjutsu since some cannot be performed with hand signs. However, Shinjutsu used by Shirbai does not require any signs, chakra follows the user's will and desires. That way, Shinjutsus is better than magic spells. Arcanists can use some weak and basic spells without spell models or runes. However, a spell model is required to achieve a potent and stabilized effect when the spell reaches a certain level. "Huh," muttered Edward, who suddenly noticed an anomaly. The flame was slowly burning his shield. "Something is wrong," thought Edward. "Based on my calculation, the amount of chakra he used for that attack should not affect my spell." He sensed the changes in his field and did not detect any special attack targeting his mana or the shield itself. It seems that Shinjutsus has a secret behind its power. Shirbai saw his attack was useless, so he changed tactics. 2 lightning bolts appeared in his hand, and he threw them at Edward. They flew faster than light, but Edward responded with another shield. However, at the last meeting, a strange power emanated from Shirbai's eyes, and the lightning bolts ignored Edward's shield and headed straight to him. Despite the current situation, Edward remained calm and analyzed the situation. Right before the bolts hit him, Shirbai seemed to have detected something, but it was too late. Boom. Edward suddenly changed place with Shirbai, and the bolts hit him directly. The Otsutsuki god suddenly had 2 enormous holes in his body. However, his expression remained calm and indifferent, now showing any emotions. A weird chakra fluctuation emanated from his body, and he returned to his peak state. Interesting, thought Edward. His dojutsu seemed to vary despite having only a normal Byakugan and Rinnegan. From the previous confrontation, he had already detected 2 unique dojutsus, one that allowed Shirbai to bypass defenses, and the other seemed to detect danger. Maybe he could even see the future, thought Edward before waving his hand to create a green magic circle. Spatial temporal energy emanated from the magic circle and blended with the surrounding. Immediately, Shirbai frowned as he detected he could no longer see the future. He waved his hand to create hundreds of tiny black spheres, dimension annihilation. Each sphere was a large dimension, and Shirbai threw them at Edward before exploding them. Regrettably, the spheres did not explode as they were supposed to but returned to Shirbai before exploding. As a last resort, he had to send them to another dimension not to be affected. "It's best not to use space-time abilities before an expert," commented Edward. Immediately, Shirbai became irked. He was used to being arrogant in any confrontation. Shinjutsus, Cosmic Bomb. Shirbai controlled dozens of floating star systems and hundreds of stars, turning them into bombs at Edward. Boom. Edward was intact with a shield around him. However, he had to use a triple-sided shield, and 2 broke. There is something that makes Shirbai's Shinjutsu more powerful than it should. And it seems familiar. What is it? Shirbai knew this attack would be useless. Furthermore, his opponent did not take the fight seriously. So, he used these facts to his advantage for his next attack. Rinnegan, the Path of Death. Numerous black shadows suddenly came out of Edward's body. A true death attack. You're really not a simple opponent. He could tell Shirbai's attack involved true death, meaning he could kill his opponent as long as he looked at them for more than a second. Luckily, he was immune to true death attacks, had counterspells engraved in his robes, and controlled the rules of death. Shirbai frowned as he realized one of his sure victory tactics did not work. He waved his hand to create thousands of truth-seeking balls with the power of destruction. He sent them to distract the enemy while he divided a part of his mind, sending it somewhere. You want to send a part of your mind to the past and kill my weak self, suddenly said Edward after dealing with the truth-seeking balls. However, I've already warned you. Shirbai's complexion became pale as he bled from his ears, nose, and mouth. His soul was injured. He felt his opponent directly killed the part of his consciousness that traveled to the past, thus affecting his soul. Shirbai knew it would take time to heal his soul injury, so he focused on the battle. He waved his hand to manifest 10 humongous beasts. The power of creation, commented Edward as he looked at the chakra beasts before him. He could feel that all of them were tier 8, to be precise, they could use one tier 8 attack. The chakra beasts opened their mouths and fired a beast bomb at Edward. However, he gathered his mana on his hand and fired an attack similar to a Ki Blast attack in Dragon Ball Z. He easily overwhelmed these 10 tier 8 creatures with his massive energy capacity. So, that's how it is, he muttered as he finally understood why Shinjutsus were so powerful, they contained the will of the universe. In other words, the universe would power up or boost all of Shirbai's attacks. Chapter 430, Coding. Edward understood Shirbai took an alternative path compared to gods and archmages. Gods have a mutually beneficial relationship with the universe's will, allowing them to control the fundamental rules or laws of the universe as a price for their freedom. Edward guessed above tier 12, the path of godhood may have found a way to remove the restrictions of faith in the divine kingdom. Or maybe, they have to abandon some of their powers to reach higher tiers. Meanwhile, archmages force the universe will to submit and give them access to the rules. As a result, no matter the universe, an archmage will be powerful and not be restricted. However, for some reason, Shirbai did not follow the path of controlling authority. Edward did not know whether he did not know of the existence of the rules or whether the universe will of this universe was more resistant to others. Regardless, Shirbai used the power of the universe will to boost his attack, thus creating the concept of Shinjutsu. Did he steal the power of the universe will or come to an agreement with it, thought Edward. Meanwhile, as he was distracted trying to analyze his opponent's jutsu, Shirbai took action. A small black crack appeared next to him, and something came out from it and entered Shirbai's body. Strange markings appeared on his face and horns. Sage mode, uttered Edward, but it was not finished. A white chakra cloth enveloped Shirbai, drastically increasing his aura in the process. Another mode similar to Nine-Tail Chakra mode or even Tensigan Chakra mode, he thought, realizing Shirbai was prepared to go all out. However, he did not care. After seeing the latter Shinjutsus, he had an idea he wanted to try. So, he needed a more comprehensive understanding of Shinjutsu. Shinjutsu, Universe Push. A terrifying gravitational force suddenly squashed Edward into meat sauce. Crack. His 5-layer shield barely held on, leaving countless cracks. This attack was not a simple use of gravity, he controlled the gravitational force of the entire universe to use that attack. Edward could feel this attack was approaching the limit of tier 8, reaching his current power without any boost. Regardless, his eyes lit up as he came closer to analyze the essence of Shinjutsu. Shirbai frowned after seeing his attack failed. Then, millions of different versions of himself suddenly appeared in the void. Shadow Clone Jutsus, muttered Edward, knowing this jutsus was one of the most broken abilities in Naruto, especially after being boosted by Shirbai's Shinjutsus. Two can play at this game. He instantly converted his mana into chakra before also using the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. This jutsu is one of the few who was not well transferred into mana. Edward can use clone spells using mirror magic, clone magic, and even transmutation. However, he could not create as many clones as the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. After creating the clone, he did not stop. He then cast multiple auxiliary spells like Agility Boost, Increase Attack, Defense Reinforcement, Vitality Boost, and many others. As such, his clones were much stronger than Shirbai, thus winning the confrontation. Shirbai summoned 20 odd-looking Otsutsuki members with different horns and eyes. Their auras were similar to the left and right protectors. Edo Tensei, analyzed Edward. Then, something unexpected occurred. The 20 people fused until there were only 3 individuals. 3 tier 8 Otsutsuki, muttered Edward. The 3 of them took a position that formed a triangle before gathering their power together to fire a white beam at Edward. Shinjutsu, particle-style light beam. Edward remained calm and did not even use a shield to block the attack. He raised his hand and stopped it directly with his body. With his aura and powerful body, the attack only burned his skin and muscles and destroyed a dozen bones and organs. His limbs were intact, so it was a minor injury. But, despite his current state, his eyes were bright as he appeared excited. I should be able to do it, he muttered as his phoenix bloodline activated to heal his injuries. He pointed his hand to cast a simple fireball spell. Boom. The 3 Edo Tensei Otsutsuki scattered into dust, burned into oblivion. I succeeded. His purpose from the beginning was to see if he could copy Shirbai's Shinjutsu, and he did. However, he did not use the universe will to boost his spell but his own willpower. This method is similar to One Piece's Conqueror coding. Edward cast a thunder spell before infusing his willpower. He suddenly noticed a strange mark appeared on the rune spells. He tried another ice spear spell, and the same pattern emerged. It is similar to the black lightning of Conqueror coding. Edward fired these spells, and Shirbai evaded. Unfortunately, dozens more spells surrounded him as Edward tested his new technique. He forced Shirbai to use more Shinjutsu to learn from him. So, with time, as the Otsutsuki god was backed into a corner, Edward's proficiency in the will coding technique drastically increased until he caught up with Shirbai's level. According to his calculation, this technique can boost a spell from 10% to as high as 5 times its normal strength. And that's only because he only recently developed it, and it's still in the early stages. Furthermore, the spell had other forms of properties not yet detected. Edward calmly looked at the pale Shirbai. The previously high and domineering god was replaced by a man on the verge of breaking. I guess it's enough playing around, commented Edward. So, it's time for the last experiment. He no longer hesitated and activated his arcane spark. With the power of his karma, he used a Tier 9 sealing spell. Edward knew the limit of this world as Tier 8, so he wanted to know what would happen if someone used power beyond that tier. He suddenly frowned as he felt the universe will repelling him and even trying to force him out of this universe and into the void. So that's how it is, his eyes were full of wisdom as he figured out many things. This universe was small, containing exactly 100,000 galaxies. One of the reasons people of Tier 9 or higher cannot appear in this universe was not only because of the restriction of world source but a defense mechanism of the universe will to prevent anyone from destroying the universe. As long as someone reaches Tier 9, they can destroy the universe galaxy by galaxy. The only issue is time. After figuring out this truth, he reduced his spell to the limit of this world. Unfortunately, the tired Shirbai could not resist his fate of being sealed. Edward took a crystal in his hand that contained Shirbai. He opened a portal to leave this dimension. The spaceships had already taken over the 5 planets of the Otsutsuki clans. So, he went to the royal clan planet. How was the broadcast? He asked Golem AD. Everything proceeded smoothly, replied the Golem. According to the recent data, your approval rating amongst the shinobi has drastically increased. Excellent. For the next month, I want most channels to show and talk about this battle. The media is a great way to brainwash the masses, and Edward has used this tactic too many times to count. He was now an expert. What about the mission I sent the divination Golem? It was a success, replied Golem AD. They've captured an individual called Ryusuke with a unique eye for divination. More good news, nodded Edward, thinking Luna should be happy with this gift. Found someone to do the preliminary research on the eye. Yes, Commander. I believe I can trust the rest to you. There is no problem, replied Golem AD. And if there is, I will contact you immediately. Good, replied Edward before heading to see Tsunade. However, he found her aura quiet and maybe even a little sad or gloomy. What's wrong? Did the fight shock you? It did, but that's not what I was thinking. Then, tell me what's on your mind. I can't read minds. Well, I can, but that's impolite. So, please use your words. Tsunade almost gave him the side eye. I was just thinking about how you easily seal that god. I could not help but think that a more powerful individual will suddenly appear someday and seal you away, just like you did to him. Edward paused for a moment. This possibility is higher than you imagine. The Empire has many technological marvels or forbidden knowledge that countless gods lust after. So, if I'm too weak, I will have the same fate as this Shirbai. Chapter 431, Other Civilizations. Your world is too dangerous, concluded Tsunade, shaking her head. No place is completely safe, countered Edward. You saw the intervention of the Otsutsuki clan in the 4th Shinobi War. Without Naruto, Sasuke, and Hagoromo, your world would have been in trouble. However, what you don't know is a dozen years later, the peace of the ninja world was again broken. The Otsutsuki returned, Sasuke died, and Naruto lost the Nine Tails and was sealed. The world had to rely on Naruto's son to save it. Tsunade quieted for a moment. She knew the Otsutsuki clan would never give up a world full of life like the ninja world, since it's the perfect place to plant the god tree and condense a chakra fruit. So, what would the fate of the ninja world be without Edward's appearance? Maybe a savior would be born to save the ninja world, similar to Sasuke and Naruto. Or maybe, the ninja world would be destroyed. Is it a sin to be weak in this vast universe? Asked Tsunade with a sigh. Unfortunately, it is, replied Edward. It's been a long and tired day, so rest. We will return home in a few days to continue researching the chakra system. Tsunade nodded before leaving. Meanwhile, Edward continued working. He took a few potions to recuperate from the battle. Then, he began to work with Morgana to analyze the new willpower coding technique and the other things he learned during the battle. However, Golem AD contacted him the next day, saying it was urgent. So, he had to see it. What's the matter? 3 civilizations send an ambassador to see us, they are waiting in the room next door, explained Golem AD. Oh, who are they? The Sage Clan, the Automatons, and the Chakra Race. Interesting names, muttered Edward, as he had never heard of these things from Naruto. So, it's most likely things related to other galaxies, not shown in the manga or anime. Let's see them in the throne room, he ordered. Also, send me the information we have on these clans. Yes. Edward sat in a golden throne room, calmly waiting. Soon afterward, 3 unique individuals appeared before him, an enormous snake, a human-sized robot resembling Gundam, and another towering beast with 12 tails. Immediately, he realized they were all Tier 7 and was a little surprised. Salutation to you, your majesty, said the giant snake, and the others followed to show their respect. While waiting for Edward's appearance, they learned a few pieces of information about the Empire and proper etiquette for meeting the Emperor. Typically, these people would not care about things like etiquette. Unfortunately, the so-called Arcane Empire single-handed annihilated the Otsutsuki clan. At ease, said Edward as he observed each individual. From the snake, he sensed an enormous amount of nature energy. The Sage clan, thought Edward as he remembered the 3 places in the ninja world where people can learn sage art. According to his theory, the great toad sage from Mount Myaboku did not become the way it was because it was a unique race. He believed the latter was only a regular toad but was very sensitive to nature energy. After discovering Mount Myaboku, a place with tremendous concentration of nature energy, by accident, or maybe born there, the toad absorbed nature energy, evolving to gain intelligence. Then, it gathered other toads with similar talent, and Mount Myaboku became what it was today. The same was for the other 2 Senjutsu's places. Edward previously believed these 3 were a unique case in the ninja planet. However, he now understood this was not true. A similar thing occurred in different parts of the universe. Then, as these creatures became more powerful, they began to explode the universe and discovered each other. They banded together and became the Sage race. Edward then observed the robot while overviewing the information he knew from the Otsutsuki clan's database. The origin of the Automaton clan is simple and cliché, a technology civilization created artificial intelligence. They gained sentience and wiped out that civilization before making their own. The only interesting thing about them is a branch of their civilization originated from chakra puppets who gained sentience. Finally, it was the Chakra race. They were created by the Otsutsuki clan and were essentially the same as tail beasts in the ninja world. However, they revolted against the clan and became a separate race. I'm glad you are all here, said Edward after taking less than a second to analyze all these people. However, I would like you to be blunt about your intentions. The Sage clan and Chakra race frowned. Meanwhile, the automaton did not mind Edward's directness since it valued efficiency above everything else. It did not want to waste time on pleasantries and talking around the bush. Although it has programs that allowed him to partake in these activities, it did not mean he wanted to use them. We have 2 primary objectives, said the automaton, looking directly at Edward. Although no emotions were displayed on its face, he would be frowning if possible. Countless data flashed in its eyes as it tried to analyze Edward. However, a unique and powerful field around the latter obscured all his programs, frustrating him a little. The only thing he could discern was the latter had a massive amount of energy inside his body. Objective 1, contact the person capable of wiping out the Otsutsuki. Objective 2, discover their intention and attitude towards other civilizations. Edward nodded before saying, then, I will answer you. The Sage clan and Chakra race can integrate into the Empire. You will be my citizens and have all the rights of other races, species, or ethnicities. What? Are you serious? Asked the snake. However, Edward did not answer him but looked at the automaton. Your civilization should have a source code. If the robot had a heart, it would skip a beat after hearing this. The source code is the highest secret of their civilizations, it is the source of all artificial intelligence and the reason for their existence. So, no one, including the Otsutsuki clan, should have known about it. Hand over the source code, and you can be spared. That is impossible. Anyone who controlled the source code could control all the automatons of the civilization, basically becoming the master of the entire civilization. Then, prepare for annihilation, said Edward calmly. He was paranoid about any robot civilizations because of their rapid possibility for growth given the right environment and circumstances. As such, even though his arcane civilization has many ways to prevent the rise of artificial intelligence, he never lowers his guard against them or gives them any chance. Otherwise, Edward believed the arcane empire would have developed even faster than it currently was. He looked at the other two again and continued, I will give you the coordinate to our main planet. You can send ambassadors to see how the empire integrates humans, sage clan, and even chakra race into one. You can also take this opportunity to experience our laws, customs, and cultures. Afterward, if you still refuse to surrender, you can prepare for war. However, you can rest assured. We are not the Otsutsuki clan. In the upcoming war, we will not kill all of you and ensure the war ends as soon as possible, all we want is your surrender. The two ambassadors swore they had never had to use so much effort to control themselves. They hated how calm and reassured this so-called arcane emperor was, it was like fighting with their civilization was child's play. I hope your majesty's arrogance is warranted, said the snake, snorting before gliding out of the room. The tail beast groaned before leaving. The automatons calmly left, but he was the most worried. Edward calmly watched them leave before muttering, I've been here for too long. I don't want to waste time with you people. He summoned Golem AD and said, prepare for battle. Tomorrow, we will conquer the automaton race and capture an immortal god. Yes, Commander. Chapter 432, The Lost Timelines. Edward did not waste time. The following day, he boarded the ship and attacked the automaton race. And since this time, he was not doing a broadcast, so he was quick, ruthless, and efficient. He used all the golem he had in his interdimensional ring, adding a total of 1 million. Although a small force, it was enough to conquer such a small civilization. The automatons did not accept their fate and fought back rigorously. Among the top civilization of this universe, they had one major advantage, numbers. With enough resources, they can mass-produce robots and spaceships of different tiers. So, once they meet an enemy of a similar level, they can use a large number of cannon fodders to either overwhelm or consume their enemies. This advantage is one of the reasons the Otsutsuki could not easily wipe them out. Of course, the main reason for their survival is that they serve no real value to the Otsutsuki since they were not flesh and blood, thus could not be sacrificed to the god tree to condense chakra fruit. Unfortunately for the automaton, they met Edward, a paranoid ruler. The golems used the anti-technology spell the Empire developed to fight intelligence or other pure technology-based civilizations. They also used numerous viruses that targeted their central control server, cutting off their communication and access to the web. The viruses also corrupted much artificial intelligence and turned them against their kind. Despite all of this, they put up a great fight. Edward also discovered another reason for this civilization's survival, a Tier 8 weapon. He also guessed the others, like the Sage clan and even Chakra race, may have similar methods. Edward then took action and took control of the weapon to study and incorporate into the Empire. Then, under his leadership, the mighty automaton civilization was almost destroyed in 3 days. Luckily, the highest authority of the civilization realized fighting was useless and made the rational choice to ensure their survival, surrender and hand over the source code. Edward looked at the representative of the automaton. She was a blue humanoid robot. She looked quite beautiful, similar to the human aesthetic. So, even a life form like yours has the instinct to survive, he commented. It seemed your majesty has some prejudice against our race, said Sylvia. We are creatures with emotions and creativity, you can say we have a soul. The only difference between humans and us, besides flesh, is we choose to use logic and rationality in all actions and decisions. I am indeed biased against your race, replied Edward. Unfortunately, this will not change anytime soon. That is a shame. Can I ask what will be our fate? Asked Sylvia with great calmness. She did not look like someone whose entire civilization was just conquered. The advantage of your civilization is number. As long as you have enough resources, you can increase your population, commented Edward. So, I will place this feature to good use. I need your race to mine resources for me. Mining. No problem. I will give you 6 months. I need you to mine all the resources of this universe, turning it into a desolate place. Sylvia frowned. That will require a large population. You can use a small portion of the resources to increase your population. That's fine. Do you have any rules or restrictions? No, I only need efficiency. Additionally, population is also part of the mining. As long as you find any place with life, bring them back. Limited to humans? No, the race does not matter. As you wish, she replied before leaving to accomplish her order. Meanwhile, Edward relaxed. He used too many resources when creating the Tier 10 floating city, so he's going to plunder without control to make up for it. This timeline is only the first. I should be able to plunder a few hundreds timeline before the universe will exile me. After conquering the automaton, the other top civilizations were shocked by the power displayed by the arcane empire. They now understood the emperor had the capacity to treat war with them like it was child's play. So, many people prepared to send an ambassador to Ninja Planet to see how the empire operates. Meanwhile, Edward targeted the immortal god civilization. Sadly, these people were experts at hiding and covering their tracks because of the persecution of the Otsutsuki clan. According to the information he received from the clan, Edward knew the immortal gods were the favorite sacrifice of the Otsutsuki. These gods were immortal and would revive after the sacrifice. Furthermore, they created the best chakra fruits. So, they became experts at hiding to prevent the Otsutsuki from hunting them down. After searching for a while with no result, Edward had to use divination to find them. Although these immortal gods seemed to have high immunity to divination, he had a powerful medium to find one, Haydn, a member of the Akatsuki. He worshipped the immortal god, Jashin. Through him, Edward could find Jashin's location and capture him. On his return trip home, Edward did not do a preliminary analysis of this immortal god. What a strange god, he commented, looking at the imprisoned Jashin before him. Indeed, commented Morgana. His immortality originated from his faith. As long as he has followers, he will never die. However, he does not have any divine energy. Edward nodded as he reviewed the data he had gathered. The source of the immortal god was their faith. They used faith instead of divine energy like the gods back home to cast spells or create miracles. Who knew faith was so volatile and could be used as such, commented Edward. In his universe, the gods must convert faith into divine energy through their divine flame. But in this world, the gods directly use faith as a power source. They have a high immunity to the corruption of faith compared to the gods in our world or the one from the Konosuba universe, but they are still all crazy, added Morgana, observing Jashin. We do not have as much data on our gods to make a conclusion, Edward shook his head. Most of the data about gods originated from Herpo the Foul and the false gods the Empire created. Regardless, these immortal gods are a great specimen to study. We should capture all of them. You're right, create a task force to search for them, he said. Ask the other civilization for their help. After returning home, Edward took some time to settle the previous research team of the chakra system. Subsequently, he had another clone study the immortal god. Orochimaru was interested in this god and asked to be part of this study. Edward agreed as long as he finished his research first. Then, he went on a press tour around the shinobi world, increasing his prestige through a few interviews and appearances. He took advantage of the previous war and broadcast to further incorporate the people of this planet into the empire. Finally, he also returned to the lab for his plan to proceed. He created a magical artifact that looked like a gray soccer ball. He enchanted millions of magic runes on this artifact before succeeding. The process took him an entire month and half of the precious materials in his interdimensional ring. Success, he muttered as he exhaled. Great job, master, said the little elf. Thank you, he replied as he looked at the final product. What's wrong? No, I'm thinking how this thing could create a protagonist if I drop it in any random universe, replied Edward. They can use it to become super powerful, push the technology tree of their planet to a higher level, or even rule the world. True. And if it's a high-level universe, they could become Tier 12 and break the limit of the universe. Tier 11, maybe. However, Tier 12. The chances are minuscule, added Edward. Of course, they would have to find the energy to activate it. Otherwise, it would be useless. He no longer wasted time and injected his mana into the artifact. It lights up before projecting a picture of the starry sky. However, the images did not stay for even a second as they changed to another one. Sometimes, the pictures appeared to be the same, but the two knew they were not. After a few hours, the artifact stopped spinning, and a few pictures remained before Edward. Found them, he muttered with bright eyes. The Lost Timelines. Chapter 433, Reincarnators. Edward did not waste time, he activated his device and disappeared from the research room. He found himself floating in emptiness. Looking down, he saw the ninja planet separated by a gray protective shield made of void energy. Is this what a stolen timeline looks like? He muttered as he looked at the protected shinobi planet. He knew although it only looked like the Naruto world was the only place the Lord God stole, that was not the truth, it stole the entire universe. Morgana, I remember asking somebody to study the technology to steal a timeline. How is it going? Luna and Rowena found stolen timelines back home, so Edward tasked some people to study the method used by Lord God. He wanted to reproduce the latter's technology. They determined it was too high of a task to steal an entire timeline. Such a technology is not something we can currently create, replied the little elf. So, they just gave up, asked Edward with a frown as he thought some people were lazy and using his funding for private purposes. No, they focused on the technology to isolate the Empire's timeline and prevent outside forces from coming in. That's good. I remember Rowena was the supervisor of this project. How is it going? She is too busy with her own research, but she did provide them with enough data to have some accomplishments. Let me send you the result. Edward closed his eyes to review the research. Meanwhile, his sphere artifact floated above the gray shield around the ninja planet and analyzed it. After about an hour, the sphere floated back to Edward. Fail, he thought. The artifact concluded it was incapable of breaking through the void energy, meaning it was most likely the work of a powerful Lord God. Let's proceed to the next one, he ordered, and the artifact opened a portal to the following stolen timeline. They proceed as such for an entire week, searching timeline after timeline. Found it, muttered Edward with excitement. According to the artifact's analysis, the intensity of the void shield around this timeline was nothing compared to the others. More importantly, he could break through. Excellent, muttered Edward, who did not immediately enter. Instead, he returned to his timeline and prepared. He filled his interdimensional ring with more golems and numerous legions from the conquered automaton's civilization. His ring already had many weapons, so he ensured they were readied for battle or to respond to any unexpected situation. Finally, he even placed a few planets and stars inside to use as a bomb in case of an emergency. Finally, he returned to that stolen timeline. Edward took out a small metal sphere that contained void energy. Then, numerous tattoos appeared on his face as he entered Mana Sage mode. Under this boosted state, he calmly removed the void energy inside. Truly a unique power, he commented. After years of studying, countless research and experiments, and with his elevated sensitivity of the Sage mode, he finally found the core characteristics or power of void energy, spacetime, creation, and destruction. Rowena had long discovered the power of spacetime. Then, they theorized the possibility of destruction, given the terrifying ability to annihilate everything that void energy had. However, another theory was that the destructive capabilities resulted from chaotic spacetime characteristics. Finally, he discovered the creation characteristics after coming to this world. I wonder whether void energy is a naturally occurring energy or something someone created. If it were the latter, it would be scary. Removing these thoughts from his mind, he focused on the task at hand. He activated the spacetime characteristic of void energy to create a shield around him. Then, he forced his way into the stolen timeline. Previously, Luna and Rowena had to force themselves in, encountering countless dangers in the process. Learning from their experiences, Edward created a safer way to enter. As the two shields clashed, he suppressed the enemy's destruction and creation characteristics with his own while combining the spacetime characteristics to teleport himself in. This was more challenging to accomplish than it sounds. He only recently touched the level of destruction rules or authority, so he could barely control the ones in his void energy to confront the Lord God. He knew little to nothing regarding the power of creation, so he had to use brute force and his willpower to achieve it. Finally, he was a master of spacetime, so he had no trouble taking over the enemy spacetime characteristics and combined with his. Boom. Edward forcibly entered the stolen timeline with only a few injuries. However, these were nothing to the current him. He removed the void energy in his body, and his body naturally regenerated. Then, he used a spell to hide his breath and entered the ninja world. Ninja world, fourth shinobi world. Two people were in the midst of an intense battle. However, these people were extremely odd. A man with dark skin and dreads looked at a woman who seemed half European and Eastern Asian. Michelle, today, I will defeat you and deal a major blow to the Shinobi Alliance's side. Tobias, you've said this every time we fight, replied Michelle, moving her long black hair. It's different today. We will see, she said as three people manifested behind her, one wearing blue clothes, another red, and the other white. Tobias frowned briefly before returning to normal. It seems your innate curse technique has evolved. Isn't it normal, replied Michelle, already on guard. Since the enemy was so confident, she needed to be 10 times more careful. That was the only way to survive the Samsara Hall. Tobias no longer talked and rushed toward his enemy. The blue clothes person behind Michelle rushed to stop him. However, Tobias' arm suddenly was all black, like armor, and he punched the latter. Bang. The blue puppet created an ice shield, but Tobias' attack quickly broke the ice. The force from his attack pushed the puppet backward. However, he suddenly sensed something from behind and moved the size. A fireball appeared in the position he was standing. Tobias suddenly jumped a few meters, and his foot stepped in the air, using it as a stepping tool to accelerate beyond his normal speed. Tobias rushed to a place 5 meters from Michelle and punched the empty air. But suddenly, the white cloth puppet suddenly appeared with blood all over its body and many broken bones. Your observation hockey, asked Michelle. You can see in the future. You're very sharp. Damn it, cursed Michelle, knowing the situation had changed. With Tobias's new strength, the balance of this war might shift to the Akatsuki's side. And if their sides lose this war, the Shinobi Alliance members will either die in battle or be forced to pay a lot of samsara points to the Lord God. Enough playing around, said Tobias. Soru. He rushed toward his opponent with great speed. Michelle reacted as she summoned her white puppet to stop the opponent. However, she knew it was useless and only wanted to sacrifice it to buy enough time. As expected, Tobias destroyed the white puppet with one punch before continuing his path. Michelle used this opportunity to summon her blue and red puppet to use the yin-yang blast. However, a chill ran down her spine as she saw the smile on Tobias. It was as if the latter expected the situation. Tobias suddenly appeared behind the two puppets and attacked. Rankyaku. He whipped his leg to create a sword slash that cut off the two puppets' heads. Then, he instantly appeared before Michelle and punched her. This attack should have killed her, but she condensed her curse energy to condense a shield before her. Not dead. Oh, you've mastered the reverse curse technique. Curse energy originated from negative human emotions, making it impossible to be used to heal. However, extremely talented jujitsu sorcerers can reverse it into positive energy to heal. Chapter 434, New Mission. It does not matter in the end, you will surely die in my hands today, said Tobias as he activated his armament haki. How could you be so strong? Asked Michelle. They had fought multiple times, and the enemy was never this powerful. I went on a suicide mission on the Otsutsuki battlefield and survived, he calmly replied, and Michelle understood the reason for the tremendous change. The Samsara Hall is a place where points are omnipotent. As long as you have them, you can do anything including instantly rising to higher tiers. However, missions are not so easy to survive. By nature, the tasks of the Samsara Hall are perilous, but the higher the danger, the higher the reward. So, she knew Tobias used the reward from his mission to learn advanced haki. Tobias no longer talked nonsense and attacked. Meanwhile, Michelle had a look of despair on her face. Her reverse curse technique was slow in healing her injuries, so she knew she would not survive another attack. As she watched the fist, she saw her life flashing before her eyes. Bang! A terrifying explosion occurred where Michelle lay on the floor. Tobias suddenly frowned as he felt something was wrong. He checked the object he had hit. A puppet, he muttered before thinking of something that made his face turn ugly. He looked at his surrounding and saw the sky was dark. Many puppets lay on the floor, some broken and some intact. Meanwhile, Michelle had 5 puppets of different colors floating before her. A domain expansion, he muttered with seriousness. Only the most talented jujitsu sorcerer can awaken their domain expansion. No, it should be an incomplete. But even then, this showed Michelle's talent for curse energy. She should achieve a complete domain after training for a while. And if she uses Samsara points, she will instantly complete it. Even with an incomplete domain expansion, I can still kill you. Arrogant, said Tobias before rushing to his opponent. Unfortunately, the 5 puppets stopped him with elemental attacks like ice, fire, thunder, and light. Additionally, he had to watch out for the puppet, who could become invisible. Bang! Tobias crashed on the floor. Although he had future sight with his observation haki, the opponent used a large-scale area and did not give room to evade. However, as a person who trains in the one-piece system, his defense and stamina were abnormal. So, his injuries were minor things to him. Tobias rushed toward his opponent as if he had given up on his life. Michelle did not hesitate to bomb him again. However, Tobias used full-body armament haki to tank the attack and get close to the enemy with the greatest attack, the thunder puppet. He punched it in its head. During the process, black lightning flashed in armament haki's fist. Without any surprise, the puppet's head popped like a balloon. Conqueror coding, said Michelle with a grave expression. The enemy had learned 2 types of advanced haki applications, thus drastically increasing his danger level. 1 down, 4 to go, muttered Tobias. Michelle looked at the destroyed puppet with gritted teeth. If her domain was complete, she could use the parts around to fix it. Unfortunately, these parts can only be used to exchange positions with her, saving her life. However, she only had 4 more chances or lives. If she could not kill Tobias with these chances, she would die in the Naruto world. Tobias understood his opponent should be difficult to kill after how the latter escaped his last killing blow. So, he prepared for a prolonged battle, which was to his advantage. The admirals in One Piece can fight for 10 days and nights. Although he has not reached that level, he could still battle for 3 days straight with no issue. Ding! Ding! Before either could move, they heard a sound and simultaneously looked at the watch on their wrist. Although it looked ordinary, the watch did not have a single scratch on it despite their intense battle. And it was unsurprising to these two as they knew the watch would be intact even if the entire solar system exploded. Immediately, Tobias and Michelle's faces became ugly as they read the information they received. Even Tobias, a man with high willpower, could not help trembling. And that's because of the news the Samsara Hall sent. Attention to all reincarnators, your timeline has been invaded by a Tier 8 legendary arcanist, resulting in changes to the mission. Previous mission, join the Shinobi Alliance or the Akatsuki, and win the fourth Great Shinobi War. Difficulty, Extreme. Level, Tier 6 Battlefield. Status, Cancel. Point rewards, calculated based on the reincarnator's performance. Generating new mission, survive 3 days. Difficulty, Nightmare. Level, Tier 8 or above. No, thought Tobias, as his mind worked on overdrive. He had already planned his entire life and future rise to power. In this Naruto world, he had acquired the 8 inner gates and intended to combine them with other power systems from Samsara Hall and permanently open the gates. Upon success, his body will reach an unimaginable level, and he will rise from Tier 4 to Tier 5. Then, he will go to the Dragon Ball universe to learn Ki. With his Haki and 8 inner gates foundation, it should be no problem to rapidly reach Tier 6. Finally, he will do a few missions to exchange a Scion bloodline. Then, the path to Tier 10 and above will open to him as he masters Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct. He might even find a way to become an angel. But now, everything changed as death loomed over him. No, I must survive no matter what. His mind rushed faster than ever before as he created an initial survival plan. As a reincarnator, he lived on the brink of death in every mission, so he knew he had to remain calm at all costs. He looked at Michelle. Do you want to continue fighting? Michelle did not say anything but removed her domain. She knew it was pointless to continue fighting. Do you want to team up? Asked Michelle. Although they were previously enemies, the situation had changed, so working together might not be a bad idea. Tobias frowned after hearing the question. Can your puppet substitution technique be used on others? Yes, but I have to sacrifice 3 times more puppets. In her domain expansion, she has 12 puppets she can use for substitution, meaning she has 12 lives. However, once she uses it on someone else, she has to sacrifice 3 puppets to save 1 life. How can I trust you? Continued Tobias. I have a magical contact from the world of Warcraft. We can sign it. Good. Tobias and Michelle did not waste time and quickly came up with an agreement and signed it. What's your plan? Asked Michelle. We need to meet Commander Sasha. Her, said Michelle with a frown. Wait, do you want to? This might be our only chance. Good. Let's go. A few kilometers away from this group, Edward, who was hiding with an invisible spell, watched an interesting battle. A young man who seemed Hispanic descent wore a military-inspired uniform. The other was fighting against numerous white Zetsus. The earth around the young man floated above his head as he used them to smash these creepy white things. And once they got too close, a powerful energy wave emanated from his body and pushed them away. Psychic energy, analyzed Edward. Where is the origin of his power? He knew there should be no psychic energy in the Naruto world, so this young man should acquire it from another universe. However, there could be many sources for this power, including the X gene from X-Men. Let's scan his body first. Without the young man's knowledge, Edward scanned his body down to every atom of his existence. What's the result? He asked Morgana, knowing she could process the data faster than him. There seems to be a virus that forcibly changed his DNA structure and life code, explained Morgana. However, the process seemed very rough and extremely dangerous. It's a miracle he survived. Virus. His eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the T-virus? Resident Evil is one of the favorite world lord gods used to send reincarnators in their first mission. The world is low-level, dangerous enough for ordinary people, and it has a high probability of acquiring superpowers through different viruses. While in deep thought, Edward suddenly noticed the young man looking at his watch, and his face became ugly. Have I been detected? He muttered. Who? Yelled the young man. Edward appeared before him, and before he could react, he waved his hand to imprison him. Chapter 435, Soul Dimension Layers. You're the legendary Arcanist? Asked Hernandez. So, you've heard of me, said Edward with a smile. Your Lord God is faster than I anticipated. Hernandez did not know how to react. The being before him was a Tier 8 powerhouse. Tier 8 was the pinnacle in the entire Samsara Hall, and there probably were only 30 of them despite the millions of reincarnators. I would ask you for information, but I guess you'll die the moment you try to answer them, added Edward, and Hernandez quickly nodded his head, hoping this Arcanist would be kind-hearted to let him go. Although he knew such a thing was only possible in his dream. Your facial expression changed after looking at the watch, so you must have received the information about my arrival from it, he commented as he looked at the black watch. However, the thing was empty, and he could not see anything. Is it linked to his visual cortex? He muttered before pointing his eyes in front of Hernandez's eyes, accessing his retina and visual cortex. Nothing. Then, it must be linked to his soul, he analyzed. Morgana. Yes, master, replied the little elf with purple. Scan the watch and give me an analysis. AI, Captain, she replied before looking intensely at the watch. A few minutes later, she said with a frown, the material of this watch is very unique. I've never seen such a complex atomic structure. What did you find? By my preliminary analysis, this thing seems indestructible even more than the magicium you created. So, it can even survive void energy. Yes, it could probably survive a void energy bomb capable of destroying hundreds of timelines. Edward was surprised. 100 timelines equaled 100 universes. Anything else? That's the issue. I can analyze the material of the watch, but I am clueless about the technology of this watch. In my eyes, it's nothing but a well-crafted metal. That means the technology is beyond something we have ever come in contact with. Yes, which is both good and bad news, nodded Morgana. The bad news is they are clueless, but the good news is the Empire will benefit immensely by deciphering this technology. Even analyzing the material composition of the watch will benefit them. Meanwhile, Hernandez was speechless by their conversation. He heard many casters and scientists try to analyze the Samsara watch but failed to identify the material. But these two figured it out in a few minutes. As for void energy, he has heard of it since the Samsara Hall sells it, but the price is simply ridiculous. Furthermore, a Tier 7 immortal cultivator once tried to study void energy to create a powerful spell to fight above his tier. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the energy annihilated him. So, void energy is considered taboo in the Samsara Hall, even amongst the tier mages, scientists, or other power systems. Edward looked at Hernandez. The Lord God should have placed some restrictions in your soul in case you tried to reveal its secret. Let's search for it. With a glance, he entered Hernandez's soul dimension, which was an all-white space. He knew this was the surface level, and most go deeper to find the latter's soul and secrets. Edward took one step, and the surroundings changed. He saw an image of a younger Hernandez being rejected by a beautiful woman with black hair. That night, the latter drank too much before finding a black watch. The watch asked him, "Do you want to know the meaning of life?" Yes/no. Drunk and filled with numerous emotions, Hernandez chose yes and became a reincarnator. The exciting thing is he did not regret that choice since the Samsara Hall allowed him to live a more thrilling and fulfilling life. As for the risk of death, Hernandez believed death was easier than the pain he suffered that night. Interesting kid, commented Edward. He knew this was the second layer of the soul dimension, often in the form of a core memory of its owner. But he needed to reach the third layer. He took one more space, and the scene changed again. He looked at a castle in the distance. The third layer is usually where the soul resides and where arcanists leave their protection. It could be in the form of castles like Hernandez, massive walls, a labyrinth, an armada of spaceships, or even a simple computer with encrypted passwords. Such a poor soul defense. Edward shook his head before turning into motes of lights and infiltrating the castle. After a few minutes, he found Hernandez's soul in one of the weapons rooms. How did you get in here? Hernandez spent a lot of samsara points to buy a soul defensive treasure from an immortal cultivator. Most reincarnators will do the same, knowing the importance of the soul. Kid, if I could have forcefully summoned your soul to the first layer if I did not want to be careful and not injure you. First layer? What's that? Edward paused as he forgot this person probably knew little to nothing about the soul. Forget it. Please don't resist and make my job more challenging. Hernandez snorted coldly, this is my sea of consciousness. According to the cultivator's methods, I am God and omnipotent in this place. As he said these words, his soul body grew to 20 meters, wearing golden armor and 2 hammers. Ridiculous, uttered Edward as a strange wave emanated from his body. Immediately, Hernandez's body shrunk, and a rope tied him up, rendering him immobile. Even if you have the home advantage, the difference between my soul and yours is comparable to a small rock, and the sun, not to mention you have zero to little knowledge about the soul. Although Hernandez used psychic energy, it was not the type that mainly originated from the soul but the type that relied on the evolution of the brain and DNA. So, his advantage in the soul dimension was less apparent than other psychic users. Furthermore, he was only Tier 3. You seem to have read too many cultivation novels, commented Edward as he analyzed the latter's soul. My dream is to be a supreme cultivator. Then, why are you using the psychic system? I don't have a spirit root, so I wanted to save enough points to buy the best spirit root for cultivation. Saving points? With your level, that's a stupid tactic. Survival is the main theme of the Samsara Hall, so reincarnators should increase their strength as soon as possible in the early stages to ensure their survival. Only after reaching a certain tier should they think about saving points and so on. Hernandez smiled embarrassedly. Many people said the same thing to him, but he was stubborn. Now, he understood how stupid he was. Found it, muttered Edward as he found a small character embedded in Hernandez's soul. As expected, this Lord God did not place the contract in the 4th layer, he's a weak one amongst his kind. The Empire recently discovered the 4th layer of the soul dimension, where they believe the soul essence resides. As the name implies, it is the source and origin of the soul, it is the place that grants the soul its semi-immortality and, most likely, the site where the source of the human limit originated from. Unfortunately, the research on that level is still in the preliminary stages, so even Edward knows very little about the fourth layer. Edward focused on the characters in Hernandez's body. The character gave up an ancient and noble aura, it was like it was the beginning of everything, the source of something mighty. Many thoughts flashed across Edward's mind as he felt he had caught into something. A few seconds later, he muttered with shock, "Is this an origin rune?" Chapter 436, Origin Runes. The concept of origin rune is something Edward recently came up with after his previous epiphany after seeing the birth and death of the universe. Unfortunately, he tried to search the Akashic records to see if his conjecture was correct, but his request was beyond his security level. The theory is very simple. In his universe is the existence of ancient runes, which he used as the basis of his arcane rune system. However, runes are not only available in the Harry Potter universe. In many universes, runes, which are the embodiment of the idea that words have powers, exist and are used in many magic systems. But where do runes come from? For example, what is the origin of the ancient runes in Harry Potter? The answer is simple: primordial runes. According to legend Edward gathered, primordial runes were the first ever words ever spoken in the universe. Elder gods used their powers to stabilize the universe after its creation. Primordial runes are the manifestation of the rules of the universe, thus containing tremendous powers. After mana returned to the environment, many citizens of the Empire suddenly awakened powers manifesting in the shape of runes in their soul dimension. These runes are shards of primordial runes. After many years and using the Elder God's divine sparks that used to be the rooms of mysteries, the Empire was able to recreate a few primordial runes. However, their powers have not been completely analyzed or utilized yet. Edward hasn't even integrated them into his arcane rune system and elevated it to a higher level. However, after his epiphany, he became even bolder and more ambitious. Other universes has primordial runes. He has heard legends of the Allfather, Odin, who sacrificed one of its eyes to acquire knowledge and power. And in many of these myths and legends, the knowledge was in the form of primordial runes. Then, with this knowledge, Edward continued to theorize. Since many universes have primordial runes, could there be something above it? Could there be runes that are the source of all primordial runes? Edward named these theoretical runes Origin Rune or Void Rune since such runes would have the power to affect the entire void. Previously, I had no basis for the concept of Origin Rune until today. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the tiny character in Hernandez's soul. My original plan was to analyze different primordial runes and take their essence before deducing the Origin Rune. And if it did not exist, I would create it. But now, I might have an opportunity to come in contact with it. Edward quickly controlled his emotions. Although he knew there was a possibility he was wrong, and this character was not an origin rune, it did not matter. This strange rune itself was valuable to study. So, he focused as she tried to remember it. Soon, Edward frowned. I have an eidetic memory and cannot forget anything I see. But I seem to forget this rune with each passing second. He discovered his memory was failing him, and even his powerful soul could not help. Morgana, try to memorize this rune. The little elf appeared and immediately looked at the rune with a serious face. How is it? Every 15 seconds, my database loses information regarding this rune. Is there a solution? Simple, keep memorizing it. Edward understood her meaning. The rune is a piece of data that is forcibly erased every 15 seconds. So, she will copy and paste the entire thing before it is erased, repeating the process infinitely, thus keeping the data. Firstly, I need to complete memorizing the rune. Edward nodded. Just remembering the character did not mean someone remembered the runes. The rune was constantly releasing different auras, energy waves, fluctuations, vibrations, and other mysterious power. And Morgana needs to remember all these things and record them. Secondly, I will need at least 40% of my computing power dedicated to remembering this rune. 40%. Edward was genuinely shocked. After creating the Tier 10 floating city, he updated Morgana's primary server to the same level. So, with such power, she controlled Skynet and almost every system of the Empire. Yet, she needed 40% of her processing power to remember one rune. And that's only a rough estimate, added the little elf, making Edward frown. Will that affect the Empire's operation? Yes, she replied. Many systems will shut down or operate at the lowest level. However, the situation can be alleviated as long as they build more subsidiary servers. Fine, doing it, ordered Edward. Give priority to the military systems, we don't want anything to affect the war. As you wish, nodded Morgana. You should also understand I will be unavailable once I begin. Don't worry, I will use the subbrain system. Edward planned for the worst situation in case Morgana was not available. So, he created a biocomputer using copies of his brain. He can link with it and use it as Morgana's temporary replacement. How long will it take? About 3 months. Based on this person's soul dimension, 3 months equals 7 days on the outside. That's too long, frowned Edward. If you add your soul process power in the subbrain system, the time should be reduced to 7 hours outside, commented Morgana. Alright, let's do this. Before then, let me prepare. Edward exited Hernandez's soul dimension and pointed to the floor. After a while, light flew from his hand and entered the earth. Then, he teleported away with the young man's body. What is it? Asked Madara, looking at the woman before him with his Rinnegan. He did not trust these foreigners with weird powers that claimed to be from different dimensions. Unfortunately, they were powerful, and he needed their strength to win this war and accomplish his dreams. A new enemy has appeared, said Commander Sasha, dressed in modern clothes with a pantsuit. What enemy? Asked Madara with a frown. One more powerful than any of us. Someone with the power to annihilate the entire planet with a wave of their hands. Is also from another dimension. Yes, but he's different than us. How different? It's complicated. Is that so? He said, looking deep into Sasha's eyes. Well, I know. Lord Mad. You've warned me, so you can leave. Sasha looked at him with gritted teeth but did not continue talking. She used a charm spell to make Madara feel she was similar to her brother Izuna Uchiha. That's how she gained some trust in him and became the commander. Unfortunately, this trust did not last long with the appearance of more reincarnation and Madara's acquiring the Ten Tails and gaining more power. Damn it. I thought I could ally with him to survive the threat of the legendary Arcanists. Who thought he would be so stubborn and suspicious, thought Sasha as she returned to her command post, thinking about the current situation. Time was not on her side, and she already made the wrong move by trying to convince Madara. Commander, 2 people came to see you. Sasha frowned. Who is it? Time was of the essence, and she did not want to waste it on anybody. It's Tobias and Michelle. Them. Let them in. She remembered that lad Tobias was very cunning and could be a great ally. Although his strength was not to the standard she would want, in the current situation, strength was meaningless. What do you want? She asked directly. I have a plan to survive this situation, said Tobias directly. Oh, I'm all ears, replied Sasha, trying to conceal her excitement. Do you know why we must survive for 3 days? Isn't this the time for the Samsara Hall to find the legendary Arcanist and eliminate him? Michelle nodded as she thought the same. The Samsara Hall will not directly interfere until the last minute, Tobias continued. So, the 3 days is the time for the people from the Otsutsuki battlefield to return here. The 2 women squinted their eyes. The Naruto world had 2 battlefields, the Ninja Planet battlefield and the Otsutsuki battlefield, where the main brain exists along with their god, Lord Shirbai. And on that battlefield, countless Tier 8 powerhouses from the Samsara Hall are doing their missions. What is your plan? Asked Sasha. Chapter 437, Purple Robe Taoist. The first step of our plan involved the help of Set, said Tobias. As soon as Sasha heard the name Set, her face became ugly to look at. However, Tobias ignored her and continued. We need him to open a portal and teleport us far away from here. Is that the extent of your plan? Asked Michelle with a frown. Of course not, replied Tobias. The next step involved Kingsley's help. Tobias explained the entire plan to the group, and everyone took a minute to ponder. It might work, said Michelle before looking at Sasha, who looked disgusted for some odd reason. We have to rely on you. Sasha snorted coldly. Why is she part of the plan? She understood why Tobias needed her help, but she did not understand the need for Michelle's presence. She awakened an incomplete domain that has the power to save lives, explained Tobias. At an important moment, her help can be vital. How do I trust her? Michelle did not waste time and handed her the contract they signed. After reviewing it, Sasha added herself. So, you agree? Asked Tobias. I don't have a choice, she replied. Then, a ruthless light flashed in her eyes. Plus, I have a way to increase our odds. Then, let's move. The 3 left the war tent and headed in the Shinobi Alliance's direction. Sasha summoned a car from her interdimensional ring and drove toward her direction with the utmost speed. After arriving at their destination, Tobias suddenly moved and attacked. Boom. He hit something about 5 meters in the air. What is it? Asked Sasha. Probably one of Madara's limbo clones, he replied with a sneer. With his advanced observation haki, such a thing could not hide from him. However, he waited until they were far away from the main body to act to prevent Madara from acting against them. Sasha frowned as she understood Madara did not trust her. Let's go in, our actions should have alerted the people inside. As expected, a few ninjas came after hearing the commotions. Under normal circumstances, the sensor-type ninjas should have detected them miles away. However, they were ordered on a different mission by Commander Set. Who goes there? Asked one of the leading ninjas. It's Commander Sasha. Tell your leader I'm here to see him. The ninja frowned before heading back. Not long after, a handsome young man with pale skin and very long ears appeared. Sasha, my love, have you finally agreed to marry me? Asked the handsome elf with a smile. Set, this is not the time for this shit. True, he replied with a somber face. Come with me. The group headed to his tent, and it was bigger on the inside. It was similar to the extension charm from Harry Potter. Why are you here? Set asked directly. We have a plan and need your help, said Tobias. Okay, I agree, directly said Set, which caught everyone by surprise. They did not think it would be so easy. If you did not come to me, I would have contacted you, said Set, talking to Tobias as he knew the latter was reliable in such a dangerous situation. However, I have a request. As expected, thought the three. Sasha has to agree to marry me. Set, don't go too far, this is not the time to be joking, roared Sasha with veins on her neck. Who said I was joking? He replied casually. Is that how you want to do this? Fine, I would rather die than marry you, said Sasha with unwavering determination. Set frowned as he could tell she might not be bluffing. Calm down, swiftly said Tobias, who felt the situation might get out of control. How about we compromise? Sasha, you agree to go on a date with him. However, it is only a date and nothing more. I'm fine with that, agreed Set. Meanwhile, Sasha wanted to punch him in his handsome face. However, after seeing the winks Tobias was giving her, she took a deep breath to calm down. Fine, I agree. Excellent, replied Set as he took out a magic contract and handed it to her. Sasha gritted her teeth and signed it after checking the content. Tell me your plan, said Set as he listened to Tobias' idea. However, a frown remained on his face. Is something wrong? Asked Tobias. You underestimate the severity of the situation and the power of a legendary arcanist, uttered Set with envy in his eyes. This universe should not have any arcanists except for the one that originated from the Samsara Hall. So, where did this person comes from? The faces of the three became ugly. Another Lord God, uttered Michelle with intense fear in her eyes. Their Samsara Hall was new and weak. So far, there have been 3 generations of reincarnators, and they are the recent recruit. However, they were recruited because 95% of the second-generation reincarnators died during a battle with another Lord God. If it was not for the legendary powerhouse only known as Purple Robe Taoist, who saved countless people and ended the war, more of them would have died. This is one possibility, said Set calmly. However, there are some doubts. Yes, if it was another Lord God, it would not only be one person but a group, unless he is a scout, analyzed Tobias. As for the other possibility, it is an arcanist who belongs to a world that has invented omniverse travel. Set gave Tobias a strange look. He used the magical artificial intelligence of his magic tower to analyze the current situation. But Tobias figured it out after a few hints. This guy wasted his talent by following the hockey system. Impossible, how rare is it for a civilization to transcend the boundaries of their universe, added Michelle. And even if they did, most will be annihilated by the void. Although rare, it is possible, said Tobias. He once spent a lot of points to learn about certain secrets of the void. Something is not adding up, he continued, but he could not pinpoint what it was. You're right, added Set. The core of the issue: how did the arcanist get to this world? If he's from a civilization that masters omniverse travel, he should have a magic tower or a floating city. However, if the arcanist came to the Naruto universe with one of these two, the difficulty of the mission would not only be nightmare level. The others agreed as they knew the highest difficulty was after nightmare, and it's called impossible. According to rumors, only Purple Rogue Taoist has ever succeeded in an impossible mission. Although the plan is not foolproof, it is the best we can do in the current situation, explained Tobias. So, we better hurry up. Set frowned as he wanted more assurance. As an arcanist, he did not like to gamble or rely on uncertainty. I have a way to increase our chances of survival, suddenly said Sasha. I have been secretly planting magical seals on Madara. You want to turn him into a heroic spirit? Yes. However, he's 1 tier higher than me, and I need your help. Sasha is tier 5 and very close to tier 6. She wanted to use this mission to reach tier 6 before turning Madara into her heroic spirits. However, in the current situation, she cannot wait and has to change the plan. As for the reason Madara is so powerful, it's because she told him about Kagaya and had the latter swallow the ancestor of Chakra. Fine, I'll help you, said Set. He was the only tier 6 on the Shinobi Alliance's side and the only reason Madara had not won the mission. According to his strength, prestige, and merit, he should have been the Alliance commander instead of a Legion commander. However, no one trusted him. Sasha was surprised by how easily he agreed. She thought he would bargain and prepared to acquiesce to a few more dates. Maybe this guy is not as bad as I imagined. Regardless, she still found him disgusting. Let's begin. Tobias, go find Kingsley, added Set before looking at Michelle. What is her use? Michelle quickly explained her worth as she knew that was the only way to participate in this plan. You can go with Tobias. Set then cast an invisible spell on him and Sasha before heading back to the Akatsuki side. Chapter 438, Survival Plan. Madara lay on his knees, gritting his teeth. His face was contorted, displaying the immense level of pain he was under. An invisible power restricted his movement, his chakra was chaotic and uncontrollable, and his mind was fighting extremely hard. What's taken so long? Asked Set, holding a magical staff and casting spells to weaken Madara. I didn't expect his willpower to be so strong, argued Sasha as she looked at the command seal showing up on her arm. The seal seemed to be in the process of becoming real, but it kept disappearing and reappearing. We don't have much time, added Set. The situation is changing every second. We don't know when the Arcanist will show up. Do you think I don't know this? She rebutted with gritted teeth. She focused on the mana inside her magic circuit to increase the intensity of her magecraft. Unfortunately, Madara's will resisted and refused to succumb to anyone. You can dream of controlling me, said the ghost of the Uchiha with red eyes. Damn it, should I use the lesser command seal, thought Sasha. She chose the Fate/Zero's magic system of Master Servant, which is essentially a branch of Summoner. Sasha can turn people into heroic spirits and summon them for battles. However, this system has a significant flaw. Servants have their own intelligence and will, so they can disobey their master's orders unless the master uses a command seal. Command seals are absolute orders, but the master only has 3. Knowing this, Sasha used a lot of points to have the Samsara Hall perfect this magic system for her, allowing her absolute control over her heroic spirit. Unfortunately, the process of subduing these spirits is not easy and is often resisted. If I use the lesser command seal, I can only control Madara 3 times before he regains his freedom. The final result will be my death. Sasha chose otherwise and continued the process of subduing Madara. Suddenly, Set took out a vial with light blue liquid inside. You owe for this, he said before scattering the vial in front of Madara. A cloud of smoke emanated from the group and entered his body from his orifices. Madara tried to resist, but it was difficult for him to move. Immediately afterward, Sasha felt the process was more manageable. It was as if Madara's will had drastically decreased. Thank you, said Sasha, guessing how valuable this potion was. I spend months brewing this potion for a special weakness, said Set. So, if we survive, you have to pay me back the material costs. No problem, replied Sasha, as she knew Set already gave her a discount since she did not have to pay for his labor cost. She swiftly controlled him and acquired a new powerful heroic spirit. Let's go, said Set before reuniting with Tobias, Michelle, and Kingsley, a black man with metal arms. Are you ready? He asked Kingsley. Of course. Set no longer wasted time and waved his staff. A space crack appeared above the sky as an enormous magic tower manifested. Your tower looks better since the last time I saw you, commented Kingsley. Did you expect me not to improve? Replied Set with side eyes as he led everyone inside. Only Tier 5 Arcanists, also called demigods in the world of Warcraft, can have a magic tower as grand as his. However, now that he entered Tier 6 and was basically a god, it's normal for his tower to improve. SAS. I mean, Aina, activate the teleportation gate and send us to the farthest planet from here. There is no limit to the energy use. Yes, Master, explained a beautiful voice that sounded a lot like Commander Sasha. Everyone gave Set a weird look, but he ignored them, at least, it looked that way on the surface. The group waited for a few seconds before hearing Aina's voice. Master, the mission has failed. Reason? Asked Set. I have detected a powerful barrier surrounding the entire planet. All spatial activities are blocked. As expected, muttered Set, knowing it would not be that easy dealing with a legendary Arcanist. We expected this outcome, said Tobias. Isn't it this reason we brought Kingsley? As you combine your magical capabilities and his technology, we might have a chance at leaving the blockade. No need, said Set. It will take too much time for us to work together and have any results. Tobias knew he was correct, but this was the best plan he could come up with in such a short time. Do you have a better way? Yes, but you guys will owe me a lot of points. How much are we talking about? Asked Michelle. Does that matter in the current situation? Countered Kingsley. It does. 30,000 points, said Set. What? Are you insane? Asked Michelle. She has been in the samsara for years but barely gathered such an amount. And she knew it was the same for the others. Do you think it is simple to overcome the blockage of a Tier 8 Arcanist? Said Set with a sneer. And the only reason it's so cheap is that you guys only have to pay for the energy cost. What method do you have? Hurriedly asked Tobias, preventing everybody from getting too focused on the price. He did not want to waste time. I found a weapon created by the Titans. The Titans were one of the most powerful races in the world of Warcraft. They are colossal beings made of arcane energy and the primordial matter of the universe. Their understanding and control of arcane energy are beyond any mages or species in the universe. So, as soon as the group heard this news, their eyes lit up. The weapon lacked energy, so I paid a lot of money to activate it. Fine, we will pay. Tobias, said Sasha and Michelle. 30,000 points is not that much if we divide between the four of us. Plus, we don't really have a choice. The two remained quiet and did not say another word. That's fine by me, added Kingsley, he only made the logical choice in this situation. Excellent. Sign these, nodded Set as he handed them 2 magical contracts. What is the second one for? To prevent you guys from selling the news, I have a Titan weapon, he said with a sneer and terrible killing intent, making the others tremble. They were only tier 5 and had no resistance before Set. Adding his magic tower, they really had no hope if they fought him. Without saying anything else, they signed the contract. Set nodded in satisfaction before ordering Aina to use the weapon to break through the blockade. Then, they felt the surroundings shake. Aina, how is it? We have succeeded and traveled 17.8 light-years to the farthest planet in this star system. Excellent. Kingsley, get to work. Kingsley exited the tower, and the first thing he noticed was a magical shield in the surrounding 100 kilometers that created a living environment for him. Although he did not need it, it was helpful. Kingsley's fingers turned into tentacles that drilled into the floor. Then, the ground turned into metal. Furthermore, every second, more of the earth turned metallic. A few seconds later, something was rapidly being built. How long will it take? Asked Set as he walked out. The latest is 2 hours. Too slow. I chose the fastest spaceships with the least amount of time. His power system was called technomancy, and he was a walking science and technology civilization. Using the matter of the planet, he can build a spaceship for them to escape and hide from the Arcanist. If I give you energy from the tower, can you speed up the time? I have analyzed arcane energy and should have no problem, replied Kingsley. Then, how long will it take? According to my calculation, if you give me all the energy in your tower, the process will take 15 minutes. Set glanced at him, wondering how he knew such precise data about the energy in his tower. I can't give you all of it since I have to leave enough for operation. He did not waste time and granted Kingsley access to the energy pool. Of course, he had Aina monitor the latter to guarantee he did not drain him dry. How long will it take now? 45 minutes. Set frowned, not satisfied with the time. He looked at Sasha and Michelle. If you add their mana and curse energy, will it make a difference? Mana is fine, the only problem is the amount of mana she possessed is too small. As for curse energy, it won't work since it is the product of negative human emotions. I have no data. Sasha gritted her teeth after hearing this, she suddenly regretted not walking the normal mage path. So, although she was a tier 5, no, a tier 6 magician, that's only because of heroic spirit. The amount of mana inside her magic circuit is barely on the level of tier 3. The group frowned, thinking of ways to accelerate the progress. What an interesting group, suddenly said a voice, scaring them. Then, their face pale when they saw a young man dressed in a magical robe with eyes as bright as the stars in the night. The legendary Arcanist found us, was the only thought echoing in their minds. Chapter 439, Caster's Path. The group looked at Edward, their faces displaying various emotions, mostly fear and respect. Even Kingsley, a semi-cybernetic lifeform, found it challenging to remain calm. As reincarnators, they know about different civilizations like science, immortal cultivation, psychic, godhood, and magic. They have experienced power systems from across the omniverse. So, they know what a legendary Arcanist represents. Throughout the omniverse, casters can be classified into 6 main categories: mage, sorcerer, warlock, cleric/priest, wizard, and Arcanist. Mages are considered the mainstream of casters, and many people believe they were the first to exist. Their power originates from knowledge as they study extensively to wield their power. Sorcerers are the people who control the energy from the universe and other dimensions. Sorcerers usually do not have energy inside their body since everything else can be their energy source. Sorcerers have the least requirement for talent since as long as someone has a soul or mind, they can become a sorcerer. However, becoming a sorcery master is even more complicated than many of the other caster paths. Warlocks and clerics are similar in many ways. Warlocks are casters that make contracts with different extraordinary beings to acquire their power. The agreement can be from gods, demons, devils, aliens, outer gods, or interdimensional entities. Warlocks and sorcerers have something in common since sorcerers also make contracts with some creatures to use their energy. Clerks or priests are essentially warlocks who make contracts with one god whom they believe in and spend their entire life serving. Clerics are usually on the good and justice side unless they serve a dark god. Meanwhile, warlocks are more on the evil, neutral, and chaotic sides. Wizards are the casters who focus more on the bloodline path. They change their life code to break the restrictions of their races. Their civilizations are usually crueler and more brutal. Wizards do not master a variety of spells like most mages but focus on developing their bloodline spells to an extreme level. And adding their usually powerful physical body, they are one of the most powerful caster class. Finally, there are arcanists. They are like mages as they pursue the truth, and their power originates from knowledge. However, unlike mages, arcanist civilizations are usually a combination of magic and technology. In most arcane civilizations, magic technology has developed to a terrifying level. The concept of a magic tower and floating city that has the power to destroy the gods is the mainstream of arcane civilizations. Throughout the omniverse, many people argue which caster path is the strongest, and there is an argument for every path. However, as a civilization, the arcane path is, without a doubt, the one with the most potential. And that's because it is all-inclusive. Arcane civilization can integrate mages, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and even cleric into their own to develop. And adding their development of technology, they are indeed the ones with the most potential. Interesting, muttered Edward as he read these people's minds. He learned about their understanding of different casters' paths. Have I accidentally created an orthodox arcane civilization known throughout the omniverse? Furthermore, I walk the path of integrating all the other caster paths. Old man Merlin once told him taking on the name of the arcane emperor was not simple and would inherit the destiny or cause and effect related to it. Now, he understood what the old man had meant. He's reading our mind, suddenly said Tobias. What? Can he do that? Asked Michelle. Isn't our mind protected by the hall? Yes, but only core memories related to the hall, added Kingsley. Some miscellaneous information is not protected. How did you know I was reading your mind? You shouldn't be able to detect it, said Edward as he looked at Tobias. Intuition. Is that so? You're quite the talent. Want to work for me? Tobias did not say anything. He took a moment to calm down. Sir, Arcanist, what do you need from us? Ah. You're not scared anymore. I am, but since you did not immediately kill us means there is a chance to survive. And maybe negotiate. Edward nodded. The Lord God used cruel missions to cultivate powerhouses. Although the death rate of this method is high, the people who survive and reach the top is truly the elites. Thank you for the compliment. I came here because I discovered someone broke my shield and wanted to see who it was. No one said anything, but Edward noticed one of the women looked at Set from the corner of her eyes. So, it's you, he said, looking at the handsome elf. An elf? No, a high elf from the Quel'Thalas. You know World of Warcraft, asked Set. Is that strange, replied Edward as he observed the elf before him, his eyes penetrating the latter's body and soul. Is this arcane energy? It's indeed another form of mana, but the frequency is different. Although not as good as the Empire, it is decent but nothing extraordinary. However, from the lore of the World of Warcraft, wow, arcane energy has a lot of potential and power when wielded by titans. Humans have a low affinity for this mana frequency except for a few. No wonder you turn into an elf. Set's body trembled as he felt this person's eyes reveal all his secrets. You are only tier 6 and should not have the power to break my barrier even with your magic tower. So, how did you do it? The group was quiet for a moment before Tobias took the courage to ask, Sir, can you let us live if we cooperate? Of course. Anyway, I never planned to kill any of you since you're more valuable alive than dead. And if you are truly obedient and worth the investment, I can remove the Lord God's control over you. You mean you can free us from the Samsara Hall? Swiftly asked Michelle. Yes. Are you really that powerful? If your Samsara Hall was truly a powerful Lord God and could use all its power, I could not grant you freedom. But in its current state, it's not a problem to use a crooked means to free you. What do you mean by crooked? Continued Michelle. The Samsara Hall placed a powerful seal in your soul, patiently explained Edward, making the others' face change. Although they knew this was the case long ago, however, they only suspected it based on rumors and the fate of people who tried to go against the Samsara Hall. But now, they had direct evidence. I cannot remove the seal, continued Edward, ignoring their agitated emotions. However, I can save a piece of your soul, and a drop of blood before the Samsara Hall obliterates you. With the blood, I can recreate your body. Then, all I have to do is regrow your soul and place it back in the new body. Worthy of a legendary arcanist, muttered Set, who was one of the few people who knew the technology and knowledge required for such a method. Although it sounded simple, he knew a person must have a deep understanding of cloning and soul manipulation. Michelle's eyes lit up. She has dreamt for many years about removing the Samsara Hall's control over herself. You sound tempted, said Edward with a smile. However, are you worth for me to help you? Sir, what do you mean? Cloning your body and regrowing the soul requires a lot of resources, especially if you want to retain your current tier. So, why should I help you? This guy is cunning. In just a few words, he made it seem as if we were the ones who needed his help, thought Tobias while maintaining his calm demeanor. Sir, what about us who do not want to leave the Samsara Hall? Asked Tobias. Edward gave him a look before smiling. I am a person who appreciates talent. Since your group successfully concocted a plan to escape in such a short time, I will give you a chance. As long as you help me study your unique power system and record the seal in your soul, I promise to let you live. Edward suddenly had an idea and wanted to see if he could use this group to execute it. Chapter 440, New Systems. An unedited chapter. So, what do you guys think about my proposal? Asked Edward. Do we have a choice? Said Tobias with a wry smile. You do, he replied calmly. You can resist, choose death over submission. How can that be a choice? But it is. Well, I guess if you were that kind of person, you would have died long ago by refusing to submit to the god space. No one commented on this issue. All right, let's get back to work, he said. I will use a few spells to help me analyze your power system. I might ask a few questions, and you can answer as long as the seal allows it. Let's begin with the elf. What's your name? Set. Edward waved his hand to cast a spell on the latter. You didn't answer my question. How did you break my shield? I have a weapon created by the Titans. Really? His eyes lit up. Go get it and show it to me. I already included it in my tower. You would need to go inside, replied Set with pain in his voice. He already knew he could not keep that weapon. Is that so? Well, wait until I'm finished with the others. Then, he set his eyes on Sasha. You should also be a caster. But why do you give me a strange feeling? Sasha did not know what to say, so Edward continued to observe her. Your mana quantity is very small. It's not stored in a core but fused with an energy vein similar to my world's mana vein. For arcanists, mana or magic veins seem to be important after tier 4 since they are no longer limited by their veins to cast spells. Furthermore, the other primary function of veins was to use mana to passively strengthen the bodies of arcanists. However, with the invention of aura, this method has become tasteless. Your mana vein is fused with your soul, which is different from ours, commented Edward. It seems the more complex it is, the more mana you can contain in your body. Finally, it does not have the effect of increasing the physical body stats, but it seems excellent in helping with mana control. What system are you using? It's the magic circuit from the Fate universe, replied Sasha with caution. She feared this arcanist would try to dissect her. And her fear was reasonable since Edward would definitely do it if he did not have a better way to analyze her power. Fate. This would explain the vague things I saw sealed inside your soul dimension. He felt the Empire might benefit after he studied the magic circuit. He wanted to create an artificial one for the citizens to increase their mana control. And with the Gate of Truth, all citizens of the Empire will have a higher average talent for energy manipulation. Are you a summoner or master? Yes. Let me see your heroic spirit. Two people suddenly appeared before Sasha. Only two? Asked Edward. I have others, but I don't keep them in my soul. I see, he nodded as he looked at the two people present, King Arthur and Madara Uchiha. Master, I am afraid we have met a powerful opponent, said Saber as she stood before Sasha, guarding her and looking at Edward as if she had seen her greatest enemy. King Arthur, I didn't expect our first meeting would be like this, said Edward with a strange look. What does that mean? We are technically fellow apprentice under the same teacher. Saber frowned for a moment before she seemed to have figured out something. Merlin and I exist in your universe. Correct. Am I a man or woman? Edward paused briefly. I did not expect this would be your first question. Answer the question. Edward could immediately tell this question had become the psychological problem of this version of Arthur. You should be a man. Should. You die hundreds of years ago in my world. So, I can only use historical records to know your gender. Meaning, there is a chance I was a woman, but history changed the record, she asked back, making Edward speechless. Yes. There are many historians who believe you were a woman. Edward did not technically lie since many people in the Empire once argued about King Arthur's gender and even existence during the early stages. However, all doubts were removed once he allowed these historians to use time record to experience and record the true history of the world. That's good. Well, please do not resist as I gather data on the composition of your body and existence. I already came to an agreement with your master. He used a spell to gather data on Saber and Madara's heroic spirit existence. He always wanted to create his version of the Throne of Heroes to summon famous legends, myths, and heroes from history to fight for the Empire. However, unlike the Fate universe, many of these heroes did not exist, and the ones who did were powerful wizards. However, their power level is based on the standard of the old time. In the current era of the Empire, these people's powers were, at best, Tier 5. So, he wanted to create these heroic spirits by gathering the power of myth, which is essentially the same as the power of faith. Based on what they were described in stories, myths, and legends, they used the power of fantasy and turn it into reality. With this method, he could create many fictional characters that have the same powers in their stories or legends. For example, he could recreate Yahweh from the Bible as a heroic spirit or the Cthulhu from Lovecraft's mythology. She will be the first step in this grand plan. However, I might have to go to the Fate universe before completing it, thought Edward before recoding the data. His gain was tremendous after analyzing Madara's body. So, he asked Sasha to turn another person into a heroic spirit in front of him. He chose a powerful clone from his collection as the test subject. Excellent. You're next. He looked at Michelle. What a weird energy you have. It is full of negative emotions. I've never seen something like that. It's curse energy. From Jujutsu Kaisen. Interesting, uttered Edward with brilliant eyes. Do you have a domain? I have an incomplete one. Show it to me. Michelle deployed her domain, and Edward looked at the surroundings to analyze it. I have always wanted to create ways for arcanists to have a magical domain that can compete with the divine kingdom of gods, he said. So far, my attempts have not been satisfactory. My plan was to study the Jujutsu Sorcerer's domain expansion and the Fate World Reality Marble. Now, I can take the first step. He gazed at Michelle. In the next few days, I will support and train you until you have a complete domain. Tell me what you need to achieve it, and I will try my best to grant it to you. Thank you, said Michelle, trying to contain her excitement. Since the Arcanist saw her value, she might have a chance to escape the Samsara Hall's control. Meanwhile, Sasha secretly cursed how unfortunate she was that one of her heroic spirits did not have a reality marble. It's your turn. What's your name and occupation? Kingsley. I am a technomancer. Very interesting. Most of the technology involved in your body is not new to me. However, it's very unique how they are perfectly integrated into one person. Edward could tell Kingsley's body was a walking science and technology civilization. As long as he has enough energy or matter, he can create anything. What is the most powerful weapon you can create? Tier 5. This should not be, said Edward with a frown. The Lord God only granted me technology designs for weapons of Tier 5 destructing capabilities. But you should be able to calculate and deduce higher weapons. I should, said Kingsley with a forced smile. However, there is a powerful virus in my system that prevents me from doing so. And the only way to acquire and use higher technology. Kingsley stopped as his face began to contort out of pain. No need to say any more. Edward could guess he wanted to say he needed more points. However, he suddenly became interested. He wanted to know whether this was the result of the Lord God's seal or another form of protection specially created for Kingsley. Chapter 441, Pure Materialism. And, the chapter is not edited. Edward looked at Kingsley for a moment before a look of excitement appeared on his face. You don't have a soul, he asked as he could not access Kingsley's soul dimension. He saw the latter's brain that had been modified by biochips to function like a superquantum computer. Of course not, replied Kingsley calmly. The soul is either energy released after death, and this energy is an electromagnetic field that can interact with the physical world. Or, something created as the result of quantum mechanics, it arises from the complex interactions of subatomic particles within the brain. Kingsley was limited in his scientific knowledge because of the restraints from the Samsara Hall. However, he did his research on the soul, and this was the result of his analysis. Edward's eyes became brighter than the sun. He cast 100 more spells. Morgana, look, my conjecture was right. A little purple elf suddenly manifested next to Edward and observed Kingsley intensely. The existence of a pure materialism world, she commented. I thought your conjecture was simply the result of your paranoia. I told all of you I was correct, but you were also closed-minded, said Edward with a sneer. Especially you, so smug because you have better computing power than everybody else. Morgana blushed in shame. Master, you have to admit, your conjecture was outlandish. Even if it was. We have known of the Omniverse. So, anything should be possible. But the worlds we have traveled to so far were not so different. Compared to the infinite universe in the void, we have not even discovered a trillionth of them. True. If you don't mind asking, what was your conjecture? Asked Kingsley. Edward looked at him. I hypothesized all universes were primarily composed of two concepts, materialism and spiritualism. Materialism is responsible for the laws of physics of the world, while spiritualism is the reason why things like mana, chakra, curse energy, or even the soul exists. It is the source of all supernatural abilities that science would deem fantasy or fiction. Edward had a scholarly aura around him, but I hypothesized the existence of a pure material world with no spiritualism. In such a universe, science and technology will be the core with absolutely no supernatural power. How is that possible? As long as science develops to a degree, it can modify the genes to acquire powers, argued Set. Such a world has spiritualism, albeit the majority of it would be materialism, replied Edward. In a purely materialistic world, modifying the genes can prolong life but to an extent. They cannot have powers like Kryptonian or Viltrumite. Some species might develop on planets where the gravity is higher than normal, thus evolving higher muscular skeletal structures than ordinary humans, but these people would never fight tanks or destroy countries or planets. At best, they could fight a bear single-handedly. If humans want to transcend the shackles of death, they have to change their carbon-based life form. In other words, they turn into robots or cyborgs. They have to upload their memories into perfectly created clones or even into the whole wide web and become electromagnetic life forms. And only through cybernetic enhancement can supernatural powers can exist. The soul and soul dimension do not exist. Such a world seems very boring and a nightmare for people with ambitions or desires to be extraordinary, commented Set, thinking about planet Earth where he was from. And he was not the only one who had such a thought, the others thought of their home as well. You have no idea, agreed Edward. According to my hypothesis, such a world would turn any Tier 10 powerhouse into a normal human. Are you serious? On what basis is this assumption? All universe has their own rules and regulation. So, once a Tier 10 entity enters a universe that absolutely rejects any superpower, the rules of the universe will forcibly change him to adopt, thus stripping them of their powers. In fact, I believe even Tier 11 won't be much different in such a world. Only Tier 12 entities who have transcended the multiverse will not be affected. Of course, things are not as simple as I stated since there are other things to consider, like the level of the pure materialistic world and the amount of world source it has. World level. World source. Set was confused. If you don't know, then you don't. Edward shrugged and did not explain. There is an alternative to what you said, suddenly added Tobias. Instead of stripping people of their power, the world rule might turn them into matter of equal energy value. Edward glanced at him and smiled. Great minds think alike. What does that mean? Asked Michelle, who was confused yet intrigued by the subject. The energy intensity of this excellency is Tier 8. After descending on a pure materialism world, the universe would turn him into a substance equal to his energy level, explained Tobias. However, Michelle still had a look of confusion. Basically, I will be turned into a star system. Someone like Set would be turned into a planet, explained Edward. Oh, I understand. Edward looked at Tobias. Kid, it seems you are walking on the body training path. That's such a waste of your intelligence. You should become a scientist or magician. Not interested. Are you sure? If you want, I can take you as my apprentice. Thank you for the offer, but I have to decline, he responded with caution. Tobias could tell this legendary arcanist was not only powerful but also very knowledgeable. And from his observation, he seemed easy to talk to. However, he had only recently met the latter and did not know his true personality and temperament. For all he knew, the current him was nothing but a facade. Furthermore, he chose One Piece's hockey system because of his love for the anime and because he enjoyed pushing his body beyond the limit. No matter how intelligent he was, it would be pointless if he did something he did not like or had any passion for. It's a shame. Master, don't corrupt the young and innocent, said Morgana. What does that mean? She did not answer him but looked at the group. Don't look how cool he is by creating such an interesting conjecture. He only did so because of his paranoia that someone would imprison him in such a world. So, he created this hypothesis, thinking of ways he could escape such a prison. What you call paranoia, I call being prepared, countered Edward. Plus, I was not only correct, but I found my way of escape. His eyes focused on Tobias. His technomancer class is probably the result of the science and technology universe developing to its absolute peak in a pure materialistic world. After analyzing the technology he contained, the Empire will benefit, and I will have a way of escaping a pure materialistic world in case I'm ever stuck. The group looked at him weirdly, not knowing whether to praise the latter's caution or complain he was mentally unstable. However, one thing they agreed with, such a person would thrive in the Samsara Hall just because of his extremely cautious nature. Arcanists are believed to be magical civilizations with the best potential because of their adaptive nature to any situation or environment. Today, I finally see the proof, muttered Set, who decided to emulate Edward if he survived this current situation. Indeed, commented Morgana. Even his weirdness is worth of researching. Weirdness? What weirdness? Asked Kingsley. Why don't you have a soul? Haven't you already understood the reason? He was confused as even if his computing power could not follow the conversation. A high-tier entity will be affected by the rules of the universe after entering a pure materialistic world. So, why wouldn't someone of lower tier face the same situation after entering a world with spiritualism? Asked Edward. Kingsley paused for a moment. Indeed. I have been to other universes where the concept of the soul exists. So, according to your logic, I should have been influenced by them and developed a soul and soul dimension. Correct. Could this be the power of the Samsara Hall? That's the most logical explanation, replied Edward. But how did it do it? Unfortunately, that's knowledge even beyond me. However, it will be interesting to know. Chapter 442, Transcendent Power. Edward felt this Naruto world was a gift that kept on giving. He only came here to take a few things and leave. However, the benefit he received in this world is enough to benefit him throughout his entire magical journey. Additionally, this trip will increase the technology tree of the Empire by a few hundred years, and that's only the lowest estimate. So, he looked at Tobias to see whether the latter could also benefit him. What power system do you use? Edward could tell his physical body was extraordinary, but he sensed no energy inside him except for the life energy that all people on the physical path had. Tobias calmly raised his hand, and it turned black. Hockey? Asked Edward. Excellent. I recently developed a technique to use willpower to boost spells. With your help, I can complete it. Plus, I'm interested in how observation hockey can predict the future. If the Empire's Arcanist can use this technique, their battle prowess will drastically increase. The One Piece's hockey system did not have ways to train willpower, but their applications or use of it were extraordinary. So, Edward knew he could learn a great deal from it. Using observation hockey to help in battle. That's a genius idea. Why didn't I think of this, muttered Set, who now saw the advantage of being able to predict his opponent's move. He would know exactly which spell to use and increase his odds of success. You're really something else, muttered Michelle. What's wrong? Asked Edward, puzzled by her word. Who would think of using hockey on spells? What is the point of learning other power systems if not to integrate them into my own and become stronger, replied Edward. Michelle was speechless since these words made sense, but she did not know how to explain her feeling. Most people have a hard time mastering one system. How would they have the idea of combining multiple ones, explained Tobias. Although he also had the idea to combine chakra, hockey, and Dragon Ball systems, he did not know whether he would succeed. That's true. But you guys have the Lord God to help you. As long as you have the idea and are willing to work for it, it's not impossible, said Edward, shaking his head. Besides Tobias, he felt most of these people were mediocre, including the Arcanist Set. If it were not for the uniqueness of the power they had access to and the plan he was conducting involving them, he would not spend so much time talking with them. So, he proceeded to gather primary data on hockey from Tobias before heading inside Set's magic tower to check the Titan weapon. Although a magician was at their highest power inside their magic tower, he did not care. No matter how much of a boat Set would receive from the tower, he knew he could easily suppress the latter even if the current him were a clone. Without making any reckless moves, Set showed him the weapon. Edward looked at the pure white staff with a blue gem on top floating before him and began to inspect it. He injected his mana inside to activate it and observe its operation. Fascinating, he commented, looking at the staff as if it was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Do you know how it works? Asked Set. He has had this weapon for some time now but has not researched anything relevant after years of trying. So, he was planning on using Samsara points to get some technology from the tree. This artifact has a perfect manipulation of mana or arcane energy. Every ounce of energy is used to its fullest effect. It's like the people who created it are born wielding mana like it was a natural part of their bodies. Well, the Titans are beings of pure arcane energy and primordial matter, so it made sense they had such superb control of it. Edward has always been proud of his mana control. After researching the Mana Sage mode, his ability to manipulate reached a higher level. However, even he paled in comparison to the subtlety of this weapon. He guessed only after creating his ultimate magic body could he reach such a level. And even then, he might not reach the same height as this staff, he might be in the same realm but not on the same level. I will take this staff, you should have no problem, right? No, such a weapon cannot stay in the hands of someone as weak as me, Set hurriedly said. That's good. However, I won't take your things in vain. You should have asked the Lord God the value of this weapon. Why yes. I will give you something in return. Whether you use it or exchange it for points, it's up to you. Thank you. Edward nodded his head. By the way, is there anyone else with a magical system that participates in this world's mission? Yes, Lee Kyuk, but he's on tier 3. Oh, what system does he use? I don't know. I only know it is from a manhwa and is divided into magic circles, and each circle corresponds to a tier. Edward looked at him, and Set lowered his head in embarrassment as he knew what those eyes meant. As an arcanist, he should have been more curious about other magical paths and learned from them. Edward looked away without saying any more. I need to check on the seal the Lord God placed on your seal. Michelle, you're first. Edward checked his soul dimension and saw the origin rune in the latter's soul in the 3rd layer. He was glad the seal was still in the 3rd layer and not the 4th. He tried on the others, and it was the same. With these people, it should be easier to record the origin runes and study, thought Edward. However, the greatest contributor to studying this rune is the one in Kingsley. He did not have a soul or dimension, so his runes manifested in the form of a complex virus in his software. The Empire's technology is not as developed as magic, so Edward has to spend a few hours before finding it. And if it was not for Kingsley's help and cooperation, he might have had to spend more time. Interesting. The runes seem to be designed to work on the soul and do not care about the shape or form the soul takes, analyzed Edward, and his eyes lit up. This is a power that transcends the laws of different universes, the power of the void. Each universe in the void has different rules, laws, or authorities. As such, no matter how much a world might look the same, they are fundamentally different. Due to this reason, legendary arcanists, like Edward, have to adapt to the rules of different universes when wielding them. In other words, if Edward was suddenly dropped in, let's say, the Dragon Ball universe, he could not immediately control space-time rules even if he used his willpower to suppress the universe will. He has to take time to compare the difference between the space-time rules from the Harry Potter world and the Dragon Ball universe. And, of course, since he has studied the rules of many different universes, the process is easier for him than for someone who only masters the rules of one universe. I finally understand the magical path after Tier 11. Master the rules of different universes. Then, created a rule or power that has transcended these universes, just like this origin rune. Edward understood the benefit of doing so. No universe could restrict him, and he could use his power at will. Many universes have omnipotent and omniscient creators, like the presence in DC universe. Trying to control these rules of the universe in front of these creators is a joke, even if he reached Tier 12 and beyond. These creators can probably strip any legendary arcanist or even gods from accessing the rules of the universe. However, if his power reached such a state, he won't be restricted. He might even take control of the rules from these creators. My magical path has only begun. I still have a long way ahead of me, thought Edward, full of excitement. He realized how weak he was, but also the potential he had. Most individuals will not access other universes' rules until Tier 12. But he has been doing so since he was Tier 3. With this heads up, he has a significant advantage. Chapter 443, Curse Rule. After his discovery, Edward decided to bring this group back to the hideout where his main body was. He needed to gather more information on these people, so he left clones with each of them. Subsequently, he sent numerous automatons to attack the reincarnators in the shinobi world. His purpose was to record what kind of power systems these people used. He also wanted to wait until the Lord God made his next move before deciding what to do. Meanwhile, his main body continued recording the origin rune in Hernandez's soul. The process took 2 days, and that was due to the help of Tobias' group. Now, for the next step, said Edward. Morgana, are you ready? Yes, sir. Our objective should be to save as much of his soul possible. I am aware. Then, let's begin. Edward created a soul blade and tried to cut or separate the part of the runes in Hernandez's soul. And as expected, an unknown and powerful force activated, trying to obliterate the latter's soul. Edward and Morgana wanted to save the majority of Hernandez's souls. Unfortunately, the Lord God's power was fast and ruthless. In less than a second, a quarter of Hernandez's soul was obliterated, and that was despite the countless spells the two used to try to slow down the process. In the end, they only saved a quarter of his soul, while the rest was gone. This power was truly overbearing, commented Morgana. Luckily, we still saved a quarter of his soul. Even if a tiny piece was saved, they could revive Hernandez. However, the amount of information they could retain would have been pitiful. Furthermore, Hernandez might even lose his regular memories. It's good the situation is better than we. Edward stopped midway as his face suddenly changed. He felt great danger coming, not toward him but toward Hernandez's piece of soul. That's... muttered Morgana, who detected something a few seconds after him. The power of cause of effect, said Edward with gritted teeth. The origin rune wants T to obliterate his soul. And since there is still some of it left, the effect part has not been achieved. In that case, this power will chase Hernandez no matter we go, even if we return home, commented the little elf. That's the horror of cause and effect, space, time, and even the concept of distance means nothing to it. What should we do? At this rate, our effort will be in vain, said Morgana, working her computing power on overdrive, trying to come up with a solution to the current situation. However, during such moments where instant decisions are required, her analytical abilities are nothing compared to Edward's. Karma is a part of cause and effect. We can use it. Isn't karma simply the concept of how actions have good and evil consequences? Although Morgana knew her explanation was an oversimplification, however, she understood time was of the essence, so quick and efficient communication was required. Furthermore, she knew Edward would understand her meaning. In some ways, it can also be interpreted as the connections of all living beings. Two people from the other end of the globe might be connected in some way or form. So, you want to cut off the connection Hernandez has with the Lord God to save this piece of soul? Yes. All right. The moment Morgana asked the question, she had already accessed her database, focusing on the Empire's research on karma. Queen Hermione's primary research focus has been karma ever since her travel from the Konosuba universe, so there are decent data. So, she used the research as a base to create a spell that countered the situation and sent it into Edward's mind. He reviewed the data and modified it accordingly. Thousands of magic circles of different colors appeared above the planet where this base was. It's not working, said Morgana. I know, so you need to buy me some time. Morgana waved her hand to place thousands of different soul protection spells around Hernandez's soul, delaying the power of cause and effect attacking it. However, the Lord God's power became more aggressive because of her defensive measures. Morgana frowned as she knew the situation was perilous. So, she waved her hand to destroy the surrounding thousands of star systems, obliterating hundreds of thousands of planets and stars. She turned everything into pure energy to power up her spell. With this method, she managed to buy more time for Edward. I can't last much longer, said Morgana. Ha ha ha, I'm truly a genius, said Edward as he modified the spell once again. Suddenly, an white and ethereal string originated from Hernandez's soul and connected to somewhere deep in the void. What is that? Karmic string, muttered Edward before waving his hand and trying to cut off the string. Unfortunately, it did not work. Not wanting to waste time, he took the orb containing void energy and manipulated it to cut the string. To his surprise, the thing was not easily destroyed as he had imagined. The power of karma is really not simple, he commented before finally succeeding. Immediately afterward, the Lord God's power disappeared since it could no longer find its target. How did you do it? Asked Morgana. Do what? The spell. How did you succeed too quickly? Her spell was the result of the entire Empire's research on karma. However, she also knew the spell had too many flaws, and their actions had a minuscule possibility of success. After all, the research karma was in its early stages, so there was not as much data. In fact, we already have sufficient data on karma, or cause and effect, but we simply did not know, explained Edward. Oh, how? Curses. Morgana's eyes lit up. Indeed. Curse Master can use a person's hair, nails, appearance, and even date of birth to curse someone. And there is no requirement for distance. At its core, curse spells use the power cause and effect. Exactly. After I figured this out, it was simpler to modify the spell, said Edward. He was considered a curse master since he was paranoid that someone would use a powerful curse to kill him. Furthermore, after the Black Clover universe, he used Magicula to gain a powerful curse immunity, thus also deepening his understanding of curse spells. And now, he found the essence of curse. You should be able to control curse rules now, right? Asked Morgana. Yes, but only after a little bit more research and training. Space, time, destruction, death, and now curse, you're no longer a weak legendary arcanist, she added. Indeed. Are you going to focus only on these 5? Or are there going to be more? Element rules will definitely be next, pondered Edward. Hermione should control karma rule, so I can learn from her. I don't know if there is a void rule, but Rowena should learn it, so I can also learn with her. You have no chance to use fate or destiny rule, added Morgana. We should learn light and darkness rule, however, that's part of element. Olivier will most likely use ice rule, which is another element. Well, the future is bright, agreed Edward. Before we leave this world, we can try to steal these different rules as we did in the Full Metal Alchemist universe. There is no need to steal the rules when we can steal the entire universe, said Edward. As he knew the importance of studying rules from different universes, he would let his family have an early start. So, he also planned to steal this timeline and preserve it as he did in Konosuba world. We should start stealing timelines and store them to study different universe rules, said Morgana. We can send troops in these weaker universes and start preparing. That's a good idea. We can send clone and golem legions to prevent anything unexpected from occurring. The only issue is the price we have to pay to buy so many world coordinates from the Akashic record. We might not have to pay, said Morgana. Have you forgotten where we are? Huh. You're right. Maybe we can reverse engineer the world coordinates from these reincarnators. Each power system has its unique imprints, so Wang Wei could find these worlds based on that. With Havika's omniverse mathematical model, it should be easier, nodded Morgana. Well, I'll leave it to you. And, for those who forgot, Havika is one of the linchpin introduced in CH-377. Chapter 444, Legendary Rise. Edward walked out of the room where he had confronted the power of Lord God. His destination was another room with a pool with mist. After opening the door, he saw Tobias Group waiting, looking around in fear. What's wrong? He asked. What just happened? Asked Michelle, trembling as she remembered the helplessness she felt once that force enveloped the manor. What was that power? That's the power of your Lord God. Did you fail? Asked Tobias, who guessed the latter tried to temper with the samsara hall's restriction in a reincarnator's soul. What makes you think I would fail? Such a power, I doubt even you, a tier 8 legendary arcanist, could fight against. You're right that the power of the Lord God is beyond my capabilities. However, the owner is probably not as strong as me. What does that mean? Asked Tobias, confused. Even with his intelligence, he could not follow this conversation. However, his intuition told him this information was extremely important. That's not something you need to know, replied Edward, instantly blocking his desire to know more. So, you did succeed? Asked Michelle, who was the only person here with an intense desire to be freed from the samsara hall's control. Yes, replied Edward as he showed him a cloud-like substance floating above his head. A soul. Set asked. With such an injury, can you save him? The smallest crack in a person's soul would take him years to heal. And if it were a person of higher tiers, it would take him hundreds of years, if not thousands. And if the person were missing a soul, Set would be useless to heal. The best he could do is fuse the missing soul together, and that was an extremely difficult task for him. However, the soul before him seemed to be missing more than 3/4. So, he wondered how could this person be saved. Of course. Set gave him a look that he did not believe him. Then, he asked, can I watch? Why not? He led the group into the room with the misty pool. Without saying anything else or doing any extravagant actions, he placed the soul in the pool. A few seconds later, the group saw the floating cloud stabilize before growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is incredible. But how does it work? What is the principle behind this? Asked Set. He saw what was happening but could not comprehend why it was happening. All sentient beings have a life code, which is the blueprint of their existence. Life codes are usually divided into body, bloodline, and soul. The body and bloodline are sometimes fused together, and the soul sometimes does not exist. Some people glanced at Kingsley. The body controls your DNA, while the soul aspect controls, well, the soul. Just like your gene has the information to heal a severely injured body, it is the same for the soul life code. This pool uses soul energy to activate this information, thus returning the soul to its original shape. So, a genetic manipulation of the soul? Asked Sasha. Genetic manipulation of the soul, muttered Edward. That's a great way to put it. He looked at her and gave her a nod of approval. For some reason, Sasha felt pride. She could feel this legendary arcanist only cared about Tobias. He found Kingsley interesting because of his uniqueness while tolerating Set because they were both arcanists. As for her and Michelle, well, she could tell he was only being polite. Wait, why should I be proud he acknowledged me? She secretly controlled herself and calmed down. This level of magical technology. Set's eyes were full of fascination and greed. Don't think about it. You haven't even reached the point of conducting soul surgery, so don't even think about this level of technology, said Edward. Set smiled wryly. Then, Edward looked at him up and down. Although your talent is mediocre, and you don't have the spirit of exploration of arcanist, you seem a pretty lucky guy. So, I will give you a spell. Edward was not lying as he sensed this guy's luck was similar to some protagonists in some lower universe. So, he pointed to his forehead and instilled some information. This is also the price for your Titan arcane staff. Set took a moment to review the spell in his mind, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Life code spell, with this thing, I can explore the secret of bloodline, soul, and DNA. If I focus on the wizard path, I can modify my body to have the most powerful bloodline. His body trembled. Such a spell would be the foundation of a terrifying civilization. It should be the work of thousands of genius, working non-stop for 100,000 years. Are you sure you want to give it to me? You're over-exaggerating thing, said Edward nonchalantly. I created this thing when I was 21 years old and only tier 0 apprentice. And the one I gave you was the original and most horrible version of the spell. Plus, you will have to spend years deciphering the code. However, you're right in saying it can be the foundation of terrifying civilization. Edward was not lying since he discovered the life code to modify his bloodline, break his limiters, and reach tier 1. 21 years old, tier 0, impossible. No one is so talented. Well, I am, said Edward casually. Now that I think about it, my story is quite legendary. The room quieted down because of his narcissistic comment, making everything awkward. You guys are boring. Why don't you ask me why I said that, he added. Yes sir, why did you say that, asked Michelle, terribly embarrassed. However, she had no choice since this person might be her only chance at freedom. I'm glad you ask, said Edward, with no embarrassment and shame. In some ways, I'm like you guys. I was born on Earth before being reincarnated into the Harry Potter world. Wait, you're from Earth? Asked Sasha. Isn't it obvious with all my understanding of the different anime you guys' power system come from? He replied, looking at Sasha weirdly. The latter became even more embarrassed. Sir, continue, said Michelle, surprised by this Arcanist's origin. I was born during the First Wizard War and barely survived Voldemort's madness. I had become one of the most accomplished wizards in the world by the time I graduated. At 21 years old, I discovered the life code. 23 years old, I conquered the wizard world and united all the wizards from all countries. 24 years old, I announced the existence of wizards to the world, preaching the peaceful existence of wizards and muggles. 29 years old, I conquered the entire planet through scheming and established the Arcane Empire. In my 50s, the Arcane Empire has developed into a magical technology civilization and spread throughout the entire solar system. Simultaneously, through luck and the aid of my mentor Merlin, I invented omniversal travel. By gathering the knowledge and technology of different universes, the Empire developed faster than an uncontrollable train. Right now, it is less than 100 years old, there are hundreds of Tier 7 Arcanists and probably millions of Tier 6. More importantly, the Empire is a Tier 10 civilization because of the floating city I created, capable of fighting the gods who rule the universe, said Edward with extreme pride. Then, he looked at Tobias. How is it? Don't you want to be my disciple? You will have an entire civilization worth of resources to help you. Sir, even if you are trying to recruit me, there is no need to lie, said Tobias cautiously. Lie. I never lie. In just 100 years, you took the low-level Harry Potter universe into a Tier 10 civilizations, and you've become Tier 8, that is not possible. The Empire is less than 100 years, I am not, explained Edward. With time dilation from other universes and time acceleration technology, I am more than 900 years old. That makes more sense, muttered Set. Although he said that, he knew a 900 years Tier 8 was extremely young. He was only 240 years and Tier 6. However, that's because he took a long-term mission in the World of Warcraft world. At that time, he had only reached Tier 3. However, he gathered enough mission points to reach Tier 6 in less than 3 years. In the Samsara Hall, points are omnipotent, so it's entirely possible to achieve Tier 10 in less than 100 years. Even then, it's hard to believe. Tobias understood how difficult it is to reach higher tiers without the cheating method of the Samsara Hall. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility if you consider the mysteries of the Harry Potter universe like the Death God, the Time Turner, the Philosopher's Stones, and the Rooms of Mysteries, suddenly said Kingsley. Great analysis, commented Edward. I used all these things as the basis for our civilization. How about it, change your mind? Sorry, replied Tobias. That's a shame. Edward shook his head and decided to no longer ask, since the latter insisted, he'll respect his choice. Then, he focused on Hernandez's soul, which had regenerated. Chapter 445, Purpose. Sir, can I be your apprentice? Edward, who was about to check Hernandez's situation, turned around and looked at Set. He gazed at him up and down. You. Forget it. He shook his head before turning around again. Please, give me a chance, added Set with gritted teeth. Edward focused on him again with a pondering look. I was a teacher at Hogwarts for 3 years. I laid the magical foundation for people like Hermione, Cedric, the Weasley twins, Harry Potter, Ron, and even Malfoy. All of them turned into Tier 6 and 7 Arcanists. I have 3 official apprentices, all Tier 7 and less than 300 years old. The first 2 were geniuses even before walking the magical path. Now, they are exceptional archaeologists that travel the universe, the multiverse, and countless planes, discovering ancient relics, lost languages, and civilization. Their accomplishment in the field of linguistics, both magical and non-magical, is not something even I can compare with. Edward remembered his 2 apprentices, Flynn Carson and Emily Davenport, from the movie The Librarian. In the Mummy world, he saw the potential of these 2 and schemed before their birth for them to become his apprentice. My 3rd apprentice has a unique talent for dreams. Her current research has almost reached the point she can wield the rule of dream. As long as she has more time and increases her willpower, she can become a legendary arcanist. Edward remembered Chloe from The Last Witch Hunter. He has great hope for her to discover the dream plane. And once he returns, this is one of the main planes the Empire will focus on developing in the future. Edward looked at Set in the eyes. Your talent is okay, but I don't care about magical talent. With only a few potions, I can turn you into an unparalleled genius. However, you do not have the desire for truth and knowledge. I can tell you became an arcanist because you thought it was cool. Is something wrong with that? Asked Set, with blood eyes. He tried really hard to hide his embarrassment and shame. No. I also think magic is cool, and so do many people. The problem I have with you is I don't see any sense of curiosity from you, the desire to explore the unknown. Your desire and view on magic are too superficial. Edward shook his head. However, he could see Set disagreed with his word. You don't agree. I believe you have misjudged me, replied Set, who calmed down. He decided to use this interaction as a harsh interview for a job. You are tier 6, but I can see you only reach this level by using the Lord God's power to strengthen your soul and mana. In other words, you don't have the knowledge a tier 6 arcanist should have. Arcanists increase the power of their soul through knowledge. So, the higher their tiers, the more knowledgeable they are. However, it's different for Set. He turned his eyes to look at Tobias. Based on his eyes, Tobias felt I was being too harsh on you, continued Edward. Without reading his mind, I know why he made this judgment. You belong to the Lord God and have to participate in countless missions. So, you don't have as much time as regular casters to study or do research. Isn't that right? Tobias did not answer as he felt he should not intrude on this conversation. He's right, though, replied Set. But he's not. If you wanted to, you could use your points or the power of the Lord God to instantly have the knowledge of your tier. Or better yet, use it to have extra time for your research. Set's body subconsciously trembled. Many casters he knew used this method. Furthermore, most casters will take long-term missions to ensure they can do their research in these worlds. So, besides your luck, you don't meet any of my requirements, said Edward before suddenly remembering something. Are you talented in combat? Excuse me. I'm asking if you excel at combat magic, reiterated Edward. I have never seen you fight, so I don't know. However, if you have any talent for combat, I might reconsider. In my last voyage, I was the Wizard King in Black Clover and trained all the magic captains and talented magic knights into tier 5 and tier 6. Set and the group were shocked, they wondered when it was so easy for people to reach tier 6. Meanwhile, Set did not know how to answer. I'm guessing the answer is negative. Edward frowned before taking out a black stone. Last chance. He handed it to him. Set caught it by instinct, and the stone lit up. A willpower of 0.5, commented Edward before shaking his head. Wait, you should constantly be on the verge of life and death during missions. How come it's not even 1? He waved his hand to send the stone to Michelle, and she scored a 1. Finally, Sasha also scored a 1, and Kingsley was 1.5. Edward immediately knew Set was the kind of person who relied too much on his natural luck. As for Tobias, his score was 3. A willpower of 3. I knew this kid was talented. Edward shook his head, thinking how this kid was wasting his naturally God-given talent. 3 out of 5. Not bad, Tobias, said Michelle, who felt it might be necessary to get close to Tobias, given how much the legendary arcanist valued him. It's out of 10, corrected Edward as he placed the stone away. And that's a good score. Yes. Even I started at 3, and now, I'm only at 8, explained Edward. Even someone like Asta only has a willpower of 5. I see. I'm sorry, but you don't meet my requirement for an apprentice. Set sighed but did not say anything. This short conversation made him realize a lot of things about himself. So, he decided to change. Sir, can I ask a question? What do you intend to do with us? Asked Tobias. My purpose, said Edward, but he did not immediately answer. Instead, he took a moment to process Hernandez's memory. He was extra careful to ensure nothing went wrong. Is there God space called Samsara Hall? He thought. Do you guys know the concept of Lord God, God space, reincarnation hall? Yes. They have read Terror Infinity, the first novel that introduced the concept. And after it became popular, many novels of the same genre appeared. Then, you should know these things can take shape into 2 forms, a powerful creature or a magic artifact. The group nodded. After entering the Samsara Hall, they read more novels regarding Lord God or God space. So, they knew such a thing. For many years, I have been searching for a weak Lord God to take their weapon from them. You want us to become your spy, said Tobias. Yes, replied Edward. I will give you a magical artifact with 2 purposes. One is to help me gather coordinates from other universes and to gather more information about the owner of your Samsara Hall. Then, once the time arrives, I will strike them. Tobias took a deep breath. And if we refuse? Nothing will happen, replied Edward. After I study your power system, you'll be free to go. However, you should decide after hearing what I offer as a reward. And what would that be? Edward smiled to himself. Besides Michelle, I can tell none of you want to abandon your powers. Simultaneously, you also don't want to be controlled by the Samsara Hall. So, if you agree and succeed in my mission, I will give you an omniversal travel ship. Meaning you can continue traveling to other universes, increasing your power. However, the Samsara Hall will no longer be able to control or force you to go on missions. The heart of the group trembled. This was such a tempting offer. Even Michelle, who was prepared to become a regular person, felt it would be a better choice for her if she accepted this offer. After all, she loved being a jujitsu sorcerer and had decent talent, given how she succeeded in creating an incomplete domain expansion without using samsara points. So, what do you think? I have a few more questions, said Tobias hurriedly to prevent anyone from accepting before making things clear. Please, replied Edward. Chapter 446, Target. You said our god space is weak, what proof do you have of this? Tobias did not want to question the Arcanist. However, this mission involved his safety, so he wanted to be sure. He wanted to have as much information as possible before making a decision. Tobias has already decided to accept, and it was not only because of how tempting the reward was. The main reason is he did not think he had a choice. Although this legendary Arcanist promised to give them their freedom, he did not wholly believe the latter. Furthermore, even if the latter was telling the truth, it is still possible for him to place something inside their bodies and soul, something they cannot detect. If he did that, they would lose the initiation in their hands and become pawns of the latter. So, whether he liked it or not, he had to agree. Since that was the case, he needed to accomplish the task and hope the Arcanists kept his word. And if he does not, he will have ample time to reach higher tiers and has more ways to deal with the situation. Lord gods operate by stealing a timeline of a universe. By messing with the plot or the destiny of the world, they can secretly or openly swallow the world's source. The group frowned. They have heard similar theories in the Samsara Hall. However, most people believed the god space was stealing the power of destiny instead of world source. Before coming to this timeline, I have checked hundreds of stolen timelines, continued Edward. The shield surrounding each timeline was different, and yours was the weakest. I didn't have to use much power to force myself in. That's it, asked Tobias with a frown. This evidence is not enough. There is the possibility that the Lord God was injured, sleeping, or sealed, hence why it could not use its full power to protect the stolen timeline. Indeed, thought the group collectively. If Tobias did not bring this point out, they might not have thought of it. Good point. The second reason is your Samsara Hall did not immediately annihilate me after coming to this timeline. If he were powerful, he would never allow such a variable as myself. The third reason is the seal in your soul. The seal should have been in the fourth layer of your soul dimension and undetectable by even myself. Edward squinted, his eyes full of brilliance. The main point is I have found the owner of the Lord God's artifact. You did? Who is it? Asked Michelle, excited that she had met her enemy who had ruined her life. The purple-robed Taoist, replied Edward. Him? Asked the group simultaneously. Yes. After analyzing the information I received from Hernandez's memory, I deduced he has the highest suspicions. My theory is that some ordinary Chinese kid in one of the many Earths in the Omniverse accidentally discovered a broken or injured Lord God artifact. After becoming the owner of the artifact, he learned it needed energy or power to heal or fix it. So, he chose reincarnators and sent them on different missions to gather world source to restore the artifact. In the meantime, he used the artifact to fulfill his dream of becoming an immortal cultivator. As the owner of the god space, he has advantages the other reincarnators do not, so he can rise in tier faster than others. At first, his security clearance for the artifact was low. However, as he becomes more powerful, he has more control over it. Then, one day, once he reaches a specific tier, most likely tier 12, he can have complete control over the artifact. By then, the reincarnators will become his worker ant, acquiring world source for him to become more powerful instead of the artifact. Besides Kingsley, the face of the team became ugly. After all, as modern people, none of them wants to be others' pawns or worker ants. Ha ha ha, laughed Tobias hysterically. Everything makes sense now. The purple-robed Taoist is the most mysterious of reincarnators, the information about him is so little that it's abnormal. Amongst all the top reincarnators, not only is he the most powerful, but he is also the only one who has accomplished the most perfect level missions. The mission grade in the Samsara Hall has different classification levels based on the success rate, ranking from F to SSS. Above SSS, there is the perfect level of accomplishment, and only a few top reincarnators have achieved it. And they only achieved perfection because they accomplished missions in lower-tier universes. In other words, they used their high tier to bully weak worlds like Resident Evil and achieve perfection. However, the purple-robed Taoist is the only exception. He has accomplished many perfection grades and many in higher universes. The rate at which he grows is simply abnormal, continued Tobias. Anyone who has contact or communication with him can easily acquire samsara points. He has access to unknown secrets and resources. He remembered the purple-robed Taoist once used a rare crystal as the price for a mission, making countless top reincarnators go crazy. He's the only person who succeeded in an impossible mission. According to the information revealed, the second-generation reincarnators were almost annihilated after encountering another Lord God. However, he single-handedly reversed the situation. He must have used some of the power of the Lord God. The room was quiet for a few seconds until Kingsley spoke. According to analysis, the number of Chinese reincarnators in the Samsara Hall is the largest. They have the highest survival rate and are 27.8% more powerful on average than every other race or ethnicity. Damn it, I want to kill him, said Sasha. Do you have the ability, said Set, of all people. So, Sasha stared at him without arguing. I found another proof of my theory, said Edward with a sneer while looking in the distance. After saying his name, someone tried to peep at this place using the power of cause and effect. The moment he revealed the Lord God's name, Edward was on guard in case it triggered the origin rune in this group's soul. However, nothing happened to their soul, but he sensed a peeping gaze, so he isolated the mansion with the same spell he used to save Hernandez. Are we in danger? Asked Tobias, who took a deep breath to calm down. No, but he will be suspicious of you, replied Edward. However, you don't need to worry. I will kidnap the other reincarnators and release them. This way, he will not suspect any of you. Do you have a way to hide from him or protect us from him in case something happens? Yes, replied Edward. I will give you a multipurpose magic artifact and hide it in the fourth layer of your soul dimension. Its purpose will be to record the coordination of the worlds you travel to, but also protect you from mind invasion, memory search, hypnotic suggestions, and I will even add some cause and effect protections. And if an accident occurs, the artifact will save a piece of your soul and run away to a designated universe. It will send me a signal, and I can come to save you, explained Edward. However, there are a few things you need to keep in mind. Please, do tell. Firstly, I cannot guarantee the artifact will react in time. It will be programmed to do its best, but you will be in the home court of the purple-robed Taoist, so accidents are very likely. That's understandable, nodded Tobias. Secondly, you need to record the coordinate of the Earth you are from. The group frowned. The Earth was their home, thus vital to them. There are too many Earths, so I don't know which one you're from. So, if you ever want to return home, you have no choice. The group secretly looked at each other before sighing. Thirdly, you can send a message to me using the artifact. However, you can only do it once you're on a mission in another universe. No matter what happens, do not contact me when you're in the God space. To be safe, don't even contact me when you're on Earth. If the purple-robed Taoist is from the same place, he might be monitoring the Earth at all times. Edward has already made a character model for the purple-robed Taoist, so he added filial piety from China and Eastern countries into it. So, he believed the purple-robed Taoist cared deeply about Earth if his parents lived on it. Of course, he also considered the possibility he had no family, friends, or loved ones. Regardless, he decided to be cautious and labeled Earth as one of the no-contact zones. Finally, the Lord God should be improving at an alarming rate. It's only a matter of time before he has complete control of the artifact and implants the seal in your soul in the fourth dimension layer. So, you won't have much time for this mission. Chapter 447, Change of Plans. Edward has always lusted after the technology of a Lord God or God space. So, he began to scheme against one in his home world, sending Luna and Rowena on a mission to find one. The two succeeded, but Edward had reservations. According to his plan, Luna and Rowena orchestrated an accident that sent the God Space's watch to another timeline. And in that timeline, he had already created a perfect identity for himself. He was a world-famous scientist that has brought the advancement of technology by hundreds of years in a few short decades. One day, in an expedition, the scientist discovered a watch of unknown material he could not understand. While studying it, he accidentally put it on and became a member of God Space. The plan was proceeding smoothly as the watch had already reached that timeline. The only thing waiting was for the clone to discover the watch. However, Edward was worried about the strength of that timeline God Space. Additionally, the accident involving the watch had too many suspicious points, so he did not have much confidence in this plan. And with the lack of information about that God Space, things became complicated. However, after coming to this timeline, he had a better option. So, he devised a plan to infiltrate the purple-robed Taoist's God Space. And his plan was similar to the previous one, with fewer risks. He would infiltrate the Earth Tobias and the others came from. He would create the identity of a brilliant college student pursuing extraordinary power through scientific research. Once he reaches the radar of the purple-robed Taoist, he has a high chance of being invited into the Samsara Hall for multiple reasons. The first one is his desire for extraordinary power. Secondly, with the high IQ he displayed, the purple-robed Taoist will think of him as the perfect pawn. He will see Edward as the kind of reincarnator that can have high grades in missions, thus allowing him to mess up the timelines and gather more world source for his God Space artifact. As long as the purple-robed Taoist sees me as the perfect leech, he will invite me, calculated Edward. The only trouble now is to successfully invade Earth without his knowledge. This is not your only trouble, Morgana suddenly said through his mind. The Empire has not successfully developed technology for the fourth soul dimension layer. But your entire plan relies on it. Edward smiled embarrassedly as she was correct. But the little elf was not finished. In our current situation, we do not have much time to research. So, how are you going to solve this problem? We will cheat, replied Edward. And the purple-haired elf knew what he meant. Are you prepared for the consequences? In this universe, we don't have to worry about consequences. That's true. Get started on setting things up. As you said, we don't have much time left. Edward finally looked at the group. Take your time to consider my proposal. If you don't want to, it's fine, I'll only erase some of your minds from our conversation. Then, you'll be free. Lastly, I will send a clone to each of you since I have not fully studied your power systems. Previously, he only gathered primary data, which is far from enough. Edward proceeded to place Hernandez's soul back on his body before leaving the room. Sir, called Set, who quickly followed him with an expression he was prepared to die but was willing to take the risk. Edward turned around to look at him, wondering what this kid wanted. He thought the latter would be wallowing in embarrassment and would avoid him at all costs. Please, let me observe. Edward felt his mind blank. Even with his intelligence, he could not follow what this kid was saying. If I didn't guess wrong, you should plan to study Li Kyuk's magic system. I want to observe and learn. Ah. Interesting. Edward observed and realized this kid did not take his harsh rejection to heart. Instead, he strove to improve. I guess if he keeps this attitude, his willpower will drastically increase, and he might have some achievement in the future. Edward did not want his spy team to be mediocre. The more talented and capable they were, the higher their chances of succeeding in this mission were. Very well. Edward walked into a research room, and with a wave of his hand, numerous screens appeared before him. The screens showed different people fighting robots or automatons. Set recognized these people as his fellow reincarnators. Edward watched the battle, analyzing the situation. Most of these reincarnators had similar power systems, mainly genetic enhancement similar to the one the Empire used. The other standard power system was bloodline implantation or psychic energy. He saw numerous vampires, werewolves, telepaths, or telekinetic powers. The most efficient power system, mostly used by low-level reincarnators, is to enhance their bodies through genetic manipulation or bloodline implantation. Or, modify their brains to use psychic energy. Edward has read a few stories involving Lord God or God Space. Usually, the protagonist will also begin with these low-level power systems before changing to a better one. They usually go to Resident Evil, Underworld, or Chronicle as their first mission. And in these worlds, these types of powers are easy to acquire. So, after checking the situation and not finding anything interesting, he ordered the automatons race to capture all the reincarnators and bring Li Kyuk to him. After a few minutes, the young Korean dressed in all black magical robes, holding a staff, was before him. I thought you said he was tier 3, asked Edward, noticing this kid was already tier 4. That's what the information said, replied Set. This means he knows how to hide, which is a good thing. In the Samsara Hall, being cautious and low-key is an excellent skill set. Set, you betray us, suddenly said Li Kyuk. Betray? Who did I betray? You. The Samsara Hall. Li Kyuk did not know how to answer. The reincarnators were already competitors and would kill each other for any profit. As for the Samsara Hall, most people were forced by it, so how would they have any loyalty? Kid, cooperate, and you might have a chance at surviving. Li Kyuk's face became ugly, but Edward ignored him. He cast a spell to skin the ladder, and another screen appeared before him, showing 4 intricate magic circles. Are those the magic circles in my magic core? Asked Li Kyuk, but no one answered him. How does your magic system work? Asked Edward. Li Kyuk opened his mouth before closing it. Do you really want to do this the hard way? It's not that I'm trying to be difficult, but I literally cannot say anything. Yes, the power of the seal should also involve your power systems. After all, the Samsara Hall wouldn't want you guys to exchange knowledge as you please, cutting into his business. How about telling me the universe your power system originated from? Li Kyuk glanced at Set, thinking this traitor had even told him this information. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. So, even this is restricted. Meanwhile, the caster realized something: the Arcanist knew too much. How did Set give away all these secrets? But he could not. He realized the situation was not as it seemed. Meanwhile, Edward no longer asked questions as he continued observing Li Kyuk. He realized the latter had a magic core with an interdimensional space inside his heart, similar to all wizards back home. He used the core or space to hold mana. However, Li Kyuk's magic systems do not involve expanding that space to contain more mana. These magic circles are weird. And those runes and their designs. They looked like perfect geometric shapes found in nature, commented Edward. Morgana, what do you think? The first magic circle looks like electrons moving around a nucleus. Edward's eye suddenly lit up. Morgana, you're a genius. I am. Of course, I am. But why don't you explain why, not for me, but for the other people around? I think I know the core of this magic system and the difference between us. In simple words, micro and macro. Chapter 448, Mana Particles. Edward did not immediately continue explaining his idea since he needed to verify it. So, multiple magic circles appeared around Li Kyuk to gather data, analyzing the essence of his magical system. I was right, he muttered. Meanwhile, Morgana had identified the spells he had used and had an inkling of what he was doing. But she did not have a conclusion yet. Can you explain what you discovered? Our magic systems involve the macro. We expand our magic core or use our soul dimension to store a vast quantity of mana, explained Edward. However, their magic systems are similar to the dragon heart, involving the micro. Mana as small as cells, asked Morgana. Dragons have quintillions, if not more, cells in their hearts alone. And they stored most of their mana in each cell, thus granting them immense energy storage. Yes. The mana circles are made of thousands of mana particles as a way to store their energy. The first circle has the lowest particles, and the number keeps increasing with each new circle. Fascinating, commented Morgan as she also observed the magic circles and helped Edward gather data. There is something different about the fourth circle, she said, pointing to the circles. The other three circles seem to form a resonance with the fourth. However, what's the purpose of this resonance? Edward observed for a moment before responding, nuclear fission. Indeed. The mana particles resonate and act similar to nuclear fission, generating even more energy than each single mana particle could do alone. Morgana's eyes lit up, so, mana fusion and fission were possible. We wronged Tower Master Blade. Tower Master was an arcanist who hypothesized this possibility. Unfortunately, mana has its own rules and regulations. Although it can often act similarly to the laws of physics, it is still different. So, no matter what the Empire tried, no one succeeded in this concept of mana fusion or mana fission. Blade believed in his theory wholeheartedly and refused to accept he was wrong. At first, Edward supported him and granted him numerous resources for his research. But after years of failure and nothing to show, he also gave up on the latter. Indeed, we wronged him, but the situation back then could not be avoided, replied Edward. He tried his best, but Blade could not back up his claims after wasting so many resources. True. Back to the topic, this discovery will significantly advance our understanding and use of mana, concluded Morgana. She could foresee new development in the creation of the Ether Stone or the Philosopher's Stone, which is one of the core technologies of the Empire's development. Whoever created this magic system is truly an unparalleled genius, commented Edward. He felt his magic system was crude compared to the intricacy of this one. Master, you don't need to belittle yourself, reassured Morgana. This system is indeed brilliant, but it places too much emphasis on mana control. To gather these mana particles, the users of this system will require extreme control of mana. As such, the talent required for this system is extremely harsh compared to the Empire's system. Plus, if I guess correctly, the limit of this system should have been between Tier 6 and 7. The only reason it can reach higher is because the God Space used its power to update it and created the higher tiers. Li Kyuk looked at her in shock as she was right. His system came from a Korean web novel he read. The limit of this system was Tier 6, with only planetary-level destruction. However, after using some Sara points, Li Kyuk made it better and with a higher potential. There is no need to belittle this system, my ego is not that fragile, said Edward, slightly speechless. It is brilliant, and I admit that. Now, our only objective is to incorporate it into our arcane rune system. He could see this system was perfect with the Fates magic circuit system he learned from Sasha. After creating a soul circuit, the Empire's citizens will have a higher mana control. And adding the Gate of Truth, which is also an aid for energy control, more people will be able to use this magic circle system. Morgana, do a simulation on what will happen if arcanists condensed mana circles into their magic core or soul dimensions. Aye, sir. 5 minutes, 32 seconds later. Death, she said. From an explosion. Too much energy. As expected. The soul cannot control such large energy. Edward expected this outcome. A Tier 8 arcanist like himself already has enough energy to destroy a star system. Now, if he condensed 8 mana circles inside his body, it would be like fusing with another self. However, his soul strength remained the same. Without sufficient soul strength, it is impossible to control the energy generated by the 8 mana circles. Do you think we should add a second soul to control the circles, suggested Morgana. The Empire has experimented on the possibility of an arcanist having 2 souls. Although there were many problems initially, like schizophrenia or split personality, most have been solved over the years. No, a second soul will mean more resources will now be required to become a powerful arcanist. Such a method means arcanists will require more resources to train a second soul. And from the previous experiments, it's been discovered the second soul cannot increase its strength using knowledge like the main soul. Yes, we cannot allow the gap between the wealthy and the poor to keep growing, nodded Morgana. Now, the Empire has entered an era where everyone has magical powers. However, there will still be a hierarchy based on talent and resources. And if Edward made the mana circle system based on resources, then the wealthy would have even more advantages, thus leading to instability and chaos in the Empire's meritocracy system. Do you have a solution? Asked the little elf. Maybe. I'm all ears. Our objective should change to use this mana circle system and allow our arcanists to have an extra mana pool. So, in a situation where they used all the mana in their magic core and soul dimension, they can access the mana from the circles. So, we only need a second heart or magic core that is sealed. When needed, they can remove the soul and access the mana circles. This might work, said Morgana as she did another simulation. With the sealed heart, there is no need to worry about the body exploding because of too much energy. The soul can control one mana pool at a time, not placing any burden on it. Exactly. However, it would be better to place the mana circles in the soul dimension. The heart is too fragile, and the arcane heart is also very expensive to create. Yes. The mana in the dimension is a unique area in the first layer. We can seal the second layer and place the circles. Wait, Edward's eyes suddenly lit up. We can also add more circles in the third and fourth layers. If this plan succeeded, it would mean he would have 3 extra mana pools. So, if he ever ran out of mana, he could just release the seal, access the other mana circles, and repeat the cycle. This method would mean he would increase his mana quantity by 3 times. This method might work for a freak like you, but most arcanists' soul dimension could not bear such a load and would crack or destroy, and even their bodies might not be able to bear it, said Morgana, making Edward frown. Didn't we study ways to reinforce the soul dimension? Yes, but even after reinforcement, the majority of arcanists won't be able to use another layer to store more mana. Maybe, they can have a few extra circles, probably equivalent to 10% of their tier. An extra 10% is not bad. The second layer mana circles will already make arcanists even more powerful than other arcanists. So, if they can store an additional 10% in the third layer, it will still increase their overall strength. Chapter 449, Backup arrives. Master, you should not be too greedy, said Morgana. It's more than enough that we can have an extra mana pool. Plus, we haven't even completed the mana circles. They only had 4 mana circles and needed to create the other 6. Well, since Edward was currently only tier 8, he only needed the other 4 for now. The solution to our problem is simple technology, said Edward. Before we departed, the Empire succeeded in creating a small artificial soul dimension. After Edward's first voyage, the Empire acquired the technology to create dimensions of various sizes. And since then, he has acquired and developed even more dimension-related technology. However, the soul dimension that all creatures with a soul have is unique and was not easy to create. Because of how small the dimension was, it cannot be used to store much mana. However, the mana circles are a perfect replacement. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The only problem is the current technology is not even available to the public. And even if it was, few people could afford it, continued Morgana. However, as we perfect the technology, it should become more common. When we get back, tell the relevant department to search for a plane similar to the dream world but with the soul. A plane composed entirely of soul strength. Morgana's eyes lit up. The dream plane had no matter, and everything was made of dream energy. If there is a soul plane, then the Empire's soul technology will enter a state of rapid improvement. However, would such a place exist? I don't know, but there are a few ways to find out, replied Edward. We can go to the abyss and ask. If such a plane exists, it should be very famous and sought after by many people. If we can't find any information, we will use divination, luck, and karma to search for it. And if all that does not work, we will ask the Akashic records and pay whatever price is necessary. I like your thoroughness, said the little elf with a cheeky smile. Edward ignored her before looking at Li Kyuk. Do you have the inheritance of your magic system before the Samsara Hall optimized it? Why, yes. Li Kyuk did a mission on that world, so he ensured to acquire a complete inheritance of that world. He also did not want to rely entirely on the Samsara Hall in case he escaped one day. So, he handed Edward a book thicker than a dictionary, and he silently watched as the latter read it, becoming focused and lost reading it. Meanwhile, Set was quiet during the entire conversation, observing and learning. In this brief interaction, he understood the legendary arcanist was a once-in-a-generation genius like Albert Einstein. And he was not referring to the latter's IQ, intelligence, or talent. He saw Edward as the kind of genius not imprisoned by any mode of thinking. For hundreds of years, Newtonian physics dominated the world of physics, making many scientists believe space and time were absolute. Then, Einstein came and broke that mode of thinking by creating his theory of relativity. Geniuses like Einstein not only have the capability to understand complex and esoteric theories, concepts, and mathematical formulas. But they see the world in ways other people cannot. Their way of thinking is never restrained, full of imagination and inspiration. Set realized Edward was such a genius when it came to magic. Even if I increase my magical talent, I might not reach his level. Set knew he could increase his talent with the Samsara Hall. However, this would only allow him to better understand magic theories, control energy, or have better soul strength than others. However, when faced with problems in research or thinking of ways to solve certain issues, he will face the problem of his mode of thinking. I don't need to be him. But I can learn from his actions. Set already had a plan. High-tier reincarnators can buy worlds and use them as their main base. Previously, he had thought of buying a world as his base and even contemplated setting it in the world of Warcraft. But I can follow in his footsteps. Conquer the world of Harry Potter and create an empire. Spread magic and gather talented individuals to research knowledge for me. Set could see the benefit of having an entire world working for him. Using this method, his magical journey will be smoother. It's decided. More than an hour later, Edward finished his reading. The system is indeed different, commented Morgana. The book contained 99 magic circles, but even the first one was different from Likyuk's. The resonance between the magic circles is no longer to create mana fissions but to allow the caster to control mana in the environment to increase their spell powers. Basically, this system included a sorcerer technique into it. Even with the sorcerer technique, the original version's highest power is only tier 6. However, the Samsara Hall's updated version removed the caster's dependence on the environment, allowing them to have a potent destructive power on their own. Not to mention, the ceiling of this system should be tier 10 or higher. Edward pondered for a moment. How long will it take you to deduce the following circles? I can deduce the 5th and 6th circles in less than a week. However, the 7th should take more than 5 years, and the 8th more than 10 years. And that's a low estimate. After all, we have too little data. That's too long, said Edward with a frown. We will add the 8th circle to our list of cheating. And if it doesn't work, we will try to exchange it with the Akashic record. What's with the hurry? 5 and 10 years were nothing to their current near-immortal self. I want to have some assurance before I confront Ghuznad. I don't want anything unexpected to happen. How did I forget about your paranoia? Remind me to cut your pay when we return, said Edward, and Morgan showed her tongue at him. The group then continued their study of Likyuk's system, trying to learn more from him. And it was the same for Set's arcane magic. Then, 2 days passed. Edward went to see the group again. Have you decided? He asked. Yes, responded Set without hesitation. Meanwhile, the others did not say anything directly. Instead, they glanced at Tobias through the side of their eyes. Sir, if you could give us a little more time to decide, said Tobias as he bowed deeply. Edward glanced at him, and he knew what he was thinking. From Hernandez, he knew these reincarnators' mission was to survive for 3 days. So, he guessed the purple-robed Taoist would make a move in those 3 days. And this group wanted to know how he would deal with the upcoming trouble. After all, they have not seen Edward display any strength. They knew he was powerful and of high tier. However, the Samsara Hall had many tier 8 reincarnators and many who were quite brilliant. So, what if he lost to one of them? No, many of them should attack simultaneously, so he might lose because of the lack of manpower. The Samsara Hall has already changed the core values and beliefs of these people. They only respect the strong. So far, Edward has only shown he is knowledgeable and capable, but not that he is strong. I understand, he said, making their heart skip a beat. You have until tomorrow. They are here, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. Oh. Show me. A screen appeared before him, showing the atmosphere outside of the planet. There were many ships and a few people, many with an energy level on par with him and Shirbai. Interesting, he muttered. Were these people fighting against the Otsutsuki? Most likely, since I did not detect anyone entering this timeline. Morgana was in charge of monitoring any movement to the void shield surrounding this timeline. I thought the Samsara Hall would only be interested in the shinobi world since that's where the destiny of this universe gathers. It could be that Boruto's settings will one day reach the home world of the Otsutsuki, analyzed Morgana. True. Well, let's go receive our guests. Chapter 450, Top Reincarnators. Edward flew outside the planet's atmosphere and saw numerous fleets waiting for him. Some ships resembled technology designs, while others radiated magical powers. Additionally, he saw a few magic towers. He observed the fleet for a moment before 4 people flew out and stayed a few meters away from him. The one in the middle was dressed in an all-black magical robe, holding a staff with skull designs. On the right was an eerily handsome young man dressed in all white. Edward noticed the latter was dressed similarly to the Tang dynasty from Chinese history. He had a sword in his hand and a gourd on his waist. Edward's mouth twitched as he knew he had met another Chinese kid who wanted to fulfill his dream of becoming a peerless swordsman dressed in white. And given how the latter was handsome to the point of being unnatural, he guessed he used a special technique or samsara points to make him this attractive. The one on the left was a well-toned woman with spiky hair. Edward could feel a substantial desire for battle emanating from her. Is this a scion battle armor? He analyzed. Finally, he looked at the person next to the woman. Naruto Uzumaki, he asked. This person was indeed Naruto Uzumaki, but his hair was no longer orange but blue. Furthermore, he had 2 horns and white skin. Naruto with Otsutsuki bloodline, did the Samsara Hall invite natives? He asked, with no answer. Luckily, he did not need an answer. No, your soul is different. You should be a reincarnator who chose to swallow Naruto's soul and take his identity. Lord Arcanist, said the Mauve, the one dressed in a magical robe. He felt they were about to lose the momentum of the conversation and decided to interject. Our mission is to capture or eradicate you. Please, choose the path with less resistance. His voice was calm, peaceful, and serene, making Edward pay attention to him. You should be a wizard, commented Edward. Your bloodline is so unique. I sense the power of darkness, flame, and dream. I wonder what creature it originated from. Ma frowned as he felt his opponent naturally discard them. It was as if their strength were not worth him paying attention to. So, you've chosen the path of violence. No more nonsense, said the only woman. Bang. A golden aura emanated from her body, followed by lightning. Her hair also turned golden. Super Saiyan 2, muttered Edward with brilliant eyes. On Earth, Dragon Ball was the first anime he ever watched. It is the anime that made him fall in love with anime. And just like all boys his age, he also dreamt of turning into a Super Saiyan. The female Saiyan, who changed her name to Tammet, rushed toward Edward and punched him. Under his excitement, he discarded his belief that only barbarians fight with their fists and bodies. He ignored his ideology that, as a noble mage, he should use spells to drown his opponent. Instead, he gathered the aura inside his body and confronted Tammet. Boom. 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 The two clashed, generating powerful shockwaves that shocked the entire star system. Meanwhile, the others calmly watched while hiding their shock. They knew their opponent was an Arcanist, but he was fighting on par with a Scion specialized in closed combat. Do you think he's an Arcanist that focuses on closed combat? Asked Naruto through a special communication. Although rare, they do exist, replied Mauve. So, it's possible. It's better to observe before making a conclusion, added Bai Li, the immortal swordsman. Meanwhile, Edward had fun fighting. Although he did not like it, it did not mean he was bad at it. He has learned all martial arts on Earth and the new ones created by the Empire that perfectly suit Aura Masters. He asked Morgana to force him to train, so close combat is always part of his training. Furthermore, his wife, Olivier, is an expert on closed combat. So, Edward made sure to have some achievements in case she wanted to suppress him. So, he was on par with the Scion and even had the advantage because his body was stronger. Scions and the people relied too much on their ki or aura. As such, Goku can be killed by a laser beam. However, a laser will not damage Edward's skin, let alone pierce his body. So, after fighting for a while, he suddenly used his advantageous physical capabilities and suddenly punched her in her sternum, breaking a few ribs. The others did not even have time to reach as Tammet flew in the distance, crashing into a purple planet. Move, yelled Mauve, and the others were ahead of him. Bai Li waved his sword to create a sword larger than the biggest of stars. Simultaneously, Naruto made a Rasen Shuriken the size of the sun. Boom. A terrifying explosion occurred where Edward stood. However, after the dark clouds floated away, he was intact, with not even a scratch on his white robe. Any information? Asked Mauve, who knew things would not be easy. He absorbed my ninjutsu, replied Naruto. He must have studied the chakra system intensely. The four of them had plenty of experience and knew the horror of an Arcanist was their knowledge. If they thoroughly analyze your power system, they can use it better than you or create countermeasures to render it useless. He blocked my sword with relative ease, added Bai Li. I've always believed immortal cultivation was another form of magic, said Edward, looking at Bai Li, and I was correct. Your energy might be a unique frequency of mana. Or maybe, a form of energy that is very similar to mana. And that attack. I sense metal energy, and the application was beyond my knowledge. During Mummy 3 World, Edward discovered metal energy after studying the magic system of the Dragon Emperor. However, so far, the application of metal energy in the Empire has only been to the level of control metal similar to Magneto's magnetism powers. However, based on the swordsman's attack, he discovered the latter used the sharp attribute of metal, thus achieving the cutting ability of a sword. Bai Li frowned, unhappy with the opponent's calm attitude or the fact his attack was seen through. However, what happened next almost made him vomit blood. Let me see, it should be like this, said Edward as he summoned a sword. He turned his mana into metal energy and slashed forward. A brilliant sword slash rushed toward Bai Li, containing a terrifying sharp edge capable of cutting off a star in two. Bai Li's face changed, and he swung his sword again. As a swordsman, he believed the best defense was a powerful offense. Unfortunately, Edward's attack overwhelmed his, forcing him to evade to save his life. No, it's not good enough. This attack only reached 70% of your understanding of metal energy, commented Edward with a frown. He knew he only overwhelmed the latter because his mana was purer. So, he analyzed Bai Li's two attacks and slashed his sword again. Dimension Wall. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and created a wall that contained a large dimension inside. Breaking the barrier would require destroying the entire dimension. Crack. To his horror, the sword slash cut his wall in two before rushing toward the group. Darkness Swallow. Mauve cast a spell that swallowed the attack. 90%, commented Edward, as he pushed his unparalleled talent to control energy. He analyzed Bai Li's attack and took the latter's essence or profound understanding in utilizing the sharp attribute of metal energy. Slash. The third attack finally reached the same level as Bai Li. And with Edward's pure mana, the slash was truly devastating to the team. However, Bai Li felt insulted and used an even more powerful spell. A weird aura emanated from his body. And when he slashed his sword, he swiftly broke Edward's slash. Huh? What's this power? It felt familiar, he muttered before deciding to use his body to tank the attack. It was the best method to analyze its essence.